Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Impure World. Date: August 6th, 60th year of Konoha. Location: Hidden Leaf Village. Setting: the Chunin Exam Arena. This grand event, which invited ninjas and dignitaries from various nations, was originally intended to showcase the strength of the Fire Country. Little did they know, it had long been manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Commence the operation. Lord Hokage. Prince of the Wind, what are you doing? Sound Ninja. Protect. Lord Hokage. Ninjutsu. 4 purple flames formation. A barrier. The Konoha collapse plan was the true theme of the day. The mastermind behind this turmoil was none other than Orochimaru, the once disciple of the 3rd Hokage, now classified as an rank rogue ninja. Upon his defection from Konoha, Orochimaru had already begun his preparations, ultimately establishing a hidden village in the land of Rice Sound. Today, the Sound Village, in collaboration with the Sand Village of the Wind Country, launched a surprise assault on Konoha during this momentous Chunin Exam. Given the significance of the occasion, Konoha had naturally deployed the Umbu to maintain order. However, the dire situation saw the leaders of the event present. Shrank rogue ninja Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage of the Sand Village, suddenly attacked, having taken hostage the venerable 3rd Hokage, Shihouin Sakuya. Crisis. Meanwhile, outside the walls of Konoha, numerous sand ninjas unveiled their pre-prepared summoning scrolls, and upon receiving the signal, they activated them. With a tremor that shook the earth, a colossal 3-headed serpent was summoned forth. Its massive form towered over the walls of Konoha, embodiment of terror. Konoha was besieged both inside and out. Chaos ensued. Fear reigned within the Chunin Exam Arena. Elite Jonin Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy united to fend off the attacking sand and sound ninjas while safeguarding the younger generation and the spectators. Having witnessed the ravages of war, they could not bear to see conflict erupt within their own village. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that it had already begun. Not far away, within the Grand Hall, the air within the 4 purple flames formation was thick with the overwhelming chakra pressure exerted by 2 formidable figures, pressing down upon all present. Suddenly, they moved with unparalleled speed. Shadow, clone technique, shuriken. The 3rd Hokage swiftly formed hand seals. This rank ninjutsu was the very technique he had first taught to Orochimaru. Now, he was compelled to use it to eliminate him. A thought fraught with conflicting emotions as the swarm of shuriken darkened the sky. Orochimaru halted, hands clasped in a seal. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. That technique is... The 3rd Hokage, Shihouin Sakuya, gasped in astonishment, realizing that this forbidden jutsu, which defied the laws of nature, had fallen into Orochimaru's hands. He attempted to intervene, but a coffin swiftly emerged from the ground. 1. Upon the standing coffin, the character Chu was inscribed .2. In the furious gaze of the 3rd Hokage, a second coffin rapidly rose, showing no signs of cessation. He grew frantic. I must prevent the 3rd one. On the lid of the second coffin, the character was engraved. These 2 coffins shielded Orochimaru from the onslaught of shuriken. The 3rd coffin began to rise before the other 2. It ascended slowly, inscribed with the character Su. Seeing this character, Shihouin Sakuya's heart raced with trepidation. He exerted himself to maintain the jutsu, desperate to suppress the final coffin. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Do you understand the consequences of awakening him? Yala. Does my teacher still remember him? How do you know it's him? With gritted teeth, Shihouin Sakuya strained to contain the jutsu, willing to sacrifice his life to prevent the last coffin from rising. Yet he failed. As the coffin reached halfway, the entity within seemed to awaken. In the disbelieving gaze of the 3rd Hokage, the coffin burst forth, crashing heavily onto the roof above. Simultaneously, it felt as if a boulder had fallen upon Shihouin Sakuya's heart. Success! Haha! Orochimaru cackled madly, his expression rife with yearning. Boom rumble! A tremendous roar echoed as the coffin lid exploded without warning, the force of its shattering surpassing even the fierce clash of ninjutsu moments prior. The 3rd Hokage was forced to tumble backward repeatedly. As the smoke cleared, a tall man with white hair emerged at YUR. Outside the barrier, Several Umbu were rendered speechless, their faces pale as they beheld the scene within. They had seen 3 coffins, yet they could hardly fathom that the figure emerging was none other than that one. Shihouin Sakuya. How is it possible? How could Orochimaru resurrect him? Impossible. What shall we do, Lord Hokage? Below the platform, Might Guy and Kakashi Hitaki ceased their actions simultaneously, sensing the overwhelming power that surged forth. This power was distinct from the chakra exuding from Akage. It was a raw force that suppressed all. History spoke of a man who could contend with the sage of the 6 paths, Senju Hashirama, barehanded. He could even tame the strongest tailed beast, the 9 tails, with sheer strength. In his presence, the proud Uchiha Madara had always worn a smile. Could it be him, that esteemed individual? Might Guy's eyes widened, caught between fervor and dread. Kakashi Hitaki quietly lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, murmuring, Shihouin Sakuya, the man revered as the god of taijutsu. Within the barrier, the white-haired figure slowly opened his eyes, raising his hands with a self-mocking tone. Is this what I have become upon awakening? Impure. Ding. Resurrection system has been bound. Ding. You have received a novice gift package. The novice gift package has been automatically activated, granting you forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Resurrection. Task issued. Complete resurrection. The host is currently in a pseudo-resurrection state and must fully resurrect within 30 days. Successful completion rewards a grand lottery across all realms. Failure incurs no penalties. Haha, so I've been granted a resurrection system merely for being revived once? Systems are hardly impressive. In his disdain for the system, he resembled Uchiha Madara, who had similarly looked down upon sage mode. Sakuya, Lord Sakuya, you the 3rd Hokage, nearing 70, still addressed the man before him with the honorific lord. That man, who had lived in the same era as Hashirama Senju, had never belonged to any ninja village and could hardly be called ninja. He simply happened to exist in that era, fortuitously meeting Hashirama and Madara, and thereby becoming a legend. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice roused Shihouin Sakuya from his reverie. Oh, the little monkey of yesteryears has grown old. It seems this place is where your dutiful disciple has come to see you off? The white-haired man chuckled. As he spoke, he glanced back. 2 coffins obstructed his view, but it was not difficult to discern Orochimaru's greedy expression through the gaps at that moment. The lids of the coffins inscribed with Chu in ire slowly toppled to the ground. 2 familiar faces, unchanged by time, were resurrected. Junior, are you not being a tad greedy, disturbing so many predecessors at once? Are you not afraid of retribution? Lord Sakuya, you would do well not to attempt to kill me. Being resurrected by this technique allows me to control everything about you, oh? Is that so? Haha, if you intend to harm me, I might just obliterate your consciousness, Sakuya-sama. Ha, the younger generation is indeed formidable. Thank you for your praise. This is the highest commendation I've ever received. Orochimaru said smugly, forming hand seals to fully resurrect the 1st and 2nd Hokage. At that moment, the 3 esteemed figures awakened simultaneously. Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju opened their eyes, their gazes immediately drawn to Sakuya Shoya. Sakuya, brother? Reanimation jutsu? Was it this young man who summoned us using forbidden techniques? Sakuya, so you've come to this. Don't disgrace yourself in front of the younger generation, Hashirama. Our era has passed decades ago. Sakuya Shoya retorted. Hashirama Senju, who was on the verge of revealing his true nature, immediately composed himself, his expression turning serious. When it came to acting, he was truly unmatched. Reanimation jutsu, huh? So, we're forced to fight Sarutobi now? Hashirama Senju remarked solemnly. Heh, Sakuya Shoya chuckled, his gaze shifting to Tobirama Senju beside Hashirama. The reanimation jutsu was developed by Tobirama Senju under his guidance. Initially, it was intended to revive important figures to extract information. As the creator of the technique, Tobirama Senju was naturally aware of its weaknesses. Tobirama, this junior seems to admire you. Why don't you enlighten him? Enlighten? Orochimaru, hidden behind the coffins, frowned, sensing something amiss. He hastily reached out to steady the tilting coffins on the collapsing rooftop, seeking a semblance of security. The 3 of you. It's best not to contemplate attacking me. Though disrespectful, I can erase your memories and emotions in an instant. Orochimaru didn't just say it. He was already subtly manipulating the situation. He was a cautious individual, unlikely to falter in such a situation. 2 kunai adorned with talismans appeared in Orochimaru's hands. While the first and second Hokage were yet to fully regain control of their bodies, he could safely plunge the kunai into their hindbrains, thus completely controlling them. The reanimation jutsu, a forbidden technique, had undergone further development over generations, incorporating protective measures for the caster. In Orochimaru's version, the resurrected individuals possessed negligible power and exhibited stiff movements immediately after reincarnation. This ensured that no matter who was resurrected, they couldn't pose a threat to him, the caster. Only after the command talisman kunai were embedded could they recover some strength. Of course, at that point, the talismans would completely control the reanimated bodies, eliminating any threat. Orochimaru dared to expend a significant amount of chakra to simultaneously reanimate these 3 figures, relying on these safeguards. At this moment, the vigilant Orochimaru didn't even approach personally. Instead, he used a secret technique to extend his arms, wielding the kunai to stab the first and second Hokage in the back of their necks. Young man, a word of caution. Forbidden techniques carry risks. Tobirama Senju turned to Orochimaru, speaking slowly. He wasn't afraid of Orochimaru's talisman kunai, maintaining a composure befitting a grandfather figure. With that person present, he never worried. Upon hearing the word risks, Orochimaru's expression changed instantly. He was well aware that the reanimation jutsu originated from the ninja world's great inventor, Tobirama Senju. He knew it all. But what he knew, he didn't necessarily know completely. Orochimaru didn't dare to be negligent. He lunged forward with both hands, plunging the 2 talisman kunai into the hindbrains of the 2 previous Hokage with lightning speed. Now, there are no risks. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. However, he relaxed prematurely. In front of him, Sakuya Shoya smiled calmly and said, "Why didn't you let Tobirama finish his sentence? Junior, you lack manners. Sakuya-sama, you should cease your lecturing as well." Emboldened, Orochimaru spat out a talisman kunai from his mouth, his neck instantly extending to stab Sakuya Shoya. Young man. I'll finish what Tobirama didn't say. Forbidden techniques carry risks. Here, I caution the caster. Do not use forbidden techniques lightly without thorough preparation. That technique is... Orochimaru's elongating head was suddenly startled. He saw that Sakuya Shoya, who never considered himself a ninja, was actually forming hand seals, faster than anyone else. Reanimation jutsu release. A white light flashed from Sakuya Shoya's body. As Orochimaru's serpentine head approached, Sakuya Shoya had already broken free from the restrictions of the reanimation jutsu. His body immediately regained mobility. Although the level of this reanimation jutsu was low, with the revived power only being 30% of his original strength. That 30% was enough for Sakuya Shoya to disregard everything in the current situation. He didn't even bother with Orochimaru's approaching head. The power surge within him, caused by breaking free, was like a divine push, blowing that stinky snake head away. Retracting his neck, Orochimaru's mind was buzzing, and he looked at Sakuya Shoya in disbelief. He discovered that the forbidden technique contract between him and Sakuya Shoya had been severed. At this moment, no matter how he manipulated, no matter what backup plans he used, he could no longer control Sakuya Shoya. He was utterly panicked. Gulp. He swallowed nervously and secretly manipulated the first and second Hokage to stand in front of Sakuya Shoya. I didn't expect you to break free from my control. You truly live up to your reputation. I don't need praise from you juniors. Similarly, I'm not interested in your junior squabbles. Sakuya-sama, I revived you. If you're not interested in our conflict, please act accordingly. Once I've killed the 3rd Hokage over there, I can cooperate with you. With your power, unifying this ninja world wouldn't be a problem. Unifying the ninja world? I'm not interested. During the early days of the Hidden Leaf Village, Madara Uchiha had made the same suggestion. After hearing it, Sakuya Shoya decided to reject the invitation and not join the Hidden Leaf. He didn't care about the unification of the ninja world, or whether people in this world lived or died. What he sought was ultimate power. In that case, please don't interfere with my battle, Sakuya-sama. Please rest over there for now. Due to the poor positioning of the coffins used for the reanimation jutsu, Sakuya Shoya was blocking the way. If he didn't move, Orochimaru wouldn't dare to attack. Orochimaru, as a senior, I should advise you on one more thing. Have full respect for your elders. Sakuya Shoya frowned. How can I stand idly by when you desecrate the souls of my old friends? As those words were spoken, the world changed in an instant. That terrifying aura surged within the barrier like a cataclysm. Within the enclosed space, tiles shattered, coffins turned to dust, and Orochimaru himself instantly bled from all 7 orifices. Merely the pressure of his power had achieved such a state. Rumble. The aura swept out from within the barrier, rushing beyond it, and quickly spreading throughout the entire Hidden Leaf Village. In the continuous spatial tremor, the Chunin Exam arena cracked, walls collapsed, and the hall bearing the 4 violet flames formation crumbled and then collapsed in an instant. Rumble. As the hall collapsed, the Sound Ninja 4, who were standing on it, lost their footing. As the 4 closest to the barrier, their strength was inferior to the 2 Kaga-level figures inside. They were killed by the spatial tremor the moment the barrier shattered. The ninjutsu, 4 purple flames formation has been shattered from within for the first time. No formidable jutsu was employed. It was merely the overwhelming pressure emanating from that esteemed individual. On the observation platform of the Shihouin Exam, Kakashi Hatake lay prostrate, his Sharingan gazing in astonishment at the ruins before him. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, he found himself gasping for breath, utterly oppressed by that formidable aura, unable to rise to his feet. It felt as though a weight of 1,000 June was bearing down from all directions. This immense pressure had, astonishingly, materialized. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, felt as if he were sinking into the depths of an ocean, nearly suffocating. Under this boundless strain, he feared he would not last 3 minutes. At that moment, a resounding voice broke through beside him. 8th gate of the 8 gates, open. The audacious 8 gates technique alleviated some of the pressure, granting Kakashi a moment to breathe. Gaiju, Kakashi exclaimed, you may not comprehend my feelings. That man is a deity in the eyes of all taijutsu practitioners. Might Guy, with arms crossed before him, continued to gather his strength. 7th gate of the 8 gates, open. Guy, the barrier had been breached. Kakashi, this is now in your hands. I shall confront the legendary Lord Kaguya. Guy, SHF and Kaguya has been resurrected through impure world reincarnation. He is immortal. Only by attacking the caster, Orochimaru, can we hope to succeed. Understood. Upon uttering these words, Might Guy transformed into a streak of azure light, plunging into the dust and debris. The force of the 7th gate could part even the heaviest of waters, let alone the swirling dust. In mere moments, Guy swept aside the haze, unveiling the scene for all to witness. What lay before them was utterly inconceivable. There stood SHF and Kaguya, who had been resurrected by Orochimaru, now grasping the latter by the throat. What? How could this be? Guy, brimming with fighting spirit, was momentarily taken aback. He had rushed in to rescue the 3rd Hokage. After all, the old man was besieged by Orochimaru and 3 other formidable individuals, trapped in a seemingly hopeless situation. Yet he never anticipated that the man he regarded as the strongest, SHF and Kaguya, would suddenly turn against them. Oh, have you already opened the 7th gate? SHF and Kaguya turned his attention to Might Guy. Certainly, such a conspicuous display of power could not go unnoticed. Guy? Hokage-sama, what is happening here? Might Guy inquired of the 3rd Hokage. It is Lord Kaguya who has broken free from Orochimaru's jutsu. He is no longer under his control. I see. No wonder he is revered as a deity among us. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with fervor. He did not grasp the intricacies of the impure world reincarnation technique. All he understood was that Orochimaru was exceedingly treacherous, possessing the ability to manipulate others. Even the 1st and 2nd Hokages had failed against him. Yet SHF and Kaguya had succeeded. That alone was remarkable. And now, witnessing SHF and Kaguya clutching Orochimaru's throat, Might Guy's heart raced with excitement. Is Lord Kaguya standing with us? He asked eagerly. In the annals of Konoha's history, SHF and Kaguya was merely a legendary figure, classified as a ronin, not affiliated with the ranks of Konoha's shinobi. However, if such a person were to ally with Konoha several decades later, the turmoil could swiftly be quelled. Yet, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shook his head slowly, saying, that man has always acted in his own interest. He will neither bow to Orochimaru nor be subjugated by us. And, prepare for the worst. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled certain past events. Historical records state that SHF and Kaguya subdued the 9 Tails with sheer force. Though the taming process was violent, he subsequently treated it as a beloved pet. Yet now his pet was sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. Moreover, his former disciple, Uchiha Kagami. Hokage-sama, does the worst-case scenario mean? Might Guy inquired. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently bit his finger, using summoning jutsu to invoke the Monkey King, Enma. Lord Kagaya's assault on Orochimaru merely stems from a lack of respect. It does not signify that he is assisting Konoha. It has been stated that that man has always acted in self-interest. When the weak do so, it is termed selfishness. When the strong do so, it is called martial virtue. Faith. That man has now liberated himself from the shackles of impure world reincarnation, akin to achieving immortality. Furthermore, he is entirely free, unbound by any constraints. If he is attacking Orochimaru now, what will happen after he eliminates him? Will one who possesses immortality wish to return to the mortal realm? Or, historical figures' deaths often leave traces behind, such as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, who, after defeating Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, departed this world shortly thereafter. However, the death of that man remains shrouded in mystery even decades later. Some speculate he died of natural causes. Yet witnessing his resurrection through impure world reincarnation, he appears to be in his prime. Others suspect he encountered the strongest adversary. Yet such a titanic clash would surely leave marks. This enigmatic figure, whose life was filled with secrets, has left behind a myriad of enigmas even in death. How did he become so powerful? What was the cause of his demise? What kind of formidable foe could slay him in his prime? If he were aware of those two matters, would he turn against Konoha? Orochimaru, I reiterate, do not attempt to escape my grasp. Once ensnared, I shall control every facet of your being. SHF and Kagaya lifted Orochimaru into the air, his tone eerily familiar. Orochimaru's expression turned ashen, flooded with doubt. Why? Why was my substitution jutsu? No, even my shadow snake hands. How could this be? This serpent is cunning. The moment SHF and Kagaya broke free from his control, he had already devised 3 escape routes, one of which involved his exclusive, self-developed snake substitution technique. Yet, unexpectedly, that man, even in a diminished state, moved with such incredible swiftness. Even stranger, upon being seized by that man, Orochimaru discovered that the chakra within him had turned stagnant, unresponsive. A binding technique? Absolutely not. That man, who was not even a true shinobi, had already exceeded expectations by breaking free from impure world reincarnation. It was an emanation of soul-shaking dread. Wait. You actually know my name? SHF and Kagaya paused for a moment, then continued with composure. This is also one of the risks of forbidden techniques. I not only know your name, but have also extracted a portion of the information from your mind. He had been dead long before Orochimaru was even born. His knowledge of the myriad affairs of the shinobi world stemmed from his origins in another realm. That world defined this reality as a form of transmigration. Upon entering the Naruto world, the 5 great shinobi villages had yet to be established. The era was still one of warring states. Such words were naturally spoken to mislead, to avoid revealing the truth. How is this possible? Orochimaru was taken aback. I have studied impure world reincarnation for so long, never realizing there was such a side effect. Orochimaru was skeptical of this claim. However, lies possess varying degrees, and words spoken by SHF and Kagaya could hardly be regarded as mere fabrications. What he said was reality. Orochimaru, your understanding of this world is merely the tip of the iceberg. I shall send you to your demise now. This is the price you must pay for your disrespect towards your predecessors. With that, Sakuya raised his other fist, an overwhelming aura coalescing around it. Undoubtedly, without the ability to utilize chakra, a single strike would spell doom for Orochimaru. Even the 3rd Hokage, a so-called mentor, acknowledged that Orochimaru was doomed. My life is at an end. Orochimaru seemed to resign himself to fate. However, Sakuya had seen through everything long ago. Young man, remember the lessons of today. When you have your next life, I will have matters to discuss with you. Nanny. In the next moment, an unfathomable darkness engulfed Orochimaru's consciousness. Sakuya's punch had reduced Orochimaru's entire being to dust. The air still shimmered with a beam of light, refracted sunlight through the compressed air. Such was the might of Sakuya's strike. Orochimaru, now it is up to your subordinates to determine who among them is clever and loyal enough to resurrect you with cursed seals. The sound of fluttering paper filled the air. The defeat of Orochimaru was not the end. The 1st and 2nd Hokage, summoned through the reanimation jutsu, still lingered amidst the ruins. The reanimation jutsu grants immortality. Even if their bodies were crushed under the collapsing temple, they could slowly restore themselves amidst the swirling paper. As Sakuya moved, All eyes followed him. All eyes were on him. He retracted his oppressive aura, stepping forward to stand before Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, slowly lifting his hands, only to plunge them down with ferocity. Hiss! The Umbu instinctively squinted. What was he doing? What could he possibly intend for the two former Hokage? Fear not. It is said that Lord Sakuya and the Hokage share a deep friendship. There is nothing to worry about. This is a body of the reanimation jutsu. Even decapitation will not be permanent. Let us observe the outcome. A mysterious power surged through Sakuyan's arms. As that power integrated, the reanimation body halted its automatic restoration. The paper shrouding the body gradually fell away, revealing the offering encased within. At that moment, a resplendent light erupted from the two former Hokages. Their souls had finally been liberated. You truly are remarkable, Sakuya. Has it already been resolved? Questioned Tobirama's spirit. I imparted a lesson to that young man, Sakuya replied. Tobirama surveyed his surroundings and remarked helplessly, I fear it is more than just a simple lesson. The body is gone. Beside him, Hashirama burst into laughter, eventually entrusting the future of the village to Sarutobi. By the way, noticing Hashirama's hesitation, the elderly Sarutobi quickly answered, Lord First, Tsunade is currently traveling. I see. In light of the events that have transpired, as Hokage, I must take responsibility. And you, young man, are the third Hokage, correct? Why, at your age, have you not yet designated a fourth Hokage? The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. The surrounding Umbu lowered their heads in silence. Might Guy's steam flames gradually extinguished. After much hesitation, Sarutobi finally spoke. The fourth Hokage sacrificed himself over a decade ago. He was still quite young at the time and did not establish a successor, so I can only take charge again. Upon hearing this, Hashirama paused, realizing something, and sighed. Another war? Has it truly reached the village? Sarutobi and the Umbu felt a wave of shame wash over them. Might Guy collapsed weakly, thudding to the ground. Lord First. Sarutobi gathered his courage and glanced at Sakuya. Actually, the fourth Hokage died, sealing the Nine Tails. Huh. The brothers Senju exchanged bewildered glances. Both turned to Sakuya, seeking an explanation. Sakuya shrugged. Do not look at me. I perished long before Tobirama. After my death, the Nine Tails became a rogue beast. Whatever it did has nothing to do with me. Sakuya. Tobirama? Brother, you may not believe this, but there are two brothers from the Cloud Village's Golden Horn unit who were swallowed by the Nine Tails. Not only were they unharmed, but they even consumed parts of its intestines, gaining a portion of its chakra. I was dragged down by them. Hashirama pouted, visibly upset. Sakuya, dear brother, your fox has killed my village's fourth Hokage. Perhaps I simply forgot to deliver my final words. Esteemed lords, the truth is, the fourth Hokage used the Shiki F gene to seal the Nine Tails, which ultimately led to his demise. Sarutobi weakly interjected. This is no boast. The surrounding Umbu felt their worldviews shatter. What were they discussing? The most powerful tailed beast, the Nine Tails. It was a demonic existence to them. 12 years prior, it had inflicted immense devastation upon the village. The fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself for peace. And now, they were conversing about matters as trivial as, your cat scratched my grandson's face. For heaven's sake, they were speaking of the Nine Tails. Just then, a powerful force emanated from the reanimation light, causing Hashirama and Tobirama's souls to uncontrollably drift upwards. It seems the time has come, Sarutobi hastened to appoint the fifth Hokage. We cannot allow the village to fall into. Hashirama warned as he departed, but Tobirama suddenly realized an issue. Hey, Sakuya, why are you still here? Hee. Sakuya waved from the ground. Sakuya, are you not returning? I have a few matters to attend to. We shall reconvene later. As the dust settled, the first and second Hokage returned to the Pure Land. The crisis for the third Hokage, Sarutobi, had abated, with the village of Konoha regaining its balance. The seasoned Sarutobi issued a series of commands with composure. Those to be captured were apprehended, and those to be detained were taken. Konoha once again demonstrated its formidable strength to the world, especially Sakuya's devastating punch that obliterated Orochimaru, which left an indelible shadow in the hearts of the Sound and Sand shinobi. The morale between the opposing factions had shifted, and the outcome was clear. The remnants of the Sound village were imprisoned, and the traitors from the Sand village were captured. Only a few upper ninjas who sensed the impending doom managed to flee. The rest were gathered at the Chunin Exam venue, awaiting their fate. However, once the village stabilized, Sarutobi discovered that Sakuya had vanished. Umbu Fire Team, what happened? I instructed you to keep a close watch on him. This is bad. They've all passed out. Sarutobi realized the gravity of the situation. Even his elite Umbu team could not contain Sakuya, who had been summoned through the reanimation jutsu, nor had they managed to send out a single signal. It was important to note that even he found it challenging to deal with such a team of elite ninjas. Yet before Sakuya, they could not even transmit a message. That man was truly terrifying. This is bad, Naruto. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, having seen Sakuya conversing amiably with the former Hokage. He had mistakenly believed he would not act during this chaotic period, but unexpectedly, Naruto bore half of the Nine Tails within him. That meant he was essentially half of that man's pet. He just mentioned that he still had some matters to attend to, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen increasingly anxious. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure. Kakashi, Lord Hokage, where's Naruto? I was just about to head over. He went after Gaara from Sunagakure, and I dispatched Pakken to accompany him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hawk-like gaze swept across the captured individuals, and indeed, the red-haired child was nowhere to be found. At this rate, they must have ventured beyond the borders of Konohagakure. Kakashi, locate Naruto immediately. He is in peril. Understood. Although the situation seemed dire, the Hokage's assertion of danger suggested a unique threat. How could Kakashi, with his keen intellect, fail to anticipate this? He expended his limited chakra, executing the body flicker technique in rapid succession, following the traces left by Pakken. However, his pace ultimately proved insufficient. In the land of fire, amidst a dense forest, Team 7 had finally encountered Gaara's squad from Sunagakure. Haruno Sakura, being a non-combatant, was one matter, but even the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke, having activated his cursed seal, was being thoroughly overwhelmed. Who could fathom that in this world of ninjas, there lies a fundamental distinction between talent and external enhancements? Talent often translates to academic excellence and commendable ninja skills, earning accolades such as model student once in a decade. By the age of 12, one would merely reach the level of a competent Chunin. Yet, the externally enhanced ninja, often initially regarded as the underdog, could unleash a power so formidable that even the Sage of Six Paths would be rendered helpless. With a resounding boom, Naruto Uzumaki unleashed an overwhelming surge of chakra, instantly scattering the sand transformed by the tailed beast and summoning a gigantic red-skinned toad. Who would believe that a mere genin from Konoha could possess such chakra? Even more astonishingly, upon the appearance of Gamabunta, the monstrous Shikaku seemed to falter. With a swift, decisive blow, Gamabunta severed one of Shikaku's arms. Though piloted by a novice, the might of Shikaku was hardly to be underestimated. Truly, a disgrace for the tailed beasts. Soka Shikuya appeared atop a tree branch. You, who are you? Upon hearing the voice, he noticed two young individuals grievously injured, one half kneeling on the ground, convulsing, while the other was ensnared against the trunk by the giant claws of sand. Soku Shikuya descended gracefully onto a sturdy branch, assessing the Uchiha descendant kneeling on the ground. The inky black patterns of the cursed seal had spread across half of his face. It was Orochimaru's mark, which paled in comparison to the power of a tailed beast. Who are you? Sasuke inquired, struggling to rise and scrutinizing the white-haired man before him. The body, reanimated through the impure world reincarnation technique, appeared far from ordinary. Such a statement was redundant. Yet, at this moment, Sasuke remained unaware of the technique's intricacies. He only sensed that this man was distinctly different from the norm. Initially, he assumed he was a reinforcement from Konoha. I am merely a wandering spirit, Soku Shikuya replied. Observing, you seem unscathed. What of the girl over there? Will you not assist her? Sasuke turned to see Sakura, trapped by the monstrous claws of sand. The relentless pressure was inflicting grave harm upon her internal organs. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke lamented, that is the monster's technique. I cannot undo it. Soku Shikuya nodded, stepping forward, effortlessly striking the sand claws a few times, causing the seemingly inescapable grasp to disintegrate into mere grains. Freed from her confinement, Sakura was lifted and placed safely upon a stout branch. Sasuke gazed at Soku Shikuya in disbelief. Though the man's appearance was peculiar, his power was beyond comprehension. The sand was infused with chakra. Even using kunai to carve through it would only allow it to regenerate. Yet this man, with a mere touch, had turned the formidable sand claws into a mere pile of dust. Who are you? Sasuke asked, exhilaration coursing through him. For a youth so desperately yearning for power, encountering such a formidable being was a monumental opportunity. Furthermore, he felt an eerie familiarity with this individual, as if they had crossed paths before. The high ponytail, striking features, and the distinctly outdated light armor. Yes, from the textbooks at the Ninja Academy. You are Soku Sakuya. Soku Sakuya appeared slightly taken aback, surprised by Sasuke's swift deduction. Indeed, but you should have been dead. I was revived by individuals with nefarious intentions using forbidden techniques. Who? Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Where is he now? Did you come to eliminate me? No, Orochimaru is dead. Nanny? I killed him. Sasuke was left bewildered. The very man who had endowed him with the power of the cursed seal was claimed to be dead just like that? Yet, it made sense. Who was Soku Sakuya? Throughout decades of history, figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had been deified, with some obscure regions even believing them to be mythological. After all, how could two individuals battle and carve a valley from their clash? Soku Sakuya was recorded in history as the mightiest man, surpassing both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The realization that this man had been resurrected and now stood before him left Sasuke in a state of turmoil. He felt joy yet struggled to articulate it. Perhaps, standing before such a powerhouse, the hope for avenging his clan's demise intensified. Senior, Soka-senpai, please, take me as your disciple. Without hesitation, Sasuke knelt and bowed in reverence. Witnessing his comrade Naruto Uzumaki's tremendous growth, his thirst for power had escalated. The cursed seal bestowed upon him by Orochimaru allowed him to flaunt his prowess among the young ninjas of Konoha. Yet, that same Naruto, once dubbed the underdog, had now summoned a mighty beast and faced a fearsome adversary. In comparison, he felt utterly ashamed. He was a sensitive individual, a vengeful orphan of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the prospect of acquiring immense power seemed worth sacrificing his very life. Such was the nature of this youth, blinded by the allure of power and vengeance. Unexpectedly, in his fervent supplication, he was met with indifference from Soku Sakuya, who merely stated, "Child, your journey is still long, at times. You must unveil the veil of illusion and perceive the world with your own eyes." With that, he vanished, having no time to waste on a vengeful youth in need of worldly lessons. The impending battle against the monstrous foe was the true purpose of his arrival. Kyubi, long time no see. Ahead, during the clash between Gamabunta and Shikaku, Gamabunta suggested that Naruto Uzumaki transform into a creature with sharp teeth and claws. In desperation, Naruto recalled the demon fox residing within him. Thus, he morphed Gamabunta into a blazing red fox. Utilizing the fox's sharp fangs and claws, he aimed to restrain Shikaku's movements, hoping to awaken Gaara, who had succumbed to a feigned slumber. However, just as the transformation took shape, the fiery fox's fangs had just latched onto Shikaku when a divine voice echoed from above. "Kyubi, long time no see." Instantly, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within Naruto Uzumaki. The fiery brilliance of chakra surged towards the heavens. The E-rank ninjutsu transformation technique was instantly shattered. Uzumaki Naruto writhed on the ground in agony. Just a moment ago, the spirited amphibian duo had been filled with fighting spirit, but in the blink of an eye, they crumbled under a single utterance. Nevertheless, the formidable chakra of the Nine Tails erupted, causing the timid One Tail, Shikaku, to refrain from attacking, thus ensuring a semblance of safety. Descending from the sky, Sakuyaman reluctantly smirked, his form leaping gracefully through the air, transforming into a white silhouette that plunged into the terrifying, malevolent ball of crimson chakra. For most, mere proximity to this fiery chakra would result in immediate burns. Yet, Sakuyaman's body seemed impervious, as if forged from bronze and iron. Undeterred by the sinister chakra of the Nine Tails, the overwhelming malevolence of the chakra compelled even seasoned ninjas to retreat, their first instinct being to flee. Yet, Sakuyaman rushed in with the fervor of a treasure hunter, undeterred. Within the swirling vortex of red chakra, Uzumaki Naruto writhed and howled in torment due to the sudden outburst of the Nine Tails chakra. Sakuyaman, with a resigned sigh, reached out to pacify the almost tangible chakra surrounding him, chiding it softly, "Calm down, don't get too excited like a puppy, be gentle, or you might inadvertently harm your host." Such words would surely provoke existential doubts in any listener. The Nine Tails' excitement was palpable, even decades prior. When it had obeyed its master without question, It only began to calm after Naruto could no longer endure. Gradually, the crimson chakra receded, simultaneously healing Naruto's burns. At this moment, Sakuyaman crouched down, lifting Naruto's garments to reveal the sealing technique inscribed on his abdomen. Two four-element seals combined to form a Bagua seal. It resembled the original perfectly. The world's suppressive restorative capabilities are astonishing. As he spoke, he placed his hand upon the seal. With the infusion of his unique energy, a connection rapidly formed with the sealing technique. He closed his eyes, deep in contemplation, and when he reopened them, he found himself within a mental realm. Was this the subterranean passage of Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness? A deep growl echoed from the darkness, akin to a dog sensing its master's footsteps upon returning home. The Ninetales furiously pounded against its cage. Despite the sealing power restraining its might, it refused to relent. For it awaited the return of its master, who had vanished without a trace since that fateful day. It could neither find nor sense him. As if he had evaporated from existence, Sakuyaman hurriedly followed the sound, soon confronting a towering cage. He inhaled deeply, gazing at the dark, cold, waterlogged prison. How dare you? Namikaze Minato, you must perish swiftly, or we shall not spare your offspring out of past loyalties. Sakuyaman's voice thundered. His fury rippled through the space, overwhelming Naruto's fragile mental fortitude. The chakra of Minato, sealed within Naruto alongside the tailed beast, was instantly awakened. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene, revealing a man with an unconventional hairstyle standing before the cage. You. Minato's gaze hardened with intensity, his eyes reflecting a murderous intent. To breach this realm signified that all external protections for the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto, had been shattered. What transpired in Konoha? As he stepped closer, the identity of the intruder became clearer amidst the dim light, revealing only a side profile. Suddenly, he froze. You are the legendary Sakuyaman? Minato gasped, his penchant for deduction ignited. 12 years prior, he had speculated that his devoted disciple, Obito, was Uchiha Madara, though he had been mistaken. Today, however, he had struck gold, for the man before him bore no mask. After all, this man's renown was such that it could rival the very visage of the Hokage. Minato, once a Hokage himself, could not be dim-witted. Sakuyaman, is it truly you? His spirit soared. He had revered numerous great figures, yet if he were to choose a singular idol, it would be Sakuyaman, the tamer of the Nine Tails. An accomplishment that even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara could not achieve. If only he could possess such abilities in his lifetime. Observing Minato's reverence, Sakuyaman felt no tremor within his heart. Instead, he inquired sternly, "Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" At this, Minato instinctively took a step back, hastily explaining, "Sakuyaman, please quell your anger. Everything was done out of necessity. The ninja world descended into chaos and war following your disappearance. And it was during this tumult that the Ninetales was sought by various factions, ultimately captured by Konoha. I learned of these events solely through the accounts of past Hokages. It is said that the Ninetales, bereft of its master, wreaked havoc upon nearby villages and towns. The elder ninjas, reminiscing about old bonds, refrained from attacking the Ninetales, instead locating a member of the Uzumaki clan to employ sealing techniques. Upon hearing this, Sakuyaman's gaze instantly shifted to the Ninetales within the cage. Their eyes locked. A moment of intense silence ensued. The Ninetales' raspy voice broke the stillness. Master Sakuyaman, do not blame me. Even when you were near, I could scent your presence. After your disappearance, I believed that someone nearby had harmed you, so I eliminated them all without exception. The Ninetales declared with a sense of righteousness, rendering it impossible to counter. Who would have envisioned that millennia ago, it had been but a fluffy cub. Now, it had adopted murder as a mere routine. Kurama, you have committed grave errors in taking lives, yet I am ultimately to blame for your transgressions. Alas, after decades apart, Master, please take me out. I know of a splendid place you would adore. Longing for the days gone by, the Ninetales added, I searched for you, but found a location you would surely cherish. Patience, Sakuyaman replied, extending his left hand through the bars to gently stroke Kurama's snout. After decades of confinement, it still yearned for that place. Time is relentless. Surely it has become overgrown and treacherous by now. Namikaze Minato. Yes, there is no need for such formality. You are the fourth Hokage, while I am merely a departed wanderer. Minato scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Actually, I too am dead. This is my chakra, and if it is depleted, I will vanish completely. Ah, I have heard you summon the dead demon consuming seal to partition and seal my fox, for which I sincerely apologize, Sakuyaman. The Nine-Tails only acknowledges you. It would never harm us. Humph. The Nine-Tails scoffed. Sakuyaman, the situation was dire. My wife was the second Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. During her delivery, a masked man seized the opportunity to manipulate the Nine-Tails, wreaking havoc upon Konoha. The fate of Jinchuriki from whom the tailed beast was extracted is always grim, yet my wife, being of the Uzumaki clan, assisted me in severing the Nine-Tails bond with the masked man. Ultimately, my newborn child, Naruto, was chosen as the next Jinchuriki. Fearing for his fragile state, I had no choice but to seal away half of it. This was my gamble against the masked man. Please forgive me, esteemed elder. Sakuya Shihouin furrowed his brow. This segment of history has inevitably followed a similar trajectory. His emergence is a variable, and his demise prompts the world to swiftly amend itself. Spare me further discourse. I am already aware. What I wish to ascertain now is how to retrieve the other half of the Nine-Tails. You must possess a solution. Do you not? Konoha's Minato Namikaze displayed a troubled expression as he spoke. The technique I employed was the Reaper Death Seal, which sealed my soul within the belly of the Shinigami. To reclaim the other half of the Nine-Tails, it seems there exists only one viable method: disembowelment. Indeed, if the Reaper Death Seal is slightly modified, the Shinigami summoned will replicate the actions of the caster. This means that to open the Shinigami's abdomen, the caster must likewise disembowel themselves, which is akin to self-destruction. Sakuya Shihouin sighed. Just as he recalled, it appeared that no alternative methods were available. Thus, the decision not to completely obliterate Orochimaru, but rather to leave a contingency, seems to have been prudent. However, a person of Orochimaru's caliber would require years to unravel the secrets of the Reaper Death Seal. The crux of the matter lies in one essential premise. The third Hokage sealed Orochimaru's hands using the Reaper Death Seal. Initially, Orochimaru sought to recover his hands, which spurred his research into the secrets of the Reaper Death Seal. Presently, he does not need to conduct that research. He has inscribed cursed seals on many of his followers, and as long as someone revives him through those seals, he remains whole. This complicates matters. Minato, when you employed the Reaper Death Seal to separate the seal from the Nine-Tails, did you foresee this subsequent method? Sakuya Shihouin suddenly inquired. Minato shook his head in self-deprecation and replied, My chakra reserves do not surpass those of my esteemed predecessors. I was left with no alternatives but to resort to the Reaper Death Seal. However, after its application, I have indeed been contemplating a solution. Have you conceived one? I possess a general outline. The necessary approach still involves activating the Reaper Death Seal, though it requires certain modifications to the technique. If those alterations are successful, then, provided we obtain a specific mask from the Uzumaki clan shrine, we could successfully extract the other half of the Nine-Tails, along with my soul. Sakuya gently patted the shoulder of Minato Namikaze with a smile and said, Very well, I shall entrust this task to you. Your chakra no longer needs to be used for sealing repairs. Rather, employ it for unraveling the Shiki F and Jutsu. Minato was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't someone just said, Do not be constrained. After all, you are the fourth Hokage, and I am merely a wanderer? Why, then, was a wanderer now assigning tasks to the Hokage? Lord Sakuya, may I inquire what you intend to do with Naruto? He is currently the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha and my son. Minato's concern stemmed from the fear that Sakuya might forcibly extract the Nine-Tails, potentially harming Naruto. However, he need not worry. I require you to dismantle these dilapidated cages. I assure you, the Nine-Tails will not interfere with Naruto's training henceforth. As for whether he will assist, that depends on his own abilities. Sakuya spoke with an undeniable authority, stating that once the seal is lifted, the Nine-Tails would be granted a semblance of freedom, though not in its own body. It could at least stretch its metaphorical legs. Minato hesitated, for after all, it concerned his own child. Keeping a nuclear bomb with a safety pin inside his child's body was perilously dangerous. Yet, the alternative was grim. If he refused today, the anniversary of Naruto's death might arrive a year from now. Minato's anxiety culminated into a query. Lord Sakuya, there are various rumors about your whereabouts. If you have survived to this day, you must be over 100 years old, yet your current state. I am dead. What? Nanny? Who did this? Kyubi, must you be so dramatic? You sound like a foolish dog. Shihouin Sakuya scoffed. I perished long before Hashirama Senju. Today, a certain greedy individual utilized the Edo Tensei to resurrect me. Edo Tensei? Then, what is the current state of the caster? Minato furrowed his brow. Fully aware of the forbidden technique and its implications, the caster could manipulate the resurrected. If the Shihouin Sakuya before him was under such control, the ramifications would be dire. Shihouin Sakuya, sensing Minato's apprehension, clarified, I told you, that individual was overreaching, hence I broke free from Edo Tensei. I am now unbound, possessing limitless stamina and immortality. Immortal Shihouin Sakuya? That is terrifying. But what could such an immortal being's existence in this world entail? Lord Sakuya, after restoring the 9 tails, what do you intend to do? Minato inquired. Humph. A cold snort emanated from the cage. As the 9 tails declared, I plan to devour you first. However, more than that, I am curious what transpired back then. Why did you vanish from this realm without a word? 2 questions, yet they were interconnected. Shihouin Sakuya replied, years ago, when Hashirama and Madara invited me to join Konoha, I declined and departed. By chance, I discovered a new realm of understanding, thus spending 8 years preparing for a final breakthrough. Yet, unexpectedly, I faced the most devastating setback of my life. What? During your prime? Was there an even higher realm? Minato could scarcely believe it. The peak of Shihouin Sakuya could contend against the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, and single-handedly defeat the complete Susanoo of Madara Uchiha. To think such a figure still had room for advancement. Life is boundless, my junior. Alas, my attempt at a breakthrough failed, and the backlash instantly overwhelmed me. Perhaps that is what one might call death. How shocking. So you were the architect of your own demise. The 9 tails perked its ears, realizing how many cities had suffered due to its past actions. Indeed, the next answer pertains to your inquiries. Shihouin Sakuya turned his gaze toward Minato. Please, enlighten me. What do you plan to do next? I have not given up in the afterlife. I pondered for decades and synthesized my experiences from failure into a new method. This time, I intend to test it upon my resurrection. Another enlightenment? What manner of divine being are you? In life, he was an enigma of unparalleled strength, and even in death, he continued to comprehend. Moreover, he aimed to pursue that path anew. Was he not weary after traversing such a journey? Surely, one would seek a beautiful partner to enjoy life after such conquests. Minato clicked his tongue, unsure of what to say. He suddenly felt as though his own life was trivial. He had always believed that sacrificing oneself for the nation, dying heroically as a Hokage, was noble. Yet, when compared to this individual, he felt like a mere frog in a well. By the way, Lord Sakuya, I must inform you of something regarding the masked man who attacked the 9 tails Jinchuriki 12 years ago. His appearance in Konoha was no coincidence. He undoubtedly harbors a dreadful conspiracy. After battling him, I discovered he is most likely Uchiha Madara. Minato calmly analyzed, continuing, if that man still exists, turmoil will inevitably engulf the ninja world. However, with a powerful being such as yourself, I feel much more at ease. Uchiha Madara? The revelation could very well leave Minato utterly aghast. That dutiful disciple was indeed their family's enemy. Nonetheless, even if it were the true Uchiha Madara, he felt no fear. In life, that fool was incompetent, and in death, he remained so. Even with the Rinnegan, Sakuyan perceived him as unworthy. Regardless of who the masked man may be, I will investigate thoroughly. I shall face whatever comes my way. You focus on your task. The sooner you uncover the secrets to unraveling the Shiki F in Jutsu, the sooner I will be at ease. Yes, Lord Sakuya. Then you may proceed to unseal this 8 trigram seal. You left the key, after all, intending for someone to unlock this door eventually? Yes, I hope that Naruto might someday inherit your will. That may be unlikely. I just witnessed him engaging in a brawl. Proclaiming Konoha repeatedly, certainly not the same as a wanderer like me. The key left by Minato was essentially a series of techniques. As he was the original, he naturally had no need for the scroll of techniques. Relying solely on himself, he could unlock the intricate 8 trigram seal. First, he tore off the sealing talisman, then gradually began to unlock the rings on the gate of the seal. With the seal fully undone, the 9 tails rushed out and collided into Shihouin Sakuya. Ordinary individuals would not withstand such a force, facing either death or injury. Only its master could endure. Minato felt a rush of embarrassment, thinking, indeed, the legendary man cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Shihouin Sakuya leaped forward, affectionately stroking the Ninetales' head, then turned to Minato below and said, "All right. There are matters outside that you should also be aware of. It would be wise for you to rapidly develop a method to unravel the Shiki F in Jutsu. It will benefit both you and your son." As his voice faded, Sakuya's spiritual form vanished from Naruto Uzumaki's mental space. Minato glanced at the liberated Ninetales and silently stepped back a few paces. "Humph. Fourth Hokage, I have no time for you. My master has returned, and I shall heed his commands." "Ah, yes, yes." Minato gradually faded away, so as not to be discovered by the awakening Naruto Uzumaki. In the outside world, Sakuya withdrew his arm and rebut-toned Naruto's clothing. Subsequently, he raised his gaze towards the two colossal beings, the one-tailed Shikaku and Gamabunta the Toad. That was the chakra of the Ninetales, wasn't it? Gamabunta inquired with a sense of gravity. To any outsider, it appeared as though Naruto Uzumaki had been on the verge of demise amidst a raging battle. Overwhelmed by the Ninetales chakra, with only one man daring to rush into the tumult, quelling the beast and saving Naruto's life. Such an act warranted utmost respect. On the other hand, Shikaku was less than pleased. Although it was well aware that it could not contend with the Ninetales, it harbored an inexplicable disdain for its rival and yearned for confrontation. Moments ago, it had nearly witnessed the Ninetales rampage, only to be abruptly subdued by this man. It seethed with hatred. How dare that wretched human? With a furious roar, Shikaku commanded the sand to surge forth in a tumultuous wave, aiming to engulf both Sakuyashiki and Naruto. As the tidal wave of sand approached with alarming speed, Sakuyashiki displayed an air of disdain. "Mere grains of sand are no match for my prowess." He slowly raised his fist, and the winds around the forest began to howl. Sunset Elephant, 1 foot. This was a technique that typically required the opening of the 8th gate of death, yet Sakuyashiki needed no such unlocking, for he was the very one who had pioneered the 8 gates in history. During the Warring States period, he had already been capable of opening the 8th gate. Or rather, it was as if it had been permanently unlocked. Upon leaving Konoha, he had deemed nothing worth retaining, save for a transcription of the 8 gates. Perhaps a few details had been inadvertently omitted in the manuscript, resulting in the current practitioners exhibiting peculiarities. The earlier sight of Might Guy in the Chunin exams, with eyes rolled back and emitting blue steam, was a testament to this self-destructive phenomenon, which, if prolonged, would undoubtedly lead to demise. He had initially been no different, but had since rectified this flaw. Yet, such matters were trivial. The fates of others were of little concern to him. What mattered was the present situation. Behold, Sakuyashiki's punch had compressed the air into a cannon of sorts, a beam of light refracting the sunlight, striking directly at the oncoming sand tsunami. The robust beam resembled the foot of a colossal elephant. At the moment of contact between the air cannon and the sand tsunami, the grains were violently dispersed into a cloud of dust. The towering wave of sand, once a formidable force, appeared to shatter in an instant. Yet, the sunset elephant, 1 foot, continued its relentless advance toward its target, the one-tailed Shikaku. "Nani?" Shikaku gasped in astonishment. The terrifying might grew ever more pronounced in its perception. It yearned to evade, yet this was an ultra-high-speed attack that even Kaguya Otsutsuki could not dodge. Despite its renowned defensive capabilities, at this critical juncture, Shikaku dared not withstand the impact head-on. It sought only to flee, but escape was futile. Boom! The overwhelming might of the technique ruthlessly penetrated Shikaku's cumbersome form, creating a massive void in its bloated abdomen. From a distance, it appeared as though only 3 limbs and a head remained, connected by a mere thread of its body, or what could be described as Shikaku's skin. With a resounding crash, the one-tailed Shikaku collapsed under the strain, akin to discarded debris at a construction site. Beside them, Gamabunta stood in stunned silence, his massive pipe tumbling to the ground and igniting a nearby withered tree. It was only when the heat scorched his feet that he regained his senses. What manner of power is this? In the distance, amidst the dense forest, a figure instantaneously appeared beside the summoning dog Pakin, which was none other than Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. "Sasuke, Sakura, how are your injuries?" Kakashi inquired. "Teacher Kakashi, Before he could finish, a thunderous sound erupted from afar. Kakashi, taken aback, swiftly raised his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Despite his chakra being nearly depleted, he had no choice but to present himself as a genin teacher in such dire circumstances. The sand, That sand belongs to Garo of the Sand. The one-tailed Jinchuriki has indeed gone berserk. Sasuke, immediately retreat with Sakura. I have left markers behind, and the Umbu will provide support. Kakashi commanded urgently. Sasuke hesitated, casting a worried glance ahead. Naruto. Naruto is still there. I sensed the Nine-Tails chakra just now. Kakashi insisted. Follow my orders, Sasuke. We are in the midst of war. TCH. I understand. However, just as he prepared to move, an even more terrifying force emerged. This power sent the surrounding forest into a frenzy, altering the very essence of the winds and clouds. The visible shockwave rippled outward, as from the distance, a beam of compressed air, glimmering in the sunlight, surged straight toward the sand tsunami. That is, Kakashi recognized it. For a similar technique had been employed during the Chunin exams in Konoha. Sakuyashiki, that strike, akin to flames melting snow or heavenly thunder cleaving ancient trees, shattered the sand waterfall without a moment's pause. Moreover, the force did not diminish. It surged straight towards the one-tailed Shikaku. The tremendous impact, in an instant, pierced through Shikaku's bloated body. Such power was beyond human comprehension. His Raikiri was an S-rank lightning technique. Yet in comparison, how could it stand? Merely a firefly's glow. How could it dare contend with the brilliance of the full moon? Was that the power exhibited by Sakuyashiki? Sasuke Uchiha stood in a state of shock, his perception of the limits of power once again redefined. Chapter 10. The Eye of Rebirth. You should have some inkling, right? Once, he had believed that Itachi Uchiha, the one who had slaughtered his clan, was an unparalleled ninja at the pinnacle of strength. Later, he encountered Orochimaru, experiencing the exhilaration of a transformative leap brought on by cursed seals. Now, he bore witness to a single strike from a man named Sakuyashiki. Just one blow, and it was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. How had he acquired such formidable power? Sasuke Uchiha could not fathom it. They were all human. So what set them apart? A moment ago, along a forest path, a group of Umbu was racing forward. The leading Umbu donned a gray cloak. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his palm. Hastily, he raised his arm, only to find a brand-like mark emblazoned on his palm. 5. Everyone accelerate. Captain Tenzo, what is happening? 5 tails, the Umbu Captain Tenzo responded. The Hidden Leaf Village had once basked in the glory of the wood-release techniques of Hashirama Senju, yet since his passing, his descendants had failed to replicate such power. The higher-ups, left with no recourse, resorted to experimenting with Hashirama S cells, ultimately achieving only one success. That individual hailed from the root of Konoha. Subsequently, he was transferred to the direct Umbu under the 3rd Hokage, earning the codename Tenzo. His wood-release techniques predominantly targeted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Once the Jinchuriki went berserk, he would be alerted by secret techniques, allowing him to promptly reseal the beast with wood release. Many believed Tenzo to be weak. In truth, he was far from it. Even against a Jinchuriki who had unleashed 5 tails, he was confident in his ability to suppress it. He merely preferred to remain low-key. At a single command, the Umbu squad immediately accelerated. Suddenly, a figure clad in red and white unexpectedly cut in. The individual bore no ill intent. Wait, is that Lord Jiraiya? The newcomer was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He had just been nearby Konoha when he sensed the turmoil within the village and hastened back. However, halfway there, he noticed a dark red chakra surging into the sky. He recognized it as the manifestation of the Nine-Tails chakra. Thus, he altered his course. Along the way, he encountered a young Umbu with wood-release abilities. 5 tails already. Naruto. Jiraiya stole a glance at the seal in the young man's palm, murmuring to himself, "Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya. I have every confidence in suppressing the rampage," Tenzo declared earnestly. Jiraiya nodded, aware of the special abilities of wood release. He promptly inquired, "What is the situation in the village? What has happened to Lord Sarutobi?" The 3rd Hokage has been captured by Orochimaru, who has disguised himself as the 4th Kazekage. However, the village crisis has been alleviated, as Lord Sakuya broke free from Orochimaru's control and aided the Hokage in defeating him. Now it is only the 9 tails left. Sakuya? Jiraiya interrupted Tenzo once more. Indeed, Lord Sakuya is extraordinarily powerful. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. The 9 tails had once been that man's pet. And now that Naruto was the 9 tails Jinchuriki, it could spell disaster. That is why the Hokage sent Kakashi ahead, and we are following closely behind. We must ensure the safety of the 9 tails. Observing Jiraiya's expression, It was evident that his concern extended beyond just his disciple Naruto. There was a profound sorrow entwined with his history with Orochimaru. Few could comprehend the bond he shared with the traitor. Is he truly gone? Well, it seems I must prepare for Sage Mode. Sage Mode. Lord Jiraiya, your assistance is invaluable. Heh, I cannot afford to be complacent when confronting that man. Besides, Naruto is not only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, he is my disciple. Before Tenzo could finish, an unusual occurrence interrupted them. What is it? They both inquired in unison. Tenzo halted, followed by the elite Umbu, who were equally puzzled. Captain, what's wrong? The seal has vanished. Tenzo raised his hand to explain, showing Jiraiya that the 5 mark that had been in his palm was now completely gone. Does this mean the Nine-Tails rampage has been halted? Jiraiya questioned. Certainly. Could it be that Kakashi has a means to stop the Nine-Tails? The Sharingan, perhaps? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, regardless, I must see Naruto first. The group of 6, 5 Umbu, and the legendary sage Jiraiya moved with unparalleled speed, each an elite ninja in their own right. Before long, they spotted the massive figure of Fukasaku. Kakashi-senpai is over there. Tenzo suddenly pointed, his physical perception skills sharp, as Kakashi was perched on a nearby tree. The group hastily approached him. Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings, noting only Sasuke and Sakura from Team 7 present, and immediately demanded, Kakashi, where is Naruto? Tenzo echoed the inquiry. Kakashi-senpai, surely it was you who stopped the Nine-Tails rampage? Kakashi merely shook his head in a daze, gazing ahead where Naruto and Sakuya stood. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically, his teeth clenched, just as I suspected. That Sakuya fellow has indeed found Naruto. I am preparing for Sage Mode now. Buy me some time. In the face of Jiraiya's determination, Kakashi shook his head and replied, No, Lord Jiraiya, it was that man who saved Naruto. What on earth is happening, Kakashi-senpai? Please, pull yourself together. Tenzo urged, giving Kakashi's shoulder a reassuring pat. Confirming he was not under Genjutsu, Kakashi pointed toward a mound of sand in the distance. The One Tail aimed to kill Naruto, but Sakuya countered its attack with a single blow and killed the One Tail? I'm not entirely sure, but I saw its body disintegrate. Kakashi, are you referring to the rampaging One-Tailed Jinchuriki or the tailed beast itself? Jiraiya inquired. Kakashi stood tall and affirmed, the One Tail. I will go check it out. You all stay here. Jiraiya commanded. Although he held no formal position in the village, he could still issue orders to his juniors. With that, he dashed toward Naruto. In just a few leaps, he found Naruto lying on the ground, alongside the man, Sakuya, who was shaking his wrist. Naruto is uninjured. Did he truly save him? Jiraiya wondered. At that moment, Sakuya turned to regard Jiraiya and remarked with a smile, Save him? Sakuya, I have no intention of confronting you, but Naruto is my disciple, and I must rescue him. Jiraiya declared gravely, as the sage of the toads. Standing before this man made him wary of a careless mistake leading to his demise. However, the man showed no intent to attack and casually said, Just pick him up. He'll wake up shortly. What do you mean? I have no interest in him. I have an urgent matter at hand. I need to find someone with the Rinnegan, because this body is too limiting for me. That punch should have eliminated the Jinchuriki along with the One Tail. So I need to return to my own body. Regarding the Rinnegan, I presume you have some knowledge? Jiraiya suddenly felt a sense of retreat. The Rinnegan. I am not well versed in it. Is it not the legendary Eye of the Sage of Six Paths? Stop pretending, little Jiraiya. The memories I stole from Orochimaru have acquainted me with the knowledge and information of this era. Indeed, you did kill Orochimaru, didn't you? Many witnessed it, including that little monkey. I killed him, so what? No, Orochimaru was a traitor of Konoha. It should have been dealt with by Konoha's Umbu. Since you intervened, I shall let it be. As Jiraiya spoke, his gaze grew increasingly heavy. However, I have never heard of Sakuya possessing the ability to steal memories from a brain. Stop pretending. Don't feign ignorance in front of an elder. That child named Nagato, right? As for whether I possess such abilities, why not extend your neck for me to test? Having been seen through, Jiraiya realized he could no longer conceal the truth. He admitted, I apologize. I did indeed adopt 3 war orphans in the Land of Rain, and I once believed that Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, was the child of prophecy. Unfortunately, amid the countless conflicts in the ninja world, the 3 of them met untimely ends. Dead. Yes. Did you see their corpses? No. You two have experienced countless wars, Elder. You should understand the consequences of dying on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, he felt relieved. Thankfully, the world's restorative capabilities were sufficiently robust, and the butterfly effect had not altered history, allowing Nagato to survive, aligning with the original narrative. Silently observing his junior Jiraiya, who was fervently arguing like a child desperately trying to conceal his mistakes, Shihouin Sakuya found the scene rather tedious. He chuckled softly, feeling no inclination to elaborate further. Very well, take this child back to Konoha, he said. Jiraiya cradled Naruto in his arms, but hesitated to depart. Finally, summoning his courage, he spoke. Senior Shihouin Sakuya, you are a legendary figure who has passed on. Now that Orochimaru has chosen a misguided path, must you also choose a path of error? I implore you to return with me to Konoha. We can help you break the impure world reincarnation, allowing your soul to return to the pure land. Your era has long since passed, Sakuya retorted, his tone shifting abruptly. The warmth in his gaze transformed into a chilling blade in an instant. Jiraiya, taken aback, instinctively recoiled. The man's presence exuded a terrifying aura, more fearsome than the malevolent chakra unleashed by the Nine Tails, the most notorious tailed beast in history. Indeed, Jiraiya was a wise man, adept at adapting to circumstances. Otherwise, the village would not have entrusted him with numerous S-rank missions. It was evident that the people of that era emerged from a veritable sea of blood and corpses. Killing was merely a part of daily life for those of that time. Jiraiya murmured to himself, realizing he dared not utter another word. His only source of reassurance was the aged Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha, a reliance grounded not in power, but in their relationship. Sakuya had once favored Hiruzen and others like Uchiha Kagami and Shimura Danzo, imparting knowledge of taijutsu to them merely due to his admiration for the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The bond was so profound that Tobirama referred to him as Brother Sakuya, a title that was not given lightly. In terms of strength, Jiraiya felt no confidence. He knew he could not engage Sakuya in his usual state, and even in sage mode, he would have no time to prepare, for Sakuya's penetrating gaze saw through all. Senior, my apologies. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto in his arms and continued, please, I shall take Naruto back to Konoha. And thank you for saving his life. The complexities of life seldom allow for perfect resolutions. His sole choice now was to protect Naruto, leaving everything else behind. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and Sakuya's expression softened slightly. Little Jiraiya, you should hurry back with the others. Leave the matters of adults to us. He smiled, turning to depart. In an instant, he vanished, leaving no trace behind. Jiraiya opened his mouth, speechless. Matters of adults. Do they perceive us as mere children? Jiraiya-sama. A voice called out as Kakashi and the Umbu agent Tenzo approached. Jiraiya-sama, has Sakuya-sama left? He's not returning to Konoha? Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly and replied, his home is not in Konoha. If the first Hokage and Tobirama could not keep him, how could we? He then turned his gaze toward the distant figure of Fukasaku. Hey, Fukasaku, please extinguish the flames beneath you. The large toad, Fukasaku, finally realized and hurriedly picked up his large pipe, hopping to stamp out the fire in the forest. My apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Has the battle concluded? I should be returning. Yes, thank you for your efforts. Farewell. With a puff, the summoning technique was released, and Fukasaku vanished in a cloud of smoke back to Mount Myaboku. Cradling Naruto, Jiraiya commanded, Kakashi, the Sand siblings should be just ahead. I heard Sakuya mention that one of them is still alive. Please take care of it. Kakashi nodded weakly, understood. Tenzo, noticing Kakashi's chakra exhaustion, quickly interjected. Kakashi-senpai, leave it to me. Don't worry. With that, he leaped forward toward the sand piles. The one-tail, Shikaku, lay defeated ahead, having been struck down. Regardless of age, both children and adults had attacked Konoha's shinobi today and needed to be brought back for interrogation. Seeing Tenzo rush off, Kakashi turned to Jiraiya and inquired, Jiraiya-sama. If I recall correctly, the impure world reincarnation technique is a forbidden jutsu that desecrates the souls of the deceased. Shouldn't Sakuya undo the technique to allow his soul to return to the pure land? In response, Jiraiya weighed Naruto in his arms and replied, Kakashi, some matters in this world are not about what should be done, but rather what we can do. Let us return to the village first. I shall discuss matters regarding Sakuya with teacher Sarutobi. Yes, in the land of rain, persistent downpours drenched the earth. While most people appreciated the humid natural environment, this place had surpassed all limits, bordering on the inhospitable, leaving few admirers. The rules here were equally unwelcoming, and not many favored them either. Years ago, the Land of Rain fractured internally, and the then authoritative leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, established stringent regulations. After Hanzo's demise, the new ruler, Pain, further entrenched these rules into divine commandments, resulting in the outside world knowing little about this place. At the border of the Land of Fire, Shihouin Sakuya raced forward, his speed rivaling that of a rampaging tailed beast Jinchuriki. Suddenly, he halted at the border upon encountering two obstacles. Two young men, brimming with individuality, donned black cloaks adorned with red clouds and wide-brimmed hats, resembling performers at first glance. However, such attire was quite famous in the world of Naruto. Akatsuki? What is that peculiar individual over there, Itachi? He seems to have sprinted in from the direction of Konoha. Mind your own business. Our mission does not involve him. The duo comprised Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, both S-rank rogue ninjas from Konoha and the Mist, respectively. In terms of intelligence, Akatsuki's ability to gather information was unrivaled. Upon learning of a major upheaval in Konoha, Itachi felt compelled to return and ascertain how this event affected his foolish younger brother. Meanwhile, as Orochimaru was a traitor to Akatsuki, the leader deemed it necessary to permit matters related to him. The Land of Rain was small, while the Land of Fire was vast. Crossing from the Land of Rain into the Land of Fire, it would still take them a day or two to reach Konoha. After all, aside from Deidara, the rest of Akatsuki's combat members preferred to enjoy the scenery while walking. Itachi-san, with all due respect, I feel that person is heading straight for us. Kisame tightened his grip on his large sword, which he had previously slung over his back and now rested on his shoulder. The opponent's speed indicated he was a taijutsu-type ninja, and he felt compelled to protect Itachi. However, the composed and rational Itachi calmly replied, "Do not concern yourself with him, Kisame. We are nearing the border of the Land of Fire. Your combat style might draw the attention of Konoha's ninjas." Calm and collected, that was Itachi Uchiha. "Well, if you wish to take action, go ahead." Kisame silently sheathed his sword. Samahata. He harbors considerable trust in his teammate, Uchiha Itachi. Before him, Uchiha Itachi's eyes, perpetually activated with the three-tomo Sharingan, swiftly coalesced into a pinwheel pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Confronted with such a formidable presence, he could not afford to be careless. However, just as he prepared to engage, the imposing figure abruptly came to a halt. Uchiha Itachi is nearsighted. Beyond 100 meters, he could hardly discern a face. Yet, within 50 meters, upon activating the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could still make out a basic visage. Upon recognizing the appearance of the visitor, he was taken aback. This individual was someone resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation? Could he be the person that J-Bai spoke of? Be cautious, Kisame. Having been an exemplary ninja all his life, Uchiha Itachi's mind raced, drawing upon knowledge acquired during his early days as a Konoha ninja. A figure recorded in the textbooks of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Shihouin Sakuya. At that moment, the halted Shihouin Sakuya took the initiative to speak. "You two are members of the Akatsuki, are you not?" In response, Uchiha Itachi pondered briefly, realizing there was no need to evade the question. He replied directly, "Yes. Your leader is Pain, correct?" Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. While it was not surprising for others to possess such information, why did Shihouin Sakuya know? He was a relic from decades past. Kisame, noticing Uchiha Itachi's prolonged silence, expressed his confusion. "Itachi-san, how does this relic know about our leader?" Relic. Rare beast. Kisame's vocabulary seemed to be limited to such terms. Hearing this, Shihouin Sakuya let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, nothing had changed. As long as it was Pain, that sufficed. Pain, a figure initially elevated to divine status, yet also the most tragic, remaining oblivious until death. His naive demeanor was exceedingly exploitable. It seemed that Uchiha Madara ultimately chose this path. This had been his greatest concern. The events of the future were merely a game orchestrated by their ancestors. Uchiha Madara was a player in this game. He feared that influencing the player from the outset would alter the outcome of this game. The results were evident. Although he had influenced things back then, after his demise, he was likely corrected by Kurizetsu, that puppet master. Truly, one must thank Kurizetsu. Otherwise, the Uchiha Madara influenced by him would have undoubtedly treaded a vastly different path. "Hey, you two youngsters, would you be willing to escort me to meet your leader? With your guidance, We could avoid much hassle, such as security checks. Shihouin Sakuya inquired. Though posed as a question, it bore an unmistakable tone of authority. Kisame's fish-like eyes gradually sharpened with caution, silently awakening the sword, Samahata. Upon his back, a living ninja blade. Uchiha Itachi remained equally vigilant, his kaleidoscope Sharingan fixated intently on Shihouin Sakuya's hands and feet, ready to unleash Amaterasu at the slightest indication of malice. He could not afford to underestimate this man. Apologies, Kisame revealed a row of sharp teeth, grinning eerily. Without his permission, we cannot escort anyone anywhere. So, as he spoke, he reached for the Samahata, preparing for battle. This time, Uchiha Itachi did not stop him. Though it is a request from a senior, we still have a mission and cannot afford to take you to meet the leader, Uchiha Itachi stated coldly. Shihouin Sakuya was not angered by their refusal. After all, children often defy adults. In such circumstances, reasoning was required. He smiled and said, "You too. I shall give you one last opportunity. You must know that I am an old acquaintance of Uchiha Madara." Kisame and Itachi were indeed unique within the Akatsuki organization. They both understood that another significant figure lurked behind the scenes, an ostensibly inconspicuous masked man. The masked man, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances. They both shared a deeper collaboration with the masked man, while the individual before them was the legendary Shihouin Sakuya. It was said that in the past, Shihouin Sakuya, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara were close friends. If this individual wished to meet the leader, it could indeed be arranged. After all, while Pain was superficially the leader of the Akatsuki, the path he followed was orchestrated by the masked man. Kisame glanced at Shihouin Sakuya's body, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, and silently sheathed his sword. Having spent considerable time within the Akatsuki, he understood that his techniques were essentially ineffective against this man. He sheathed his sword, leaving the final decision to Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi-san, Kisame, do not forget that we have a mission," Uchiha Itachi reiterated, emphasizing the point once more. Upon hearing this, Shihouin Sakuya suddenly chuckled. He recalled a particular event. After the collapse of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi's return to the village had a singular purpose: to ascertain his brother's circumstances. Originally, Orochimaru would have successfully killed the third Hokage, necessitating a reminder to the reclusive Danzo that Uchiha Itachi was still alive. However, now, the third Hokage had not perished, while Orochimaru had died. The young boy with the Sharingan. "I once saw a little brat with dual Sharingan in Konoha. He bore a striking resemblance to you. By the way, why does it seem that Uchiha Madara's clan has dwindled to just this one heir?" Shihouin Sakuya chuckled. He was well aware of the reason behind this statement. Primarily to tease Uchiha Itachi. In response, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unchanged, and he did not reply. However, the loyal Kisame spoke up. "Itachi-san is the one who annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. That little brat in the village is his brother." "Oh, it seems quite a number of intriguing events have transpired over the years. The Senju have vanished, and the Uchiha are nearly gone as well." Uchiha Itachi paused for a long moment before finally asking, "Senior Shihouin, you mentioned you have seen Sasuke. What is his current level?" The young man with the Sharingan. "Your focus is rather peculiar. The massacre of a clan does not seem to matter as much as that unremarkable little brat. As for his current level, let me think, he is probably just a child engrossed in a game of revenge, unable to escape. At this rate, he will achieve little." Achieve little. This is an assessment many have heard from their elders regarding their juniors. Upon hearing Shihouin Sakuya's evaluation of his brother Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi's expression finally shifted, a hint of sorrow escaping from his kaleidoscope Sharingan. "All these years, Sasuke, have you still made no progress?" Uchiha Itachi lamented inwardly. When one is engulfed in profound sadness, the body often becomes frail. The chronically ailing Uchiha Itachi, amidst his emotional turmoil, suddenly felt a sharp pain surge through his eyes. A deep exclamation escaped him as he covered his eyes, gritting his teeth, enduring the pain. He had managed to endure this time. But could he withstand until the day Sasuke would come to end his life? "Hey, young one, you haven't caught some strange illness, have you? Don't try to take advantage of the elderly. It's nothing." Uchiha Itachi regained his icy demeanor, his eyes reverting to the three-tomo Sharingan. "Kisame, I must make a trip to Konoha. Senior Shihouin, if you require a guide, then you may take him." Upon hearing this, the usually obedient Kisame Hashigaki to Itachi Uchiha firmly refused, stating, "No, Itachi, your current condition is not suitable for a solitary journey to Konoha. Moreover, Orochimaru's forces will undoubtedly be on high alert after this battle. I have immense faith in your abilities, but I am well aware that Konoha is not to be underestimated. If you are intent on courting death, I shall have to break your legs and carry you back. In your present state, I have no fear of your jinjutsu." Meanwhile, Sakuyaman stood by, silently observing this duo's display of camaraderie, unable to bear it any longer. "Enough. The two of you must turn around immediately and escort me to your leader." With that, he took a step forward, remarking, "Though you may remain silent, I surmise your eagerness to return is to see your brother, is it not?" Itachi fixed a steady gaze upon Sakuyaman, acknowledging the truth in his words. It was undeniable that the man known as the god of taijutsu possessed a depth beyond mere physical prowess. His years as a multifaceted spy made Itachi acutely aware that he could not conceal his motives in the presence of such a perceptive individual. The sensation of being seen through so effortlessly made him feel diminutive. He could neither deny nor openly admit the true purpose of his journey. Sakuyaman continued, "On my way here, I had an interaction with that young boy. Though his abilities leave much to be desired, he exhibits a degree of intelligence." Intelligence? Itachi was taken aback, having just criticized Sasuke's lack of ambition, yet now he was being praised. Sakuyaman added, "His cleverness lies in his immediate bowing before me. Seeking to become my disciple. Would you not agree that this demonstrates a certain cleverness in him?" "Ah, I see. Henceforth, anyone who greets you with a bow shall be deemed intelligent. A great intellect." Itachi pondered for a moment before questioning, "But has the elder accepted Sasuke as a disciple?" Sakuyaman, a figure of renown, had once taken on a student named Uchiha Kagami, whose prowess had eclipsed contemporaries like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The weight of such mentorship was immeasurable. "Alas," Sakuyaman replied with a shake of his head, "I declined. A child blinded by hatred cannot be embraced. Hatred merely ignites fury, providing only a fleeting motivation. In my view, such individuals lack the potential to become exceptional." At this statement, Itachi furrowed his brow, pondering its profundity. "If Sasuke were to relinquish his hatred, would you then accept him?" "Perhaps. I once had a pupil from the Uchiha clan, but I am uncertain of his fate. His name was Uchiha Kagami. Is he still alive?" "No," Itachi responded. "It is true. Even the young one's age, and Kagami always appeared prematurely aged." "Ah, Sakuyaman. Uchiha Kagami went missing decades ago." "Missing? How unfortunate. Does he have any descendants?" "Yes, my friend Uchiha Shihouin is a descendant of Kagami. But Shihouin too sacrificed himself for Konoha. Thus, the line is extinguished." Sakuyaman sighed. "Is there anyone left to inherit the ocular prowess of the Uchiha?" "Ocular prowess?" Itachi's eyes narrowed. While he was unaware of Kagami's Sharingan, he was indeed familiar with Shihouin's, an extraordinary Mangeki Sharingan at that. The power it bestowed was formidable. "I am not certain, but Shihouin was known to have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. However, he tragically sacrificed his vision for the village, taking his own life." The familiar tone of this conversation struck a chord. Sakuyaman, though perceptive, chose to maintain a modicum of discretion, believing that adults should sometimes afford children their privacy. "Let us discuss your brother's situation later. Konoha is presently secure. Please escort me to Pain." In that moment, Itachi experienced a revelation. He had long devised a meticulous plan for his brother Sasuke, a revenge narrative for the Uchiha, the orphaned avenger, purging Konoha of S-rank rogue ninjas, and ultimately restoring the Uchiha clan. This merciless path had initially seemed efficient, but it was a perspective rooted in the youthful arrogance of a 13-year-old Itachi, who had sought to shoulder the burdens alone. With Shihouin's demise, he found himself without counsel, and his clan regarded him with skepticism. In his solitude, he even sought the advice of an outsider, Kakashi Hatake. Now, inspired by Sakuyaman's insights, the power of hatred seemed less formidable. A new thought began to take shape in Itachi's mind, one that he considered with care, contemplating the possibility of a different approach. "Sasuke, had I been able to face you from the outset, to engage in a discourse of truth on equal footing." "Sakuyaman, please follow me. I shall now take you to see our leader," Itachi declared. In the Rain Village, once home to the formidable ninja Hanzo, the events that unfolded here felt as obscured as the misty weather that enveloped it. A slender figure treaded along the rain-soaked path, slowly approaching the Rain Village. In the drizzling rain, The dark silhouette of the village loomed like a weight upon the heart, rendering breath difficult. Suddenly, a strange pitcher plant rose from the ground, obstructing the figure's path, and began to speak. Obito, you've returned. However, I advise against your return at this moment. A teasing voice echoed from within the plant, belonging to a being of duality, white and black. Be cautious with your words, Zetsu. The powers of the Rinnegan are not as simplistic as you may think. The figure, though slender, commanded respect through his tone. Yes, Lord Madara. I suggest you take cover for now. Why? One of your old acquaintances is approaching, specifically, an old friend of yours. An old friend of mine? The masked man questioned, puzzled. I only recall two names spoken by that individual. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and a wandering ninja, Sakuya. Indeed, you are correct. Unfortunately, there is no reward for your accuracy, though both are deceased. Orochimaru has resurrected them using the impure world reincarnation technique. The latter has broken free from its control and is making his way to the Rain Village. Sakuya, he has escaped the control of the impure world reincarnation? But weren't you supposed to be in Konoha? How do you know this? Why should it concern you? Everyone has their secrets, after all. However, I presume you are not prepared to meet your old friend yet, so it would be wise to hide. The red Sharingan within the masked man's eye narrowed. Understood. Inform Nagato that those resurrected by impure world reincarnation should be sealed away to avoid unnecessary trouble. Understood. Zetsu replied cheerfully. The typically taciturn black Zetsu interjected unexpectedly. Nagato may not be a match for that individual. Although Orochimaru exhausted a substantial amount of chakra, Sakuya is not to be underestimated. He has slain Orochimaru with a single blow. Humph, Sakuya, merely a remnant of a bygone era. Pain could easily eliminate Orochimaru in a single encounter. The subsequent matters are entrusted to you. If you wish to prevent any disruptions in the plan, keep a vigilant eye on Nagato. Understood. The masked man, bearing a weary physique, activated his Shinra Tensei and vanished into a swirling vortex of space-time. Meanwhile, the carnivorous plant gradually sank into the earth. The main road in front of Amigakure bore no trace of their passage. Orochimaru is indeed a troublesome individual. Why did he have to use the reanimation jutsu on that man? I am exasperated, White Zetsu remarked. Indeed, had we managed to eliminate Orochimaru sooner, we would not be facing this predicament today. Black Zetsu's voice resonated lowly, aligning with White Zetsu's sentiment. So, why did Orochimaru insist on resurrecting that man? I believe that if the intention was to eliminate the old Hokage, those two coffins would suffice. Black Zetsu chuckled darkly, stating, although that man lacks Orochimaru's favored bloodline limit, his numerous accomplishments in life indicate he possessed an exceptionally powerful physique, one that far exceeds the rakeage of Kyomogakure, presenting a considerable temptation for Orochimaru. Thus, was Orochimaru merely seeking to uncover the secrets of Sakuya's body? But doesn't he already possess the medium for the reanimation jutsu? By his standards, having the cells should suffice for research, no? Black Zetsu's mirth faded, as if recalling distant memories. That man left no trace after death, not even a corpse. The medium Orochimaru found is likely more complex than mere corpse samples. Can one truly utilize the reanimation jutsu without a corpse sample? White Zetsu inquired. I do not know. If you are curious, send a spore clone to investigate. How infuriating. Why can't you completely satisfy my curiosity? Disgusting. Who is disgusting? Silence. Nagato is right ahead. Speak cautiously, lest you reveal any flaws. Yes, I understand. Let us say that Lord Madara wishes to liberate the soul of an old friend. How does that sound? Whatever. Nagato isn't particularly astute. Mr. Sakuyas, this way please. Kisame stated. After secretly infiltrating Amigakure, for reasons unknown, they had to avoid the gaze of the local ninjas. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Kisame wore the headband of a rogue ninja from Amigakure, while Itachi bore that of Konoha's. Despite their familiarity with the local leader, their identities were incompatible. Sakuyas raised his hand, catching a few drops of rain from Amigakure, quietly smiling. Within what seemed like ordinary rainwater lay an imperceptible chakra. This meant that the rain, which enveloped the entire village, was a form of sensory ninjutsu. Though he had not yet encountered Nagato, he was already aware of his arrival and was monitoring his movements in real time. With two individuals leading the way, they soon navigated towards a secluded district. Suddenly, a shadow swept across the sky. Sakuyas looked up and saw a woman adorned with enormous paper wings. At first glance, it appeared so, but in reality, it was a technique. Huh. Children these days delight in frivolous displays, he scoffed. During the Warring States period, conflicts were resolved with Susanoo or the true thousand hands. Simple, brutal, and effective. Now, addressing the figure in the sky, it was a woman with blue short hair. If his memory served him correctly, she was named Konan. Commanding her flamboyant paper wings, Konan coldly demanded, "Who approaches?" "I do not recall your mission being to bring this person back." Kisame looked up at the woman beside Nagato, baring his sharp teeth in a grin, and replied, "This is a friend of Lord Madara, wishing to meet the leader." Although the Akatsuki organization appeared to be a small faction of merely 10 individuals, it was, in truth, rife with internal factions and lacked cohesion. Typically, all followed Pain's orders to execute missions. However, if one were to categorize them, they could be divided into 4 factions. 1. Konan, the immortal duo, with Deidara siding with Pain. 2. Kisame, whose allegiance lies with Tobi, the masked man. 3. Itachi, a spy for Konoha. 4. Sasori, the seasoned performer. Kisame agreed to lead Sakuyas because of the great plan of Uchiha Madara. The ambitious scheme required manpower and resources. If he could enlist his old friend Sakuyas, efficiency would undoubtedly increase. Upon hearing Kisame's words, the angelic Konan furrowed her brows, exuding a chilling aura as she stated, "Kisame, have you forgotten the organization's rules? Do you know the fate that awaits those who defy Pain?" In an instant, the paper pieces swirling around Konan erupted into chaos. Since when did Uchiha Madara's affairs take precedence over Pain's commands? Konan reprimanded coldly. In the face of such blatant hostility, Kisame showed no sign of fear. In fact, he had no intention of drawing his blade. At this juncture, the composed Itachi interjected. "Konan, calm yourself. You must have received news of Orochimaru's reanimation. Even without us, this man named Sakuyas would come here regardless. And it has no direct relation to Kisame." Known for his calmness and keen intellect, Itachi held considerable influence within the Akatsuki. Konan had never intended to harm a fellow member. She merely sought to assert dominance and remind Kisame, who truly led the organization. Since Itachi had intervened, she decided to relent. Taking a breath, she then addressed Sakuyas. "What is your purpose in seeking Pain as someone resurrected by Orochimaru?" Hearing her lofty tone, Sakuyas chuckled softly, responding, "Young lady, is this how you treat your seniors? Such feigned politeness is the habit of the insincere. You are a deceased person, and my willingness to inquire about your purpose already shows considerable respect for the dead." Konan retorted. As her words fell, she waved her massive paper wings, sending a paper shuriken hurtling down, embedding itself fiercely into the ground half a meter in front of Sakuyas. Though it was a paper weapon, its sharpness rivaled that of fine steel. "This is a warning. State your purpose for meeting Pain immediately," or Konan continued. "I possess thousands of methods to deal with the immortal undead of the reanimation jutsu." Suddenly, the torrential rain ceased. The visibility brightened significantly, paired with Konan's angelic wings. It possessed a certain ethereal quality. A typical Amigakure ninja would likely have already knelt in reverence. However, to Sakuyas, this was merely a trivial display. At most, it was the antics of a child. "Thousands of methods, huh? Young lady, I advise you to retreat behind the scenes and let the man behind you step forward. If I were to take action, you would either be dead or severely injured. I have never struck a woman in my past life, and I do not wish to start now." Humph, remnants of an old era still clinging to outdated ideologies. With that, Konan ceased her inquiries and launched an assault. She was no longer the innocent and kind girl of yesteryear. The trials of war and the harshness of reality had transformed her into one akin to Pain. That preceding attack had been a warning. Since this individual ignored it, they would be eliminated. This was the will of God. Dance of the Shikigami, paper rain. With that, as Konan's chakras surged, the 2 large wings erupted with a torrential downpour of paper projectiles. Though they were merely paper, their sharpness had been demonstrated. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki swiftly dodged to the sides, while Sakuya Shimazuki showed no intention of evading at all. He stood his ground, allowing the paper projectiles unleashed by the angel Konan to assault him, turning his reanimated body into a mere sieve with a single blow. The sensation of his reanimated body being shattered was extraordinarily peculiar. It felt as if his soul had floated upwards, as if he had suddenly acquired a third perspective. In any case, There was no pain at all. In fact, witnessing his body being perforated brought a hint of amusement. Though this form could not match his former strength, its defining characteristic was its infinite regeneration. Not only could he endure being turned into a sieve today, but even if he were blown to smithereens, he would still be able to restore himself. Physical attacks were utterly ineffective against the immortal body of the reanimation technique. So, had she concealed the sealing symbols within her paper techniques? He chuckled at her cleverness. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that among the rapidly shooting, razor-sharp paper projectiles, there were several sealing symbols with a white background and red characters, cleverly intermingled with the ordinary chakra-infused paper. Anyone with even slightly diminished insight would surely fall victim. In midair, Konan looked down at the perforated Sakuya Shimizuki and couldn't help but scoff. The so-called god of taijutsu was nothing more than this. Although reanimation granted him immortality, Orochimaru's technique had limited his potential. Thus, he would meet his end here. She extended her arm, and the paper blades that had been raining down like a tempest suddenly reversed direction, launching themselves back at Sakuya Shimizuki from behind. A keen observer would notice that these returning paper projectiles were all sealing symbols. In a single breath, the sealing symbols covered Sakuya Shimizuki densely, rendering him akin to a mummy. From a distance, the sight was striking. When all the sealing symbols overlapped, Konan's sealing technique reached its conclusion. The chakra contained within the symbols overflowed, merging into a small-scale sealing formation resembling the character. The sealing was complete. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki, who had been watching from the sidelines, were utterly incredulous. The formidable Sakuya Shimizuki had fallen to Konan? How could the world feel so surreal? Itachi, you didn't cast an illusion on me, did you? I have no such trivial interests. Then, has Sakuya Shimizuki truly been sealed? Uncertain. If sealing techniques could so easily resolve reanimation, how did he escape from Konoha? Suddenly, amidst their astonishment, the mummified Sakuya Shimizuki began to tremble violently. This was no ordinary tremor, but rather an overwhelming sensation akin to a dam bursting during a flood. Konan's expression changed. Her eyes widened in disbelief. For the first time, she sensed a power more terrifying than pain emanating from the man she believed she had sealed. Without hesitation, as the sealing technique began to falter, Konan summoned a massive paper shuriken and hurled it downwards at Sakuya Shimizuki. The paper shuriken sliced through the air, buzzing as it descended towards him, promising to bisect him upon impact. If a body could still move after being turned into a sieve, what of a corpse severed in two? She had no faith that it could still function. Yet, while her intentions were noble, reality proved harsh. Midway through the flight of the giant paper shuriken, Sakuya Shimizuki, bound by the sealing symbols, erupted forth, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent all the paper projectiles flying. To her astonishment, he leapt and seized the paper shuriken out of the air. Gripping the paper shuriken, he hurled it back at Konan. The shuriken reversed course, hurtling towards its creator. However, being Konan's creation, she could easily dispel it. Recognizing the shuriken's tremendous force and speed, she focused and performed the necessary seals to deactivate it, transforming it from a razor-sharp weapon into a flurry of paper scraps. Yet, amidst the fluttering paper, a figure suddenly emerged. Little girl, when battling a taijutsu ninja, be sure not to lose sight of him. Sakuya Shimizuki teased, his hand mere centimeters from Konan's neck. With his speed, he could have easily snapped it before she could react. But he refrained. There was little satisfaction in bullying the younger generation. It was merely a game. Konan quickly transformed into a swarm of paper, fluttering away like a flock of white butterflies, her heart racing with fear. Yet, something even more terrifying was yet to come. Just as she reformed from the paper butterflies, she felt a presence behind her. She turned abruptly, only to find Sakuya Shimizuki standing there. He was not merely hovering. He had stepped onto one of her paper pieces and instantaneously moved to her rear. What kind of taijutsu skill was this? If he had been just a fraction faster, her head would have surely rolled. Ah, truly a formidable warrior from that era, Konan murmured, finally grasping the disparity in their powers. This man was even more fearsome than Uchiha Madara they had encountered in their time. Against such a strong opponent, without prior preparation, she feared there was only one fate, death. At that moment, she suddenly felt a tightening around her waist, followed by being yanked sideways at an alarming speed. She did not panic, as it was not an enemy, but rather Nagato intervening. A massive, elongated tongue pulled her away, revealing a gigantic chameleon standing at a distance. Gazing into the chameleon's eyes, Sakuya Shimizuki recognized the identity of the newcomer, the animal path of pain. After waiting so long, the main figure had finally arrived. Sakuya Shimizuki, I acknowledge your strength. I hear you wish to see me. Thus, I have come. State your purpose. A voice rang out, and turning to the source, she saw a ninja whose face was obscured by iron spikes, rendering their gender indiscernible at first glance. Had he not known what Nagato looked like, he might have been deceived by this uniquely styled ninja. A broken puppet to handle this matter? I wish to see your true form. I have secrets about this world to share. Sakuya Shimizuki replied with a meaningful smile, asserting, after all, since you all willingly heed Uchiha Madara's counsel, I, a peer of his, deserve some respect as well. True form. The animal path's expression remained impassive, yet the concealed Nagato was taken aback. For so many years, no one had ever seen through the secret of the 6 paths of pain and his true body. This individual, recently resurrected from an ancient era, had discerned it at a glance. Upon hearing this, Nagato's heart silently struck the gavel of judgment. Initially, I considered granting you a chance based on your name Sakuya Shimizuki, but now, that opportunity is revoked. As the animal path declared, he slammed his hands onto the ground, summoning the technique. This is the burial ground chosen for you by the gods. Boom, boom. As the smoke dissipated, 2 terrifying and grotesque monstrosities materialized, a hellhound and a colossal rhinoceros. Observing these formidable beasts, Sakyo Shihouin shook his head, his disdain tinged with contempt. To call oneself a god, yet resort to such pedestrian tactics? The animal path was taken aback. Nanny? Conan cautioned. Pain. This man possesses formidable explosive power. Exercise caution. Scarcely had Conan's warning been uttered when the 2 summoned creatures began to behave erratically. The animal path, fixating his Rinnegan upon them, discerned that the seemingly insignificant Shihouin Sakuya was advancing directly towards them. Come, die, you wild beast. Sakyo Shihouin bellowed, leaping skyward and unleashing a punch upon the rhinoceros below. The rhinoceros, naturally endowed with formidable defenses, was an especially savage summon, particularly due to its formidable horn. But a true man confronts challenges head-on. With my fist, I shall shatter your horn. Boom. The human fist collided with the unyielding rhinoceros horn, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. In slow motion, the rhinoceros horn resisted for a fleeting moment before succumbing to a web of cracks, ultimately disintegrating into dust. The summoned rhinoceros, bereft of even the opportunity to rescind the summoning, had its most crucial asset utterly obliterated. The sheer force of the blow not only shattered its horn, but also drove it into the earth. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and with a final, mournful bellow, the rhinoceros dissolved into a cloud of smoke. It was likely that the animal path would never again summon this worthless bovine. Meanwhile, Sakyo Shihouin's arm had been partially obliterated, with everything below the elbow severed. However, thanks to the reanimation jutsu, it swiftly regenerated. Humph, this body is far inferior. The more I fight, the more I yearn for my original form. The reanimation jutsu proved to be a significant impediment for Sakyo Shihouin. Its 2 purported advantages, limitless chakra and immortality, were, for him, entirely superfluous. In his prime, his chakra reserves rivaled those of Madara or Hashirama, and his physical constitution was unparalleled. To illustrate, while Hashirama Senju's body possessed the ability to rapidly self-heal, Sakyo Shihouin's physique rendered such a capability unnecessary. If Madara Uchiha were to strike Hashirama Senju with a blade, the latter would sustain a wound that would swiftly heal. However, if Madara Uchiha were to strike Sakyo Shihouin, the latter's innate defenses would likely cause the blade to chip. Thus, the immortality conferred by the reanimation jutsu was, for him, utterly inconsequential. As his shattered arm regenerated, he pivoted and charged towards the hellhound. He retained a vivid recollection of the pain's hellhound's ability to multiply. Therefore, he resolved to deny the wretched hound the opportunity to divide. Instead of bisecting it, he would simply vaporize it on the spot. Peacock eruption. The rapid succession of punches generated friction with the air, igniting flames that resembled a phoenix rising from its ashes. Compared to the fiery specter, the animal path's hellhound appeared as nothing more than a common cur. The dividing hound emitted a mournful howl and attempted to flee. But its escape velocity was no match for the flames, which engulfed it in an instant. Summoning jutsu. Witnessing this, The animal path panicked and hastily invoked the summoning jutsu once more, conjuring a colossal crab. The colossal crab immediately unleashed a torrent of water, as thick as a water tank, towards the flames. Water countered fire, a natural law. However, when the flames subsided, nothing remained. Surely, being incinerated would leave behind a corpse? Yet, even Pain could not discern the whereabouts of his summoned creature. He now possessed only the colossal crab and the chameleon, although he could summon additional creatures if he so chose, but he refrained. He lowered his gaze towards Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, stating, "Itachi, Kisame, withdraw. I shall now engage in a serious attempt to eliminate this man. Konan, you too withdraw." Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki exchanged glances. They had no intention of intervening. Was the leader overthinking things? Nevertheless, if they were instructed to withdraw, they would comply, averting unnecessary complications. As Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, and Konan retreated, matters became more intriguing. Shihouin glanced upwards and noticed that 3 had departed, but 5 had arrived. The 6 paths of pain were now complete. 12 concentric eyes stared intently at him. "Shihouin, if you are willing to submit to me and join my organization, I may spare your life today," Pain declared. This time, it was the Deva path who spoke, utilizing the body of Yahiko rather than the animal path. Upon hearing this, Shihouin cracked his knuckles and scoffed. "Submit to a mere puppet? And a cripple at that? You are audacious, young one." A cripple? The Deva path was taken aback. While not intellectually gifted, he was not foolish. He understood that this referred to Nagato, his true body. Nagato had indeed been crippled for some time. The question was, how did Shihouin know? He had only recently been revived by Orochimaru. What is the meaning of this? What? The Deva path inquired. Well, I can find out the reason after I capture your soul. Now, I have another reason to kill you. Initially, their relationship was neither hostile nor amicable. They were merely strangers. However, a single utterance by Zetsu had driven the puppet Nagato to madness. Regardless of Shihouin's purpose in coming here, he was to be eliminated. Initially, from his elevated position, he had intended to offer Shihouin an opportunity, but the latter had not only spurned it, but had also insulted the god. Almighty push. The Deva path raised his hand and unleashed the almighty push upon Shihouin, the formidable gravitational force drawing him towards the Deva path. At this juncture, only physical means could forcibly anchor one's body, lest one be drawn into the Deva path's grasp. However, Shihouin offered no resistance. He passively allowed himself to be drawn in by the almighty push, almost as if he were deliberately courting death. As his body drew within a mere meter of the Deva path, the Azura path suddenly lunged forward, its arsenal of blades, chainsaws, missiles, and other weaponry trained upon him. To fly towards it was akin to a moth drawn to a flame, a headlong collision with certain death. But Shihouin was no ordinary individual. He was a survivor of the Warring States era, a figure who had ascended to legend. The instant the Azura path's chainsaw punctured his body, he immediately engaged his core muscles, wresting control of his body from the disorienting pull. Leveraging the momentum of his gravity-assisted flight, he unleashed a devastating horizontal sweep kick upon the Azura path. Boom! The unparalleled force of the blow instantly reduced the Azura path's bald head to a heap of scrap metal, sending it careening into the wall. The Deva path was somewhat surprised but far from alarmed, as such superficial damage was inconsequential to the 6 paths of pain. As long as the Naraka path remained, they could be resurrected at any moment. These were matters that could be addressed with equanimity. However, what transpired next defied his composure. After dispatching the Azura path, Shihouin would naturally target the Deva path. The Deva path could simply employ the Shinra Tensei to repel Shihouin. This was the anticipated course of events. But it did not unfold as expected. Instead, after delivering the kick that felled the Azura path, Shihouin immediately dissipated the force in midair, swiftly descending to the ground. His feet firmly planted, anchored to the earth, he seemed to become one with the very ground beneath him. Meanwhile, the god of pain's Shinra Tensei arrived at the most opportune moment. The intense repulsive force should have sent him flying. Yet he had anticipated the deity's tactical maneuvers in advance, establishing a connection with the earth and firmly rooting himself in a defensive stance. This level of foresight can be achieved by many ninjas, but such a robust defense is a rarity throughout the ninja world. Standing firm against the Shinra Tensei, Sakuya from the Shihouin Institute not only accomplished this, but also seized the opportunity to launch an attack during Pain's fleeting moment of distraction. Naive youth. Your vulnerabilities are too many. With a single punch, the explosive force transformed Pain's handsome visage in an instant. Even the forehead protector shattered. The impact sent Pain hurtling backward, headfirst into a distant building wall. Is Pain strong? Indeed. However, more often than not, Pain's strength lies in information warfare, relying on the unique abilities of the Rinnegan to catch his adversaries off guard, while the average ninja remains preoccupied with rapid hand seals and the rare elemental jutsus. A sudden emergence of the Rinnegan leaves them utterly confounded. Yet, once his intelligence is laid bare, it becomes evident that Nagato is merely a puppeteer, a character skillfully crafted by Kishimoto, serving as a tool from beginning to end. Returning to the matter at hand, as the man who knows all, he delivered a punch that sent Pain flying, embedding his head into the wall of a distant skyscraper. Without pausing for even a moment, he understood that merely shattering the Asura path or sending the Deva path flying would yield no tangible results. Summoning technique. A voice echoed, and Pain's animal path conjured a monstrous creature resembling a hawk. The hawk, with its sharp beak, launched a surprise attack from behind. Ridiculous. Sakuya's gaze sharpened, completely disregarding the hawk, and instead, a tremendous force erupted from beneath his feet, transforming his figure into a streak of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the ghastly hell path. The common wisdom dictates that one must eliminate the healer first. It was merely unfortunate that he had been forced to eliminate 2 attackers beforehand. What? Such speed, surpassing even the 4th raikage of the Cloud Village. The hell path gasped in astonishment. Correspondingly, Nagato was equally stunned. Just moments ago, while controlling the Deva path, he felt completely in command. But upon witnessing the Deva path's head become grotesquely deformed, panic began to set in. He dreaded that Sakuya would eradicate the hell path next, severing his healing line. Yet, ironically, what one fears most often comes to pass. Sakuya seemed to possess a profound understanding of his intelligence, choosing to eliminate the hell path, which had never struck a blow, while repeatedly ignoring the animal path that was incessantly attacking him. Why? How does this man know so much? In the shadows, Nagato seethed with impotent rage. With a resounding crash, Sakuya's iron fist reduced the hell path to mere pulp. Each of his punches was not merely a strike, but rather an S-rank destructive jutsu. Truly, he lives up to the title of the god of taijutsu. Even the leaders suffered grievous losses. In the distance, Kisame mumbled to himself. Uchiha Itachi nodded. In terms of physical prowess, none could surpass him. But what was truly terrifying was that his capabilities extended far beyond mere taijutsu. Did he harbor even more terrifying abilities? Could it be a bloodline limit? No. According to the historical records of Konoha, Sakuya did not possess any bloodline limits. I mean, did you notice Konan's sealing technique just now? Kisame scratched his head, pondering how the intense battle between Pain and Sakuya led him to think of a woman and her confrontation. Konan was never adept at sealing techniques, which is why she failed, right? Itachi shook his head. No. Prior to the sealing, Konan had already pierced his Edo Tensei body, rendering him incapable of action or control, making the chances of a successful seal nearly 100. The frightening part is that Sakuya did not rely on luck. Remember, he stood there voluntarily, deliberately accepting Konan's assault. Everything was under his control. Even if he had been sealed at that moment, he likely concealed even more dreadful powers. Uchiha Itachi's analysis was astute. Having served as the brain of his team in numerous past missions, his deductions were entirely reasonable. Kisame listened attentively, and after pondering, he was astonished to realize the truth. This man must have some hidden trump card. Yet today, the leader's behavior was peculiar. Itachi furrowed his brow. The 2 he had brought back should have been trustworthy, and he could easily have invited them to join their ranks. However, upon returning, both Konan and he harbored intense hostility towards Sakuya. Truly, Itachi-san, you have spoken the thoughts within my heart. It feels as though he has preemptively heeded someone else's counsel. Kisame momentarily froze. Within the Akatsuki, the only one whose advice Nagato would heed is that singular individual. Uchiha Madara. Could it be that Madara desires to eliminate Sakuya? Historical records from Konoha explicitly state that Madara and he shared a profound friendship. The world of ninjas is fraught with betrayal. Oh, Itachi-san. Kisame spoke with a meaningful tone. Uchiha Itachi nodded, choosing silence, aware that some matters were best shared with comrades. while deeper thoughts must remain confined to one's heart. Sakuya is, after all, a man already deemed dead. If he were a friend, he should aid him in ascending to the heavens rather than sealing him. Furthermore, if Sakuya were unwilling to return to the Pure Lands, Uchiha Madara, as a friend, would surely assist him. Even if, hypothetically, Sakuya arrived from 50 years in the future, Madara would undoubtedly come forth to greet him. Could it be that Madara has ulterior motives? Uchiha Itachi was chilled by his own conjecture, for far too many matters were intertwined with this Madara. The Asura path, Deva path, and Hell path retreated, leaving only the human path, animal path, and hungry ghost path to silently surround Sakuya in a triangular encirclement. Among these remaining paths, the hungry ghost path was utterly inconsequential before Sakuya. It claimed to absorb ninjutsu, yet he primarily employed taijutsu. It asserted it could extract chakra, but Edo Tensei provided an inexhaustible supply. Thus, within these three paths, it fell to the rear. His gaze shifted, murderous intent directed toward the human path. As for the animal path's summoned beasts, he regarded them with utter disdain. Alarm bells rang, for his target was the human path. Nagato swiftly recognized this. Instantly, he summoned all his focus. The human path could extract souls, serving as his primary method of combating Edo Tensei. Why? Why does this man possess such intimate knowledge of my intelligence? Nagato screamed internally. It is conceivable that someone has deliberately leaked information, but how many are privy to his secrets? Conan, who was always by his side, could never be won. He battled while grappling with confusion. Sakuya pinpointed his target and immediately struck, his explosive speed astonishingly surpassing even the fourth raikage of the Cloud Village. However, as he unleashed a punch, he struck only a cloud of smoke. Summoning technique. The delayed voice finally reached his ears. It turned out that the highly vigilant Nagato had already utilized the animal path's ability to relocate the human path to another position. The summoning technique, belonging to space-time ninjutsu, indeed surpasses ordinary taijutsu in speed. Do the younger generations play so recklessly? Pain. At this moment, Pain had lost all semblance of his former arrogance. He now regards the man, Shikui Shien, with a mixture of hostility and intrigue. He even contemplates whether this man, aside from possessing knowledge about the 6 paths of pain, might also be privy to other information regarding him. For instance, the outer path. Finally, he spoke. Shien, I must concede that you are a formidable individual, thus I shall employ a technique specifically devised for you. The voice of Pain remained as frosty as ever, yet everyone could perceive his underlying weakness. Shien glanced into the distance, where Yahiko's body was still impaled against the wall, his head already caved in. With the strongest of the 6 paths now incapacitated, what powerful techniques could possibly remain? Could it be the planetary devastation? Shien mused internally. In Amigate here, would he truly dare to use such a technique? Meanwhile, after being rebuffed by Pain, Conan left behind a paper technique and swiftly flew towards Nagato's location. She sensed Nagato's resolve and urgently called out, Nagato, do not use that technique. Your body is all ready. As she spoke, she unleashed a tremendous amount of chakra, accelerating instantly towards Nagato's position. However, she found Nagato already prepared. Conan, do not underestimate that man. If I had not anticipated his target, I would not have been able to use the animal path to transfer the other paths. The hell path was eliminated because of it. 3 paths remain, and we still have the human path, the one most adept at countering him. Why? Why resort to this technique? Conan, I have told you, do not underestimate that man. He not only knows the secret of my Rinnegan, but possesses undeniable hard power. The techniques of the 6 paths share vision. He tricked the Deva path into using Shinra Tensei. He understands me far too well. While I merely know him as a legend from the annals of history, nothing more than a myth. Conan bowed her head silently. Having clashed with Shien, she could appreciate his might. Before him, they felt like infants just beginning to speak. Suddenly, an idea struck Conan, and she exclaimed, Nagato, that Uchiha Madara has tasked us with dealing with Shien, yet he himself is nowhere to be found. Why should we sacrifice so much for his counsel? Even risking this village? My motives are not for Madara, but for our plan. Legend has it that the Nine Tails is this man's pet. To collect the Nine Tails, we must inevitably confront him. Reanimation grants immortality, yet our bodies are susceptible to unforeseen incidents. No, Nagato, that is not my point. You sent me to meet Shien, and when I encountered him, he bore no intent to attack us. In fact, Kisame and Itachi were quite eager to recommend him. It seems he is keen to meet you. At this, Nagato experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, I can lure him into a trap. Precisely. Conan, I will immediately notify the other members. You must select a rendezvous point. This battle involves the entirety of Akatsuki and cannot be undertaken by you alone. Should you encounter any misfortune, it would be detrimental to our plan. Nagato found no grounds for rebuttal and could only nod in agreement. Proceed. We shall meet 5 kilometers west of the village within 15 minutes. Meanwhile, after the animal path had transferred the human path, Shihouin focused his attention on the animal path. Since you enjoy shifting, I shall eliminate you. However, just as he was about to act, the animal path suddenly spoke. Shihouin, would you kindly divulge your true intentions? I am quite curious as to why a being of immortality would travel such a distance to Amigakure. In response, Shihouin merely smiled and replied, to discover the answer, these broken puppets are unworthy. Oh, you wish to meet my true form? Conversations ought to be conducted with one another's gaze. Otherwise, where lies the sincerity? Did your parents not teach you this? The mention of his parents struck a nerve in Nagato, who had lost them early on. Shihouin did not intend to hit a sore spot. After all, remembering the abilities of the Rinnegan after so many years was commendable, but recalling Nagato's parents was beyond his capability. Nagato composed himself. He would not harbor anger towards one he was about to kill. Very well, I acknowledge your strength. In that case, you have earned the right to see me. So, where are you hiding in the sewers? Haha, Nagato chuckled, utilizing the animal path to respond. Follow me. I shall lead you to my true form. But it is a bit of a distance, so do not falter, old man. My physique is far superior to yours. At least I am not a cripple. Haha. Shihouin soon found amusement in the youthful cleverness of these descendants. The animal path leapt forward, followed closely by the human path and the hungry ghost path. Swiftly traversing the terrain of Amigakure, Shihouin did not dwell on the matter. Surely these youngsters could not deceive an elder like him? Before long, they exited Amigakure. It dawned on Shihouin that times had changed, and human hearts had grown treacherous. Cunning ninjas. So young, and already out to deceive the elderly. Pain. Are we nearly there? Is your true form out gathering firewood? No, my true form had a mission and has relocated outside the village. Oh, you are indeed an honest young man. I greatly admire you. Years ago, an old man had claimed the same admiration for Akatsuki, and soon after, Yahiko met his demise. Yet, Nagato seemed oblivious to the deeper implications of this remark. Traveling westward, they journeyed 3 to 4 kilometers. To the west of Amigakure lay a dark expanse of rocky terrain. Ahead, a U-shaped valley appeared, seemingly ideal for an ambush. Upon entering the gorge, just as Shihouin anticipated, the human path suddenly halted. Slowly turning, the gaze directed at Shihouin transformed from indifference to one imbued with cold, murderous intent. Shihouin, you are already dead. With Pain's command, a swarm of ninjas surged forth from all directions within the canyon. First came a group of expressionless Amigakure ninjas, around 50 in number, followed by several members clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds from Akatsuki. Upon closer inspection, those Amigakure ninjas appeared to have been forcibly brainwashed. Yet their strength was likely at the Jonin level. The Akatsuki members bore familiar visages: the Suna defector Sasori, the Iwa defector Deidara, the Kiri defector Kazu. Hidden from the Jashin cult, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, and Conan. Even the reconnaissance member Zetsu was at the forefront. All of Akatsuki has arrived. Shihouin, this is your demise. Pain's animal path declared as he pressed his hands to the ground. Boom! A tremor shook the earth as it began to crack, and suddenly, a demonic statue erupted from the ground. The outer path statue had been summoned. Nagato truly spared no expense. In response, Shihouin's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated Nagato's intentions upon exiting the village. He had initially thought Nagato aimed to lure him out and utilize planetary devastation, sparing Amigakure from sacrifice. Unexpectedly, he had gathered all Akatsuki members and brought along a loyal contingent from Amigakure. It appeared he still intended to employ the capabilities of the human path. Oh, is that the target the leader wishes to eliminate? I wonder which village's ninja he is. Deidara, riding on his clay dragon, inquired curiously from above. Behind him, the red sand scorpion, driving the crimson flow of the river, remarked, it appears to be the reanimation jutsu. Is it that Orochimaru again? Although I am not well acquainted with him, is the leader finally going to cleanse the ranks today? The scorpion fell silent, still searching for Orochimaru's presence. But it was evident that he was nowhere to be found. Below, on the northern side of the canyon, the rogue ninja Kakuzu from Takigakure furrowed his brow. His penetrating gaze filled with mixed emotions. To his astonishment, it was him. "What's the matter, Kakuzu? Do you know that guy?" Haiden interjected. "You'd best keep your distance. Your techniques are utterly ineffective against him. Besides, if he strikes you, your body won't be able to be stitched together." "I don't believe it." "Humph. It's been a long time," Sakuyabashi of the ship inn. Meanwhile, on the southern side of the canyon, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki stood in silence, observing the figure of Sakuyabashi from afar, each lost in their own thoughts. Until, not far off, Zetsu approached and inquired, "Itachi, Kisame, you two look like you're merely spectators. But the leader's order is to eliminate Sakuyabashi." Upon hearing the voice, Kisame revealed his sharp teeth but remained silent. Itachi, without turning his head, replied, "Madara should be appearing here." "Madara just returned from a distant place and is currently recuperating," Zetsu responded. "Recuperating?" A plausible excuse, but also a fact. Itachi chose not to elaborate further, his suspicions deepening. Just then, a swirling vortex of space-time materialized behind the three. From this vortex emerged a masked man. "I have arrived. Is there someone who doubts me?" A deep voice resonated from beneath the mask. "Madara." Zetsu expressed his bewilderment. He had explicitly instructed Abido to stay hidden. So why did he appear at such a critical moment? Itachi cast a sidelong glance, aware that the masked man's words were directed at him. Yet he refrained from defending himself. The masked man stepped forward, now at the southern edge of the canyon, gazing down at the resurrected Sakuyabashi, and said, "Long time no see, Sakuyabashi. You hardly resemble yourself in this state." His voice echoed through the canyon. Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, their expressions slightly altered. However, Sakuyabashi lifted his head and scoffed. "You two are unrecognizable, your brow furrowed, and your eyes lacking the brilliance of Madara." The masked man and Zetsu were both taken aback. The implication of Sakuyabashi's words was unmistakable. He had discerned Abido's identity. Yet, this secret was known only to the two of them. Zetsu was momentarily stunned. During the battle in Amigakure, he too had remained in the shadows. Ever since then, it seemed that this recently resurrected man was aware of everything happening in the world. How was that possible? Zetsu glanced at Abido, hoping he could smooth over the situation, for it was his breach of agreement that had led to this predicament. To his surprise, Abido remained unfazed. Even when his identity was exposed, he still carried himself with the air of Uchiha Madara. Sakuyabashi, decades have passed, times have changed. You may regard me as a spirit clinging to this world, just like you. However, I am not truly dead, while you have indeed perished. So, a dead man should return to the Pure Land and cease meddling in the affairs of the living. Upon finishing, without allowing anyone time to react, he formed hand seals. Fire style, blazing wind dance. A whirlwind of flames surged towards Sakuyabashi below, heralding the commencement of battle. In an instant, the other members of the Akatsuki sprang into action. Astute, Zetsu commended. In a flash, Nagato maneuvered the human path to stealthily approach Sakuyabashi from behind the beasts and hungry ghost paths. Konan gestured, unleashing a torrent of paper shurikens aimed at Sakuyabashi. In the skies, Deidara, witnessing the scene, controlled his flying dragon to bombard the target. Booming thunder rang out. In that instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted as the powerful techniques of several formidable ninjas converged on a single target. Dust enveloped the area. A notable sage once proposed a theorem. Under specific physical laws, when a significant amount of dust erupts, the target remains unharmed. This is known as the no harm in dust theorem. As the dust settled, the members of the Akatsuki soon found that Sakuyabashi remained utterly unscathed. Their attacks had failed to breach even the defenses of the reanimation jutsu. Such an astonishing level of defense. Nagato lamented. He then waved his hand, summoning 50 rogue ninjas from Amigakure to form an elite squad, charging at Sakuyabashi like a pack of wolves. Had they known whom they faced, they would not have acted so courageously. Regrettably, they appeared to have been brainwashed by the human path, stripped of their emotions and humanity. They could only be regarded as puppets. Water style, water surge. Water style, water bullet technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A barrage of water techniques, perfectly aligned with the weather of the land of rain, surged towards Sakuyabashi. He could not help but reveal a hint of disdain. Nagato, you still do not understand me. Gathering a bunch of weaklings does not make for an effective assault. Is this the strength you envision? Taking a deep breath, he delivered a simple punch. This punch was neither the ferocity he displayed when defeating Orochimaru nor the dominance he exerted while piercing the one-tail Shikaku. It was merely a straightforward strike. The punch caused the raindrops around him to evaporate instantly, a powerful gust of wind clearing the rainwater from his vicinity. Following this, it collided with the several water techniques aimed at him. There was no special energy manifestation, nor was there a visible explosion of chakra. The water techniques, without any warning, suddenly burst apart from the front. Water dragons, water bullets, and water columns exploded outward from a central circular area as if colliding with an indestructible force. The ignorant elite ninjas of Amigakure were unaware that this was the manifestation of sheer energy, an ability that could be wielded freely by one who had perfected physical techniques. It required less than that of taijutsu, yet more than ninjutsu, akin to the toads of Mount Maiboku, harnessing natural energy for their attacks. Was this Sakuyabashi's physical technique? They had not even seen him form hand seals, yet he had effortlessly neutralized all their water techniques. That must have consumed a significant amount of chakra. But he is of the reanimation body, so consumption is not a concern. White Zetsu began to analyze, while Black Zetsu felt a stir within. As an entity that had roamed the world for a millennium, he had witnessed countless lives. Most of his existence had been devoted to observing the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, namely Ashura and Indra. He had attempted many times, all ending in failure. It was only with the generation of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha that he glimpsed hope. What excited him even more was a man who, with an ordinary body, had mastered the strongest physical techniques in the world, more formidable than the Uchiha he had long desired. Had it not been for the need for corresponding bloodlines to resurrect his mother, he would have sought to partner with that man. Today, would he witness that man dance once more? Black Zetsu pondered. At that moment, the masked man suddenly exclaimed, "Go for it, Kisame. Your techniques should be able to restrain him." From the very beginning, Kisame was deceived by the masked man, lured from the land of water to the land of rain, and from the hidden mist village to the Akatsuki organization. His trust in the masked man surpassed that of anyone present. Appearing formidable, he declared, "I couldn't care less if those useless fools perish." Kisame unsheathed his great sword, Samahata, and leapt down into the gorge. Observing this, the masked man slowly turned his gaze towards the motionless Itachi Uchiha beside him. With a twisted expression beneath his mask, he furrowed his brow in discontent and said, "Itachi, what are you waiting for? Surely you haven't been influenced by Konoha's brainwashing education? Sakuya from the Shikifin clan is dead, not a deity." Itachi Uchiha cast a faint glance at the masked man, stating simply, "If Shursui were to resurrect before me, I would not act as you do. Would you, Madara? To display such indifference towards the revival of a friend? Even a decisive ninja would find this behavior peculiar." The masked man feigned profundity in his response. "Itachi, you see but one tree and miss the forest. Sakuya is a dear friend, yet his revival poses an obstacle to our Akatsuki's plans. Once freed from the control of the reanimation jutsu, he becomes a disaster rather than just a forbidden technique." Itachi, skilled in deception but not in debating the masked man, recognized his inability to win the argument. Thus, he presented an irrefutable reason. "The battles at the border have drained my ocular power. I am currently unable to face Sakuya." He added, "Of course, if you require me to sacrifice my life for this task, I must refuse." "Drained your ocular power, have you?" "Yes. It will take at least 2 hours to recover. As a Uchiha, I know there's no helping it. Just keep watch here. You are one of my few remaining clansmen, and I would prefer you do not perish at the hands of a corpse." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. It turned out to be Deidara, unable to restrain himself, who had thrown another flying bomb. Clearly, the bomb missed Sakuya, leaving merely a charred pit in its wake. Damn it! Damn it! Steady yourself, Deidara. You're too reckless. I'm trying my best, Scorpion." Below, Sakuya evaded Deidara's bombardment and leapt into the midst of 50 rain ninjas. If the previous 50 had been like wolves, then Sakuya was now akin to a fierce tiger among sheep. His body, honed to perfection, showcased his martial prowess in close combat. One rain ninja, skilled in poison techniques, attempted a sneak attack, but Sakuya seized the nearest foe, spun around, and thrust the unsuspecting victim into the path of the incoming poison ninja. He then drew the great sword from the victim's back and skewered both of them in one swift motion. With the sound of slaughter ringing in the air, Sakuya did not turn back. He suddenly exerted force to the side, executing a devastating blow that shattered the ribs of a nearby rain ninja while dodging the downward swing of a massive axe. Such mastery of martial arts resembled art itself, the art of combat, as if he were dancing upon the battlefield. Within moments, the number of elite genin had dwindled from 50 to 20 under Sakuya's refined techniques. At that moment, Kisame, who had rushed down from the southern gorge, finally arrived. He was one of the few in the Akatsuki bold enough to engage Sakuya in close combat. While most believed that ranged ninjutsu could restrain martial artists, they did not realize that Sakuya defied conventional wisdom. In the fiery borders, Kisame had witnessed Sakuya's terrifying speed firsthand, reminiscent of a rampaging tailed beast. Water release, water shark bomb technique. From a distance of over 20 meters, Kisame indiscriminately unleashed a jutsu upon the crowd. A shark formed from water surged upward and plummeted into the throng. He cared not for the lives of the rain ninjas. He merely sought to gain the upper hand with this technique. As the water shark bomb landed, the powerful water pressure scattered the surrounding genin. However, when Kisame charged forward, sword in hand, he found Sakuya had vanished. "Nanny, where did he go?" "Unbelievable." A voice echoed from the skies above. Glancing upward, Kisame discovered Sakuya had leapt into the air, grasping Daidara's clay dragon. "So that is how it is, using my water technique as cover to ascend," Kisame muttered, fully acknowledging Sakuya's prowess. In the sky, Sakuya held onto the dragon's feet, swinging slightly before flipping and landing upon its back. Awaiting him, there was the skilled puppeteer, Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori commanded his puppet, the Hiriko, to thrust its tail spike directly at Sakuya's heart. Constructed from superior quality metal, the tail spike rendered ordinary steel weapons as fragile as toys. However, today the roles of toys and weapons were about to be reversed. As the Hiriko's tail spike lunged towards him, Sakuya made no attempt to evade. Instead, he drew back his fist and struck the side of the spike. With a single blow, the force shattered the high-quality metal into fragments, rendering the tail spike akin to a cheap toy, obliterated with a mere touch. "Huh." Concealed within the Hiriko, Sasori smirked, his handsome visage bearing an unusual eagerness. "If I can recover this man's corpse and transform it into a puppet, how delightful that would be." With the tail spike shattered, Sasori initiated his second layer of strategy. Suddenly, a dense cloud of purple gas spewed forth from the tubes connected to the tail spike. This purple gas, a concoction of Sasori's utmost confidence, would have surely impressed even the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, were he still alive. Any ordinary ninja would perish from mere contact, let alone inhalation, as their bodies would rapidly decay. This toxin would also be effective against those resurrected by the reanimation jutsu. Its properties were corrosive in nature, spreading and compounding, causing the bodies of the reanimated to fall into a vicious cycle of decay and restoration. Sasori knew that once the reanimated succumbed to such a state, they would be rendered immobile. With Sakuya stripped of his mobility, what was there to fear? Merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. The toxic mist erupted under high pressure, and at such close range, Sakuya could not evade. Sasori's battle plan was intricately woven, each layer connecting seamlessly. After all, how could he dare challenge the third Kazekage without such precision? For the first time in battle, Sakuya was injured. He had been poisoned. The deep purple toxin rapidly eroded his reanimated body. He frowned, casting an approving glance at the Hiriko, as if piercing through it to see Sasori within. "Indeed, I, Sakuya, shall deem you the strongest of puppeteers." Would the attack from the younger generation incite anger in Sakuya? No. If they were to defeat him in battle, he would instead admire these young warriors. Such was the measure of Sakuya's character. But should they, like certain individuals, show disrespect towards their elders, then they would bear the consequences. "Strongest, you say? With my poison, you have already lost, the legendary Sakuya." Sasori's voice resonated from the shell of the Hiriko, carrying a low, raspy timbre. Upon hearing this, Sakuya of the Shihouin smiled, his palm transforming into a blade. With a swift motion, he severed the corroding toxin that had rapidly spread across half of his shoulder. In one decisive strike, he cleaved through his shoulder, arm, and several ribs, all falling to the ground. "What?" exclaimed the scorpion of the red sand, taken aback. "Young man, you are among the strongest in the puppeteer ranks. Yet your skills on the battlefield remain unrefined." Sakuya chuckled, noting that despite losing nearly half his body, his Edo Tensei still persevered. It was evident that even in his physical state, he could endure such pain. You should adjust the potency of your toxic mist, allowing it to diffuse rather than concentrate. The Edo Tensei body is of no concern to me. As he spoke, his severed half began to regenerate swiftly, as long as he was not struck by yin-yang release. His Edo Tensei form could recover infinitely. Meanwhile, his remaining right hand had already formed a hook fist, launching an attack toward Hiryuko. The force of that punch obliterated Hiryuko, scattering puppet parts into the air, as a strikingly handsome young man with red hair quickly retreated. This was the true form of the scorpion of the red sand, or rather, the heart of his essence. Perched atop the dragon's head, Deidara was momentarily dazed. Everything transpired too swiftly. He had yet to prepare his clay bombs for close combat when a handsome, red-haired youth flew into his arms. Scorpion. He seems even younger than I. Deidara began to question his existence. With the scorpion of the red sand having reverted to his original form, Deidara, known for his weak, close combat skills, naturally hesitated to confront Sakuya head-on. He urgently shouted below, "Kakuzu, provide us with wind cover." In truth, Deidara was ready to leap from the machine, yet even in doing so, he needed protection to avoid being killed in the moment of his escape. Only when he had landed safely could he detonate the clay dragon, orchestrating a grand spectacle for everyone. However, when he called out, he received no response. Glancing downward, he discovered that Haiden was now alone. "What is going on? I just saw him there. Kakuzu, where have you gone?" "Kakuzu? What brings you here?" "Leader, could it be?" "Yes, you guessed correctly." In a concealed cavern, Kakuzu reminisced about an event from 52 years prior. 52 years ago. In the hidden waterfall village, a disheveled man stumbled back into the village. His name was Kakuzu, an elite member of the village's Anbu, tasked with assassinating the first Hokage. Kakuzu was a paragon among ninjas, even in the newly formed ninja world. He devoted himself entirely to his mission, even one that sounded frightfully daunting. He accepted the task. Yet, the first Hokage was formidable, a man revered as the god of ninjas. Under his would-release techniques, only one could withstand his might. Kakuzu was defeated. He returned to the village, only to be met not with the warm embrace of the leader and elders, but by a squad of executioners. He was all too familiar with this squad, for he had once been their most elite member. "Why?" he questioned. "Kakuzu, you shall perish. Your mission has failed. And failure invites punishment, a truth you should be well aware of." The opponent was Senju Hashirama. "You cowardly lot, wouldn't dare undertake such a task." "I did. And now, a failed mission is a failed mission, Kakuzu. Do not feign excuses." "Why?" Kakuzu's heart ached. A ninja who was willing to sacrifice everything for his village ultimately received such treatment? He yearned to resist, but having fought Hashirama, he was gravely wounded, barely escaping death. He thought, had he known returning would result in this, it would have been better to die at Hashirama's hands. To perish at the hands of the god of ninjas would be an honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I left no traces. The leaf will not know it was the hidden waterfall village that attempted to assassinate Senju Hashirama. Kakuzu made his final plea, uttering these words while sacrificing all his dignity. In the face of death, he almost begged like a dog. Yet what awaited him was, where is the evidence? Moreover, Senju Tobarama of the Leaf is a tracking expert. You have surely been exposed. We must dispose of your body. Kakuzu, all for the village, so perish. Perish. Die. Kakuzu felt a deep-seated hatred. But in this moment, how many could still stand against Hashirama? How much chakra remained? He was utterly drained. His former comrades, he understood well, were here solely to kill him. Even had the mission succeeded, even if he returned with Hashirama's head, he could not escape death. The higher-ups only desired a result. The process mattered not, and the consequences fell squarely upon Kakuzu. He chuckled bitterly. The life of a ninja was thus, riddled with cruelty, deceit, conspiracy, and despair. Farewell, Kakuzu. The new leader uttered a low eulogy for the old captain. Kakuzu closed his foggy eyes, unable to discern the world any longer. Was this world always so chaotic? Damn it. Hey, little brother, are you the one who assassinated my good brother? A voice rang out. Following it was a violent gust of wind. Kakuzu opened his eyes in astonishment, and before him lay the shattered bodies of his former comrades. Despite the brutality of the scene, it awakened a darkness within him, bringing forth a sensation of relief he had never experienced before. It seemed that from this moment, he truly came alive. "You, who are you?" Kakuzu turned, incredulity etched upon his face. With flowing white hair, a tall figure. and eyes that seemed to harbor thunder. The presence was overwhelming. "You are Sakuya of the Shihouin," Kakuzu exclaimed. Indeed, only this individual could withstand Hashirama's wood release. Moreover, he was a legend long before the establishment of the ninja villages. Senju, Uchiha, Shihouin. The former two hailed from clans, while the latter was a clan unto himself. Hey, speak. Are you the brute who assassinated my good brother? Indeed, dying by your hand is preferable to perishing at the hands of these cowards. Kakuzu grimaced. Yet, the death he awaited did not come. He knew that once that man made his move, death would be instantaneous. A fleeting moment of pain, followed by eternal slumber. How bold of you, to dare assassinate my good brother. I, Sakuru of the Shihouin, would call you the strongest. What? Surprised? Yes, no. Not at all. But why do you not kill me? Why spare a valiant who has failed his mission? You. I have long since severed ties with the Leaf. Your assassination was commendable, yet Hashirama, that GDX pretender, didn't he even carve my and Madara's likeness into the stone? Who wouldn't he want to be immortalized? Did he alone conquer that land? Kakuzu. Alas, your strength is too lacking. You can only serve as warm-up for Hashirama. If only you could ensnare that monkey. What do you mean by ensnare that monkey? Oh, it's a colloquialism from the land of fire. Oh, by the way, I heard your village possesses a secret technique called the grudge of you. Show me your cultivation. If you desire it, I am willing to retrieve it for you. Kakuzu recognized the man before him as a savior. However, the white-haired Yashin shook his head, stating, I merely enjoy observing. What use do I have for such things? Yes, I am willing to cultivate the secret art, earth grudge fear, for your viewing pleasure. You oaf, could you refrain from speaking in such a manner? You make me seem like a pervert. Then, yes, I shall cultivate earth grudge fear, and I will record the information of the secret art through first-hand experience. That's more like it. May I rest for half an hour? My chakra is currently depleted. Although you have eliminated the assassination squad, the higher-ups still possess considerable strength. Rest? I have already eliminated your village's higher-ups, save for discovering the location of the earth grudge fear. Fortunately, I encountered you here. Yashin paused, then inquired. You wouldn't hold a grudge against me for cleansing your village, would you? Of course not. Kakuzu exclaimed eagerly. Even if you hadn't acted, I would have done the same. Those machines of excrement corrupted by power. Kakuzu was moved to tears. He should have said, fortunately, I encountered you here. That dashing man was etched into Kakuzu's mind. This waterfall is quite suitable for cultivation. I shall prepare here, intending to seclude myself. Yes, I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden. To give my all. Spare me. All beings are equal. Don't play ninja games with me. I dislike them. Lord Essia, I have brought you food. Lord Essia, is it time to eat? Lord Essia? Lord Kurama, where is Lord Essia? Lord Kurama? Lord Essia? The waterfall remained as it was. But the man was gone. In the distance, the explosive light of a tailed beast ball erupted. He rushed over, only to witness the hidden leaf umbu spread across the mountains and plains. The leader of the hidden leaf umbu was none other than the renowned ninja god of speed. Tobarama Senju. Lord Kurama. I'm sorry. I am a coward, never the hero that the Lord spoke of. Kakuzu fled, just as he had fled from the wood release in the past. Miserable. Despicable. Choice, submit or die. Kakuzu gazed at the young man before him. Those eyes were filled with mystery, bearing a striking resemblance to the Rinnegan that the Lord had spoken of. The Lord had said that before the Rinnegan, earth grudge fear was mere trash. Therefore, he chose to submit, continuing his despicable existence. Submitting to a young man. Kakuzu. The organization's initial operations require a significant amount of funding. Very well, I have set my sights on the fire daimyo's head. Kakuzu. The organization requires more funds. The earth daimyo's head currently has the highest bounty. No, I have set my sights on the bald heads of the land of fire. Why do you always have issues with the people of the land of fire? Do I? Never mind. It seems I was overthinking it. Now, at this moment, in a concealed mountain cave, outside, thunder and lightning roared, but inside, the atmosphere was as still as if frozen. Kakuzu, what is it that you seek by coming here? Leader, Yashin once said that the Rinnegan possesses a technique to revive the dead. I have observed for many years and discovered that Pain's 6 paths do not possess it. It's possible. Revival? Oh, you mean the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique? That is an outer path technique. In other words, it requires your true body to use it, correct? Indeed. Leader, I have a humble request. Please use the outer path. Samsara of heavenly life technique on Shihouin. I refuse. You cannot refuse. Kakuzu. You should know that in the organization, you are the least of my concerns. Your 5 elemental ninjutsu are troublesome for them, but for me, they are all ineffective. Leader. You should know that I cultivated with Shihouin for several years. Nagato was taken aback, never imagining that the ninjutsu master before him would have had a connection with Shihouin, no matter how one looked at it. There was no way those two could have been related. One was taijutsu-based, the other ninjutsu-based. They were entirely different systems. Nagato was about to say something, but he realized it was too late. A beam of light pierced through the cave where they were hiding. A few minutes prior, Shihouin stood atop Deidara's clay dragon, restoring his impure world reincarnation body while looking down on everyone with disdain. Deidara called out several times, but no support came from Kakuzu. Instead, a masked man he was not very familiar with appeared behind him. The man used some kind of strange ninjutsu, and a vortex suddenly appeared in the air. Who are you? A reserve member, Toby. The thick-skinned Deidara did not pay much attention to the details. Not everyone had super hearing. The wind was too loud in the sky, and he and Sasori did not hear the conversation below. They only knew that the masked man was a fire release expert. TCH, Kakuzu's replacement? No. In any case, I'll take you away first. Hurry up and detonate it. Trust me. Deidara's face revealed madness. He was someone willing to dedicate himself to art, and whether he trusted his teammates was beside the point. He formed a hand seal with one hand and roared, Katsu. A blinding light exploded in the sky. It was as if a falling meteorite had suddenly exploded overhead. After the flames came thick smoke. From within the smoke, a figure flew out. It was Shihouin. His attire, which could be described as ancient, was now flickering with lightning. Instant step, thunder god battle form. The lightning surrounding his body was the essence of this technique. This technique differed from the Cloud Village Raikage's lightning release armor. The Cloud Village's ninjutsu, lightning release armor, continuously emitted lightning release chakra, creating a visual effect like a layer of armor. It had decent defense and could stimulate the body's cellular activity, greatly enhancing speed. However, Shihouin's technique was different. His technique had 6 tomo-shaped rings of lightning surrounding his body, but it did not form armor. That was because it was not a defensive technique, but an offensive one. Even so, its accompanying defensive power was comparable to the Cloud Village Raikage's lightning release armor. As the Thunder God battle form fully opened, it seemed to connect with the heavens and the earth in an instant, unleashing dozens of divine punishments from the sky and countless electric networks surging from the ground like 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. Such power instantly suppressed Deidara's clay dragon explosion. The explosive effect of ordinary fire release ninjutsu was 10, but Deidara's clay dragon explosion was like 999, enough to destroy a small ninja village. The gray sky of the land of rain was instantly blown open. Everyone on the ground had their faces illuminated red. However, such immense power was as insignificant as an ant before Shihouin's technique. The thunder god battle form that connected the heavens and the earth seemed to transform into a true god. A mere regional explosion was insignificant before the giant god. The weather in the land of rain returned to normal, as if the giant god had easily kneaded the torn sky with his large hand. Moreover, the original drizzle turned into a thunderstorm in an instant. On the south side of the canyon, Itachi Uchiha silently watched this scene. The masked man had already joined the battlefield, and now, he was only left with Zetsu. Zetsu was merely a reconnaissance operative with strong scouting abilities. At least, that was what everyone thought. Therefore, no one could stop him from carrying out his plan at this moment. At least, that was what Itachi Uchiha thought. He moved. Unlike everyone else who charged towards Sakuya, his direction was somewhat peculiar. That place was utterly deserted. White Zetsu had been stunned into a stupor by the overwhelming thunder, while Black Zetsu silently glanced over, sighing inwardly. Even Uchiha Itachi would panic and flee under this person's technique. No, that's not right. That direction leads to Nagato. Black Zetsu was alarmed, but it was too late. Whether splitting or awakening White Zetsu, they lacked the speed of the Golden Flash, making it impossible to catch up to the already sprinting Uchiha Itachi. What made Black Zetsu even more regretful was that he had watched Uchiha Itachi escape with his own eyes. He had even seen him off for a distance. Damn it. He thought Itachi was merely afraid of the thunder, but unexpectedly, in the form of the thunder god. The very thunder of heaven and earth was at his command. This was not a ninjutsu of lightning, but a powerful physical technique. The lightning that pierced through the dark layers of the land of rain was merely akin to enchanted splash damage. His gaze swept across the ground like that of a deity, ultimately locking onto a target. A counterfeit, the one who once blocked my strike. I wonder if you can withstand it now? Below, the masked man, Toby, changed color drastically. His single eye exposed through the mask widening in shock. This technique, how could that guy, Madara, actually endure it? Toby's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Were the people of that era all insane? Could humanity withstand such violent natural thunder? If he had Susanoo, perhaps he would have a glimmer of hope. But that was only a mere glimmer. However, before he activated his double Mangeki Sharingan, he had already given his Sharingan to Kakashi, which meant he had no activation code for his body to utilize Susanoo. The only option left was to evade with Kamui. Kamui, this versatile technique, had never failed him. Come on, Toby growled. Yet, his confidence was swiftly shattered. When the immense thunder descended from the heavens like a divine punishment, time itself seemed to freeze. The flying dust appeared to drift lazily, and the movements of those around him grew dreadfully slow. Only that bolt of lightning in the heavens became dazzlingly radiant. The heavens and earth merged in a single hue, dimmed to obscurity, as the thunder cleaved through the sky, twisting and winding. Yet there was no doubt about the precision of that strike. Under the pressure of that aura, he felt utterly immobilized. It was as if he had been forcibly drawn into some realm where only the two of them existed. What is this? Toby was astonished to discover that using Kamui elicited no response whatsoever. Why, what kind of power is this? Genjutsu? Sealing technique? Toby grew anxious. The natural lightning would strike the ground in a mere thousandth of a second. The thunder dragon brewing in the clouds could devour him at any moment. In that fleeting instant, his mind was overloaded. How can this be? Failing to shift space-time, I can only resort to that. In the sky, Sakuya, having summoned the form of the thunder god, had already connected the natural lightning between heaven and earth. At that moment, he was a living deity of thunder. He waved his hand, and the thunder dragon amassed in the clouds roared downwards. Roar! The world was submerged in a sea of blue lightning. Just a moment. Only a moment. The blinding light flashed past, and the earth began to emit green smoke. Sakuya nonchalantly dismissed the form of the thunder god, descending to the ground, slightly misstepping to dissipate the force. Looking around, the ground that had been struck by the thunder dragon had severely sunken, forming a basin. I hope these juniors can withstand the trial. It would be unfortunate if they shatter upon contact. In truth, he had not exerted his full strength. That thunder dragon was merely a simple enchanted ordinary attack. It must be noted that Shunko, thunder god form, was a physical technique, which inherently required the use of fists and feet. Had he unleashed a complete set of attacks just then, it would have clearly been bullying children. Just one bolt of lightning wielded such power. One can only imagine the devastation if he held the lightning, transforming into a spear of obliteration. Sakuya had sharp eyesight, as those who relied on physical techniques must possess. He gazed at the basin created by the lightning, where a circle of black iron sand slowly collapsed, the dome gradually fracturing into several pieces, emitting smoke. Amongst the debris emerged a blonde and a red-haired figure. It was Deidara and Sasori of the red sand. They had not been targeted by the aura and could still move, allowing them to establish defensive measures before the technique arrived. By utilizing iron sand, they channeled most of the lightning into the earth. However, the force of the tremors still left them severely injured. Wheeze, where's that masked guy? Deidara gasped for breath and inquired. Deidara was still just a youth. Sasori, expressionless, replied, "He is too far from us. Having exceeded 25 meters, my puppets cannot construct such a large defense in mere moments. Therefore, he should have been vaporized by the lightning." Hearing Sasori's response, Deidara felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his limbs losing strength. What met his eyes was the elevated ground surrounding them, a sense of awe towards nature rising within him, even the earth. In fact, it was not the crust surrounding them that had risen, but rather the ground beneath their feet that had sunken. Suddenly, Deidara's expression shifted, half despair, half excitement. In an instant, explosion, sublimation. Wasn't this the art he pursued? Could it be that the guy actually... Deidara began to ramble, slipping into an extreme state of self-indulgence. Sasori cast a dispassionate glance, then calmly observed the surroundings. The technique that had just killed the masked newcomer was indeed powerful, but it couldn't possibly be used consecutively, right? In terms of his robotic jargon, it would require cooling down. Suddenly, his gaze halted. He discovered, beyond 25 meters, a phantom-like figure was materializing. Indeed, it was the newcomer who had supposedly been vaporized by lightning. Sasori felt his worldview shifting. Impossible. That technique of Sakuya, no one could withstand it. Sasori murmured. The reason he and Deidara survived was not because he diverted the lightning, but simply because Sakuya had not aimed at him. The primary and secondary targets of the lightning were fundamentally different. The phantom-like masked man gradually solidified. Toby spread his arms, discarding a quarter of his orange mask. His left eye slowly transformed into a blank void. That was the new eye he had just replaced today. You dare force me to use Izanagi. What is Nagato doing? Why hasn't he summoned the outer path golem yet? The masked man, Toby, felt a surge of anger. He had clearly sent White Zetsu to inform Nagato in advance. Upon seeing Sakuya, do not hesitate, do not cause trouble, immediately seal him. But that guy Nagato, not only did he squander the 3 paths of pain, but after summoning the outer path golem, he began to dawdle. Is he an actor? The outer path golem is the best means available right now, yet he falters at such a critical moment. Clearly a pawn of mine, yet he repeatedly defies me. Toby's heart underwent a shift. Just then, a flash of light suddenly flickered before him. As if in midsummer, someone obstructed the sunlight. He quickly looked up to see Sakuya leisurely approaching the edge of the basin. Those eyes gazed down upon them from above. Oh, it turns out to be Izanagi. No wonder you are still alive. Shikif and Sakuya. Well, how troublesome it is to have to make 2 attempts to eliminate a single person. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the land of fire, within the Hidden Leaf Village, the 3rd Hokage is confronted by his senior advisor, Tsunade, who questions Sarutobi Hiruzen about what should be done regarding that individual. It was their faction that allowed Shikif and Sakuya to escape. First, the Hokage's direct ANBU failed to keep watch, permitting the escape. Then, Jiraiya, while out in the field, let him go without a fight. Behind Tsunade stands a notable figure, Shimura Danzo. Seizing the moment, Danzo declares, Hiruzen, while I am relieved you survived. You must understand the chaos that the uncontrolled Edo Tensei could bring to the shinobi world. It may very well spark the next great ninja war. The advisors and their supporters exert pressure, driving the 3rd Hokage to the brink of madness. However, in times like these, he needs to maintain his composure. Jiraiya, what are your thoughts? Sarutobi Hiruzen poses the question to his apprentice, seeking to buy time for himself to contemplate further. What a sight! Jiraiya gazes at a bird, a sparrow hopping on a branch, attempting to catch a black butterfly, but ultimately failing before it flies away. I noticed Naruto was unconscious and hurriedly brought him back, not paying much mind to other matters. You all are aware of Naruto's identity. The implications of Naruto's identity rendered the higher-ups silent. Yet, this silence was short-lived. Danzo was the first to break it, saying, Jiraiya, with both would release and Sharingan Kakashi by your side, how could you possibly fail to restrain one resurrected by Edo Tensei? Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Danzo. His teacher always held on to past sentiments, but he did not. If displeased, he would not hesitate to confront him. Lord Danzo, where were you when Orochimaru conspired with Tsunagakure to invade the village? Why did I not see a single root member? What are you implying? My years of investigation into Orochimaru uncovered lingering ties between you and him. So, was Lord Danzo aware of this invasion plan against Konoha? I am unaware. Jiraiya scoffed, his disdain for the schemer reaching new heights. You question why I could not retain Shikif and Sakuya? Because not a single member of Root was there to assist. And Kakashi had already exhausted his chakra. With just myself and would release, we could not bring Sakuya back. Because he is Shikif and Sakuya? Based on my understanding, the 2nd Hokage, resurrected by Edo Tensei, possesses none of his former strength. In other words, the Shikif and Sakuya brought back by Edo Tensei lacks the legendary terror of his might. In that state, he can barely exert half of his power. So, thus, your failure to manage Shikif and Sakuya in that state is your dereliction of duty, Jiraiya, according to Konoha's ninja regulations. Danzo was about to enumerate Jiraiya's transgressions to undermine the Hokage's faction. Should this be established, Jiraiya could very well face imprisonment. Seeing the escalating argument, Sarutobi Hiruzen erupted, slamming his hand on the table. Enough. The matters concerning the sound and sand ninjas remain unresolved, and you wish to engage in infighting. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his anger enough to intimidate many. Jiraiya, you must investigate the sound ninjas, former followers of Orochimaru. Ensure they are utterly eradicated. Jiraiya paused, refraining from further debate, nodding before exiting the office. Once Jiraiya had left, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Danzo. Danzo, it is fortunate that Naruto is unharmed. Let us not pursue Jiraiya any further. Danzo, eyes closed, coldly snorted. Humph, how could I contend with a mere child? That was merely a matter of responsibility. Very well, although Shihouin Sakuya represents a unique circumstance. He not only helped us resolve a crisis in Konoha, but also did not harm our ninjas. Regarding him, I propose we set this matter aside for now and address it later as circumstances dictate. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated with an undeniable tone. However, there is one matter that concerns me. Through this crisis, I have recognized an underlying issue within Konoha, the Hokage candidates. Had I perished in battle, it would have been. Hokage candidates. The mere mention of this term ignited a spark in Danzo's eyes. He had long coveted that position, the coveted seat of Hokage. Hokage candidates. What do you intend to do, Hiruzen? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused before continuing. The first Hokage advised me to make a decision soon. Thus, I wish to pass this position to Jiraiya. He possesses sufficient renown in the village, his personal strength is formidable, and his ability to handle affairs has matured. He is the most ideal candidate for Hokage at present. Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, Danzo's reaction was anticipated yet still tinged with discontent. Oh, are you implying that this is not merely a candidacy, but a direct appointment as the fifth Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refute this. Rather, he solemnly nodded. Indeed. I am willing to step back and support the fifth Hokage until he acclimates to the duties of Hokage. Back in the days of the fourth Hokage, you expressed similar sentiments, yet he perished early. Danzo, the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself for the village. Hiruzen, I harbor no disrespect towards the fourth Hokage. I merely ponder. What if Jiraiya declines? Jiraiya declines? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into contemplation. As Jiraiya's mentor, he understood his character well. It was quite possible that Jiraiya would not agree. If he does not, I shall summon the other member of the legendary three, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade. Danzo narrowed his single eye, preferring to choose a woman who abandoned the village for a distant land rather than selecting him, who willingly immersed himself in darkness for Konoha's sake. Hiruzen, do not blame me. Danzo's mind began to concoct a nefarious thought. Yet before this thought could fully form, a sudden flurry of footsteps approached, accompanied by a surge of formidable energy. A violent crash resounded at the door of the Hokage's office. Bang! Crash! Wood splintered and dust scattered as a familiar yet strange figure appeared at the entrance. The third Hokage and the senior officials turned to the door in astonishment. Before them stood a beautiful woman adorned with a formidable aura, accompanied by a black butterfly fluttering around her. This butterfly, known as the Hell Butterfly, existed solely in the legends of a century past. It is said that all Hell Butterflies share a singular nerve, allowing for instantaneous information synchronization within the present realm. Where's my grandfather, Sakuya? Huffing and puffing. How troublesome it is to have to make 2 attempts to eliminate a single person. Water release, water shark bullet technique, paper shuriken. From behind, 2 surprise attacks surged forth as Angel Konin and Kakazu initiated their jutsu, simultaneously advancing towards Shihouin Sakuya. To any observer, after unleashing such cataclysmic jutsu, one would expect the human to enter a state of fatigue. Even a body resurrected by Edo Tensei should exhibit some form of side effects. We must seize this opportunity to uncover this weakness and defeat Shihouin Sakuya once and for all. However, ideals are often naive, while reality can be harsh. Why must the use of powerful techniques invariably come with side effects? Shikuyo from the Shifeng Institute turned slowly, the sluggish water techniques and paper shurikens never standing a chance against him. However, the act of attacking from behind was quite displeasing. He moved. Dust swirled around as his figure vanished without a trace. When several individuals finally caught sight of Shikuyo again, he had already appeared before the formidable Kisame Hashigaki. Hiss! Child! You have chosen the wrong side. Cough! Kisame looked down in horror, only to find a powerful arm piercing through his chest. Long before at the border of the land of fire and the land of rain, he had witnessed Shikuyo's speed, akin to that of a rampaging tailed beast. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Shikuyo's true speed surpassed even that. This was the essence of long-range body technique, instantaneous movement. Everything transpired too swiftly. Just a moment ago, he had unleashed a water technique, and the next moment, his chest was impaled by Sakuya. Cough. Cough. Kisame spat blood, rendered speechless. This was Sakuya. He trembled as he gazed at the man before him, unable to comprehend the extent of his power. Such terror. Kisame. In midair, the winged Konin exclaimed in shock, hastily activating her secret technique, unleashing a barrage of paper blades aimed at Sakuya's back. However, the merciless Sakuya did not withdraw his arm. Instead, he grasped Kisame and turned, using him as a shield against the paper blades. Swish, 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 swish. Kisame's body convulsed, the immense pain threatening to shatter him. Yet, he was an anomaly. Despite enduring such relentless attacks, he had not yet succumbed. Kisame. Konin cried out again, indignantly scolding. How despicable, Sakuya. You, a legendary predecessor, stooped to such underhanded tactics. Is that so? Compared to you ninjas, I consider my integrity rather noble, Sakuya retorted with a cold smile, withdrawing his arm and kicking Kisame away. Indeed, this shark-faced man was initially a guide, intending to introduce him to the Akatsuki. From that perspective, he was a good person. However, he had chosen the wrong side. He should not have attacked Sakuya based on the manipulations of the masked man. All right, little ones, the ninja games end here. A murderous intent suddenly enveloped Sakuya's face. I have grown weary of this. It is time to delve into my true purpose. What is he planning? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A palpable aura of power radiated from him, causing even the very fabric of space to tremble. This terrifying might stem not only from the immense strength within him, but also from the will he had forged over many years. A man thrust onto the battlefield at the tender age of 7, embroiled in ceaseless wars for 30 years. His steely resolve was more chilling than a boundless sea of blood. In the distance, Kisame rolled on the ground, his outstretched hand toward his shark-like skin frozen, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. In the air, the angelic Konin's wings withered, her chakra faltering, a palpable dread creeping in as if she were to plummet into an abyss. Above the canyon, Haiden, wielding a large scythe, found himself unable to act, yet the most fearless among them knelt, staring blankly at the sky. At the edge of the basin, the masked man Obito had just leapt up, suddenly halting, his trembling Sharingan seemingly witnessing a horror beyond hell itself. Only now did he understand why he had been unable to use Kimui. It was fear. In that brief moment, terror filled his mind, robbing him of reason. And out of overwhelming fear, human instinct dictated retreat. This was no mere disparity of chakra, ninja rank, or techniques. It was an intrinsic difference, a disparity of mental realms. Realizing this, Obito understood that all was lost. Today, even if they were to unite as one, they could never stand against Sakuya. No wonder he was a legend. He was a true legend, resilient against the erosion of history. Fear, despair. They even frequently glimpsed their own demise. Is this where my journey ends? Rin. Obito, I have always been watching you. Rin. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be an illusion? To lose focus at such a moment was utterly careless. He quickly steadied himself, using his remaining Sharingan to gaze ahead. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. The overpowering Sakuya suddenly retracted all his murderous intent, the air around them easing significantly. Strangely, the once cracked body of the Edo Tensei began to emit steam. According to the records of Konoha's history, Sakuya possessed no bloodline limit, thus could not naturally wield boiling release. What was happening? As seconds passed, Sakuya's body not only released steam, but also began to shed its outer layer. More accurately, Sakuya's condition resembled that of a soul ascending, freed from the Edo Tensei. Yet, as the dust of the Edo Tensei swirled, his form did not dissipate. Rather, a completely new body emerged after the dust settled. Witnessing this, the masked man Obito exclaimed in horror, "Has that traitorous Nagato betrayed me?" Although this was Obito's first time witnessing such a jutsu, a moment's contemplation revealed the truth. It was outer path, samsara of heavenly life. Oh, this sensation is, I see. Sakuya mused, gazing at his own hands, but I haven't made a move yet. Who is responsible for this? While feeling the warmth of flesh and blood, he glanced into the distance. On that rocky outcrop, a new hole had formed. Moments before, a handsome figure had struck there with Susanoo. Initially, He thought this figure intended to excavate or hurl stones with Susanoo. Little did he know. Moments earlier, crack, boom, a massive rock fell, illuminated by lightning, outlining a fiery silhouette. The mechanical Nagato glanced helplessly. Itachi, you two have arrived here? Uchiha Itachi, with the chakra of Susanoo flickering, replied coldly, I couldn't find this place alone. I had to track down Kakuzu's whereabouts to get here. Nagato then stated, if you're tracking Kakuzu, then you should take care of him. I still have to deal with the Shikuyo outside. It was only logical that Kakuzu, known for hunting the people of the Land of Fire, would be under the watchful eye of Uchiha Itachi. This time, Itachi did not respond, but silently advanced step by step. Kakuzu. Itachi Uchiha. Nagato. Kakuzu has a past with the Outer World's Sakura, and he has now betrayed our organization. We should deal with him according to our rules. In response to Nagato's words, Itachi Uchiha's expression remained impassive. Did he not even care that Kakuzu had turned traitor? Kakuzu eyed Itachi and silently heightened his guard. He had lived long enough to know that the ninja world was rife with prodigious young talents. Before him stood Itachi Uchiha, indeed a remarkable genius. His jinjutsu was not to be underestimated. However, just when he thought he would have to face two opponents, Itachi unexpectedly spoke up. Nagato, I do not have time to help you clean house, but there is a question I need you to answer. Itachi declared. What question? Nagato asked, somewhat surprised. For Itachi's typically cold demeanor would not usually lead him to complicate matters at such a critical juncture. His presence signified that his inquiry must hold great importance. Thus, it would be prudent to ask, allowing some time to prepare for the sealing technique known as the Geto, Rinna Tensei. At this moment, Itachi posed. Who exactly is Uchiha Obito? Oh, about Obito, you have asked the wrong person. In truth, I know little about him as well. Well, if you are particularly concerned about this matter, once we seal Sakuya, we shall convene to interrogate him regarding his true identity. Nagato reassured. He held a certain admiration for Itachi as a member. Thus, he sought to offer comfort. Had it been someone else, he might have reacted with anger and dismissed them outright. Yet, even with Nagato's soothing words, Itachi shook his head. No, Nagato. I suspect you two are eager to discover who the man behind the mask, claiming to be Obito, truly is, right? I have been half skeptical for a long time. But today, I categorically deny his self-proclaimed identity. If we seal Sakuya today, he will have countless reasons to deceive us. At these words, Nagato fell silent. He recalled several years ago when the masked man, calling himself Uchiha Obito, appeared before the three of them. At that time, Yahiko was still alive. Shortly after his arrival, Yahiko met his demise. Nagato had investigated, discovering that the reinforcements of the Akatsuki had seemingly evaporated. Back then, the Akatsuki was still a family dedicated to maintaining peace. In the ensuing chaos of war, Nagato had despaired and accepted the masked man's plan. The shadow of the masked man loomed large, both inside and outside. It was no wonder Nagato harbored suspicions. However, suspicion and planning were two separate matters. He had explored the feasibility of that plan, and it was precisely because he found it plausible that he had continued on this path until now. Yet today, an obstacle to his plan had arisen, the host of the Nine Tails. Itachi. Nagato narrowed his eyes, revealing a predatory glint. So, your presence here ultimately serves the purpose of confronting Sakuya? Nagato could tolerate a single betrayal, but repeated treachery would incite his wrath. Even mud retains some essence. Much more so a god. Itachi Uchiha was a man of reason, so rational that he would willingly sacrifice his clan for the sake of peace. Just as now, in pursuit of the truth, he was prepared to sacrifice yet another part of himself. This was the inherent nature of the Uchiha clan, often bearing the burden alone. This truth was not merely about the identity of the masked man. Uncovering it would unravel a multitude of issues, such as the fate of his clan, the essence of the Akatsuki's plan, the future of the ninja world. If, from beginning to end, Obito's identity were a fabrication, then the nuclear deterrence plan would also be a sham. Since a young age, Itachi had been capable of contemplating issues from the perspective of the Hokage. And now, his thoughts gravitated towards his younger brother, Sasuke, the youngest and last of the Uchiha. If even those were false, what would the future world become? He had sacrificed his clan and plunged Sasuke into endless suffering. What ultimate significance lay in all of this? The chakra of Susanoo within Itachi surged slightly, activating his eternal Manjiki Sharingan as he fearlessly confronted Nagato, stating, I will not assist Sakura in attacking the organization. However, I will not stand idly by as Sakura is sealed, for he is the sole lead to uncovering the truth. Itachi, once I extract Sakura's soul, using the human path, the truth will be laid bare before us. Nagato warned sternly one last time. Step aside, Uchiha Itachi. The human path's soul extraction could reveal a person's memories. If so, that could indeed be a viable approach. Yet, who could ascertain Nagato's true intentions? What if he were just another masked man? As a double agent from Konoha, Itachi naturally possessed an innate sense of skepticism. Just as Itachi pondered carefully, and Nagato burned through the last vestiges of his patience, an unforeseen event transpired, one that neither of them had anticipated. It was Kakuzu, whom they had both overlooked. Merely a long-lived being skilled in 5 elemental ninjutsu, placed before geniuses who would regard him. It was precisely this neglect that delivered a fatal blow to Nagato. A surge of strange power coursed through Kakuzu's body, twisting it grotesquely. 8 gates, the formation of the earth grudge fear. Lord Sakuyuru, please observe closely. This is the secret technique intelligence I have recorded with my body. The human meridian system comprises 8 gates: opening, rest, life, injury, closing, view, shock, and death. Each gate corresponds to a specific position, and most individuals share similar placements due to the near-universal nature of the human body. However, there exists a technique that fundamentally alters the human meridian system, this being the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. In Konoha, there exists a scroll known as the Book of Seals, which records techniques of great importance highly regarded by past Hokages. Among these is a forbidden technique known as the 8 gates. The 8 gates forcibly unlock the restrictions imposed by the 8 gates of the meridian system, leading to a momentary explosion of power. Following the prescribed order, the risks escalate with each subsequent gate until reaching the 8th gate of death. Opening the death gate guarantees death, such as the annotation following the Book of Seals. However, the countless scrolls the ninjutsu professors perused were unaware that the techniques revered by the Hokages had merely been copied from Sakura's handwritten notes. When Sakuyuru departed from Konoha, he left little of value behind, save for a copy of his 8 gates technique. Alas, that evening, he had indulged a bit too much, and certain portions may have been scribbled incorrectly. Later, after leaving Konoha, Sakuyuru wandered the ninja world. One day, struck by inspiration, he journeyed to Takigakure, seeking to seize the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. For the heart extraction technique of Earth Grudge Fear warranted investigation in relation to the 8 gates. By that time, Sakuyuru had reached the limits of the human body and was determined to break through, never ceasing in his exploration of human potential. Unfortunately, he would later discover that the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, was nothing remarkable. Perhaps Earth Grudge Fear had other uses, but it offered no assistance in overcoming limitations. Ultimately, he perished, unbeknownst to anyone. In the year of Sakura's death, a man quietly inherited his legacy. While he may not have perfectly emulated the tiger, he at least carried forth a certain will. At the very least, he sketched. Formation of the Earth Grudge Fear. Release. Kakuzu roared, the intense pain twisting his expression. Countless black tendrils of blood erupted from his body, resembling demons crawling forth from the depths of the earth. The ceaselessly burning life intertwined with chakra formed a crimson aura. Indeed, I find myself unable to wield this technique with the same freedom as Master Shikui. Yet for me, it suffices. At that moment, it seemed as if the external world responded to Kakuzu's realization as thunder struck the ground, reverberating with intensity. In an instant, Kakuzu surged toward Nagato. Shikui closed his eyes, twisted his neck, gazed skyward, and softly murmured, "My body has returned. It has been so long since I felt this sense of reality." Shikui was resurrected, not through the impure world reincarnation, but through true resurrection. Simultaneously, a notification echoed. Ding. Resurrection task 1-1 completed. Ding. You have received a universal lottery ticket 1. Ding. Task comprehensive evaluation SSS. Ding dong. As the host completed the system release task within a day, the original deadline being 30 days, a bonus lucky flip card game is awarded. As the system prompted, 6 virtual cards materialized before him. All 6 cards displayed identical backs, and with a mere touch, he could reveal their faces. The content on the front would determine the rewards. Shikui raised his arm and casually tapped one. I have toiled my entire life to achieve significant accomplishments in this world. Yet here I am, receiving something like this upon resurrection. There was a hint of self-mockery and irony in his thoughts. The world of Naruto values bloodlines above all, and are travelers merely a system-dependent group? With an inadvertent click, the 6 virtual cards began to spin, ultimately revealing the one he had selected. Upon inspection, he found that the white card simply bore an illustration of air. To be frank, upon seeing the card's face, he could not help but question whether this so-called system was merely mocking him. He had anticipated items, bloodline limits, or pets. Yet it turned out to be a mere layer of air. However, as his gaze shifted downward to the accompanying text, he realized it was not just air, but a highly practical technique. Skill card, Shinra Tensei. Upon use, grants the skill Shinra Tensei, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Ah, so it is Shinra Tensei. That is acceptable. Shikui nodded and accepted the card. Having experienced Shinra Tensei firsthand, he understood its power. Even the ordinary Shinra Tensei could have sent him flying. Had it been the enhanced version, it would have posed a genuine threat. At that time, it was his familiarity with the Rinnegan's information that allowed him to foresee Nagato's attack patterns and defend against the ordinary Shinra Tensei. If he had been less attentive, he might have been blasted away by Shinra Tensei himself. The effectiveness of this technique was evident. After using the card, a new piece of information entered his consciousness. Shinra Tensei manipulates repulsive force around. Cooldown of 5 seconds, can be charged. The longer the charge, the greater the power and cooldown. Oh, so the card implies that I can use Shinra Tensei without the Rinnegan? Coming back to his senses, Shikui's first thought was to personally test Shinra Tensei. Feeling the rejuvenation of his body, his blood surged with excitement. This was his true physical form, and he was overwhelmed with the urge to unleash his exhilaration. Scanning the distance, he noticed several individuals frozen in place, their faces displaying disbelief, as if they had encountered a monster. Where's one person? Shikui glanced toward the edge of the basin, noticing that the masked man, Tobi, who had been standing there, had vanished. However, a mere pawn was of no concern to him. If he fled, so be it. Everyone present was oblivious to one crucial fact. Shikui, having regained his corporeal form, had reached a level of power beyond their comprehension. To them, he was akin to Uchiha Madara in relation to Konoha's Gale of Light, a completely different tier of strength. He directed his gaze toward a looming, demonic statue in the distance. No other intent was behind this. The Outer Path's Geto-Mazo had been summoned and left there, its immense size impossible to overlook. Thus, he designated the Outer Path statue as his experimental subject. With his target in sight, he slowly raised his arm. What does he intend to do? The fallen Konin gritted her teeth, her expression urgent. The resurrection of Shikui implied something else entirely. What was happening with Nagato? This individual should not possess a clone, right? Konin speculated incessantly. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, an invisible force erupted, radiating from Shikui, causing everything around him to surge outward in all directions. Konin was not at a safe distance. She was approximately 200 meters away from Shikui, while the Outer Path statue stood a staggering 400 meters from him. Therefore, should Shinra Tensei aim to strike the Outer Path statue, it would inevitably impact Konin as well as the severely weakened Kisame lying on the ground. Living beings, along with the stones beneath them, were swept away by the tempest. Boom! Though the repulsive force was invisible, the swirling water vapor and debris manifested a clear display of the technique's effects. Wherever it passed, destruction reigned. Thud! The massive Outer Path statue was sent flying hundreds of meters without even a defensive gesture. Fuai barely charged it a little, and it unleashed such power. The energy conversion efficiency of this technique is impressive. Shikui mused as he observed the scene before him. He chuckled, expressing gratitude to that old brother from years past. Decades had passed. Indeed, with that, he turned and departed. He cared little for everything here. Shikui was the kind of man who regarded the Rinnegan, the aloof beauty Konin, and the faith-driven followers as inconsequential. His pursuit lay solely in the path within his heart. Everything else was of no concern. This was Shikui. He had surmised what transpired with Nagato's Rinnegan. Since Kakuzu and Uchiha Itachi were absent from the front lines, his resurrection could not be an arbitrary act of Nagato's madness. It was inevitably linked to those two. But so what? They merely accelerated the process of resurrection by a few minutes. System, I wish to inquire. What is the purpose of the universal lottery ticket? He asked as he stepped southward. Ding. This lottery ticket allows for a single universal lottery draw. with a chance to obtain any item from the myriad realms. Of course, I know that. What I mean is, just how extensive does the term myriad realms encompass? Ding. It represents everything, including realms known and unknown to the host. That is as good as saying nothing. Humph. Let us proceed with the draw. Ding. Conducting the universal lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shattering Jade. It was a gem emanating a black-blue glow. Should it be presented to the inhabitants of the Naruto world, they might spend a lifetime studying it without discerning its nature. Yet, Shikui recognized its origin at a glance. He looked at the item won from the lottery with great joy. This was a treasure from the boundary, the ultimate item, the Shattering Jade, a relic capable of breaking through infinite constraints. Humans often encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. Some barriers can confine a powerful individual for a lifetime. Such as Shikui himself, he never managed to surpass that final limit before his demise. However, the seemingly insurmountable bottleneck appeared as effortless as walking on flat ground before the crumbling jade, regardless of the severity of the constraints. As long as the crumbling jade sensed that its host had reached this limit, it could automatically evolve to the next realm. Moreover, this evolution was ceaseless. In addition, the crumbling jade could safeguard the host's physical form from death, enabling complete regeneration. What Sakuya Shihouin desperately sought, having pursued it throughout his life, was a breakthrough. The ability of the crumbling jade was perfectly aligned with his needs. As for the immortality and complete regeneration, he was not particularly concerned. He would not be foolish like Uchiha Madara, waiting to be struck. One could discern from his confrontation with Pain's 6 paths that, as long as he possessed the necessary intelligence, he would not leave his opponent any chance to turn the tide, not even the slightest opportunity. System. How should I utilize the crumbling jade? Ding. The host only needs to extract the acquired prize to use it. I understand, but I cannot simply consume it. Can I? Ding. Since it is distributed as a prize, this system can provide corresponding back-end services. Please specify the target for the crumbling jade to recognize its master. Myself. Please specify the attachment method for the crumbling jade. External pendant. Integration into the heart. Integration into the eye. Integration into the brain core. External pendant. Does the host wish for this system to read your local data of the crumbling jade to assist with intelligent operations and to receive notifications? Yes. An intelligent assistant for the crumbling jade would be quite convenient. After all, everyone has their urgent matters, several of them, in fact. Ding. Back-end service concluded. The system has provided a nylon black cord and assisted the host in connecting the crumbling jade. With the system's final prompt, a pendant of black cord materialized in the air before him. The black nylon cord, knotted intricately, enveloped a crumbling jade that shimmered with a dark blue radiance at its core. Speaking of the system being this frugal, gifting only a nylon cord is rather stingy. Complaints aside, he grasped the crumbling jade pendant and casually donned it around his neck. Simultaneously, he felt an immensely familiar power. Glancing down at the pulsating crumbling jade, synchronized with the rhythm of his heartbeat, he smiled. The door he had pursued throughout his life, which had always seemed out of reach, was now finally within his grasp. It was an extraordinarily unique sensation, akin to the relationship between knowledge and a scholar or cooked food to primitive humans. After a lifetime of being a diligent cultivator, he was now experiencing the exhilaration of wielding extraordinary powers. Sakuya Shihouin wore a smile, reaching out to touch the crumbling jade, exclaiming, I take back what I said in Konoha. System, this is truly delightful. Previously, after being resurrected through the Edo Tensei technique and receiving a resurrection system along with a beginner's gift pack, he had initially thought the system was rather unimpressive. Yet now, having tasted the sweetness of its rewards, he could assert that the crumbling jade was indeed the most exquisite. Just as he was preparing to level up and explore the next realm, another prompt suddenly appeared before him. Ding. Resurrection mission issued. Revive the Nine Tails, as the host's pet. How could it be under the control of mere death? The host must revive the complete Nine Tails within 3 months. Success reward, to be determined. Failure penalty, sealed by the Shihouin. Gazing at the freshly issued mission, Sakuya Shihouin did not hesitate. He accepted the task. For his next step was indeed the Nine Tails. After being resurrected by the reincarnation of heaven technique, he turned and began his journey southward. The southeast of the land of rain was the land of fire. However, to revive the Nine Tails, he needed to research a method to counter the Shihouin. While he was undoubtedly an expert in physical techniques, he was not particularly knowledgeable about the Shihouin. There is a time and place for everything. Expertise lies in specialization. Such matters would require insights from Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru. Once a solution was devised, he would have the opportunity to retrieve the other half of the Nine Tails. Thus, the time ahead presented an excellent opportunity for cultivation. With the crumbling jade, he no longer needed to concern himself with trivialities. The methods he had gleaned from the underworld could be postponed slightly. He should select an auspicious location to begin his breakthrough. Sakuya Shifenjuin cast his gaze towards the horizon. The land of rain was a place devoid of auspicious moments and beautiful scenery, offering only an oppressive atmosphere. To a metaphysician, it would be deemed an ill-fated locale. As his eyes scanned the surroundings, he pondered where to go. Just then, a shadow flashed past. Clang. Sakuya Shifenjuin focused his gaze. It was a kunai, but not one fashioned from steel. Rather, it was a kunai made of paper. Despite its paper composition, it was imbued with special chakra, producing a metallic clang as it struck the ground. This kunai pierced the earth, embedding itself 10 centimeters from his heel, its tip buried in the rock. Had he taken a single step slower, this kunai, descending from the heavens, could have struck his back. A woman. Sakuya Shifenjuin's expression shifted. However, there was more to this paper kunai than met the eye. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that among the specially treated paper imbued with chakra, several explosive tags were concealed. With the execution of a hand seal by the assailant, the explosive tags detonated immediately. Fire engulfed Sakuya Shifenjuin. Boom. A resounding explosion enveloped him in a powerful blast. The flames were blinding, and smoke billowed everywhere. Stop, you murderer of Nagato. From the sky, a battered and tattered paper angel ascended once more. Konin's face etched with fury, tears streaming down her cheeks. During the brief moment Sakuya Shifenjuin had been drawing his prize, Konin had risen from the ground and charged towards him. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a dark crater was left behind, yet Sakuya Shifenjuin remained utterly unharmed. Revived by the reincarnation of heaven technique, he wore no upper garments, only a pair of warrior trousers. To be fair, the Edo Tensei technique was more dignified. Upon resurrection, it provided him with his former battle attire. But being revived by the reincarnation of heaven technique left him with merely a pair of trousers. The reasoning behind this was unclear. What was even more infuriating was that these trousers were made of ordinary fabric, and thanks to Konin's explosive tags, they were riddled with holes. Woman, do you wish to embarrass me? A formidable aura emanated from Sakuya Shifenjuin. In midair, as the angel Konin dove towards him, her movement suddenly faltered. She beheld a pair of cold eyes more fearsome than Nagato's Rinnegan. This was not an illusionary technique, but pure, unadulterated pressure. A soul-crushing aura. Though it was not a jinjutsu, the sensation was even more potent than Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Konin's chakra flow within her body abruptly halted, and her paper wings lost their control, causing her to plummet from the sky, like a kite severed from its string. Unless that ninja had a head made of iron, the sheer force of gravity could easily crush her. Humph. One must pay the price for their recklessness. Women are no exception. Sakuya Shifenjuin let out a cold snort, preparing to witness Konin's demise. However, it seemed that fate had other plans. As Konin's body fell to a perilous height, suddenly, a slender figure leaped into action. Angel-sama. Opening technique, paper blowing snow. Sakuya slightly turned her gaze and beheld a young girl with short purple hair, dressed in an antiquated garb, likely around 10 years of age. Given her youth, Sakuya perceived her merely as a child. Yet, this very child, with unwavering resolve, leaped high to catch the rapidly descending angel Nan. The girl, demonstrating a modicum of cleverness, invoked a secret technique that conjured a flurry of paper scraps, obscuring Sakuya's line of sight. As the paper settled on the ground, it formed a cushion for their descent. Angel, be careful, she shouted, raising her arms to embrace Nan as they plummeted to the earth. Upon regaining her senses, Nan realized that her savior was a girl from the Rain Village. Hydrangea, what are you doing here? Who permitted you to come? Angel, the girl lowered her head, feeling unjustly reprimanded. In the heart of a child, there is no fault in risking one's life to save another. Nan, clutching her chest, slowly rose, her expression grave. Sakuya was still present. The man's presence rendered any attempts at salvation futile. However, to her astonishment, Sakuya approached steadily from the edge of the paper debris, devoid of murderous intent. Seeing a man adorned in revealing attire advancing, Hydrangea quickly drew a special talisman, declaring, "Stop. Your opponent is me." Sakuya scrutinized the girl for a long moment, murmuring to herself, "So this is the path of the lowly. No, the path of beasts?" The current pain of the beast path was still the male counterpart. According to the original narrative, once the male version was defeated by Jiraiya, it would be replaced by the female version, this very girl before him. The current girl, with her purple hair, would eventually have her hair dyed by the psychologically twisted Nagato after becoming pain. It is well known that the 6 paths of pain are all corpses and puppets, which means this girl would ultimately be deliberately killed to fill the void within the 6 paths of pain. "You dare to save someone in my presence?" Sakuya spoke, slightly releasing a portion of his overwhelming aura. Instantly, Hydrangea felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, as if the entire world had been encased in frost. A chilling sensation coursed through her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, even so, her faith clashed valiantly against her fear. Clutching the special talisman, Hydrangea insisted, "Do not come any closer. Please, do not harm the angel. I beg you." The heart of the divine underwent a subtle transformation. This scene felt eerily familiar. I implore you, spare Mr. Sakuya, Chief." A voice, tinged with defiance and trepidation, resonated before Sakuya. Despite her fear, she stood resolutely in front of him. The same purple hair, the same frail, diminutive figure. That girl. A girl a whole generation younger than him. The Warring States period was a time drenched in blood, an era of unrestrained warfare, repeated countless times. At last, Sakuya found himself besieged by the Uchiha clan. The Senju and Uchiha were sworn enemies. Anyone who sought to unite these two families was scorned by the era. Severely wounded and cornered, Sakuya declared, "Chiri, get lost, or I will kill you too." "Chief." Uchiha Taijima. Sakuya rose, tearing open his wound, blood gushing forth. "If you kill me, I will ensure your clan pays the price." Haha. Is this the brotherhood that Madara forged? What a pity he is not present today, otherwise he would have relished hearing these words. "Chief, act quickly, the Senju are closing in." "Chief, Izuna is missing. Hurry, he must have gone to find Madara." "Chief, I beg you, spare Mr. Sakuya. Get lost. Traitor." The angel then stood upright, fully alert and wary of Sakuya, fearing he might suddenly strike. Yet, Sakuya remained motionless, silent as the grave. "Chiri, is that you, child?" Nen was taken aback. She could hardly fathom that the legendary invincible man would display such sorrowful expression. What manner of being could evoke such profound sadness in a ninja of his caliber? A figure of great legend? Nen could empathize with Nagato's suffering, yet she pondered deeply about what ordeal this man had endured. It was rumored that Sakuya was a carefree individual. But this? "Angel, should we retreat?" Hydrangea innocently inquired. Nan, unable to divert her gaze from Sakuya, replied, "You must return to the village immediately. No one is permitted to leave without orders." "I will." As Hydrangea moved, Sakuya snapped back to reality. "Stop." Nan and Hydrangea trembled, halting in their tracks. The man's power was overwhelming, leaving them no room for recklessness. During the Edo Tensei period, he had already been immensely powerful. Upon reclaiming his physical form, his strength was fully unleashed. At his peak, Sakuya was an entity that transcended this ninja world. "Sakuya, what do you intend to do? Are you going to strike a child?" Nan coldly challenged. Sakuya scoffed. "Does your organization care about a mere child? If memory serves, didn't the Akatsuki organization personally send Hydrangea to her demise to fill the gap in the path of beasts?" With her essence laid bare, Nan frowned and retorted, "As a small nation caught between great powers, we have endured unimaginable suffering. Countless children like her have perished on the battlefield. You, whose tale belongs to a bygone era, venture from the land of fire to our land of rain, slaying my comrades. One day, you will experience this pain yourself. Are you referring to the one with the Rinnegan? Have you witnessed me murder that individual? I shattered merely a few puppets. Do you truly believe that Sakuya could not discern that?" Then found herself momentarily speechless. Sakuya had indeed only destroyed the 6 paths of pain and some inconsequential fodder from the Rain Village. He had never even laid eyes upon Nagato. In that instant, Nan came to a startling realization. She had been swept away by emotion, and here she was, an experienced ninja, flustered like a novice before Sakuya. The truth struck her. What she ought to do was not to confront Sakuya for vengeance, but but to hurry to the cave and check on Nagato's condition. Indeed, at this juncture, preserving life was far more crucial than seeking retribution. Furthermore, she needed to investigate what had transpired, why Nagato had employed that technique against Sakuya. Immediately, she began to channel her chakra, intending to activate her paper technique to fly towards Nagato's cave. However, as her injured body responded, a sharp pain surged through her chest and shoulder, nearly causing her to gasp for breath. Ah, how infuriating! Angel! Hydrangea exclaimed with concern, attempting to assist Nan, only to be rebuffed. Taking 2 deep breaths to acclimate to the pain, Nan swiftly transformed her body into fluttering paper butterflies, soaring towards Nagato's cave. Once Nan departed, only Sakuya and the young girl Hydrangea remained. The Hydrangea gazed for 3 seconds before turning to flee, only to be swiftly lifted by a large hand. "What is your name?" asked Sakuya Sakuya. "Ah, I will never yield." The Hydrangea began flailing, but her short arms could not reach the long limbs of Sakuya. "What is your name?" he inquired once more. I am Hydrangea." "Hydrangea, huh? Let me go, let me go, let me go." Unable to withstand the girl's struggles, Sakuya released her. She landed and immediately retaliated with a side kick. Yet, her little calf was no thicker than Sakuya's arm, and he easily captured her again, lifting her upside down. "Do you enjoy this position? I find it difficult to comprehend modern girls." "Ah, sealing technique, shuriken." A special talisman appeared in the Hydrangea's hand, and after infusing it with chakra, she launched a barrage of shuriken, reminiscent of 10-10 from the Konoha 12. However, such throwing weapons were utterly ineffective against Sakuya Sakuya. The gleaming, whistling shuriken struck his abdomen but merely bounced off, falling to the ground. "Is this truly human skin?" the Hydrangea exclaimed in shock. Sakuya released her ankle and cast her down. "Would you like to come with me?" "What? I cannot follow you. You are an enemy of Lord Angel. I will kill you." "Then so be it." With that, Sakuya turned to leave. The Hydrangea was Hydrangea, and Uchiha Chiri was Uchiha Chiri. They were ultimately not the same person. "Have you made your decision?" "Yes, Mr. Sakuya." That year, Madara also departed from Konoha. After the founding of the village, Konoha witnessed the departure of 2 legends. No one was at fault, nor had anyone changed their original intentions. Reality is merely reality. Madara left Konoha, but the Uchiha did not depart. They had endured enough hardship and sought peace in this turbulent environment, and thus began to turn against each other. With Madara's departure, who would become the next clan leader? This question swiftly spread among the Uchiha clan, igniting a desire more terrifying than a plague. Everyone aspired to lead the Uchiha clan, for at that time, Senju Hashirama had nearly dismantled the clan system in favor of uniting the Konoha family. Consequently, the Uchiha became the foremost noble clan in Konoha. What of the Hyuga or the Sarutobi? They were insignificant. The internal conflict evolved from clandestine skirmishes to open warfare. The blood-soaked war engulfing the entire Uchiha clan had finally begun. Power struggles flourished, each minor leader commanding hundreds of supporters. The forbidden technique known as Izanagi took center stage amidst this turmoil. The lives of clan members became mere playthings, as the endless Izanagi of the leaders resembled layers of hell. "Once you leave, do not return." "Mr. Sakuya." "I go." The violet-haired girl bowed deeply. Tears streamed down her face, yet the blood flowing within her compelled her to suppress her reluctance. "Mr. Sakuya, the Izanami you taught me is the perfect technique to resolve the internal strife of my clan today. You know, if the Uchiha continue down this path, my clansmen will all—" "I'm sorry, Mr. Sakuya, I'm so sorry. Do not feel guilty. Everyone harbors a sense of duty, and your duty is for your clan. But I have failed your expectations." The white-haired man seated on the stone platform momentarily lost his clear gaze, which was now clouded. "Chiri, you may go. If I hinder your path, your heart will bear a lifetime of sin. Go. Let it be a favor in return for Madara." "Yes." Uchiha Chiri rose, her blood-red Sharingan shining as she set forth towards Konoha. She understood that Mr. Sakuya owed nothing to Uchiha Madara. That year, beneath the white stone cliff, Mr. Sakuya was cornered with no way out. While Uchiha Taijima prepared to rally the clansmen to eliminate the man named Sakuya Sakuya. Yet, in the final moments, Uchiha Madara arrived. In his urgency, his eyes burned with intensity. The 3 tomo transformed into a new pattern, greatly enhancing his speed as he hurled a kunai with force. This kunai, intended merely to pin to the ground and halt the conflict, accidentally pierced the shoulder of his father, Uchiha Taijima, in the chaos. Uchiha Taijima could hardly fathom that he would be struck down by his son. The excruciating pain in his shoulder caused him to falter. Seizing the opportunity, the enraged Sakuya Shu erupted, utilizing his final strength to kill. The young Uchiha Chiri witnessed the entire ordeal. Perhaps she was a rebellious child, believing Mr. Shu had done nothing wrong, perceiving the clan leader's death as inevitable. That year, she regarded her clan as worthless. Becoming the first woman to break free from the narrow confines of tribalism during the Warring States period. Little did she know, years later, she would sacrifice everything she cherished for her clan. She relinquished her life, her aspirations, and her sense of gratitude. After rescuing her clan and aiding them in establishing a new clan system, she vanished from public view once more. She began a quest across the world to find Sakuya Shu. Ultimately, she found nothing. Only then did she comprehend the meaning of those words, "Do not return." Mr. Shu, even you have failed. A thunderous explosion echoed, prompting her to rush outside. Mr. Shu? Her heart's hopes transformed into sorrow. It was not Sakuya Shu training. It was the familiar explosion of the nine-tailed beast bomb. Another fiery blast shot into the sky, casting a crimson glow across the horizon. She realized that the nine-tails' fury indicated matters had escalated to the worst. Upon arriving at the scene as swiftly as possible, she discovered a landscape strewn with corpses. Surrounding the crater created by the tailed beast bomb, the unmistakable traces of Konoha ninjas were evident. Konoha? Ahead were the Umbu? She hurried forward, leaping over a mountaintop, finally catching sight of the raging Nine-Tails and the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. What were these intruders planning for the Nine-Tails? The Nine-Tails was Mr. Shu's pillow, his companion, and his pet. Yet, today, its usually gentle disposition had turned violently frenzied. Just as she prepared to approach, she sensed another presence. Turning her head, she spotted a panicked man standing on another mountaintop. She recognized him as Kakuzu, a follower of Mr. Shu. Unfortunately, the current Mr. Shu was no longer. In that case, you who possess the technique of immortality should survive. Uchiha Chiri's remaining Manjiki Sharingan flickered, and she whispered. Mr. Shu spoke of the eternal cycle above the Manjiki Sharingan. Go, follower Kakuzu, seek the Rinnegan, revive Mr. Shu. Lord Ninetails, I. In the distance, Kakuzu stood in a daze, unconsciously murmuring, "This ocular power shall forever be sealed within your spirit. The curse of the Sharingan cannot be undone autonomously. Thus, bear this mission as you continue to live. When the day arrives for you to fulfill it, this power will assist you in achieving your goal. Lord Ninetails, I apologize. I am a coward, never the brave warrior you spoke of." Kakuzu repeatedly uttered these words, his heart consumed by thoughts of escape. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chiri's complexion grew increasingly pale. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, now reduced to mere petals, streamed with fresh, warm tears. My Lord Sakuya did not perish on the battlefield, nor was he sacrificed in treachery, and he certainly has not been eroded by time. He cannot simply die like this. Even if my decision today angers Lord Sakuya's spirit, even if I disturb the peace of the netherworld, I do not regret it. All the sins of breaking these constraints shall be borne solely by me, Uchiha Chiri, no matter what fate befalls this world. In the collapsed cave, a small space propped up by shards of stone remained. Beneath it, a flicker of life lingered. Nagato, on the mechanical body, was in a state of utter ruin, vitality draining from him like spring water. Sinister black veins snaked around his upper body, particularly his emaciated arms, which were almost entirely covered by these dark tentacles. How could such power exist? This transcends the power of the Rinnegan. Kakuzu, how on earth did you acquire this? As Nagato clung to the last vestiges of life, countless questions swirled within him. Beside him lay Kakuzu, whose body had carbonized to 90%. The outcome of this battle was not a matter of life or death. Rather, it was a testament to Kakuzu's victory. He had compelled Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, to employ the outer path, samsara of heavenly life. This is the true measure of victory. Severely injured and having utilized the outer path technique, Nagato's time was short. Despite his unique physique and being a vessel for the Rinnegan, he was not exempt from fate. Crack! The sound of crumbling echoed through the chamber, as crimson chakra spilled forth, slowly lifting the collapsed cave. Gradually, a colossal crimson skeleton became visible. Within the skeletal frame conjured by chakra, Uchiha Itachi struggled to rise. The activation of Susanoo demands a significant toll. The larger the scale, the greater the cost. Uchiha Itachi had forcibly propped up the cave with Susanoo. He had not anticipated Kakuzu possessing such strength. He had been careless. The previous battle replayed in his mind. Or rather, it could hardly be deemed a battle. It was a one-sided interrogation. Terrifying as a demon, Kakuzu employed techniques previously unseen, forcing Nagato to experience true agony, ultimately leading to the use of the samsara of heavenly life. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Itachi felt a flicker of doubt. Did Kakuzu just utilize an ocular technique against Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan? Itachi murmured to himself. Having spent considerable time with Akatsuki, he was familiar with the abilities of its members. Kakuzu's power comprised 5 elemental hearts, granting him 5 lives, aptly referred to as 555. Though his eyes were distinct, they did not belong to a bloodline limit of ocular techniques. Could someone like him wield an ocular technique effective against the Rinnegan? Could it be the transcription seal? Uchiha Itachi paused, startled by his own conjecture. Whose transcription seal ocular technique could affect Nagato of the Rinnegan? Just as Itachi pondered, an abrupt sound of flapping wings echoed from outside. A swarm of paper butterflies flew into the cave. The paper butterflies rapidly coalesced, ultimately transforming into a humanoid form. Konan, having just finished her jutsu, hurried forward. With Itachi's Susanoo supporting the cave, her movements became considerably easier. Nagato. Konan's steps faltered as she beheld the near-lifeless Nagato. His once crimson hair had turned as pale as snow. She could scarcely fathom the inhumane torment Nagato had endured. The black tendrils had pierced his body. The current Nagato resembled a beggar. His form described as tattered would be a grave understatement. Why? Why has this happened? Kakuzu. Konan gritted her teeth, gazing at the fallen Kakuzu, wishing to rend him to pieces. Previously, they had all been part of the same organization, members from all corners of the world, each with their own styles and jutsu. It had seemed entirely normal to her. After all, she often transformed into paper, resembling a specter. Yet now, witnessing the black tendrils impaled within Nagato's body, she felt an unprecedented loathing for another. A hatred surpassing even that for Hanzo of the salamander. Konan. Nagato's weak voice reached her. She quickly knelt beside him. Nagato, hold on. I will heal you. Heh, medical ninjutsu is futile now. I am all too aware of my current state. Let it be. Nagato. Konan refused to give up. Listen to me, Konan. The man known as Sakuya has been fully resurrected. He is not our enemy. In the future, if you encounter him, members of the organization may unconditionally abandon their missions. Nagato, I understand. And what I must say is, after my death, the burden of Akatsuki will fall upon your shoulders. Share all the information you possess regarding Tobi with Itachi. Our plans, our hopes must utilize the Rinnegan. My eyes should be transplanted into someone trustworthy. Konan. Moreover, these eyes possess overwhelming power. We must find someone with a compatible physique, else they shall be consumed by their strength. At this point, Nagato's breaths grew shallow. Ah, my wish. Nagato, do not speak. I will go find Tsunade of Konoha. If it is her medical skills. Konan spoke urgently, as if grasping a lifeline. However, at this moment, Nagato had reached his final moments, unable to hear any words. Konan, please bury me alongside Yahiko. The 3 of us must remain cautious of that. Nagato. 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 The public leader of Akatsuki collapsed, yet his eyes remained wide open. A pair of purple Rinnegan gazed intensely into the distance. The cave, supported by the crimson Susanoo, bore walls that were irreparably damaged. Through the gaps in the walls, the sight of the Rinnegan focused on the horizon. On that darkened earth, a girl of approximately 10 years was racing towards the cave. She possessed short purple hair and an unwavering faith. Suddenly, her steps faltered, her entire being seemingly soulless, frozen in place. The ocular power projected by the Rinnegan entered her gaze, inscribing itself upon her mind. Transcription, Sharingan Binding Curse. The dead cannot bear this technique. It is specifically designed to affect the spirit of the living. Before the ocular power is exhausted, this technique will continuously transfer its host like a parasitic worm. The young girl, Hydrangea, quickly regained her senses, looking around in confusion, finding nothing amiss. How strange, what just happened? Never mind, I shall seek out the angel. Wait, what is this angel? Is it another alias for Lord Sakuya? Ah, forget it. I shall return to the village. Hydrangea muttered to herself. pivoting 180 degrees to head back to the village hidden in the rain, the border of the land of rain. The torrential downpour had subsided into a gentle drizzle. Shihouin, radiating heat, gradually came to a halt. The land of rain was known for its harsh environment and somber atmosphere, while the neighboring land of fire was lush and vibrant. Neither, when considered alone, possessed any particular distinction. However, standing between the two, one could appreciate the stark contrast. Shihouin stood firm, with the desolate, rocky terrain of the land of rain to his left and the verdant forests of the land of fire to his right. The scenery mirrored his inner state. The limit he had pursued throughout his life, like the perpetually gloomy land of rain, seemed perpetually out of reach. Now, his path ahead, like the thriving land of fire, held the promise of breakthroughs with the H-Gyoku. Suddenly, immense power surged from within him. The H-Gyoku on his chest emitted an ethereal, dark blue glow, enveloping the overflowing power, subtly reorganizing, constructing, and stabilizing it. In an instant, a field of force formed around him, reducing any debris caught within, pebbles, twigs, to dust. Shihouin closed his eyes. The light rain could no longer reach his face. The sheer force emanating from him balanced the surrounding nature. With a thought, the falling rain above him naturally diverted, cascading diagonally to either side. I see. The method used by the H-Gyoku is similar to what I deduced in the Soul Society, Shihouin muttered, clenching his fist. Having failed in his previous breakthrough, he was despondent as he lingered near death. Only upon reaching the Soul Society did he gradually calm down and begin to reflect on his failures. He had dedicated his life to honing the primal power of the human body, believing in the boundless potential of humanity. As far as the ninja world was concerned, he had indeed pushed the human body to its limits. To break through at that point required external force. In the Soul Society, he had contemplated the matter, dismissing the three great sage lands. After his resurrection, he had initially planned to revive that individual, enlisting the aid of the world's strongest force to assist in that critical breakthrough. Without the H-Gyoku, he would have done so, regardless of the consequences for the ninja world. Now, with the H-Gyoku, a jewel the size of a walnut, he could satisfy all the energy required for his breakthrough. Sensing the surroundings, Shihouin noted that the H-Gyoku was indeed mobilizing ambient natural energy. However, the natural energy in that location was insufficient to aid his breakthrough. He had calculated in the Soul Society that even the combined natural energy of the three great sage lands would barely suffice for a single attempt. Yet, the three great sage lands could never be merged. To resume, the H-Gyoku transformed a small amount of natural energy into a vast quantity. The transformation mechanism and algorithm remained unknown. It was, by its nature, a mysterious artifact, as the natural energy, comparable to the total spatial volume of the three great sage lands, gradually converted and finally flooded into Shihouin's body. The breakthrough commenced. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on his bare, steel-like torso, radiating from the center of his ribs, as if an explosive device had detonated within his chest. However, this phenomenon did not alarm him. Everything was still under his control. Compared to the pain of his previous demise, this was nothing. The cracks emitted the same dark blue glow as the H-Gyoku. It was as if his body had been devoid of flesh, replaced entirely by a gelatinous, highly compressed form of energy. However, that was not the case. This energy was merely an overreaction. With breakthrough comes feedback. If one were to break through without any accompanying phenomena, what was the point? As he used the immense natural energy to breach the limit he had discovered, the consumed natural energy entered a high-speed conduit, like a torrent rushing into an ocean. Once the force was depleted, the ocean began to backflow. The explosive phenomenon on his body was the ocean backflow. Although the vast, star-like power was ravaging his body, he was not concerned. Once the H-Gyoku recognized its master, it would protect the host's body from death and destruction. Soon, a regenerative ability surpassing that of Hashirama Senju commenced. The cracks on his body healed even more rapidly than they had appeared. His stretched body was almost entirely restored in a single breath. The healed body radiated new life. His body had been resurrected in his prime by the Rinnegan's technique, selecting his peak condition before death. At that time, he was the strongest in the modern ninja world. But now, he was the strongest human in 500 years. In his prime, he could only contend with Hashirama in Sage Mode. Now, even Hashirama in Sage Mode was no longer his opponent. As for Madara Uchiha, only by acquiring both Rinnegan, mastering Hashirama's cells, seizing Hashirama's sage art, and possessing at least one multi-tailed beast could he stand a chance against him. The overflowing energy manifested as a chakra cloak around him. Unlike Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode, his chakra cloak was more akin to the solidified form of a Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The chakra cloak was entirely black, with only a few dark red veins crisscrossing it. Resembling blood vessels on the surface, he opened his eyes and gazed at the sky. He could no longer tolerate the perpetually cloudy skies of the land of rain. The dense clouds made the sky seem low, creating a sense of oppression. Having broken through another limit of the human body, his spirit could no longer be suppressed by nature. He clenched his right hand into a fist, gathering strength. Hiradora, without hand seals or significant consumption of chakra, it was like an ordinary punch. However, as the punch was thrown, immense air pressure transformed into a colossal tiger of vapor, leaping towards the heavens. What is that? That. The sky is that the power of a god? The inhabitants of Amigakure in the land of rain looked up at the sky. The giant Hiradora emitted a white light, and its roar echoed across the sky, shaking the land. From that distance, it already appeared larger than Amigakure. Deidara, riding on his clay bird, was speechless. They had just returned to the village. Before that day, he had believed that his explosive clay was the most destructive force. But on that day, what had he witnessed? First, lightning filled the sky. A dragon of lightning that nearly destroyed the world. Then, a white tiger larger than Amigakure, battling the heavens. Dragon roars and tiger howls. Had they encountered deities? Beside him, Sasori murmured, "It must be the same person, that man SKY Shien." He disliked fleeting art. But that did not mean his calculation skills were poor. Conversely, a master puppeteer possesses computational abilities that surpass those of an ordinary ninja by tenfold. He is capable of estimating the sheer magnitude of the sky-fighting day tiger based on distance and visible size. How could it be? He calculated, if the target of that day tiger were the rain-hidden village, then the entire village would be dwarfed by a single claw of the day tiger. The vast rain-hidden village, in the presence of that entity, resembled a mere plaything for a raccoon. His conviction solidified within. That creature must surely be a creation of Sakuya from the Shikafa clan. Although he was unaware of why that man refrained from obliterating the Akatsuki, nor the nature of the adversaries he encountered at the border that compelled him to wield such terrifying techniques. What manner of technique was that? Taijutsu or ninjutsu? All he knew was that he was fortunate that when their Akatsuki battled with Sakuya, he had shown mercy. Had he unleashed such power from the very beginning, it would not have mattered if they were present or even the leader in his prime. What could they have done? With a single paw, he could shatter the entire rain-hidden village. Is that something humanity can control? Under the gray skies of the land of rain, the colossal day tiger resembled a radiant moon. As the brilliant moon ascended, the first to notice were the vigilant ninjas, followed by the citizens of the land of rain, who paused their tasks to gaze skyward. They looked up in succession, revering that miraculous sight, fearing they might miss it. Within human nature lies an innate fear of tigers, let alone that day tiger in the sky. The day tiger, radiating with the brilliance of sunlight, could easily be deemed a celestial deity. Yet, they remained oblivious to the true intentions of this divine being. Boom! A violent explosion from the heavens unraveled the mystery in their hearts. The day tiger bore no ulterior motives. It merely sought to part the skies. The shockwave from the heavenly event radiated outward, dispersing the heavy rain clouds, akin to the thick wool of a sheep finally being lifted. At first, it was merely a sacred beam of light. A singular ray pierced through the dense clouds, casting down from the gray heavens of the land of rain. Subsequently, the beam transformed into a column of light. In a fleeting moment, it illuminated the land of rain, enhancing its brightness. The shockwave from the day tiger resembled a halo for the land of rain. The halo swiftly expanded, bathing the land in an ever-increasing radiance. In an instant, although the rain had not ceased, the daylight's warmth flooded the terrain of the land of rain. Warmth. Serenity. Could that be the legendary day tiger? At the border of the land of fire, a woman exclaimed. She had hurriedly departed from the hidden leaf village, initially thinking it would take ages to meet the person she longed for. Yet she unexpectedly gathered enough chakra in her feet, unleashing extraordinary strength to hasten her journey. Ultimately, her efforts bore fruit, as the heavens painted a coordinate for her, indicating a clear path. "Hey, Tsunade, slow down. At this pace, your body won't hold up." A white-haired elder called out from behind her. It was uncertain whether the elder's slow pace was due to excessive use of chakra, but he was undeniably lagging behind the woman. Tsunade did not respond to Jiraiya's concern. Her nature was such that when urgency seized her, not even a father would deter her. Not only did she fail to decelerate, but she also exerted herself further, amplifying her speed with chakra. Thus, she once again distanced herself from Jiraiya. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya had no choice but to mimic Tsunade. He knew that if he hesitated to expend chakra now, he would soon lose her. Hey, Tsunade, I believe that must be Lord Sakuya's technique, and we're not far now, so please don't overexert yourself. We still have no idea where that man stands. It would be perilous to approach him in such an exhausted state. Jiraiya shouted. He had received orders from the third Hokage to eliminate the remnants of Orochimaru, but Tsunade's appearance had caused him to alter his course. The route to the land of rice and the route to the land of rain formed nearly a 90-degree angle, yet he chose to pursue Tsunade. As for the reason, those who understood would comprehend. Tsunade did not halt, but finally replied, Jiraiya, you don't need to follow me anymore. I've activated the mitotic regeneration technique, so don't worry about my chakra levels. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, realizing she still didn't grasp his meaning. After much contemplation, he decided to speak up. Tsunade, you should know that the impure world reincarnation technique developed by the second Hokage was not intended solely for resurrecting the deceased. That was not its original purpose. However, Lord Sakuya seems to have broken the limitations of this technique, gaining freedom and defying the ethics of humanity. Thus, enough. Be silent. Lord Sakuya is not someone you can judge. Tsunade abruptly turned around, her tone sharp. Jiraiya was accustomed to her temperament after all these years. Very well, Tsunade, proceed. I shall remain here to prepare for sage mode. If your resolve cannot handle Lord Sakuya, then I shall take it upon myself. Jiraiya proclaimed with a righteous expression, even showing indifference toward Tsunade. Should you attempt to obstruct me, I will act for Konoha. Tsunade, however, did not hear Jiraiya's words. The wind howled in her ears as she sped forward, the cool breeze from the land of rain enveloping her refreshing attire. Finally, at the forest's edge, her vision cleared. Gazing at the serene sky, Sakuya smiled softly, satisfied. The high sky and scattered clouds were pleasing to behold. He then retracted his force field. With a higher state of being, he felt a return to simplicity. Once he withdrew his force field, he stood there like an inconspicuous passerby. Were it not for his handsome visage, most would scarcely spare him a glance. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of turbulent chakra approaching from the land of fire. His perception abilities had certainly improved. Sakuya mused. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a woman burst forth from the forest of the land of fire. Her footsteps explosive, swiftly bypassing the underbrush, rapidly drawing closer. Her speed was not remarkable. Rather, it was the explosive power behind each of her steps that set her apart. While an ordinary ninja might leap 16 or 17 meters, her strides covered at least 30. Sakuya focused intently, observing the urgency on the woman's face. Undeniably, she was a beauty. Yet, an inexplicable familiarity lingered. Grandfather Sakuya. Addressing him as grandfather upon their first meeting, Sakuya noted that the woman did not slow her pace, continuing to charge towards him with remarkable speed. At such velocity, it was evident she could not halt in time, and a collision was inevitable. His body could withstand such impact. Even-tailed beasts would not flinch. What concerned him was the possibility of the woman injuring herself. However, as she drew nearer, he suddenly recalled, it seems only little Tsunade calls me grandfather. Splash. While he was still reminiscing, warmth enveloped him. Little Tsunade has grown up. Accompanied by this peculiar thought, he quickly stepped back, dissipating the force of Tsunade's impact. Yet, almost immediately, Tsunade began to tremble in his embrace. Even someone as formidable as Sakuya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In those days, when he held the babbling Tsunade, they were of the same age. Yet, by the time he turned 20, he had already mastered 8 formidable techniques, and his appearance had scarcely altered over the years. Now, as time marches on, the once babbling Tsunade has blossomed into a striking young woman. Alas, by the current year, her age is indeed considerable. However, compared to him, a centenarian, Tsunade seems rather insignificant, possessing the ability to eternally retain her youth, an envy cherished by women across the globe. Little Tsunade, the hell butterfly you gifted me has been lovingly nurtured. I hope one day you can reveal its whereabouts to me. You see, my grandfathers have passed away one after another, and I have searched for you for a long time. In this vast shinobi world, where wonders abound, countless summoning beasts exist, many of which are quite extraordinary. For instance, the slugs of the wet-bone forest can relay information to one another after splitting. A similarly rare species, long endangered since the Warring States period, is the hell butterfly. It is said that long ago, noble families used a particular black butterfly to convey messages, but as time passed, the creature became lost in the annals of history alongside many prominent clans. Fortunately, Sakuyahito of the Shirogane clan managed to capture a small group of these butterflies, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the hell butterflies depicted in Death God. Hence they were aptly named. On Tsunade's first birthday, he presented her with these non-combatant hell butterflies. Forgive me, little Tsunade, for by that time, I was no longer present. A few years after leaving Konoha, I met my untimely demise due to a training mishap. Back then, Tobarama was still alive. What? Tsunade suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. A training accident leading to death? Such occurrences are difficult for ordinary individuals to comprehend. It is not uncommon for novices to perish in their training endeavors. Yet, could Sakuyahito, one of the legendary three shinobi, truly have died through his own training? A god, perhaps not a true deity, but certainly a figure of acknowledgement among the people. Such an existence could succumb to training-related demise. Unfathomable, no matter how careless. At their level, such a grievous error ought not to occur, right? For a fleeting moment, Tsunade doubted Sakuyahito's honesty. But a moment's reflection revealed that her grandfather had no reason to deceive her. If it's so dangerous, why continue training? Why endure such fatigue? Tsunade lamented. By the way, I heard that my grandfathers were also resurrected through Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. In response, Sakuyahito affirmed, indeed, they have been revived. But they choose not to interfere with the affairs of the living and have opted to return to the Pure Land. As for me, after breaking free from Orochimaru's grasp, I still have a few matters to attend to. Tsunade released her grip and slowly stepped away from Sakuyahito's embrace. She noticed that the attire he wore was not the battle garments of yore. However, she refrained from further inquiry. Could one not change clothes? What concerned her more was his chakra coat appeared rather spacious, with the upper portion left open. Tsunade had previously leaped into his arms. Ultimately, she felt his warmth. Warmth. What does this signify? This is not the impure world reincarnation, is it? Tsunade pondered. Sakuyahito smiled gently, raised his arm, and ruffled Tsunade's hair, replying, of course not. Just look into my eyes, and you will understand. No matter how perfected the impure world reincarnation, the eyes can always discern. Tsunade looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment as she scrutinized him. Immediately, she was taken aback. This matched perfectly with her memories of Sakuyahito. A dream revisited after 50 years. What? What is happening? Wasn't Orochimaru the one who resurrected you? How is it that you are now completely revived? Tsunade stammered in disbelief. To rise from the dead, and with such vitality, this was an inconceivable event for them. Yes, it can be considered a complete resurrection. Do not be overly astonished. Treat it as a rather mundane matter. This is utterly astonishing. Tsunade longed to be deceived by the adults as she had in her childhood, yet now, she could not afford such naivety. While she was grappling with this information, Sakuyahito suddenly inquired, Little Tsunade, is someone tracking you? As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the forest of Fire Country, where he sensed the flow of natural energy. Tsunade snapped back to reality. Ah, yes, there is a pesky toad. A toad wishing to court a swan? Sakuyahito teased. Blushing from the unexpected compliment, Tsunade quickly clarified. No, you misunderstand. The toad refers to a ninja who claims to be a sage of toads. You haven't met him yet, but I can introduce you to my companion. We could become the 3 legendary shinobi of Konoha. 3 shinobi? Oh, but that would require Orochimaru's revival, wouldn't it? For now, we could settle for 2 shinobi. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Tsunade, get down. The reunion between the two was joyous, yet unexpectedly, a white-haired middle-aged man sprang forth from the forest of Fire Country. His speed surpassed even Tsunade's, and from 100 meters away, he formed hand seals, unleashing a fire ninjutsu. Jiraiya knew that someone of Tsunade's caliber could easily evade an attack from that distance. This was a testament to the strength of the 3 shinobi. However, he remained oblivious to Tsunade's feelings. As the flames surged towards her, Tsunade stood her ground, shielding Sakuyahito with her back. As the fireball threatened to engulf her, Jiraiya was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Tsunade would remain there, unflinching before his jutsu. Wasn't that supposed to be the impure world reincarnation? What was there to fear from flames? It was too late. Jiraiya realized he could not retract the flames in time. He could not bear to imagine Tsunade being harmed by his fire ninjutsu. Ah, so it's you again, white-haired brat. Just as the flames drew near, Sakuyahito raised his hand, sweeping past Tsunade's ear with a gentle flick. A gust of wind, comparable to a B-rank wind technique, rushed forth to meet the oncoming flames. Fire and wind collided, intensifying the inferno. In an instant, the conical fire transformed into a towering inferno reaching dozens of meters high. The fierce winds whipped Tsunade's twin tails wildly, as the gusts flowed into her clothing. Despite her form being already ample, the powerful wind made it feel even more spacious. Ultimately, the flames burned out, and the fierce wind dissipated into the air. Not far away, Jiraiya saw that Tsunade was unharmed and breathed a sigh of relief. "Little Jiraiya, are you all right?" A female toad perched on Jiraiya's shoulder inquired. Hearing this, Jiraiya took a breath and replied, "Shima Sage, I'm fine. Be cautious of that man. He is too powerful. Even if I summon both of you, I cannot guarantee I can seal him." "Hey, is this the mess you've stirred up in Konoha?" Another green toad remarked. "Fukasaku Sage, please be careful not to harm Tsunade." Little Jiraiya. Something feels off to me. Father of the child, please refrain from interfering with little Jiraiya. That girl is someone he cares for. Once this is over, let us invite everyone to Mayaboka Mountain for a feast, shall we? Jiraiya was left speechless. They were facing the legendary Sakuyahito. Yet these two old toads couldn't he take things seriously? "Let us go. You two sages." As he spoke, Jiraiya gathered sage chakra beneath his feet, leaping like a frog. In sage mode, his speed far surpassed Tsunade's. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya had closed the distance to mere steps away from Sakuyahito. He raised his foot without hesitation, aiming not at Sakuya but at Tsunade. This kick, those who understood would naturally comprehend. Tsunade instinctively crossed her arms to block the strike, but her entire form was sent flying by the sheer force. Sensing the impending danger, Jiraiya quickly turned and grounded himself. A pale blue chakra sphere rapidly forming in his palm. Initially no larger than a lead ball, it swelled several times in an instant, reaching the size of a basketball. Sage Art, Massive Rasengan. Jiraiya bellowed, directing the sage chakra-infused Rasengan towards Sakuya. It is no exaggeration to say that this Rasengan, imbued with sage chakra, could obliterate a massive boulder. For instance, if it were to strike the esteemed Hokage of the Leaf Village, it could easily ruin the fourth Hokage's hairstyle. However, faced with such a formidable technique, Sakuya did not flinch or evade. He intended to receive this low hit rate, yet devastating jutsu head-on. He extended his hand, forming a claw-like shape, and grasped towards Jiraiya's technique. Absurd. The Rasengan is a technique that contains highly compressed chakra turbulence, requiring the user to maintain stability for a duration. It cannot unleash its power until it strikes its target or achieves the desired effect. Akin to the principle of a tailed beast ball, Jiraiya could hardly believe that anyone would dare to catch his Rasengan with their bare hands. Even Lord Sakuya had underestimated the might of the Toad Sage. A smug grin crept across Jiraiya's face as Sage Chakra surged up his arm, filling him with confidence. He intended to adjust the angle of his palm to ensure the full impact of the technique landed squarely on Sakuya. However, as he exerted force with his arm, Sakuya did the same. The two forces met in a stalemate. At that moment, the two elder toads on Jiraiya's shoulders intervened. They not only assisted him in channeling natural energy, but also served as independent attack units. The female toad opened her mouth, her long tongue snaking towards Sakuya's neck, while the male toad clasped his hands together, preparing a water release. Sakuya could sense their movements. After breaking through his limits, he felt as if their actions had all slowed down by a beat. It is important to note that Jiraiya, in Sage Mode, ranks among the strongest in the ninja world. Such a ninja, now deemed slow by a beat, indicates a profound dullness in overall neural response. In gaming terms, slow implies high ping, while slow by a beat suggests sheer incompetence. This is how Sakuya perceived the sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya, multitasking, noticed the female toad's long tongue was about to ensnare his neck, and the male toad's high-pressure water release was poised to pierce his body. Sakuya smirked disdainfully, exerting force on Jiraiya's Rasengan. His power was overwhelming, and Jiraiya felt an immense force press down on the hand holding the Rasengan, causing him to collapse under the weight. One arm buckled, and with a resounding crash, he fell to the ground. The earth cracked like spider webs. Had it not been for the enhancement of Sage Mode, Jiraiya's arm would have undoubtedly suffered a catastrophic fracture. The two toads on his shoulders also lost balance, their attacks going awry. It was only then that the Rasengan detonated. Buzzing, the pale blue chakra turbulence erupted. A torrent of energy rushing past Sakuya Tsushuya's nose, sending his white hair spiraling upward. After being resurrected by the rebirth, his hairpin had vanished, leaving his hair disheveled and quite unseemly. Little Jiraiya. In this dire moment, the female toad, Shima, used her webbed feet to stabilize herself, mitigating some of the damage for Jiraiya. Maternal instincts kicked in. No one had anticipated such an unusual detonation from the Rasengan, preventing Jiraiya from suffering injuries from the backlash. Little Jiraiya, why not strike his arm? Senjutsu Danzu furrowed his brow, and the body merged with Jiraiya elongated, forcefully propelling him upward and retreating several meters. Jiraiya rubbed his chin, a bitter expression crossing his face. I should have realized that not having faced that man ultimately made me complacent. He had never expected someone would dare to catch the Rasengan. He merely intended to exert more strength to maximize the jutsu's effectiveness. Alas, the experience of ninjas proved to be naive before Sakuya Tsushuya, leading to his defeat. Listening to Jiraiya's explanation, Senjutsu Danzu paused. There is something I wish to say. The father of the child, today's enemy, seems quite formidable. Let us discuss it later and focus on helping little Jiraiya through this crisis. In truth, he wanted to say, both sages, let us go? Jiraiya cracked his knuckles. Over the years, he had faced numerous battles outside of the Leaf Village. However, the Toad Sage's tactics were usually to fight if he could win, or flee if he couldn't. He had never encountered such a tough battle. Let us go. Sage Art, Hair Needle 1000. Jiraiya prostrated on the ground, his white hair sticking out like a porcupine, releasing a flurry of sharp needles. A dense rain of needles rained down towards Sakuya Tsushuya. Observing this, Sakuya Tsushuya casually took 2 steps back. Those seemingly slow steps somehow contained an unspoken rule, allowing him to evade the high-speed barrage of hair needles. Jiraiya, cease this at once. Grandfather Shuya, Tsunade desperately intervened, her anger reaching its peak. Yet, in Sage Mode, Jiraiya knew he could not sustain his state for long. Every second counted. Thus, he regarded Tsunade's emotions as mere attachments. However, how could a ninja be bound by such dead feelings? He paid no heed to her pleas. The Hair Needle 1000 was merely a test. He did not expect it to affect Sakuya Tsushuya significantly. As Sakuya Tsushuya evaded the Hair Needle 1000, Jiraiya had already begun forming hand seals. Both sages used that. Alright. Sage Art, 5 right gates. The female toad, Shima, utilized fire release, Jiraiya spat oil, and Senjutsu Danzu employed wind release. The 3 elements merged, creating a devastating fire technique. Most importantly, this technique could cover a vast area. Its impact on a taijutsu-oriented ninja would be considerable. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Sakuya Tsushuya was never a taijutsu-focused ninja. As the 3 torrents merged into one, they transformed into a blazing sea of fire. Both Jiraiya and the 2 sages exerted considerable effort. After all, they had witnessed Sakuya Tsushuya neutralize Jiraiya's fire release. Fireball. This time, Sage Art, 5 right gates was inherently more potent than fire release. Fireball. And given their collective efforts, they were bound to. The searing ocean of flames seemed poised to consume all tangible matter. The intense heat caused the underbrush along the border of the land of fire to evaporate in an instant. Might I inquire, with such a decisive strike, who could possibly remain unscathed? Even the first Hokage of Konoha would surely suffer if struck fully. Yet, Jiraiya was undeterred. Having just faced a setback at the hands of Sakura Shikiru, he knew that this time, he must not let his guard down. As he executed the Sage Art, Gomen, without a moment's pause, he leaped into the inferno, still expelling the toad oil from his mouth. In Sage Mode, even a mere genin possesses heightened sensory abilities. Jiraiya could sense Sakuru's position through the flames. Thus, he ascended high, gathering a tremendous amount of Sage Chakra in his hands. Sage Art, Super Ball Rasengan. This was a direct descent, unlike the previous Rasengan that had been merely a fluke. This time, he crafted a sphere larger than a human. Regardless of whether Sakura attempted to catch it with his hands, the impact would be the same. The Super Ball Rasengan, infused with Sage Chakra, shimmered with a hue that mirrored the fiery abyss below, radiating a golden glow. Holding this colossal sphere, Jiraiya, utilizing his sage mode perception, aimed mercilessly at Sakura beneath him. The sage art, Super Ball Rasengan tore through the flames, sparing Jiraiya from being scorched. However, when his Super Ball Rasengan pierced the fire, he was utterly dumbfounded. What? In Jiraiya's view, the man engulfed by the flames should have been charred beyond recognition. After all, this was sage technique. A severely burned Sakura should have succumbed to the force of the Super Ball Rasengan. At that moment, he should have been easy prey for sealing. But what was this? The man consumed by flames was draped in an oddly shaped garment that shielded him from all fire. The tall figure, upon receiving Jiraiya's gaze, returned the look. Beneath the fiery veil, a slight smirk graced his lips. Calmly, he uttered 2 words. Is that it? The brilliance of the Super Ball Rasengan reflected on his visage, tousling his long hair, yet he remained unperturbed in the face of such a threat. This scene failed to rattle him. At that instant, Jiraiya was compelled to meet Sakuru's gaze directly. Suddenly, he grasped a grim realization. Sakuru's eyes. Could it be? He had returned to life. Shocked, Jiraiya unleashed the Super Ball Rasengan upon Sakura. In that fleeting moment, the vibrant chakra erupted, engulfing his vision. Could it be that Nagato? Boom, boom. The sage art, Super Ball Rasengan ripped apart the sea of flames. As the dazzling chakra dissipated, Jiraiya discovered, to his astonishment, that under his jutsu, there was nothing but emptiness. He had witnessed the Super Ball Rasengan explode right before him, yet it had resulted in a miss. However, this was not his foremost concern. Scanning his surroundings, he soon spotted Sakura not far away. That man, Sakura, had truly returned to life, Jiraiya murmured, his expression complex. At that moment, the elder toad sage, Fukasaku, remarked, I was just about to say, you never gave me a chance to speak. I just realized that man's body is entirely human, quite different from what young Jiraiya described regarding the Edo Tensei. The elder female toad, Shima, felt a bit awkward, as she had previously interrupted Fukasaku. Child's father, you should have mentioned that sooner. But how shall we resolve this now? Young Jiraiya, he is a living human now. Should we still seal him? Listening to Shima's inquiry, Jiraiya furrowed his brow more deeply. The mere fact that Sakura had completely resurrected carried immense implications. He recalled asking about the Rinnegan while in Konoha. Now, standing before him in flesh, it indicated that he had not only found the Rinnegan's wielder, but had also succeeded in resurrecting him. The pressing question was, long ago during the war, he had received news that Nagato's trio had tragically perished. So, whose hands now held the Rinnegan? The second concern was that Konoha bore absolute responsibility to seal Sakura in his Edo Tensei state or persuade him to return to the Pure Land. Disrupting the ethical balance of life and death in this era was a grave violation. Furthermore, a powerhouse like Sakura, aligned with any faction, possessed the capacity to ignite the next great ninja war. But how should they handle the fully resurrected Sakura? Out of loyalty and reason, he owed Konoha a great debt. Thus, should he still adhere to the treatment reserved for those in Edo Tensei? Jiraiya pondered deeply. Having long infiltrated other villages for intelligence, he found his mind insufficient for the first time. At that moment, Tsunade rushed into the fray, placing herself between the two. She firmly commanded Jiraiya, stop right now, or you will be my enemy from this moment on. Tsunade's defense of Sakura was entirely justified. In truth, even without her intervening words, he had no intention of engaging. Compared to Orochimaru's imperfect Edo Tensei techniques, the Sakura revived by the Six-Path Sage was in peak condition. Most Konoha ninjas understood the concept that only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in his prime could contend with the fully powered Sakura. What shall you do, young Jiraiya? Fukasaku inquired. At this, Jiraiya could only manage a wry smile, silently redirecting his chakra. As he manipulated the chakra within him, natural energy began to separate from his sage chakra. If left unmanaged, this natural energy would dissipate from his body, resulting in the cessation of sage mode. Thus, Jiraiya's choice was to abandon sage mode and forego the battle. The sage markings on his face gradually faded, his garlic nose returning to its normal state, and the transformation in his toes diminished. He gazed apologetically at the distant Sakura and declared, Lord Sakura, I concede. Oh, you've finished, yet I haven't even retaliated, and you wish to surrender? Sakura chuckled. I am fully aware of the disparity between us. If you intend to kill me now, please proceed. Jiraiya replied. With Tsunade present, it was unlikely that a grandfather would slay his granddaughter's friend. If he lacked such magnanimity, He would be better off as a narrow-minded grandson. He smiled, turning to behold the scorched earth, blackened by sage fire, feeling a twinge of regret. Tsunade stepped forward, gazing up at Sakuya with childlike innocence, asking, "Grandpa Sakura, where do you plan to go next? Will you take me with you?" A woman without a home while wandering the world considers every place her abode. Yet now, the only relative had appeared in her life, and she felt drawn to him. Upon hearing her question, Sakuya replied, "Konoha." "Konoha?" "Yes. Upon returning to Konoha, I shall nominate you for Hokage." Sakuya broke into a sweat. He had no desire to be Hokage. Not far off, Jiraiya perked up at the mention of Konoha. "Lord Sakuya, are you indeed planning to return to Konoha?" He emphasized the word return. Shihouin was among the founders of Konoha. Although he never identified as a Konoha ninja, nevertheless, his name is indeed on the list of founders. The term return is aptly used. What is most feared? Shihouin smiled faintly and voiced what Jiraiya dreaded most: returning to Konoha to retrieve the Nine Tails. Concise and authoritative. When others utter such words, they would trigger full alert among Konoha ninjas. Yet, when Shihouin speaks thus, it is akin to a declaration. After all, the Nine Tails originally belonged to him. Jiraiya could no longer stand on moral high ground to refute Shihouin and could only worry about his young disciple. At this moment, Tsunade said, "Shihouin-sama, extracting the tailed beast will result in the death of the Jinchuriki. I am aware of that. However, the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki is the only descendant of the fourth Hokage, who heroically sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. Wouldn't it be tragic if his only son were to die?" Shihouin turned his head, raised his hand, and stroked Tsunade's head. "So smooth. Little Tsunade, are you trying to persuade me to spare the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's life? Well, he is, after all, the fourth Hokage's only heir. Heh, I have already met that blonde boy. I quite admire his abilities, and we had a pleasant conversation, reaching an agreement not to harm his son's life." "You've met the fourth Hokage? You've met Minato?" Tsunade and Jiraiya exclaimed in unison. How could such a meeting occur? Did people play poker in the Pure Land after death? That's awesome. I want to die too. Shihouin scorned Jiraiya. As a teacher, you are rather lacking. Didn't you even notice the chakra your disciple left on his son? What? Never mind. Just know that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki will not die. But extracting the tailed beast inevitably leads to the Jinchuriki's demise, doesn't it? Shihouin glared at Jiraiya and said, "Are the younger generations of today only capable of this much? Only able to follow the paths laid by their predecessors without devising their own methods?" Jiraiya was dumbfounded. There's a way to extract the tailed beast without killing the Jinchuriki? Amazing. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled two other matters. Right, Tsunade. I believe Lord Hiruzen intends to nominate you as the fifth Hokage. You should return this time and properly take over. The fifth Hokage? Tsunade was taken aback, then retorted. Why me? I have no interest in the so-called Hokage. Hell, why don't you go? I am not suited to be Hokage. I am more accustomed to being outside. What if I also refuse? Jiraiya's expression turned slightly grave. You should be aware of the power struggles within the village. If Lord Hiruzen does not make a choice, that person will pressure the daimyo, and he will become the fifth Hokage. If that person becomes the fifth Hokage, the village's future will be bleak. Tsunade, you don't want that person to succeed, do you? Tsunade furrowed her delicate brows. That person referred to Dan's, whose infamous reputation had even spread to Kumogakure. If the village were led by such a person, the entire Konoha would descend into a dark age. Well, that's that. I have other missions to attend to. You two should return to Konoha first. With Shihouin accompanying you, I believe you are now the most favored Hokage candidate. With that, Jiraiya nodded to Shihouin and took his leave. Tsunade watched Jiraiya's lightning-fast departure, clenching her fists tightly. That man is too cunning. Heh, if he wants you to be Hokage, then be Hokage. You can issue orders to him to go to disgusting places in the future. Let's go back. Shortly after Shihouin and Tsunade set off towards Konoha, a figure returned to the same spot. It was none other than Jiraiya, who, under the guise of a mission, traveled several miles towards the land of rice fields. Once Shihouin had truly departed, he doubled back to this location. The two old toads on his shoulders had reached their summoning limit and returned to Mount Maiboku. On the border of the land of fire, Jiraiya gazed at the rain country, its veil now lifted, his face filled with sorrow. He remembered the weather of the rain country, the experiences of that year. Unforgettable until death. Nagato, Conan, Yahiko, are you still alive? Why did I receive such news? He cast aside the mission entrusted to him by the third Hokage, a strong desire to see them surging in his heart. Gazing into the rain country, he could no longer restrain himself and rushed straight in. His destination was Amigakure. He had already visited the cabin where he had taken in Nagato and the others, but nothing remained there. If they had grown up and become ninjas, they would surely have joined Amigakure. Having just experienced a major battle, Amigakure's defenses had doubled, all under the orders of the second-in-command, the Angel. Even the Akatsuki members, who usually only handled external affairs, had been brought into Amigakure this time. With the loss of Pain, Amigakure's overall strength had greatly diminished. If the three neighboring great nations were to make any moves at this time, she had to be prepared. Paper fluttered as two bodies, wrapped like mummies, were transported into Amigakure's high-level secret chamber. Konan materialized from a swarm of paper butterflies. The body on the left was Nagato, and the body on the right was Kakuzu. As for why she had brought back Kakuzu, the traitor, she had her own reasons. Konan. Hearing a hearty call, Konan turned around with an icy expression. Nagato is dead, and you still dare to be so cheerful? Deidara, controlling a clay bird, returned with the 6 paths of pain. Seeing Konan's murderous gaze, the young Deidara instantly cowered. "K Konan-ne. I'll go patrol first." Deidara dropped off the 6 paths of pain and darted onto his clay bird, soaring into the sky. After he left, another person entered, his face perpetually expressionless. "Konan, Itachi, what do you need?" "Nagato instructed me to tell you everything about Madara." "No, about the masked man. We'll talk about it later. I'm not in the mood right now." Uchiha Itachi paused, remaining in place, and waited for a long time until Konan straightened Nagato's and Yahiko's bodies, placing them side by side. "Konan, today's battle was strange," Uchiha Itachi suddenly said. Hearing this, Konan turned around and asked, "It was strange indeed. Kakuzu actually betrayed us and concealed the ability to assassinate Nagato." Uchiha Itachi shook his head. "No, that's not what I meant. I was there at the time, conversing with Nagato, and I witnessed some phenomena." "What is it?" "It's complicated. First, the techniques Kakuzu used were very similar to Konoha's 8 gates formation. Kakuzu's 5 elemental ninjutsu were essentially ineffective against the Rinnegan, but this time, Kakuzu didn't use any elemental ninjutsu at all. Second, Nagato's will was exceptionally strong. Despite being pierced by Kakuzu's black tendrils, he never compromised. Nagato was long accustomed to the pain we endure. Nagato, who originally possessed the Rinnegan, should have been able to withstand Kakuzu's forbidden technique until it ended. It was a very self-damaging technique, but at the last moment, Kakuzu seemed to use some kind of D-jutsu on Nagato, which is why Nagato used that final technique. The technique to revive Shihouin, right? D-jutsu? Konan frowned. Kakuzu should be the least likely to possess D-jutsu in that cave, right? Indeed, I'm also puzzled as to why Kakuzu was hiding D-jutsu. Shihouin took a deep breath, reflecting on the forbidden techniques of Konoha and the ocular jutsu. "Itachi, what do you think I would feel?" She pondered, recalling how Akatsuki attacked Nagato. In response, Uchiha Itachi maintained a calm demeanor, articulating only the truth, unperturbed by any sense of guilt. Instead, he consoled her, "Shihouin, I comprehend your current emotions. If you doubt me, I cannot defend myself." Nagato's final stance has spoken volumes. Shihouin relinquished her suspicions towards Itachi. Nagato's demise had significantly impacted her, leading to a temporary lapse in her mental state, which was entirely understandable. As for Akatsuki, known for its betrayal, we know little of his past. I shall leave this matter for you to investigate. Shihouin gazed outside, contemplating the aftermath of Nagato's sacrifice. The great nations, alerted by the tumult of battle, would likely respond. In the land of fire, Konoha's elite J-nin formed a formidable barrier, weapons clenched, awaiting the inevitable arrival. Just as Konoha had recently endured turmoil, could it face another upheaval so soon? Orochimaru's scheme to dismantle Konoha faltered, thwarted by his own machinations. Now, the true threat loomed on the horizon. The elite ninjas, having returned under Tsunade's command, brought news that she and that man were approaching Konoha. Their return signaled impending significance. Even Danzo stood at the forefront, albeit with differing motives than those of the third Hokage. The third Hokage and his ninjas rallied for the man, while Danzo's intentions lay with the woman. Tsunade's death would pave the way for him to ascend as the 5th Hokage. Should the 3rd Hokage fall today, his rise would be expedited. They have arrived. 50 meters away. All units, be vigilant. Prepare. Shouts resonated, creating a wave of fervor that surged skyward. This gathering represented Konoha's remaining elite combatants, their formation more cautious than during the Great Ninja Wars. The man approached, accompanied by Tsunade, traversing the dense forest, his pace gradually slowing. "Oh, are these individuals here to greet me?" Sakuya chuckled, his keen eyesight revealing the apprehension etched on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face and the sweat trickling down the brows of those behind him. Tsunade, spotting this, felt a surge of urgency. It was evident to anyone that Konoha's ninjas were on edge. She rushed ahead, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Sarutobi, is this how you welcome me back?" "That is Princess Tsunade. When did she return? Is she just waking up? Lady Tsunade just arrived today. Why is she with him? Is she in danger?" Information flowed unevenly among the multitude in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not openly declare their intentions, as the matter itself was shrouded in secrecy. Just moments ago, the ninjas had been dealing with the remnants of the sand and sound ninjas, only to be summoned to the Konoha gates. "Tsunade, come quickly," called the third Hokage. Shimura Danzo stood beside the third Hokage, subtly signaling. The elite members of the Root organization sprang into action, hands poised on their weapons, ready to heed Danzo's next command and strike down Tsunade without hesitation. Morality, treason, and consequences were of no concern to them. They existed solely as tools of the ninja world, unflinchingly executing orders, even if it involved slaying their own kin. Tsunade felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She desperately sought to prevent conflict between Konoha and Sakuyama. Thus, without needing Sarutobi's call, she raced forward to clarify the situation. "Teacher, what are you doing? You must disperse them. Are you intent on killing Sakuyama?" As she moved, she questioned him. Sarutobi, feeling cornered, lamented that his previous orders to keep Sakuyama under surveillance had failed due to the incompetence of the Umbu. Now, he was left to address the significant issues left in Orochimaru's wake. Lacking the ocular prowess to see far, he could only discern a tall, white-haired figure, unable to determine whether it was the reincarnated body or the true flesh. "I understand your feelings, Tsunade," he replied, "but can you grasp mine? As Hokage, I must take certain actions. What do you intend to do?" "Seal Lord Sakuyama." Tears welled in the elderly Hokage's eyes as memories of his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, flooded back, recalling countless mentions of Sakuyama. Hearing the word seal, Tsunade instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. These individuals, like Jiraiya's foolish toad, were unaware that Sakuyama had transcended the confines of the Edo Tensei and had genuinely returned to life. "Stop, Sarutobi-sensei, the situation has changed." Sakuyama has already. Before she could finish, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the shadows, a contingent of ninjas clad in warring states armor emerged. Their hunched figures, at first glance, resembled ancient relics. However, their agile movements revealed them to be well-trained, formidable ninjas. Clutching their great swords, they bore no resemblance to Konoha ninjas. "Kill Tsunade. Kill the Hokage. For Lord Orochimaru." Each warrior shouted a singular battle cry, their words concise. The crazed sound ninjas cultivated by Orochimaru embodied this fervor. Danzo had studied this phenomenon. Furthermore, the fourth Kazekage of the Sand had perished, making the sudden appearance of loyal Wind Shadow Guards seeking vengeance against the Hokage plausible. As Danzo orchestrated his plans, reminiscent of 12 years prior when he dispatched the young Wood Released to assassinate the third Hokage, he faced similar challenges. When the hidden members of the Root organization surged forward, brandishing their great swords towards Tsunade, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sky darkened, clouds swirling, distorting colors and disorienting senses. An oppressive force manifested, projecting an illusion of fear into their hearts. To their astonishment, Sakuyama appeared to teleport several hundred meters. The assassin's swords, slicing through the air, shattered amid a flurry of metallic echoes. Despite the fragments of steel falling at their feet, inexplicably, they bore deep, narrow wounds across their fronts. As if struck by invisible blades from above, blood sprayed forth, yet they could not muster a single cry. They resembled lifeless tools, mere mechanisms. Suddenly, the illusory realm dissipated. The world returned to normalcy, the winds flowed freely, and time resumed its course. Many believed the previous events to be mere hallucinations, but the debris strewn across the ground testified otherwise. As realization dawned upon the onlookers, the man known as Sakuyama stood protectively beside Tsunade, facing the assembled elite of Konoha's J-Nin. 3 meters, 2 meters, Their blood had yet to stain their garments. Sakuyama regarded them with disdain, ultimately fixing his gaze on Danzo. Danzo, how do you wish to meet your demise? The vision of a user of ocular techniques typically surpasses that of an ordinary individual. After the advancement of Shikyu from the Four Maple Grove, his perceptive abilities surpassed those of ordinary ocular practitioners. From a considerable distance, he could discern the expressions on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and he was equally aware of the subtle movements of Shimura Danzo lurking in the shadows. Striking one's granddaughter before their grandfather? How do you wish to meet your demise? An overwhelming aura bore down upon Danzo, rendering the septuagenarian breathless. Danzo's body trembled, half from the struggle for air and half from sheer terror. Shikuyu, Lord Shikuyu, do you not recognize me? He stammered. Humph. Is it the plight of a dying man that one becomes this disheveled? Danzo continued, Lord Shikuyu. No, Master Shikuyu, you personally taught us. I am Kagami. Were we not your favorite students? Even Danzo, in this moment, was reduced to such a state of fear. It was merely a single utterance from Shikuyu. Yet they were backed by the entire Leaf military, and he possessed the cells of Hashirama and 11 Sharingan. It was a fear ingrained deep within his soul, a seed planted in his heart since childhood. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Tino Kohu, Mito Gate In, Akimichi Torif. That entire group had been taught by Shikuyu. Among them, Shikuyu held Uchiha Kagami in high regard, not merely for the bloodline limit of the Sharingan, but because, at that time, Kagami's intellect surpassed even Sarutobi Hiruzen's. As for Danzo, he had indeed offered him some guidance. The youthful Danzo and the current Danzo were as different as night and day. What malevolence could cause such a drastic transformation in a person's character? Hiruzen, speak. Seeing that Shikuyu remained unmoved by past affections, his murderous intent still fixed upon Danzo, the latter grew frantic. Hearing the plea for help, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted slightly. The stooped figure of Hiruzen gazed up at Shikuyu. With his vast experience, he immediately recognized the change in Shikuyu. During the time of the Four Purple Flames formation, he had been a reincarnated body. Now, without a doubt, he was a being of flesh and blood. How can this be? Lord Shikuyu, you possess a body? Shikuyu paid no heed to Hiruzen. His murderous intent remained steadfastly directed at Shimura Danzo. Today, blood must be shed. Otherwise, he would never relent. Lord Shikuyu, may I inquire what exactly Danzo has done wrong? This is the Leaf Village. We cannot disturb the peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to reason a second time. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood by, still in shock, not from the assassin, but from the rapid sequence of events. From the moment the assassin appeared, to the bloodshed, to the swift movements. Everything transpired too quickly. Could it be the handiwork of Danzo's subordinates? Upon hearing Tsunade's speculation, Hiruzen was suddenly alarmed. He could scarcely fathom that Danzo would dare to assassinate Tsunade in front of him and the entire Leaf military. Danzo, was it you? Hiruzen, why do you suspect me? Where is your proof? This is the Leaf. How could I possibly harm Tsunade? What is wrong with all of you? Have you forgotten today's mission? Hiruzen took a deep breath. He raised his hand, and several elite umbus swiftly approached to conduct a corpse examination. However, after their inspection, the umbus shook their heads. Hokage-sama, there are no traces. Huh. Tsunade let out a cold laugh. This man dares to act so brazenly. How could he leave any traces behind? Indeed, Danzo would not dare to commit murder in public without ensuring there were no leads. Furthermore, these deceased individuals had no knowledge of Danzo at all. Even if they were dissected, their minds would remain blank. Danzo. Hiruzen's gaze swept across the third Hokage, the Hokage Advisory Council, and several clan elders with whom he had often collaborated. Their eyes all darted away. Danzo realized that these old friends could not assist him. Despair washed over him. No one spoke on his behalf. These individuals were not seeking evidence. They were simply terrified of Shikuyu. If Shikuyu wished to kill him, they would merely find a reason to ease their own conscience. Isolated and filled with dread. Suddenly, trembling, Danzo conceived a plan. If these colleagues refused to speak for him, what about the collective strength of the entire village? If he could incite the populace, could Shikuyu truly dare to slaughter the entire Leaf? Everyone, the remnants of Orochimaru are before you. He is a figure of the same era as the first Hokage, resurrected by Orochimaru's vile technique of impure world reincarnation. We must seal him to honor our ancestors. Go. In the stillness before the Leaf Village gates, Danzo's cries echoed like a frail old man, hoarse and desperate. It was both absurd and tragic. A chill wind swept through. There was no response. The thousands of Leaf military personnel continued their preparations. Not a single soul stirred. Danzo was taken aback. Had the elite nurtured by the village become so complacent? What are you all doing? Danzo turned around. His two personal guards had already rolled their eyes. Scanning the area, he saw several renowned Leaf ninjas, Sharingan Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and the Umbus would release Tenzo. Not one step forward to support him. You people, the Leaf has invested so many resources in your training. Danzo attempted to chastise them, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he found himself weak and breathless. It was he who had orchestrated the assassination of Tsunade. He had no grounds for indignation. This outcome was entirely of his own making. Danzo's back hunched as he slowly turned to face Shikuyu. Master Shikuyu, please end my life. If you believe I sought to assassinate Tsunade, then let it be so. Before Danzo could finish, a massive hand crushed his throat. Crack. Though the bones were aged, the sound remained crisp. You dare to call me master? I asked how you wished to die, yet you remained silent. Shikuyu tossed Danzo's lifeless body to the ground like a discarded dog. Danzo's corpse rolled a few times, lifeless and unseeing. Before the entire Leaf military, he had slain their Hokage's aide, yet none dared to utter a word. Many were unaware of Danzo's dark past. They had often referred to him as Lord Danzo. Yet now, they were paralyzed with fear. The oppressive aura felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. That they could maintain their formation, rather than scatter in panic, was already a testament to their fortitude. Danzo, who had oscillated between hope and despair, met his end most abruptly. Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to process the situation when Danzo's body fell at his feet. Danzo, Tino Koharu and Mito Gate wore expressions of sorrow. After all, they had grown up together, partners for many years. Danzo, just as the two elders lamented, suddenly, Danzo's unseeing corpse began to dissolve like an illusion. The two elders were slow to react, but the younger ones responded swiftly. They observed that as Danzo's body vanished, another figure appeared from thin air. Danzo. A clone? That was impossible. The one who had just died was a mere clone? Danzo materialized a short distance away. This was not the special clone technique they had surmised, but rather the forbidden technique, Izanagi. Utilizing the resurrection abilities of Izanagi, Danzo executed a remarkable maneuver. Despite his advanced age, he had long operated in the shadows, and his agility had not diminished significantly. Upon his revival, he swiftly retrieved a finely crafted shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and aimed a surprise attack at Shihouin Sakuya's back. He dared to launch a sneak attack on Shihouin Sakuya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief, while Kakashi Hitaki and Asuma Sarutobi could scarcely fathom the audacity. Tsunade gasped, urging Shikuyo to be cautious. Yet it was all too late. Few were aware of the secrets of Izanagi, and even fewer could have anticipated that the resurrected Danzo would dare to strike at Shihouin Sakuya. Who could have imagined that a wretched mutt would rise again to challenge a mighty lion? Danzo moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, his shuriken pierced towards the vulnerable heart of Shihouin Sakuya. His expression was composed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that after his revival, he had discarded his cane and was now utilizing both hands. Most of the Leaf Village ninjas knew that the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo, had long been bound by a cloth around one arm, rendering him ostensibly disabled. Yet today, he wielded the very arm that had been swathed for so long. What was more alarming was the ghastly pallor of that arm, adorned with numerous blood-like pits. Upon closer examination, these were not mere wounds. They were vibrant, crimson Sharingan eyes. What? How could this be? Utterly grotesque. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, Danzo's finely crafted shuriken struck the unsuspecting Shihouin Sakuya. Logically, the length of the shuriken, thrusting from the back, should have pierced through the heart directly. In such a scenario, who could possibly survive? However, with a clang, Danzo was left dumbfounded. He had considered that Shihouin Sakuya's heart might be positioned on the right, pondered the possibility of a miscalculation, or even thought he might have slipped. Yet, he never anticipated that his shuriken would one day break in such a manner. This was a weapon used by the high-ranking members of the Hokage, merely intended to eliminate a single human, yet Shihouin Sakuya was clad in an unusual garment. This thin layer possessed remarkable defensive capabilities. His well-planned ambush had failed. However, Danzo was not one to concede defeat easily. Today, he had prepared extensively to eradicate all obstacles. Chaos served as his best cover. Taking advantage of the disorder left in the wake of Orochimaru's plan to dismantle the Leaf Village, he intended to execute his plans decisively. 1. Eliminate the Hokage candidate. 2. Seize the opportunity to dispose of the Hokage. 3. Eradicate the significant threat. He aimed to consolidate these three crucial tasks into a single, decisive action, having prepared numerous strategies. As the Leaf forces assembled at the gate, he had already unsealed the metallic bindings on his arm, concealing it within his garments, ready to strike. The assassin was meant for Hokage candidate Tsunade. Izanagi was intended for Sarutobi Hiruzen. And for the formidable threat, Shihouin Sakuya, he had prepared a grand gift. That was the eye technique of Uchiha Shisui. Indeed, he had no intention of liberating the spirit of his predecessor, having witnessed that overwhelming power firsthand. His sole desire was to possess it, yet he never anticipated that the first two preparations would be dismantled by Shihouin Sakuya. Thus, only the final gambit remained. As the shuriken fractured, Danzo decisively discarded it. Having been struck from behind, Shihouin Sakuya should surely turn around. Danzo placed his hand on the bandages covering his head. He unveiled a single vibrant Sharingan eye within his eye socket. It was the eye of Uchiha Shisui. Feeling the immense power of that gaze, Danzo felt an inexplicable calm wash over him. Even a greedy smile crept upon his lips. You shall be mine, Shihouin Sakuya. Danzo seized the moment. As Shihouin Sakuya turned to face him, their gazes locked. In that instant, every cell within him trembled with excitement as he unleashed the long-cultivated power of the eye. He dared not be careless with Shihouin Sakuya, unleashing Shisui's eye technique with full force. Kodo Amatsukami. This was a supreme ocular technique capable of subtly altering a person's will. Its power was immense. Danzo believed that if Shihouin Sakuya fell prey to this technique, he would become the strongest enforcer to eliminate all obstacles in his path. But what? When Shihouin Sakuya turned around, Danzo did not meet his eyes. Instead, he was confronted by a swiftly approaching hand. That hand, with 3 fingers extended, plunged toward his Sharingan eye. No, it should be referred to as Uchiha Shisui's eye. Swoosh! Blood sprayed as a gruesome eyeball was extracted. Pain surged through Danzo's eye socket, causing him to stagger backward as Shihouin Sakuya delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. What is this little brat doing? I grant you a swift end, yet you still struggle before me? The voice of Shihouin Sakuya echoed, sending shivers down the spine of everyone present. A spiky-haired individual quietly adjusted his forehead protector, revealing a Sharingan eye of his own. Was this truly Shihouin Sakuya? Kakashi Hatake pondered in astonishment. Danzo's level of ambush was easily countered. Having crossed paths with Danzo before, he understood the depths of his cunning. No one could see through Danzo, not 10 years ago, nor 10 years hence. Yet, before Shihouin Sakuya, Danzo appeared as vulnerable as a newborn, stripped of all secrets. Danzo clutched his agonizing eye socket, blood seeping between his fingers as he gasped for breath. He knew he would not perish. The next Izanagi would soon commence, and he would be resurrected fully. However, upon revival, he would lose the capacity to confront Shihouin Sakuya. Where had his plan gone awry? If only Hiruzen had acted decisively from the outset. Chaos. What Danzo needed most was a chaotic scene. Only in chaos could the assassins he arranged have a higher probability of success. Only in chaos could he eliminate the third Hokage. Unfortunately, the scenario he envisioned diverged greatly from reality. He miscalculated Tsunade's feelings for Shihouin Sakuya. The woman who had forsaken the village to wander would instinctively rush to defend Shihouin Sakuya. She could abandon the village yet still hold that man in her heart. He underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve in this matter. The once indecisive third Hokage seemed hesitant once more, or so he believed. He overestimated Hiruzen's determination, and in turn, Hiruzen disappointed him when it mattered most. Furthermore, Danzo himself underestimated Shihouin Sakuya's current state and strength. In sum, Danzo's endeavors rarely unfolded as intended. Such was the way of fate. Suddenly, a flicker of illusion, and Danzo's wounded form vanished once more. Another clone. Asuma and the others gasped. No, this technique is. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at Danzo's grotesque arm. Could it be that he secretly hoarded Sharingan during that incident? Questioned the Hokage's advisory council. Indeed. In the next moment, a vibrant Danzo reappeared. Izanagi. Shihouin Sakuya lowered his gaze slightly, observing his right hand, stained with blood, as the eye of Shisui vanished simultaneously. It was as if a magical eraser had cleaned away all traces. Here is a refined version of the text you provided. This is the function of Izanagi, to alter all unfavorable factors, the ultimate jinjutsu cast upon oneself. Even if one's eyes are gouged out, as long as Izanagi is prepared before the act, one can be resurrected in perfect condition. Whether an eye is lost or an arm severed, they can be restored. Of course, only the body is restored. Chakra and Shirsui's D-jutsu will still be depleted. The resurrected Dans appeared where he had stood moments before, touching his right eye, where there was no longer any pain. Escape. The truth had surfaced. And Konoha had abandoned him. His ambition for the Hokage position would have to wait. Summoning technique. He rapidly formed a hand seal, and with a surge of chakra, summoned a colossal monster. It was Dan's summoning beast, the Dream Taper. Resembling an elephant, it was far more formidable than any domesticated ninja beast. Aark. The Dream Taper opened its maw and roared. Dans issued a concise command, "Cover me." With that, he channeled chakra into his feet and fled in the opposite direction of the Konoha army, furtively forming another seal. The Dream Taper opened its massive jaws again, inhaling mightily. The suction, as if from a bottomless abyss, stirred up a cyclone before the Konoha forces. The powerful vortex uprooted even the ancient trees standing before Konoha's gates, not to mention the shinobi on the ground. Even with chakra anchored to their feet, the wind still lifted them along with the earth. In an instant, the Konoha army's formation was thrown into disarray. Like a kite torn asunder, many were sucked away. That a mere summoning beast could be so powerful. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi dared not delay. As Hokage, he had to protect both the weak and these ninja. He immediately retrieved a handful of shuriken from his ninja pouch, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A dense rain of shuriken flew toward the Dream Taper's gaping maw. However, the beast dared to swallow even ancient trees, so mere metal was of little consequence. As shinobi were about to be sucked into the monster's belly, Hiruzen attempted a summoning jutsu, but was too late. Just then, a black blur flashed in his vision, and when he regained his senses, the wind had ceased. Boom. With a loud explosion, the monster vanished in a cloud of smoke. Someone had defeated the summoning beast. Over there, it's Lord Shihouin of the Shihouin clan. Lord Shihouin of the Shihouin clan. We are eternally grateful. Several Konoha Nin who had nearly been devoured by the monster were effusive with gratitude. However, Shihouin of the Shihouin clan paid them no heed. Is this the caliber of a Nin? His figure leaped past the Konoha Nin, like an obsidian arrow, swiftly pursuing the fleeing Shimura Dans. Dan's speed was considered swift among the older generation, but his speed was not comparable to that of Shihouin of the Shihouin clan. Hey, Dans, hurry up and form the seal, or you'll be left with just this one life. A voice, carried on the wind, entered his left ear, and Dans was startled to find Shihouin of the Shihouin clan running alongside him. Impossible. How can he be so fast? Dans had no time to hesitate. Upon seeing Shihouin of the Shihouin clan, he reflexively formed a hand seal. A very simple seal, the switch for Izanagi. As a knockoff product, his Izanagi was likely the most inferior in the entire shinobi world. Its duration was a mere minute, short and feeble. Moreover, once activated, it operated on a countdown. Regardless of whether he sustained a fatal injury, it would activate within 60 seconds. A semi-controllable forbidden technique. When not needed, he would temporarily deactivate it with a seal. He had deactivated it while fleeing to conserve his Sharingan. But now, seeing Shihouin of the Shihouin clan, he was so terrified that he immediately reactivated it. Good. That's more like it. Seeing Dans complete the seal, Shihouin of the Shihouin clan reached out with a demonic hand. Dans was startled and swiftly reached into his ninja pouch, pulling out a new kunai to stab at Shihouin of the Shihouin clan's palm. Hurrah! The old man bellowed feebly. However, his strike was like child's play in Shihouin of the Shihouin clan's eyes. A man who had survived years of relentless bloodshed since the Warring States era possessed formidable combat experience. Even with his eyes closed, he could discern Dan's trajectory. Thus, his reaching hand suddenly shifted, like a gentle fist strike, sliding down the side of the kunai, avoiding its tip, and seizing Dan's wrist. What? Dan's eyes widened in shock. He felt an immense force, followed by a dizzying spin. Shihouin of the Shihouin clan, using the momentum of his run, grabbed Dan's wrist, spun him halfway around, and slammed him into the ground. The old man's body rolled for dozens of meters before crashing into the roots of a crooked tree. Dust billowed along the way. Dan's body was battered. However, In a haze, the old man stood up again. Izanagi, third activation. Lord Shihouin, why must you kill me? With your experience, you should understand my actions. You are not some naive youth. Dans tried to negotiate a way out. They were nearly 1,000 meters from the main Konoha forces, and Dans had run with all his might. Only at this distance did he dare to speak. Hearing this, Shihouin of the Shihouin clan smiled contemptuously. You ask me why? Because I want to kill you. Dans recalled that at the founding of Konoha, when other countries were being unreasonable, the three gods had violently suppressed them. Why? Did Konoha need a reason to act? They killed because they wanted to. Huh. Dans sighed. The despair of having no escape washed over him. He had experienced the despair of oppressive auras, isolation, and loss of power. This was a brand new version of despair. Wind release, vacuum wave. Finally, the desperate Dans chose to retaliate. Even knowing he was no match, he would still fight back. Perhaps it was human nature. What if, by some miracle, he killed Shihouin of the Shihouin clan? As his wind release began, Shihouin of the Shihouin clan also acted. Raising his arm, without much time to charge, he moved roughly in sync with the puny Dans. As the wind release was unleashed, his hand moved. Body flicker technique, raging lion. Many misunderstand taijutsu, thinking it's only for close combat. But in reality, both the strong fist and gentle fist styles have ranged attacks. Of course, this requires a certain level of skill. A purple lion's head with black markings, roaring, lunged toward Shimura Dans. Danz's wind release. Vacuum wave was a sharp blade of air, capable of cutting stone and severing metal. However, it could not cleave the lion's head. The roaring lion shattered the vacuum wave and continued its rapid assault on Dans. Rumble. 7 or 8 large trees were snapped. Danz's body was mangled beyond recognition. Izanagi. Fourth activation. Dans glanced fearfully at the scene around him, his desire to fight diminished by half. Is it truly an individual fighting him? This is plainly an act of bullying. Today, one cannot even dare to hope. Such odds are likely non-existent. There is no escape, no chance of victory. Danzo felt profoundly powerless. Even the authority he usually relied upon was utterly ineffective at this moment. Ordinarily, he could command the ninjas of Konoha, but today, confronted by overwhelming strength, those cowards dared not move an inch. Teacher Shihouin, please spare me. I realize my mistakes and am willing to accept punishment. Danzo had no other recourse but to plead in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Shihouin responded, Realized your mistakes? Then form the seals and prepare. I will no longer use that forbidden technique. I truly understand my errors. Thud. The nearly broken Danzo collapsed to the ground, bowing repeatedly. Even utilizing Izanagi merely postponed his demise. Once all his Sharingan were exhausted, his chakra would inevitably run dry, leaving him with no room for maneuver. Furthermore, he possessed not just the Sharingan, but also Hashirama's cells. Those highly active cells, without sufficient chakra to suppress them, would likely turn against him. Stand up, Danzo. Teacher. Stand. Danzo gazed up in astonishment at Shihouin, noting his gentle expression, which almost led him to believe he had been forgiven. Tentatively, he lifted one leg, then the other, gradually straightening up. However, just as he stood tall, darkness enveloped his vision. Shikui's massive hand covered Danzo's aged face, delivering a powerful blow that slammed him into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, creating a massive pit, more terrifying than Tsunade's monstrous strength. With such a strike, Danzo's skull shattered into fragments. Dead. Yet, Shihouin rose with keen interest, effortlessly brushing off the dust from his hands. The corpse beneath him gradually faded into a mist, revealing Danzo perched upon a nearby tree branch. Oh, I wonder if Izanagi's resurrection is random or self-selected in terms of location. Shihouin. Danzo, did you not claim you would not employ that technique? Shihouin scoffed. Then form the seals now and that technique, and I may spare your life. I will no longer trust you. Danzo roared. Today, I shall take you down with me, even in death. Oh, quite bold indeed. I initially thought Danzo could endure for 10 lives, yet here he is, utterly hopeless. Suddenly, from the tree branch, Danzo leaped down, launching an attack while tearing at his own clothing. Several dark techniques materialized upon his body. Though Shihouin was not deeply versed in sealing techniques, he recognized that this was the 4-symbol seal. After all, that sealing technique was quite renowned in its time. Everything I have done was for Konoha. This village must not fall into the hands of a wandering soul lacking loyalty, nor can a cowardly and inept Hokage continue to lead. I am the one who should rightfully become Hokage. Why has no one chosen me? Shikui replied. Why did Tobirama choose Hiruzen? Why did you also choose Hiruzen? Very well. If you wish to relive this new era, I shall allow you to witness the resolve of contemporary ninjas. With regret, let us descend to hell together. Shikui. Danzo bellowed as the seals on his body began to activate mid-charge. Dark mud erupted forth, scattering everywhere. Ultimately, the sealing technique reached a critical effect, rendering Danzo immobile. He was forced to halt, now merely 10 meters from Shikui. That distance was sufficient to seal this man. Shikui. Inner four symbol seal. Haha, to hell we go together. Little Danzo, I acknowledge you. Shikui smiled slightly, a breath of springtime in his demeanor. What is this? Half of Danzo's resolve was suddenly disrupted. A crack of light named Hope emerged within his cold, despairing heart. However, once the inner four symbol seal commenced, Danzo himself could not halt it. Perhaps an expert from the land of whirlpools could, but the unskilled Danzo was far from capable. With that flicker of hope mingled with the irreversible despair of sealing, Danzo's expression faltered. Shikui, observing his helplessness, stepped closer and raised his hand. Danzo also lifted his hand. Yet, Shikui evaded his grasp, aiming straight for his right eye. Whoosh! What does it mean to give hope only to plunge one into despair? This is it. In the next instant, a shroud of darkness enveloped him. Shikui's form, moving with the swiftness akin to a golden flash, retreated 50 meters away. With the activation of the inner four symbol seal, it signified the end of Danzo's Izanagi. The two could not coexist. The high-level sealing technique would also seal the Sharingan. Shikui looked down at the Sharingan nestled in his palm, murmuring, Danzo, he is a descendant of the mirror. How can you be so cruel? Soon after, the ninjas of Konoha arrived. Hiruzen Sarutobi led the direct umbu. Landing behind Shikui, they silently gazed at the perfectly circular pit before them. Danzo had perished. He was a close friend of Hiruzen and half a guardian to the wood release. Shikui, unwilling to share in their silence, spoke up. Monkey, go find someone to collect the body. Then take a closer look at what has transpired under your very nose. This Hokage of yours. He refrained from voicing the latter part of his statement, for it held the same sentiment as Danzo's appraisal. There was no need for clarity. Those who understood would grasp it. As his words fell, Hiruzen did not dispatch anyone but personally approached to drag Danzo's corpse. That Sharingan. I will take it. The ocular power is commendable. Whose eye is it? I do not know. No, you do know. You should. At that moment, Tsunade also arrived. Leaning against the setting sun, catch. Shikui flicked his wrist, tossing the eye of Shizen. Tsunade instinctively caught it, only to be startled upon realizing it was an eyeball. Shikui observed Tsunade's reaction with keen interest, narrowing his eyes as he murmured, Oh? It seems you have not developed hemophobia. I must have altered history somewhat. Grandfather Shikui, what is this? Tsunade, having adjusted, as a medical ninja, had seen her fair share of dramatic scenes. An eyeball was trivial, nothing to fret over. As you can see, a Sharingan. Put it away for now. It should prove useful in the future. Tsunade nodded, retrieving a blank scroll from nowhere and sealing the eye within. The curtain fell. The forces of Konoha were dispersed. Shikui, accompanied by Tsunade, entered through the front gate with utmost confidence. With the seal of the Nine Tails now broken, upon entering Konoha, he could sense the direction of the Nine Tails chakra. Thus, he proceeded towards it, with Tsunade closely following. Upon nearing, they discovered that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, was still lying in the hospital. There are no significant injuries on my body. With the recovery abilities of the Uzumaki clan, it will only take a day to awaken. Sensing the master's approach, some of the Nine Tails chakra began to emanate from Uzumaki Naruto. The crimson chakra coalesced into the form of a fox's head. Master? You have fully resurrected. Indeed. That familiar scent. Enough with the nonsense. Sarutobi Sasuke took a seat on the adjacent bed and said, Call out to the one inside, Namikaze Minato, and ask him if he has developed a solution for the Reaper Death Seal. The Nine Tails silently acknowledged. Freed from the constraints of the seal, it opened its mouth and gathered chakra, quickly forming a massive tailed beast ball. Upon witnessing this, who could remain calm? A flash of golden light pierced the dim space, and Namikaze Minato immediately appeared. Hardcore summon. Nine Tails, what are you doing? Hearing Minato's voice, the Nine Tails halted its chakra supply, and the enormous tailed beast ball crumbled like stone. It then spoke. Oh, you're here. My master is looking for you. Minato's existence differed from that of the Nine Tails. He was a fragment of chakra sealed away, primarily for emergencies, and during Naruto's daily life, he had to remain hidden to avoid detection. The Nine Tails, on the other hand, was open and unrestrained. Lord Sasuke? Not to say, but although there is no sun here, my sense of time is not too far off. Since I first met Lord Sasuke, it shouldn't have exceeded 8 hours, right? So what? The Nine Tails arrogantly lifted its head and spoke dismissively to the man who had sealed it. Its expression clearly conveyed, my master is right outside. Shall we test our strength? Minato scratched his head with a wry smile and replied, well, I mean, in such a short time, I'm still organizing my thoughts. How could I possibly have developed a solution for the Reaper Death Seal? The Nine Tails immediately grew impatient. Why are you stalling? My master seeks you. Let me assist you with my chakra. Go and meet him. Saying this, the Nine Tails stretched out its paw towards Minato. With a resigned expression, Minato raised his arm to meet the Nine Tails' paw. Boom. Chakra connection. The Nine Tails chakra gradually flowed into Minato's chakra, intertwining and blending, causing Minato's symbolic color to become muddled. However, if one overlooked the appearance, they could discern that the strength of Minato's chakra had significantly increased. Previously, his form could only sustain the 8 trigram seal for a short time, but now, it could even be employed in battle. The Nine Tails chakra was indeed formidable. All right, let us go meet my master. Yes, yes. The Nine Tails chakra surged, forming an illusion of Minato alongside its fox head. Is this Minato? Tsunade was taken aback, instantly grasping everything. So this is who Sasuke referred to as the yellow-haired boy. Minato was also momentarily stunned. Lord Sasuke. Lady Tsunade. Upon seeing Tsunade, Minato instinctively looked around, but regrettably, the person he wished to see was not present. Sarutobi Sasuke regarded Minato and slowly said, don't worry. I'm not rushing you this time, but rather discussing another matter. Please go on. Regarding the procedure after successfully developing the solution, I will extract the Nine Tails. Minato's expression shifted slightly. He certainly understood the implications of extracting a tailed beast from a Jinchuriki. He had experienced it. At that moment, Sarutobi Sasuke continued. When I extract the Nine Tails, I will fill your son's body with a substitute for the Nine Tails, thus preventing death. However, you will need to develop a new technique that allows for simultaneous input during extraction, avoiding your son from succumbing to the void and perishing. Lord Sasuke. Minato's face lit up with excitement. Don't be too quick to rejoice. Your workload has increased. Hurry along. After explaining to Minato, the two did not linger in the hospital room any longer. It had already been a day. Should we eat something? Once outside the hospital, Tsunade asked. In truth, she was hungry. She had received news and rushed from Shorut Street to Konoha, then without delay, made her way to the border of the Land of Rain. This was quite taxing for a ninja. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Sasuke, initially a reanimated body, had no appetite whatsoever. Now in this entirely new body, further energized by the crumbling jade. He looked at Tsunade and chuckled. Konoha has just endured a chaotic battle, and now they come to hunt me down. I doubt any restaurants in the village are open. Upon hearing this, Tsunade realized the situation but thought, well, where there's a will, there's a way. How could a mere trivial matter deter the legendary Sannin? Hee. Follow me and witness the culinary prowess of Konoha's Tsunade. With that, Tsunade, like a spirited girl, grasped the elder's hand and leaped out of the hospital window. They bounded across the rooftops of the village, facing the setting sun, and soon crossed the Hokage Rock, entering the back mountains of Konoha. Due to the village's developmental needs, there existed many ferocious beasts in the forest of the back mountains. Many novice ninjas were tasked with driving away these so-called wild beasts. However, after generations of effort spanning decades, those beasts still roamed around Konoha. A moment's reflection would reveal that these beasts were livestock nurtured under Konoha's policies, serving as practice for newcomers. The two entered what felt like a beginner's village, easily dispatching a gigantic brown bear with a few shurikens. Its physique rivaled that of a small mountain. The giant brown bear, too, had its woes. Just days prior, humans had lured it to a place called the Death Forest, where it had spotted a red-haired little girl and intended to snack on her, only to be beaten up by a middle school boy in a short-sleeved shirt. Returning to its territory with injuries still healing, it was swiftly dispatched again. As a medical ninja, Tsunade's proficiency in handling corpses was remarkable. With a flick of her chakra scalpel, the succulent meat was expertly separated. What left Sarutobi Sasuke astonished was that after cutting the meat, Tsunade reached behind her, producing a scroll. Unsealing the scroll revealed pots, pans, grills, fine wine, drinks, and spices. All set. Little Tsunade, you carry all this with you? Tsunade stuck out her tongue. I had no choice. I was being chased for debts. Debts? Sarutobi Sasuke sighed, realizing that while he had influenced Tsunade to overcome her hematophobia, he could not change her fundamental preferences. Quit gambling, little Tsunade. I'll find you something else fun to do. Gambling is harmful. It's not about the money. It's about your luck. Whenever it involves betting, Tsunade always loses. As for fate, who can truly comprehend it? Hee. If you, Grandpa Sasuke, stay with me, I won't gamble anymore, Tsunade said, already lighting the campfire and setting up the grill. Would you like to taste the wine I bought in the land of waves? Haha, let an old man accompany you. Sarutobi Sasuke chuckled helplessly, accepting the bottle of wine Tsunade offered. It would be better to find a decent man and marry you off. Your grandfather isn't here. I can play matchmaker for you. What type do you prefer? Handsome and refined or strong and robust? Tsunade pouted, taking a sip of sake. No way. Our ages combined are over a century and a half. Why would I marry anyone? I'm doing just fine on my own. Suit yourself. I won't rush you. Hee, you are still fond of me. Long live enlightenment. The back mountains of Konoha. Early morning. The morning breeze is slightly cool, and the dawn is exceptionally beautiful. Sakuya from the Shikaku clan slowly opens his eyes, realizing that he has fallen asleep while sitting next to Tsunade. Turning his head, he gazes at her, who leans against his shoulder. In his eyes, she resembles a young girl. Today, he will take over as the 5th Hokage. She is very suitable for the role. The original intention of the 3 founders of this village, Hashirama, Madara, and myself, was to enable generations to move forward. If anyone attempts to reverse history, they are the sinners of the age and our enemies. Sarutobi has grown old. His vision no longer sees the path ahead. Currently, Konoha desperately needs a dynamic Hokage. Having spoken, he gently supports Tsunade against an ancient tree root. He then begins to walk slowly towards the distance, with his destination being the Temple of Fire. The current Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, Naruto Uzumaki, seems to him an unnecessary existence. However, to efficiently complete the revival of the 9 Tails, he must ensure Naruto survives. Human beings are intelligent creatures. A unilateral threat of force may not yield effective results. Therefore, he intends to visit the Temple of Fire, capture that false Jinchuriki, and use Naruto as a backup. He believes that once Minato sees a tangible substitute, their efficiency will undoubtedly increase significantly. As dawn breaks in the east, a gentle breeze sweeps through. At the entrance of the Temple of Fire, an unexpected visitor appears. Many capable individuals reside here, and they sense Sakuru's arrival from a distance. A group of monks, abandoning their morning exercises, rush out of the temple with their staffs in hand. Halt! Who goes there? Sakuya of the Shikaku clan. Sakuya of the Shikaku clan? The monk holding the staff is puzzled. That man, didn't he die? Is someone impersonating a historical figure and behaving recklessly in the temple? At that moment, a monk without a weapon steps forward, pushing through the crowd of monks. I am Monk Dilu. May I ask the purpose of your visit? Dilu bows formally before looking at the man at the temple's entrance, but his words falter in his throat. His eyes widen in astonishment as he gazes at the man. His perceptive abilities surpass ordinary individuals. Otherwise, he would not hold a superior status in a belief system that emphasizes equality among all beings. Dilu, of the same generation as Asuma Sarutobi, has never seen Sakuya before. However, during his time with Asuma, he diligently absorbed the vast knowledge preserved by Konoha. His agile mind firmly retains the names of the 3 founders of Konoha. Among them, one name stands out, Sakuya. For that man is, in essence, not a ninja. To a monk, he resembles an ideology. The 8 gates technique must not arise from thin air. Such profound techniques must be supported by a deep foundation of knowledge. Is it truly Sakuya of the Shikaku clan? Dilu exclaims in shock. The notion of resurrection is utterly astonishing to a monk. He died. Why has he not reincarnated? At least one monk recognizes me now. If you are indeed that person, what brings you to the Temple of Fire? Dilu cautiously inquires. Sakuyu's gaze traverses the monks and fixes upon the temple's architecture. Isn't visiting the temple to offer incense and pray? Am I here to seek a geisha? The monk grits his teeth in silence. Such audacious words at the temple could invite retribution. Their staffs are poised for action. However, with Dilu confirming the man's identity as the legendary Sakuya, they dare not act rashly. Sakuyu's gaze wanders freely, showing no regard for decorum. He observes that all present are ordinary monks, and he does not see the false Jinchuriki he seeks. Monks, I wish to enter and offer my prayers. Will you obstruct me? Dilu furrows his brow. According to monastic rules, they indeed cannot prevent him. Yet, the sudden arrival of Sakura fills him with concern. This temple harbors one peculiar existence, the child who recently went berserk. Lord Sakuya, you. I can only assume you won't say today the Buddha is on holiday, and to come another day? Lord Sakuya, even you should show some respect. Oh, so you agree to let me inside to pray then? Sakuya smiles and strides forward. Make way. I am sincerely devoted. Truly a benevolent person. What, Lord Dilu? The monks turn their gazes toward Dilu, seeking a definitive response. Dilu's brow is tightly knit. Yet the man has already taken a step forward, unstoppable. With a look, let Lord Sakuya pass. Disperse. Yes. The monks scatter, leaving only monk Dilu behind. He watches Sakura enter the temple before following closely. Lord Sakuya, what have you experienced? And how have you returned to the present world? Dilu asks. Who knows? I was living quite comfortably in the Pure Land until some blind fool reincarnated me. I see. So, it was the forbidden techniques of the ninja. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. During their conversation, Sakuya's gaze scans the temple, searching for the figure of the false Jinchuriki. Noting Sakuya's movements, Dilu quickly guides him. The patrons proceed this way. No, I believe we should go this way first. You are mistaken, Lord Sakuya. Sincere worship starts from this direction. I am mistaken? Sakuya questions, then slowly halts, turning his cold gaze towards Dilu. Or are you the one mistaken? Killing intent. Monks possess a strong sensitivity to such disruptive thoughts. Dilu can sense a murderous aura emanating from Sakuya, akin to a hellish realm. Those with slightly weaker wills would be consumed by this aura. Fortunately, Dilu can be considered a high monk. He clasps his hands together and says, Lord Sakuya, in the Pure Land of Buddhism, it is best not to entertain such thoughts. Then you are the one mistaken. Dilu attempts to speak, but finds himself at a loss for words. Sakuya has already chosen a path according to his own will. That path does not lead to the worship process, but to the courtyard of the Temple of Fire, where monks practice daily. Dilu grows anxious because that child is also there. By the time he reacts, Sakuya has already walked 20 or 30 meters ahead. Sounds of laughter and shouts echo in the air. Hearing the childish voices mixed in the chorus, he smiles. As he steps forward, he soon spots a few young monks practicing in the courtyard. Unlike the monks outside, these young monks are fresh blood for the Temple of Fire, most of whom are orphans. Scanning the scene, he easily identifies a boy with medium-length hair among the bald heads. Empty. Sakuya's lips curl slightly. The false nine-tails Jinchuriki, empty. Unlike most orphans, is not one who has lost both parents. Instead, his father forced him into orphanhood. At that moment, Dilu reaches Sakuya. When he notices Sakuya's unwavering gaze fixed on the child, he immediately comprehends. This man is not here to pray, but for empty. He should have realized from the beginning that someone who crawls out from a pile of corpses cannot truly abandon the sword and become a Buddha. In the Temple of Fire, the only person worthy of such a man's intervention is empty. It is known that during a rampage, even the iron wall seal of the Temple of Fire can be shattered. Such peculiar power. Lord Shihouin, those are the children raised by the Temple of Fire. Please, if you go around the front, you will reach the main hall. Dilu spoke hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Shihouin Sakuya glanced at Dilu and smiled. Monk, I have changed my mind. What? I have decided to come another day. Dilu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not aimed at that child, he was fine with it. Very well. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dilu felt a flash of movement before him, startling him. He thought Shihouin Sakuya would retreat the way he came. When he refocused on Shihouin Sakuya, he had already appeared in the courtyard, amidst the group of monks practicing in the morning. Not good, Dilu exclaimed in alarm. Unfortunately, the pseudo-Jinchuriki K, although lacking professional guidance and training, had learned many skills through mingling with the monks. When he noticed a stranger suddenly appearing beside him, reaching out to grab him, he immediately abandoned his morning practice. Who? He used his slender arms to block, simultaneously exerting force with his feet, attempting to leap backward. He should have evaded. However, his juvenile technique appeared utterly ineffectual before Shihouin Sakuya. With a mere extension of a hand, Shihouin Sakuya seized his arm and yanked him closer, delivering a swift chop to his neck. The pseudo-Jinchuriki K collapsed instantly. Observing the unconscious form of the pseudo-Jinchuriki, Shihouin Sakuya did not linger, hoisting him over his shoulder and leaping into the air. Just as he departed, Dilu appeared at the spot he had just vacated. "Wait, Lord Shihouin, you cannot do that," Dilu shouted, attempting to chase after him, but his speed was far inferior, unable to keep pace with Shihouin Sakuya. "Someone immediately send word to the Hokage of Konoha." "Yes, Lord Dilu." He rarely engaged in such thievery. Literally speaking, with the pseudo-Jinchuriki on his back, he could return to Konoha before breakfast, given his speed. However, just a few kilometers away from the Temple of Fire, he encountered a group of people. As the saying goes, the arrival is not benevolent. The four individuals stood firmly in the center of the path, obstructing Shihouin Sakuya's progress. "Brother, you may have taken my belongings. I kindly ask you to relinquish them." Among the four, the leader was a white-haired man with a scar across his face. Shihouin Sakuya halted, his gaze sweeping over the four of them. "Two men and two women, mere highway robbers. Step aside. I am on my way to an important ceremony today and do not wish to shed blood." "Oh, such grandiose words. Honestly, I do not wish to resort to violence either, but you have taken my belongings. How can I allow that?" "Your belongings? Where is the evidence?" The white-haired man with the scar grew increasingly furious. "You bastard, if I tell you to put it down, you better comply. Once you discover our secret, you shall not live." "Fool." Shihouin Sakuya had no desire to engage in a verbal spar. He walked straight past them, hoping they would yield. If they did, he would return to Konoha quietly. If they did not, TSK. What a foolhardy fellow. The white-haired man sneered, addressing the three beside him. "FD. And N, this man is not simple if he dares to abduct someone from the Temple of Fire. Be cautious and engage together." "Yes. Hey, I do not know your chakra nature, but I would love to share a passionate kiss with such a charming man." As the words fell, one of the stronger men charged forward alongside a red-haired woman. Wind release, petal dance. The red-haired woman, named F, quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a whirlwind that swirled petals towards Shihouin Sakuya. Such a wind technique bore little lethality. Shihouin Sakuya barely acknowledged it, merely exerting force with his feet and leaping into the air. At that moment, the strong man also leaped, swinging a fist as large as a sandbag, aiming to strike Shihouin Sakuya's face. "You are too naive. Prepare to die." This man was named D. Listening to his boastful words, Shihouin Sakuya could not be bothered to respond. It was unclear who was truly naive. While airborne, he lifted his long leg and delivered a powerful kick from above. His martial arts skills and speed were unparalleled in the ninja world. D, caught off guard by this seemingly clumsy man, quickly crossed his arms to shield his head. Boom. The heavy kick sent him crashing down like a cannonball. With a thunderous sound, he created a large crater upon impact. As the dust settled, D, though unscathed, rose to his feet. "Haha, futile. Your attack is of no use to me." At this moment, Shihouin Sakuya landed on the ground. He regarded the unharmed man without displaying any emotion. That was merely a trivial earth technique. Just then, the red-haired woman F rapidly formed hand seals again, exclaiming, "Fire release. Phoenix fire technique." Instantly, several chaotic fireballs surged toward him. Had it not been for the fear of inadvertently harming the unconscious pseudo-Jinchuriki in his grasp, he would not have bothered to evade. Just as the fire technique concluded, the strong man charged forward once more. Their teamwork was commendable. Ora. D swung his fists, attacking Shihouin Sakuya again. However, before he could even launch his assault, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by being sent flying backward. At this moment, Shihouin Sakuya calmly spoke. "F, D, N. Heh. I suggest you all unleash your strongest abilities at once, lest I crush a few unremarkable ants." "What? Such arrogance. Ah, what a domineering man. Why not share a passionate kiss with me? I no longer care about your chakra nature," the red-haired woman exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Shihouin Sakuya felt a wave of nausea. Though the red-haired woman F possessed an attractive appearance, qualifying as a beauty, her eagerness for a passionate kiss with a man was rather absurd. "Get lost." Just as he was about to retort, F was still prattling on, and Shihouin Sakuya took the initiative to charge forward. His explosive speed left the other three in awe. Such swiftness, akin to lightning. Could he truly be an ordinary person? Why had they never heard of him in the land of fire? Thud. A dull thud resounded as F was sent flying several dozen meters by Shihouin Sakuya's punch, crashing into and toppling 4 or 5 large trees along the way. At last, they bore witness to the might of Shihouin Sakuya. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Shihouin Sakuya, exclaiming, "Such immense power!" Subarashi. In this world, tales of three gods abound. However, it does not mean everyone can recognize them at a glance. These four individuals failed to discern Shihouin Sakuya's identity. Who exactly was this formidable figure? Beside the leader, another woman named N murmured. Unlike F, N was not nearly as flamboyant. Perhaps due to her age. She was particularly fond of grooming, heavily made up and dousing her hair with a copious amount of hairspray. Unlike her two companions, she was a ninja with rather feeble close combat abilities. However, she excelled in trap ninjutsu. While apprehensive of the explosive power exhibited by Sakuya's Shihouin, she swiftly unfurled a scroll. The scroll revealed the meticulously prepared design blueprint, enabling her to transmute the depicted terrain into reality. Furthermore, through the scroll, she could manipulate the landscape. "Allow me." The robust man, who had just been kicked away by Sakura, approached with urgency, clutching his abdomen in agony. Yet, he pressed his hand upon the scroll, bellowing, "Earth release, alteration of form." As he channeled his chakra, the terrain illustrated on the scroll began to materialize. With a thunderous roar, a multitude of rocky pillars erupted from the unassuming path, resembling a grand subterranean palace emerging from beneath the earth. In an instant, the area was engulfed, spanning several miles. Such a vast application of earth ninjutsu was a feat beyond the capability of the average individual. The versatility of earth release was remarkable in group combat. It could alter the terrain to gain an advantageous position, while in solitary battles, it could fortify one's body against weapons. This quartet had seemingly mastered these techniques, marking them as some of the most proficient earth ninjas in the Land of Fire. The visual spectacle of the transformed landscape did not deter Sakuya's Shihouin, who remained composed within the trap S formation, bearing the weight of the foe Jinchuriki upon his shoulder. This peculiar trap ninjutsu was merely a street performance, a technique that even Haruno Sakura could unravel, and this foolish woman dared to employ it against Sakura. Sakura removed the foe Jinchuriki from his shoulder, grasping its collar with one hand, before leaping into the air. The trap's caster, unmoved, smirked, swiftly drawing her brush across the trap's blueprint, causing the surrounding rocky pillars to automatically converge. The pillars advanced from all directions, intent on crushing Sakura within the crevice of stone. However, a human who had transcended limits felt no trepidation in the face of such peril. Instead, he found it amusing. With the foe Jinchuriki's collar in his right hand, he refrained from employing any techniques and simply pressed forward. He charged forward defiantly. The speed at which the pillars converged was astonishing, swiftly engulfing the last vestige of light in the sky. Yet, amidst the encroaching darkness, a resounding crash echoed. Crack! Sakura forcefully shattered the closing stones. This was entirely unexpected for Unmoved. She had assumed that upon encountering such a constricted path, the prey would be compelled to divert, allowing her to toy with him within the labyrinth. Yet, Sakura was a man who resolutely chose a direct line, barreling straight through. Terrain restrictions? He was utterly indifferent to such constraints. How could such a person exist in this world? Unmoved was momentarily dazed. It was during that fleeting moment that her life was claimed. With a proficiency in trap ninjutsu, her own defenses were as fragile as parchment. Sakura soared high. Seizing a fragment of rock, he hurled it like a shuriken, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, and Unmoved's skull was shattered. Unmoved, without a sound of lament, she could never have anticipated that the individual least likely to perish among their group would be the first to fall. A trapmaster, hiding at the rear, had been eliminated in an instant. In stark contrast, another woman, the wind-like Fuma, was sent flying dozens of meters by a single punch from Sakura, only to switch bodies and continue as if unperturbed. Unmoved. With the caster deceased, the grand trap crumbled immediately. Utilizing the collapsing rocky pillars, Sakura leaped forward, not to escape, but toward the leader of the four, the white-haired man with a scarred face. In truth, this man was the father of the foe Jinchuriki, Sora. Under the alias of Keidu, his real name was Hashirama. He had once been one of the 12 guardian ninja. This very man had gathered the chakra emanating from the Nine Tails during the chaos of the Kyubi incident in the 48th year of Konoha, nurturing the chakra before implanting it into his son's body. Unbeknownst to Sora, he had always believed his father to be a great man. "Are you charging directly at me?" Hashirama's expression grew grave as he tightened his grip on his staff. His concern lay not with his son, but rather with the Nine Tails. After years of scheming, how could he relinquish it so easily? Yet, just as he prepared to engage in battle with unwavering resolve, Sakuya performed an utterly unexpected act. Here, take your son. With those words, he hurled the foe Jinchuriki toward H-Ma. What was the meaning of this? After spilling blood, he suddenly returned this crucial item to him? H-Ma's mind struggled to comprehend, yet Sora's body swiftly collided with him, sending them both crashing to the ground, rolling several meters before coming to a halt. The impact roused the dazed foe Jinchuriki, who slowly regained consciousness. At that moment, Sakuya approached step by step, declaring, H-Ma, release the seal on your son. Only the power of the Nine Tails can contend with me, or else everyone here will perish today. Upon hearing this, H-Ma was startled. Such a casually spoken sentence unveiled all his secrets. The father-son relationship he shared with Sora's connection to the Nine Tails. He had concealed his identity for so long. So how could this stranger know him? What manner of person could penetrate his innermost thoughts? Who are you? H-Ma demanded. Regrettably, he should not have posed the question. Growing weary of H-Ma's incessant prattle, Sakuya felt no sympathy. With a swift motion, he propelled himself over 50 meters, arriving behind Unmoved. While Unmoved possessed a rudimentary understanding of physical techniques, her expertise lay in earth ninjutsu. Sensing a threat behind her, she immediately formed hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Spire Spear. As chakra surged, 6 earthen spikes shot forth, lunging towards Sakuya from behind. Those sharp, resilient stone spikes were undoubtedly lethal. However, when they struck Sakuya's form, it was as though they collided with steel, each fragment shattering upon impact. Turning to gaze at the fragments of the earth spire, Unmoved was momentarily bewildered. She had not anticipated that this individual possessed not only immense strength, but also the same earth release defenses as herself. How intriguing, Unmoved remarked. In response, Sakuya let out a dismissive grunt, retorting, don't misunderstand. This is not your primitive earth release hardening technique. What? Unmoved gasped, yet she lost sight of Sakuya's figure. No, it was more accurate to say that his head had relocated, spinning 180 degrees in midair, rendering him invisible. How is this possible? My body. Unmoved would never have envisioned that her earth-enhanced, impervious body would meet such an end. She didn't even witness how Sakuya had executed his strike before her body was severed. With Unmoved vanquished, only the wind-like red-haired woman, Fuma, remained among H-Ma's subordinates. Sakuya then continued toward H-Ma, saying, you see, before me, you are as fragile as paper, so hurry and release the Nine Tails chakra from within your son. That is the only way to buy you some time to escape. H-Ma hesitated for a moment, but it was merely a fleeting hesitation. The foe Jinchuriki requires a period of maturation. Once adequately developed, it will facilitate the ultimate plan, the annihilation of Konoha. This is an individual of great ambition, intent on obliterating the Konoha system, slaying the Hokage, who is revered as the jewel, and establishing a unified military state in the Land of Fire. While this scheme is undeniably crucial, one must first survive. After all, isn't there a supreme lightning release technique, the lightning dream of thunder? Ha ha ha. Though I am unaware of your origins, do not regret your actions later. The creature's power emanated with a frenzied gleam in its eyes, as its fingers crackled with chakra, invoking the sealing technique. 5 elements release. The foe Jinchuriki, K, had just awakened from unconsciousness, his awareness still hazy, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. This acute sensation jolted him awake, prompting unrestrained wails. The technique took effect, and the Nine Tails chakra implanted within K began to surge uncontrollably. Even if he were to spend years mastering it, K possessed no ability to resist at this moment. His right hand morphed into a grotesque claw, and a crimson chakra enveloped his body, the chakra of the Nine Tails. This chakra formed a layer of demonic fox-like energy that clung to the foe Jinchuriki. In this state, he felt utterly miserable. What had been grafted onto him was not the Nine Tails itself, but rather a cultivated version of its chakra. Over the years, the chakra of the Nine Tails had become synonymous with malevolence. How could a mere boy withstand the sheer evil of the Nine Tails? K's throat emitted primal, beastly roars of anguish. Subsequently, the seal broke wide open, and the Nine Tails chakra within him surged forth. The first tail manifested. Seeing this, Kamaha quickly distanced himself, fearing that the rampaging K would strike him down with a single blow. Ironically, in this world, What one fears often comes to pass. Just as Konoha leaped to evade, the newly formed tail of the foe Jinchuriki locked onto its nearest target, Konoha. With a swift motion, the blood-red chakra tail lashed out towards him. The assault from the rampaging Jinchuriki was immensely powerful, even if he were merely a foe Jinchuriki. How audacious. This monster dares to attack me first. Nufeng. Assist me. Yes. Water release. Evil mouth. The red-haired woman formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of water towards the rampaging foe Jinchuriki. If they could merely restrain the beast, they could escape. However, the speed at which the Ninetales chakra erupted from the foe Jinchuriki surpassed all expectations. After all, the seal had been undone, unleashing the chakra driven by pure instinct rather than independent thought. The second and third tails emerged almost simultaneously, disdainful of Nufeng's water release technique. The foe Jinchuriki firmly anchored itself to the ground, and the three chakra tails lashed out with ferocity. Nufeng had not anticipated the length of the creature's tails. Darkness enveloped her vision as she was struck away. Nufeng, a volatile kunoichi possessing unique abilities, would not perish from such an attack. How dare they so ruthlessly assault her form? Her hair was her true essence. Though her body was battered, it was inconsequential. Yet, as her beautiful form was mercilessly whipped by the creature, her unstable temperament ignited. Lightning release, earth walk. Nufeng rapidly formed seals, sending arcs of lightning across the ground to strike at the three tails of the foe Jinchuriki. She was determined to confront K head-on. Nearby, Konoha closed his eyes in silent resignation upon witnessing Nufeng's audacious move. Damn, this foolish woman has unwittingly drawn the creature's ire. I can take this opportunity to flee. Retreat. Konoha cast one last glance at the frenzied foe Jinchuriki, devoid of any lingering attachment, his gaze instead filled with loathing directed at Shihouin Sakuya. This man. I shall remember you. Besides the destruction of Konoha, I have gained yet another target. Konoha vowed silently. He etched Shihouin Sakuya's visage into his memory, preparing to depart when suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Though the hairstyle and attire seemed different from his recollections, this face. Had he not seen it somewhere before? This visage. Could it be? Konoha's eyes trembled as he scrutinized Shihouin Sakuya once more, his gaze meticulously analyzing every detail. Suddenly, he swallowed hard. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The legendary Shihouin Sakuya could not possibly exist in this era. Even if he were alive, he ought to be an ancient relic of the past. How could he appear so youthful? Konoha began to retreat, yet his trembling legs impeded his speed. Just at that moment, a piercing scream echoed. By instinct, he turned to see Nufeng, who had provoked the wrath of the rampaging foe Jinchuriki, ensnared by a chakra tail. The Ninetales chakra, not only malevolent, also radiated an intense heat upon massive eruption. Nufeng's body was seared, yet that was not the gravest concern. The critical issue was that her flowing red hair was being incinerated. Konoha knew all too well Nufeng's vulnerability. If her hair were scorched by the chakra of the Ninetales, she would be utterly finished. Thus, Noyuin, Nudo, Nufeng would all meet their demise. How infuriating! Konoha ground his teeth in frustration, never expecting that despite his careful concealment of identity and clandestine cultivation of power, he would encounter such a day. He felt a surge of resentment towards fate itself. This destiny is undeniably cruel. Roar. Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the mountains and forests, causing the adjacent thickets to bow low. Konoha gazed in shock as he witnessed his son, his skin charred and peeling, exposing dark red flesh beneath. Soon after, he was engulfed by an even denser surge of Ninetales chakra. It was terrifying. Konoha trembled. Why? Why is this happening? Why does he not attack that man? Konoha was utterly perplexed. Shihouin Sakuya stood beside the foe Jinchuriki, yet the creature chose to roar in his direction instead. Just as confusion and despair flooded him, a voice reached his ears. How is it? Is your son not impressive? You. Who are you? Are you truly Shihouin Sakuya? In response, Shihouin Sakuya merely smirked and said, incorrect answer, so perish. As his words fell, the foe Jinchuriki, now possessing a fourth tail, opened its mouth to gather a sphere of chakra. This orb slowly aimed at the panicked Konoha. How does one escape from this? Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as a foe-tailed beast bomb hurtled towards Konoha's face. The foe-tailed beast bomb detonated, creating a massive crater several meters wide. Shihouin Sakuya lightly stepped, moving toward the edge of the crater, gazing down at the charred remains of Konoha. How does it feel? Is the power of the Nine Tails not magnificent? Gaga, Kamaha painfully rolled over, then forever closed his eyes. Thus, the four petty thieves who obstructed his path were completely obliterated. He had initially deemed it beneath him to engage with these youngsters, yet they had initiated hostilities, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. Throughout the confrontation, he had not taken it to heart, employing no techniques, relying solely on his basic physical prowess. Unexpectedly, despite having once been one of the 12 guardians of the leaf, the man was utterly powerless against the creature. It was baffling how such a fool could dare to scheme for the annihilation of Konoha. Following the demise of the quartet, only the rampaging pseudo-Jinchuriki remained. To be precise, this entity was an unsealed pseudo-Jinchuriki, distinct from Naruto's berserk nature. Within its vessel resided the Nine-Tails chakra cultivated by the man. And though it had not yet gained sentience, its inherently malevolent and volatile nature had already begun to manifest. Thus, Sakuya of the Four Maple Courtyard shifted his gaze from the corpse of the man to the pseudo-Jinchuriki. A bit more effort, he murmured, the flawed remnant of the Nine Tails. Strive harder, and you shall seize this vessel. Only then will I acknowledge your existence. His voice resonated like the whispers of a demon in the dead of night. The Nine Tails chakra, which scorched the entirety of the vessel's being, surged even more intensely. From the emergence of the fourth tail, the pseudo-Jinchuriki transformed from its tailed beast form into an abstract, dark red monstrosity. Now, under Sakuya's coaxing words, its four tails began to dance wildly. The pseudo-Jinchuriki's body trembled uncontrollably, its pure evil will clashing with that of the vessel in a final struggle. Clearly, the mere child, who was around 10 years old, could not possibly contend with a malevolent consciousness that had been accumulating for millennia. With a deafening roar, the pseudo-Jinchuriki's body gradually steadied. Ultimately, the four-tailed creature crouched down, its hind legs bent, and its arms erect on the ground, resembling a beast. Observing this, Sakuya nodded in satisfaction, generously praising, "Well done, my dear companion. Good, good. Roar. Although you are not the offspring of my fox, you are, after all, born of its essence, so I shall acknowledge your identity as a Nine Tails." "Owu?" Sakuya smiled, standing sideways, and said, "Come, let us go." Chakra, in some measure, inherits information from its progenitor. You should feel a sense of familiarity with me, no? With that, he continued toward Konoha, followed by the dark red four-tailed creature, which startled many merchant caravans along the way. As dawn broke in the east, by 10 in the morning, Sakuya had already caught sight of Konoha's walls from a distance. The few bandits encountered on the road wasted little of his time, and he arrived just in time. "Little one, come stand by my side. Once we enter the village, do not harm anyone." Sakuya beckoned, and the small Nine Tails, having followed him closely, obediently approached. Despite its abstract and terrifying appearance, it was relatively docile. As the man and the creature leaped over Konoha's walls, the defensive perception barrier promptly marked their chakra. Instantly, the members of Konoha's Umbu panicked. Just yesterday, the village had suffered a calamity, and now there was another invasion? The barrier team signaled, and the patrol team swiftly mobilized, with the Umbu rushing toward the coordinates. Sakuya and the creature had scarcely crossed over Konoha's walls when the patrol and Umbu encircled them. Upon catching sight of the dark red four-tailed creature, they were immediately alarmed. Good heavens, first it was a snake, now a tailed beast Jinchuriki? Is Konoha cursed? Quick, inform the third Hokage. Wait, that's Lord Sakuya of the Four Maple Courtyard. Although the four-tailed creature was strikingly noticeable, the presence of the man beside it could not be overlooked. Anyone bold enough to stand beside a rampaging Jinchuriki was impossible to ignore. Upon realizing it was Sakuya, they were left uncertain whether to relax or heighten their vigilance. The events of the previous day were etched in their memories forever. Seeing the Konoha ninjas in a state of anxiety, Sakuya chuckled and said, "Is this the extent of your courage, you little ones? Never mind, step aside. I have matters to attend to with this child." The patrol and Umbu exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was the more experienced Umbu squad leader who spoke up. "Let Lord Sakuya pass. This is not within our jurisdiction." With one commanding voice, the crowd parted in trepidation. The four-tailed creature was simply too fearsome. Having scaled the wall and traversed the village for a quarter of an hour, it had terrified the villagers along the way. Fortunately, news from the Umbu indicated that the third Hokage had already arrived. After governing this village for over 40 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen was regarded by these citizens as a steadfast anchor. The elderly Sarutobi addressed Sakuya first. "Lord Sakuya, this is..." Then, Recalling the need to disperse the crowd, he instructed, "Everyone, please return to your homes. This is a special operation under my command. This creature will be a loyal ally for our village in the future. Should another incident like yesterday occur, with it, we shall swiftly and effectively resolve the matter." Hokage-sama, are we to protect the village with such terrifying beings? Surely, this isn't a mistake? Hokage-sama, is that creature the legendary tailed beast? I see it has 4 tails. It looks too fearsome. Surely it won't rampage, will it? Sarutobi paused, his gaze subtly flicking towards Sakuya. Truthfully, he was uncertain whether the creature would go berserk. Most importantly, he wondered where this being had originated. It was indeed a tailed beast, and it felt reminiscent of the chakra of the Nine Tails. Could it be that the Nine Tails has a civilian descendant, or rather, a progeny? Lord Sakuya, might you explain? Sarutobi inquired softly. In response, Sakuya shook his head, refusing to elaborate. He was disinclined to squander time on these villagers. Faced with this, Sarutobi had to think on his feet, stating, "After reflecting on yesterday's events, I have concluded that our village requires greater strength for protection. Thus, I have entrusted Lord Sakuya to bring this creature. Certainly, from this day forth, Konoha would reform its defenses to prevent a recurrence of yesterday's calamity. The permanent residents, unlike the ninjas, were primarily concerned with their livelihoods. Having been governed by Sarutobi for over 40 years, they naturally prioritized his stance. As for Sakuya of the Four Maple Courtyard, while legend spoke of his formidable strength, who had actually witnessed it? None had seen him. They merely kept their distance in reverence. Once Sarutobi had calmed the crowd, and they returned to their homes, Sakuya led the four-tailed creature toward the Konoha hospital. 3 streets away, the four-tailed creature grew agitated, for it sensed the chakra of its progenitor. Whoa. Calm down. We are about to enter the hospital. Remember, no noise. Moo? The four-tailed creature emitted a gentle sound. Indeed, Sakuya was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated the little creature could comprehend. Perhaps, in vanquishing the will of the vessel, it had also matured in some measure. It seemed necessary to expedite the process. Otherwise, with time, things might become complicated. Man and beast entered Naruto's ward, discovering the boy had already awakened, propped against his pillow, contemplating life. Hearing sounds at the door, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head. "Uncle, who are you?" Naruto inquired as he gazed at Sakuya. However, just as he spoke, the four-tailed creature followed closely behind Sakuya into the room. Instantly, Naruto was startled into a jump. The creature's physique did not resemble that of a patient at all. "Ah, what is that?" Chuckling, Sakuya replied. "Much like the 9 tails within you, though it is somewhat weaker." "Ah, it's another stinky fox?" Sakuya laughed. Suddenly, a surge of turbulent chakra from the 9 tails enveloped Naruto, and in an instant, a tail sprouted forth, striking his head with considerable force. "You little brat, do you dare to be arrogant with me?" roared the 9 tails. This voice, Naruto was taken aback, unable to comprehend why he could still hear the 9 tails in this state. Furthermore, the overflow of 9 tails chakra had inexplicably not affected his thoughts. What could this mean? Because the 8 trigram seal on your body has been released, the 9 tails can now freely unleash chakra and potentially take control of your body. Therefore, you should treat the 9 tails with caution and respect from now on, lest you suffer, little brat. The seal has been broken? Naruto's understanding was insufficient to grasp the situation immediately. He pondered briefly and decided to set aside his thoughts. Instead, he directly inquired, "Uncle, do you know where Gaara is? How is he doing? What about Kakashi-sensei? Is Sakura and Sasuke all right?" Upon hearing the barrage of questions, Sakuya Mishoya felt a sense of helplessness. With the 9 tails seal broken, Naruto was more concerned about others than his own predicament. "I don't know." Just after he finished speaking, footsteps echoed outside the infirmary. Turning to look, he saw Tsunade striding in, followed closely by Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and others. The sudden appearance of this group moved Naruto profoundly. After all, he was a child yearning for love. However, when he heard their next words, he felt utterly deflated. "Old man Shoya, I heard from Sarutobi-sensei. But where did this tailed beast come from?" Tsunade approached swiftly, questioning him. Kakashi positioned himself protectively behind Sakura and Sasuke. The sensation of this chakra. It's the 9 tails. With all 3 of his students present, if the beast were to rampage, it would pose a grave danger. By the way, since Lady Tsunade is aware, why didn't she stop him on the way? Kakashi, however, was oblivious to the fact that Tsunade felt completely at ease knowing that Sakuya Mishoya was handling it personally. He had successfully tamed the complete form of the Nine Tails, let alone a small creature stabilizing at four tails. Such stability and tranquility in a four-tailed form were indeed rare. Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Sakuya replied, "Because I mentioned to him yesterday that I was looking for a replacement, I set out this morning to search. I happened to sense a trace of Nine Tails chakra along the way and followed it, ultimately discovering this fellow hiding in the Temple of Fire." The Temple of Fire? Tsunade furrowed her brow. How could there be a small Nine Tails there? No, it's not a small Nine Tails. This creature initially lacked sentience. It was merely a mass of cultivated Nine Tails chakra. After consuming a pseudo-Jinchuriki, it transformed into its current form. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was taken aback. The notion that someone had cultivated Nine Tails chakra was simply chilling. The world is vast and full of wonders. Setting that aside, I wish to inquire whether Konoha has captured the remnants of Orochimaru? Sakuya questioned. Now that a replacement had been found, if Minato were to awaken, he could see the replacement through Naruto's body. Surely, this would significantly enhance their power. However, relying solely on Minato, the research into the solution for the Shiki Fujin would ultimately be slow. Therefore, it was imperative to locate Orochimaru and conscript him. Of course, after using him. If that snake were to speak out of turn, he wouldn't hesitate to give him a punch. Yet, he was uncertain whether Orochimaru had been resurrected and whether his subordinates had any sense. I inquired with Sarutobi-sensei, and he dispatched Jiraiya to investigate Orochimaru's remnants. However, he should have arrived at the Sound Village yesterday, yet there has been no news from the contact frog today, Tsunade stated. The perverted sage? Naruto caught on to Jiraiya's name and exclaimed, "I say, do you all know the perverted sage? Has he returned?" Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned to Naruto, and an invisible pressure compelled him to silence. Shortly after, the adults resumed discussing serious matters. I was revived by Orochimaru, and I extracted some information from his brain. The Sound Village poses no danger. Jiraiya has yet to make contact. Perhaps he went on a mission. Tsunade was visibly exasperated. Everyone was an adult. There was no harm in expressing it. However, delaying serious matters was quite vexing. Meanwhile, Kakashi interjected, Lord Shoya, the village has captured quite a number of sound ninjas. Do you require anything? Oh, and who might you be? Sakuya feigned ignorance of Kakashi. Kakashi bowed respectfully. Lord Shoya, I am Hatake Kakashi. Tsunade added. He is the son of Hatake Tsukumo. Oh, that kid? Tsukumo's son has grown taller than Tsukumo. Old man, decades have passed. Tsunade emphasized. I know, but I have no need for sound ninjas. As Sakuya spoke, he beckoned Sasuke, the Uchiha boy, to come closer. Let me see the curse mark on your neck. In the land of rice, a massive snake-headed structure loomed. Upon entering, one could witness the labyrinth's profound depths. At this moment, a boy with green eyes and 2 red dots on his forehead approached step by step. He pushed open a wooden door, and the light from the corridor instantly streamed through the gap. Inside the room was a bespectacled man. Why hasn't Lord Orochimaru returned yet? In the dimly lit room, Kabuto adjusted his glasses with trembling hands, maintaining a fixed smile. Kimimaro, you've returned. I ask, why hasn't Lord Orochimaru returned? Seeing Kimimaro's icy gaze, Kabuto felt a twinge of fear. He knew he was no match for Kimimaro. In fact, after Orochimaru's death, Kimimaro had become the strongest among their faction. This loyal tool, if he were to learn that Orochimaru had perished in Konoha, one could only imagine the consequences. Kabuto pondered for a moment and said, we cannot fully grasp Lord Orochimaru's whereabouts. Kimimaro, your eagerness to know Lord Orochimaru's location. What are your intentions? Since he couldn't win, he decided to strike first. However, Kimimaro remained unfazed by the insinuation. The innocent have nothing to fear. At the same time, he was not only powerful but also astute. Why haven't the other 4 returned? Oh, those 4. Kabuto chuckled, responding, it seems they perished in Konoha. Perished, Kimimaro murmured, not mourning for those 4 weaklings, but contemplating whether their deaths were connected to Orochimaru's disappearance. Kimimaro, remain calm. Lord Orochimaru will surely return. Do not be too anxious, Kabuto reassured him. I can temporarily control your condition. Do not fear. Kimimaro shook his head. No, I know my body can barely hold on. I wish to do something for Lord Orochimaru, yet I am still waiting for him. What should I do? Observing Kimimaro's distress, Kabuto slowly stood up. He approached the doorway, stepping closer. The corridor light illuminated his face, and for a moment, the reflection from his glasses obscured his expression. Kimimaro, do not fret, until Lord Orochimaru returns. It is best you take care of your body. Lord Orochimaru has not let you die. Would you dare to die? Yes, I will do my utmost. Simply doing your utmost is not enough. You must survive. As he spoke, the pharmacist Do drew a syringe from his ninja tool pouch. He waved the syringe deliberately before Jumaro's eyes. Then, under their mutual gaze, he injected the contents into Jumaro's body. Why does today's medicine feel different? Jumaro furrowed his brow. The medications he typically used brought excruciating pain upon entering his system, yet they managed to alleviate his condition. However, today's concoction felt warm and light, almost imperceptible. Upon hearing Jumaro's query, the pharmacist Do casually discarded the empty syringe, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he adjusted his glasses. It is certainly different, Jumaro. For this is a poison specially formulated for you. Given your condition, you shall perish after I finish this sentence. His smile sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Jumaro's eyes widened in shock as a bone blade erupted from beneath his skin. Yet, before he could wield the sharp weapon, his life signs rapidly faded. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his pupils dilated in terror. He could hardly fathom that not only had he failed to assist Lord Orochimaru, but he had also fallen victim to this pharmacist Do. To perish at the hands of such a wretch was utterly inconceivable. As Jumaro collapsed, the manic grin on the pharmacist Do's face only intensified. He gazed into the shadows of the room, where a massive white serpent's head lay hidden. Lord Orochimaru, I am on the brink of becoming you. Once I assimilate Jumaro's cells, reviving Orochimaru, to the pharmacist Do, that seemed unnecessary. He merely wished to become Orochimaru himself. In the village of Grass, a morally corrupt ninja village, acts of plagiarism, theft, and human trafficking were commonplace. Notably, the Grass ninjas were infamous for their ability to imitate. They relished in studying the jutsu of other ninja villages and transforming them into their own. However, as ninjas, no one could cast stones. It merely came down to who executed their deeds more cleanly. Little sister, don't be afraid. Uncle knows how to be gentle. First, let us see if you have any money on you. The ninjas from the Grass village should have some cash, right? With that red hair. She must be a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Selling her would surely yield a handsome profit. It seems I've struck gold. On the streets, two adult men brazenly seized a red-haired girl, openly conversing about their nefarious intentions. The overweight man swallowed hard, his pig-like eyes fixated on the girl's fair skin. Barely able to contain himself. So beautiful, so fair, and a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. I wonder if indulging in her first time will extend my life? Wait, with a first time, she could fetch a high price. Let us take her to a brothel to have some fun. Hey, can you resist? Such a cute little girl. If she doesn't sell for a high price, a reasonable one will suffice. It'll keep us going for a while. All right then, we can always find another next time. With that, they yanked the girl by her hair, dragging her toward a dark alley. The girl, named Karen, felt her fate was absurd. First, she went to Konoha for the Chunin exams, only to have her teammates go missing, then faced the pursuit of a giant brown bear. Just when she thought she had found her savior, he vanished before anything substantial could happen. After a grueling journey back to the village of Grass, she encountered robbers along the way. To make matters worse, they intended to commit vile acts against her. As a ninja, she could maintain some composure and devise escape plans. However, when they began to unbuckle their belts, Karen panicked. After all this, was she truly to endure such a disgusting fate? No, please. Karen had begun to cry out of fear. Yet, she was too weak to resist the two adult men. The empty streets offered no solace. And even if someone heard her cries, would they come to her aid? Her fate seemed sealed. Suddenly, two peculiar voices pierced the air. The two men, caught in their heinous act, turned around, startled. Behind them loomed a terrifying pitcher plant, within which resided a being of both light and shadow. The creature, known as Black Zetsu, uttered in a bizarre tone. The two men, witnessing this scene, felt their earlier bravado evaporate. What kind of monster is this? Get lost. Don't interrupt me while I'm in the zone. Black Zetsu found the situation incredulous. Two mere swine dare to speak so boldly? I believe this matter requires my attention, White Zetsu stated. No, I think I should handle it. I'm faster. But I'm more ruthless. How ruthless? I'll smash them until they can't find their teeth. That's not ruthless enough? Let me take over. With that, Black Zetsu acted swiftly. His movements were subtle, Without forming seals, he merely stomped his foot, and a root surged forth from the ground as if it were a serpent striking its prey. The two men barely had time to react before the roots ensnared them completely. What is this? Is this the legendary wood release? Black Zetsu wasted no time, commanding the roots to constrict mercilessly, causing blood to spurt in all directions. The scene was utterly gruesome. Screams echoed incessantly. Karen, witnessing this horrifying spectacle up close, lost her color, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead. I told you to let me handle it. Look, you almost scared the target to death, White Zetsu complained. Black Zetsu retorted darkly, almost is still better than not at all. Fine, let us dispose of these two. I've heard that lowly meat is spoiled. Is that so? I wasn't aware. With that, Black Zetsu approached Karen, who was still in shock, and gently placed his hand on her head. Before she could comprehend, part of Black Zetsu's essence merged with her. As a product of Kagaya Otsutsuki, he possessed unique and formidable powers, including the ability to inhabit another's body. How is it? How is it? White Zetsu inquired anxiously. Black Zetsu paused, then sighed. It's not quite suitable. The disparity with Nagato's body is vast, and I specialize in healing, not in transplanting Rinnegan. What? I thought we might find a suitable host right away. This is just the beginning. We must keep searching. And what about this little girl? I can't be bothered. You decide. Neither can I, so let us move on to the next target. In Konoha, a young member of the Uchiha clan called out. Come here, let me see the curse mark on your neck. Lord Shisui. Upon hearing Shisui's voice, Sasuke eagerly dashed over, filled with excitement. He had requested to be taken on as an apprentice the previous day, only to be rejected. Perhaps today, fortune would smile upon him. However, the situation exceeded Uchiha Sasuke's imagination. The summons from Shihouin Sakuya was far from a simple call. As Sasuke jogged over, Sakuya seized him forcefully and roughly turned him around, pulling down the collar of his short sleeves. There, beneath Sasuke's neck, lay 3 tomo-shaped cursed seals. Placing his hand upon them, a surge of power emanated, penetrating the seals to discern their inner workings. Orochimaru was undoubtedly a genius. In certain aspects, he deserved the title even more than those with mere combat prowess. For in 20 years, scientific ninja tools would hold a significant place in the world of Naruto. Would these tools become mainstream in the coming 2 decades? Might concepts such as no matter how advanced ninjutsu may be, one still fears a kitchen knife emerge? Such potential could be glimpsed through Orochimaru. As Sakuya's fingers gently pressed against the celestial cursed seal, his consciousness began to descend, seeking to invade the seal's depths to ascertain if Orochimaru's spirit resided within. Observing this, Hatake Kakashi furrowed his brow and explained, Lord Sakuya, that is the cursed seal Orochimaru left on Sasuke. Its activation can be excruciating. I have suppressed it using sealing techniques for some time, but my expertise in sealing is rather limited. Sakuya paid no heed to Kakashi, continuing his descent of consciousness, ultimately to no avail. The cursed seal remained inert, as if it were a lifeless object. What was happening? He had been able to enter during the Nine-Tails sealing. Lord Sakuya, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Kakashi wondered aloud, bewildered by the sight of a young boy being held captive, muttering about what could be entered and what could not. Could it be that Lord Sakuya? Sakuya shot Kakashi a glare and commanded, Go, summon the members of the Yamanaka clan. Huh, what? I said go? Kakashi was urged by Tsunade, who also shot him a stern look. Faced with the orders of 2 powerful figures, Kakashi dared not resist and promptly turned to sprint towards the Yamanaka clan's territory. After Kakashi departed, he revealed Haruno Sakura, who, seeing Sasuke captured, clenched her fists anxiously and timidly inquired, Lady Tsunade? And this? Lord Sakuya? What has happened to Sasuke? Why do we need the Yamanaka clan? Sakura, being close friends with Ino, was well aware of the Yamanaka clan's abilities. Now, to utilize such abilities on Sasuke, could it be that he had committed a grave offense? Tsunade, noticing Sakura's youthful demeanor, softened slightly and replied, This is a matter for the adults. Are you here to see Naruto? Once you've finished, please leave. Truth be told, Tsunade herself was uncertain of Sakuya's intentions, yet she held unwavering trust in him. Perhaps, through all this, a delightful surprise would emerge. Dissuaded by Tsunade, Sakura felt helpless and small. She cast one last glance at Sasuke before retreating. However, upon reaching the doorway, she did not exit but instead stood there quietly. Sasuke. Suddenly, Naruto leapt off the hospital bed, barefoot, exclaiming, Sasuke, you must be injured. What do you intend to do to him? To his surprise, Sasuke coldly retorted, "Naruto, be quiet. What Lord Sakuya does with me has nothing to do with you." Feeling slighted, Naruto decided to pursue Sakura instead, for at that moment, he still relished competing with Sasuke over various matters, including girls. Before long, Kakashi returned with the Yamanaka clan's leader, Yamanaka Inoichi. The emotional intelligence of the Inuzuka clan was not to be underestimated, and Yamanaka Inoichi, having worked for years in the interrogation department, swiftly approached Sakuya, asking, "Lord Sakuya, what has happened to Sasuke?" As the father of Yamanaka Ino, he had certainly heard the whispers regarding the Uchiha boy. If Sasuke had indeed committed a crime, he would need to ensure his daughter quickly severed her affections. Seeing Yamanaka Inoichi approach, Sakuya smiled slightly and gestured towards the celestial cursed seal, stating, "So, you are the current leader of the Yamanaka clan? I presume your abilities are quite formidable. Come, take a look here." Understood. Yamanaka Inoichi astutely merely glanced at the tomo-shaped seal and immediately grasped much. Having spent years in the interrogation department, he had encountered similar markings countless times. Typically, these were sealing techniques used to erase a person's memories. Most of those individuals had been spies who had infiltrated Konoha for extended periods. Could it be that Sasuke was also a spy? "I will begin now, Sasuke. It is best you do not resist." With that, Yamanaka Inoichi pressed his palm against the cursed seal while the other hand formed a finger gesture and pointed to his forehead, releasing his mental energy. He activated the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. When Yamanaka Inoichi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cold, eerie space. This place. He surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a venomous snake lunged at him from the side, startling him. As a Jainin, Yamanaka Inoichi possessed quick reflexes and immediately retreated to avoid the strike. The snake. Is it one of Orochimaru's creations? Having just experienced the collapse of Konoha the previous day, the sight of the snake immediately brought Orochimaru to mind. Just as he prepared to explore further, a horde of snakes swarmed towards him from the ground. Merely witnessing the scene sent chills down his spine, let alone the prospect of being bitten. Yamanaka Inoichi swiftly formed hand seals, opting to temporarily withdraw from the mental space. Phew. Back in the real world, Yamanaka Inoichi breathed a sigh of relief. "Lord Sakuya, this cursed seal indeed conceals something extraordinary. It must be a remnant left by Orochimaru." "Must be?" Sakuya frowned. "Yes, it is Orochimaru." Yamanaka Inoichi's sentence was cut short as Sakuya waved his hand, saying, "All right, thank you for your efforts. You need not remain here any longer." Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Inoichi was taken aback. He had intended to delve deeper into the investigation, yet he was being dismissed. Nevertheless, since Sakuya had spoken, he could only comply. After Yamanaka Inoichi departed, Tsunade gazed at Sakuya in confusion, asking, "Grandfather Sakuya, it seems that Inoichi did not uncover any useful intelligence. Why did you let him leave?" Sakuya shook his head, explaining, "I had thought the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques were formidable, but I did not expect that, in their generation. Even the main subject would be frightened away before being seen. I had initially intended to summon the Yamanaka clan to negotiate with Orochimaru, but now, it seems that's no longer feasible." As he spoke, Sakuya raised his hand to touch the gem hanging from his neck. "If others could not succeed, then I shall evolve." Having just witnessed the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, he mused that it was merely a matter of mental prowess. If that were the case, lacking such techniques, he would simply amplify his mental strength. Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, both Tsunade and Kakashi immediately grew vigilant. Kakashi was the first to inquire, "Lord Sakuya, did you not already kill Orochimaru?" That punch was witnessed by everyone present. He was utterly obliterated. How could he possibly still be alive? And what negotiations could there be? What manner of New Age maneuver is this? Tsunade added, "That guy Orochimaru didn't die, did he? He often employed such tactics in the past." Sakuya Shihouin shook his head and remarked, "You underestimate Orochimaru. That man is exceedingly covetous of life." With that, he released Sasuke and rose to his feet, leaping from the window of the infirmary. Upon reaching the open space of Konoha Hospital, his will began to acquire a formidable focus. Simultaneously, the artifact, the Crystal of Collapse, sensed its master's intent. Beep. The Crystal of Collapse reminds you that you have a notification awaiting your attention. Beep. The Crystal of Collapse has detected a new mental realm requiring an upgrade. Shall we commence now? Sakuya Shihouin silently commanded, "Begin." As soon as the order was given, An eruption of dark blue ethereal light burst forth from the crystal, swiftly coalescing into a rich halo. This halo engulfed Sakuya Shifeng's form, subsequently compressing around him. The rays emitted by the light gradually converged, ultimately crystallizing into a dark blue cocoon, a chrysalis wrought from light. The mysterious dark blue luminescence danced upon its surface, exuding an extraordinary aura. In the infirmary, Tsunade leaned against the window, gazing in astonishment at the luminous cocoon within the hospital's courtyard. Her mind raced to identify the nature of this phenomenon, yet despite her 50 years of experience, she could find no suitable explanation. It was not only Tsunade who was perplexed. Following the chaotic battle of the previous day, Konoha Hospital was now nearly filled to capacity with the wounded, each of whom peered through the windows at the radiant chrysalis. The enigmatic dark blue glow shimmered upon it, both mysterious and regal. The ninjas present found themselves unable to comprehend the essence of this power. Could mere chakra manifest such a spectacle? Nonetheless, among the injured were several sensory-type ninjas who attempted to extend their perception into the light cocoon, seeking to investigate further. However, their senses passed through without resistance. Unable to glean anything at all, were it not for the evidence of their own eyes, they would have perceived it as a void devoid of substance. How peculiar. Was Konoha on the brink of turmoil once more? What omen did this represent? What power could this possibly be? Nurse, stop cleaning. Quickly informed the Hokage. As trepidation and chaos began to swell among the onlookers, the chrysalis in the courtyard emitted a sharp crack and split open, revealing a hand that emerged from the fissure. That massive hand forcefully divided the cocoon in two. Sakuya Shifeng leapt into the air, his eyes transforming into a pure, obsidian black, reminiscent of the finest black gemstones in existence. However, this extraordinary phenomenon did not endure for long. As he emerged from the cocoon of light and propelled himself towards the hospital window, the darkness in his eyes gradually converged, ultimately merging with his irises. Were it not for the preceding spectacle, one might scarcely perceive any change from this advancement. Upon returning to the hospital room, Suayi of the Four Maple Courtyard paused momentarily. Utilizing the broken jade to transcend the realm of spiritual power was merely a commonplace endeavor for him. After the breakthrough, he did not pay it much heed. However, to his astonishment, upon arriving back in the hospital room, he discovered that this advancement in his spiritual prowess had unveiled certain latent abilities. The human eye serves as an organ capable of perceiving light. When light cannot penetrate an object, the line of sight is obstructed. For instance, when clothed, one perceives merely the surface of the garment rather than the body underneath. However, now, Sakuya Shifeng has discovered that his spiritual energy has given rise to a remarkable perception. His spiritual energy resembles a wave. It not only enables him to gauge the distance between two entities, but also allows him to recreate authentic images within his neural pathways. This is akin to possessing an additional pair of eyes. The most astonishing aspect is that while visual light can be obstructed by objects, the power of the mind can transcend all barriers. In other words, the figure of Tsunade before him was enveloped in his mental energy. Ahem, Grandpa Sakuya, what is the matter? What just transpired? Upon noticing the unusual pallor of Sakuya from the Yamanaka clan, Tsunade inquired with genuine concern. After all, it was implausible that emerging unscathed from such a suspicious cocoon would leave no trace of consequence. Sakuya Shikibu took a step forward, making an effort to distance herself from Kanesada. A fleeting glance at her granddaughter is harmless, provided it is not a lingering gaze, is it not? It's nothing much. I merely felt inspired by the secret techniques of the clan in the mountains and have now developed a technique, Sakuya of the Shimon family casually remarked. Yet, his seemingly nonchalant words stirred a tempest within Kakashi Hitaki's heart. What does it mean to be inspired by one's feelings? What does it signify that a technique has now been developed? Is the art of technique truly so effortlessly attainable? Tsunade glanced at Sakuya, then turned her gaze back towards the window. In the open space, the luminous cocoon, now split in two, gradually dissipated into the air. That cocoon you just used, Grandpa Sakuya, has vanished. No worries, that matter is of little importance. Oh, come now, let me behold this humble little serpent and see what tricks it has in store. With a single gesture from Sakuya Shikibu, Sasuke Uchiha obediently approached. After all, the success of his apprenticeship hinged upon his own performance. This time, Shai displayed no hesitation. With unwavering confidence, he pressed his finger against the celestial seal. A formidable surge of mental power effortlessly pierced through the outer barriers of the seal. rushing inward with great intensity. At that moment, the cursed seal seemed to sense an impending danger, activating on its own, beyond Sasuke's control. In an instant, the dark, flame-like patterns enveloped half of Sasuke's body. Due to the activation of the cursed seal, Sasuke hunched over like a shrimp. His frail body burdened by both old injuries and the adverse effects of the seal. Observing this, Sakayuki from the Four Winds Institute commanded, "Stand up, do not move." Gritting his teeth, Sasuke mustered the strength to straighten his posture and replied, "I apologize." Kakashi, witnessing Sasuke's demeanor, was taken aback. After spending such a lengthy period together, he had come to understand Sasuke to some extent. It was unexpected that he would exhibit such compliance in this situation and even offer an apology. It was evident that his desire for vengeance and thirst for power were indeed profound. "Itachi, what have you done?" Kakashi pondered within himself. He couldn't help but reminisce about his time in the Umbu, recalling the small figure who had followed closely behind him. Intelligent, clever, composed, and impressively admirable. Had it not been for the tragedy of their clan's massacre, how might the fate of these two brothers have unfolded? Alas, as Shihouin Sakuya observed Sasuke's readiness, he once again pressed the curse mark upon the heavens. Were it not for the fear of inadvertently crushing Sasuke beneath his might, he would have unleashed his full power. "Orochimaru, oh Orochimaru, you truly are a clever little trickster." Amidst the laughter and banter, Shuaye's mental prowess transformed into a sharp blade, piercing directly into the celestial seal of incantation. In an instant, it felt as though the world had shifted. He opened his eyes, and the scene before him was subtly distinct from that which the boar in the mountains beheld. The unfolding images resembled the ethereal realm experienced when Orochimaru seized Sasuke's body. In the shadowy realm of the mind, grotesque giants lurk in every corner. These monstrous beings, with their gaping maws, instill a terror far surpassing that of a swarm of venomous serpents. However, gazing at those gaping maws, Shihouin Sakuya could not help but chuckle disdainfully, feigning an air of mystery. If one truly possessed some skill, why would they not dare to emerge? As his words fell, the spiritual power he had just upgraded with the assistance of the shattered jade surged forth like a tsunami. Instantly, those seemingly formidable yet fundamentally fragile creatures began to shatter into pieces. Upon closer inspection, those shattered fragments revealed themselves to be slender, ebony serpents. After being shattered by the mental energy of Sakuya Shihouin, the small serpents rapidly converged, merging into a singular python. The python opened its mouth in a retching manner, expelling a person. The individual emerged, still coated in the viscous remnants from within the serpent, evoking a sense of revulsion. This was the quintessential entrance of Orochimaru. "Ha ha ha. I never expected that despite my deliberate application of a sealing technique on the heavenly curse mark, you would still manage to break it," Orochimaru remarked as he crawled forth. Upon hearing this, Sakuya Shihouin understood. It was clear that my earlier inability to infiltrate this place was due to the specific sealing technique you had laid out for me. Orochimaru, drenched in the viscous gastric fluids of serpents, rose to his feet in a disheveled manner, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he remarked, "After hearing your final words, who could remain composed? I must do something in the end." That final sentence? "Oh, it must have been during the collapse of Konoha's plan yesterday. I mentioned that I would seek you out," said Sakayasaka of the Shikifujin clan. "Why do you go to such lengths?" "Hee, Lord Sakuya." Orochimaru, sensing the icy demeanor of Sakuya from the Shihouin Institute, felt a twinge of trepidation within. "You have already taken my life once. Surely, you will not strike me down again this time, will you?" "Perhaps. Is that so?" "Indeed." "Hiss. What is it that you truly desire? With your knowledge of even the secrets of the curse seal, what more could I possibly do for you? Surely, your knowledge must be at least equal to mine." Orochimaru gazed warily at Sakuyaman, finding himself at the precipice of a cliff. To his surprise, instead of casting him into the abyss, Sakuyaman proclaimed, "I shall resurrect you." Orochimaru's mind, at least for a fleeting moment, was in disarray. He could neither comprehend why Lord Sakya of the Shihouin wished to resurrect him, nor grasp the purpose of his revival. "Lord Sakya," he pondered, "do you perceive me merely as a tool, to be extinguished at your whim or brought back to life at your leisure?" Orochimaru inquired. Upon hearing this, Sakuya Sudo from the Shihouin clan fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru, remaining silent for a few moments. "Do you possess the qualification to speak of others?" Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words, for it was he who had first employed the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation to toy with the souls of others. "Very well, I understand that resurrection cannot be granted without a cost. What must I do for you? Orochimaru inquired. Submit. Submit? Upon hearing that term, Orochimaru's expression soured. Among ninjas, although a hierarchy exists, the notion of submission is not easily uttered. Such dynamics pertain to the relationship between the daimyo of the Land of Fire and their ministers, belonging to a realm of inferior interpersonal connections. Even within the Akatsuki, he merely joined rather than submitted. To illustrate, one might compare it to the relationship between Danzo and the members of Root, unconditionally accepting commands. Just as Orochimaru wavered, Sakuya uttered the pivotal half of his statement, or die. Die? The blade was once again poised at Orochimaru's throat. He hesitated slightly. Lord Sakuya, since you have specifically come to find me, it must be that you are facing a problem that you cannot resolve. To threaten my life? Surely? It cannot be true. Do you think I speak lightly? The murderous intent from Sakuya instantly locked onto Orochimaru. Back in the day, when Orochimaru defected, Kakashi, as a member of the Umbu, pursued him, only to find himself paralyzed by a mere glance from Orochimaru. Now, as Orochimaru attempted to maneuver and evade, a single look from Sakuya rendered him immobile. Orochimaru dared not defy. He was a man who clung to life, an exceedingly covetous one. He understood that if things continued this way, Sakuya might genuinely end his life. Thus, with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Lord Sakuya, he chose submission. Having chosen to submit, he must accept everything his master arranged. For instance, the binding spell. As a traveler, Sakuya was acutely aware of Orochimaru's cunning. If he did not bind him with a soul-related spell, who could predict when he might betray? His recently enhanced mental strength manifested as a dark tendril. This formidable mental power did not require the guidance of techniques, forming a system of its own, tightly binding Orochimaru's soul. Thus, wherever he might be, with a mere thought from Sakuya, he could crush Orochimaru's spirit. This was far more potent than the curse-sealed Danzo placed on Sai. All right, rise, Sakuya commanded. Since they had become family, he did not mind stepping forward to assist Orochimaru to his feet. Your methods are quite decisive, Orochimaru remarked. But what could he do? He could neither fight nor escape. Sakuya chuckled in response. Do not worry, Orochimaru. Following me is far more enjoyable than playing alone. Trust me. To this, Orochimaru conceded. Then I shall resurrect you immediately. Please provide a list of what preparations are needed. Orochimaru simply stated, everything necessary is available. I only require my cells. Where can they be obtained? In the underground laboratory of Konoha, room 63, behind the second box on the upper left of the scroll rack, in the middle bottle. Orochimaru licked his lips. If Lord Hiruzen did not destroy my laboratory, it should still be there. Upon hearing this, Sakuya was not surprised. Considering Orochimaru's nature, it was entirely plausible that he left something behind not only in Konoha, but even in the distant village of Yunin. Is there any trap or mechanism at the location you mentioned? Orochimaru smiled and replied, even if there were, it has long been cleared by the ninja of Konoha. Very well, I will send Kakashi to retrieve it. Prepare yourself, for shortly you shall be resurrected in the Konoha hospital. The hospital? Sasuke or Anko? The heavenly curse seal, there are only two candidates. Either Sasuke or Anko. Sasuke, Sakuya stated, do not think of that boy's body. Within him lies a power you cannot comprehend. In the future, I shall find you a body that suits you even better. Orochimaru fell silent. His desire for Sasuke's body was primarily due to his envy of the Sharingan. However, with Sakuya promise, he could easily relinquish his pursuit of Sasuke's body. Those who descended from that era were formidable. When he promised something more suitable, it undoubtedly exceeded several tiers. He could not help but feel anticipation. If Sakuya could provide him with a body that was indeed more fitting, why not actively follow him? After all, he was a living patron, a colossal support. With a thought, Sakuya exited the mental realm of Orochimaru bound by the curse seal. Upon returning to the real world, he released Sasuke and turned to Kakashi beside him. Son of Shikaku, assist me with one more task. Go to the underground laboratory, room 63, behind the second box on the upper left of the scroll rack, and retrieve the middle bottle. Kakashi blinked in confusion. That place has long been sealed. What could you possibly want from there? I instructed you to go. Simply obey. Yes. Yes, I understand. Kakashi felt like a heartless errand runner. One moment he was asked to call someone, the next to fetch something. Were it not for the four-tailed creature lurking in the hospital room, He would have preferred to run away and not return. Soon, Kakashi, daring to infiltrate the root organization's base, successfully returned with a sealed bottle in record time. The bottle was filled with a vibrant green liquid, within which floated a piece of snake skin. After so many years, the skin had not dissolved, indicating that the green liquid held some secret. "Old man, what do you intend to do with this?" Tsunade asked, perplexed. Sakuya Sato clarified her confusion through action. Seizing the bottle, he smashed it to the ground, spilling the green liquid everywhere. Then he picked up the snake skin and gently pressed it against the heavenly curse seal on Sasuke's neck. "Kakashi, how do you use your exorcism seal? Demonstrate it for me." As a mere tool, Kakashi felt utterly powerless and numbly began forming hand seals. Sakuya Sato memorized Kakashi's sequence and then performed it in reverse. Exorcised the cursed seal. Unseal. As his powers surged forth, the technique took effect, and the heavenly curse seal on Sasuke's neck began to writhe. Orochimaru was resurrected. As the seal thrashed violently, Sasuke's small body trembled. The cursed seal fused with the snake skin, and the cells at that location rapidly divided and differentiated, visibly transforming into a humanoid form. Ultimately, a fresh Orochimaru emerged in the Konoha hospital room. Grr? The four-tailed creature regarded the newly formed Orochimaru with a hint of provocation, likely perceiving him as a monster. Orochimaru, now in human form, was unfazed by the hospital environment due to their prior conversation, though it startled Sasuke. The young boy had only heard the older ones mention negotiations with Orochimaru. Who would have imagined that they would ultimately bring Orochimaru forth from within him? This planted an indelible shadow in the boy's heart. Disgusting. Orochimaru. As Orochimaru revived, a sinister smile still graced his face. "Ah, Tsunade, Kakashi, you are here too." After greeting them, his gaze inevitably fell upon the small nine-tailed creature. Who could bring such a being into the Konoha hospital? His eyes turned toward Sakuya Sato. It could only be him. However, to have liberated the Jinchuriki to such an extent, it seemed the host's life would not be long. That man was quite ruthless. As Orochimaru pondered, he suddenly sensed two chakra signatures at the door. Turning his gaze, he saw Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. Hiss! The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is still alive, so what exactly is this? Orochimaru's usually sharp mind suddenly felt inadequate. "Heh, interesting, interesting," he exclaimed repeatedly. To emerge and find such an intriguing spectacle. In the four-maple courtyard, Sakuya smiled and said, "Do not be in haste to lament. The most intriguing part is yet to come." "Oh, Lord Sakuya, what exactly do you intend to do? Just watch." With that, Sakuya advanced and seized the flustered Naruto Uzumaki, dragging him into the infirmary. What are you doing? Let me go," Naruto protested, flailing his arms. Sakura sighed in relief, finally freed from his incessant prattle. Upon entering the room, Sakuya closed the door firmly, leaving Sakura outside. It was best for the weak to retreat, for what was to transpire next was not for their eyes. "What are you planning?" "Kakashi-sensei, help me." Naruto cried out for aid. Kakashi, however, silently reached for a book titled Paradise of Affection, covering his eyes as if to feign ignorance. Sakuya released Naruto, exerting a slight pressure of authority. The moment the pressure was felt, Naruto fell silent, trembling. "Now, I call upon you, Kurama." A deep growl echoed as crimson chakra surged from Naruto, swiftly transforming into the cloak of a three-tailed beast. The small four-tailed creature became agitated. That chakra belongs to the original. Yet, recognizing the original chakra did not signify obedience. It instead bristled with hostility, growling and preparing to attack. Bang! A heavy blow suddenly struck the four-tailed creature atop its head. Sakuya withdrew his fist, murmuring, "Though I have cared for you along the way, do not be a nuisance. You are merely chakra emanating from Kurama." The force of the blow pierced through the infirmary floor, trapping the creature within. Though the floor could not contain the four-tailed beast, Sakuya's fist was not so easily dismissed. The latent power imbued within rendered the creature unconscious. "Oomph, what a trivial thing. Allow me to reclaim it." A deep voice resonated. Kakashi, having set aside his book, stared in astonishment at Naruto. It was one thing for the powerful to experiment on Naruto, but now, that voice belonged to. Indeed, it was Kurama's voice. "No, Kurama, this is merely a substitute prepared for Naruto." Sakuya intervened. "What? Master, you're not finding this troublesome?" "Enough, Kurama, summon Minato." "Understood." Upon hearing the name Minato, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Minato, do you mean the fourth Hokage?" "Lord Sakuya, what exactly is happening?" Kakashi's book slipped from his grasp. Realizing Kakashi was still present, Sakuya remarked, "Oh, Kakashi, this Minato is likely your teacher. Is it truly Sensei Minato? How can that be?" The impossibility was overshadowed by the urgency of the moment, for within Naruto's inner space, Kurama employed his old tactics, condensing a massive tailed beast ball, forcefully drawing forth Minato Namikaze. While Minato would typically refrain from revealing himself in Naruto's conscious state, circumstances had forced his hand. "Kurama, I beseech you next time. Simply call for me, and I shall emerge." Minato clasped his hands together, smiling wryly. "Humph," Kurama dismissed, raising a paw to Minato. Their claws met, and chakra intertwined. The fiery red chakra flowed into Minato's being, allowing him to manifest in the outside world. In the outside realm, as Kakashi looked on in shock, the tailed beast cloak surrounding Naruto extended, transforming rapidly into a humanoid figure. Everyone present recognized that figure, even the inexperienced Sasuke, who understood he was gazing at the fourth Hokage, the esteemed Minato. "Minato-sensei," Kakashi exclaimed, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, amused. Minato was indeed still the Minato he remembered. "I never anticipated you had such a trick up your sleeve. The fourth Hokage, why was he within Naruto? The underachiever?" Sasuke was equally astonished. In contrast to the collective surprise, Naruto, enveloped in the tailed beast cloak, appeared dazed, wearing a silly expression. "Uncle Minato? Hey, everyone. How do you know my name?" Minato's smile faltered. He could hardly believe his son was this oblivious. At that moment, Sakuya interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you have something to say, keep it to yourselves. I hereby declare the establishment of the Corpse Demon Sealing Release Task Force. You must develop a method to undo the Corpse Demon Sealing technique in the shortest possible time." In merely half a month, the villagers of Konoha had accepted the changes within their village. A new Hokage had assumed office, the fifth Hokage Tsunade. She was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and one of the legendary Sannin. With her support, a task force established in Konoha's hospital was transferred under the jurisdiction of the village's Umbu. "Minato, spare us the wordplay. This technique shall be named the Mutual Transmission Technique. We lack the luxury of time for naming." In the laboratory, Orochimaru addressed the chakra form of Minato. In that brief span, they not only developed the method to undo the Corpse Demon Sealing technique, but also researched the Synchronization Transmission Technique. The former was crucial for rescuing the other half of Kurama, while the latter was essential for safely extracting the Nine Tails from Naruto. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The naming habit has struck again," Minato chuckled lightly. "Thus, we can summon Lord Sakuya here, correct?" Kakashi inquired. As Minato's assistant, Kakashi understood that some tasks were beyond the capacity of his chakra form. Meanwhile, Naruto, the Jinchuriki bearing the Nine Tails, lay on the floor, soundly asleep. "There's no need to call. I have arrived." Sakuya entered, stating, "Let us proceed. We have waited long enough. It is time to cut open the belly of the Shinigami." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled. "Lord Sakuya, this technique requires the practitioner to also cut open their abdomen. Currently, there are very few capable of performing this technique in Konoha." "Is that so?" Sakuya nodded, acknowledging the oversight. "However, Orochimaru, you must have mastered it by now, correct? As the developer of the release technique, it was only natural for him to possess it. Since Orochimaru was to perform this technique, preparations for a new vessel were essential. It is well known that executing the Corpse Demon Sealing technique ultimately sacrifices the soul to the Shinigami. Therefore, releasing it would also necessitate a significant offering. Orochimaru's secret art served as a perfect countermeasure. After sacrificing his own body and cutting open the Shinigami's belly, he could swiftly transfer into a new vessel. "Speak, Orochimaru. What type of new body do you desire? Feel free to express your wishes," Sakuya encouraged. Unhesitating, Orochimaru revealed his desires, for his soul lay firmly in Sakuya's grasp, leaving no room for secrets. "If possible, I would still prefer a Sharingan." "Haha, it seems you were haunted by Itachi's Genjutsu, were you not? With Sasuke's current Sharingan, he is utterly incapable of contending with Itachi Uchiha, even if he were to activate the three-tomo form. I trust you comprehend this, do you not?" "Indeed. So, choose one." Sakuya Shirakawa of the Shirphone courtyard smiled faintly, and with a sudden tug behind him, two boys bound hand and foot tumbled in. "Is this the new vessel?" Orochimaru paused for a moment, casting his gaze upon the two youths. Their ashen hair and slender frames, combined with their unremarkable chakra. Is this the extent of the new body's potential? Lord Shoya, is this the body you have chosen that surpasses Sasuke? Orochimaru inquired. Upon hearing this, Sakuya of the Shihouin Institute chuckled and replied, I wonder if you have heard of the Bloodpool clan? The Bloodpool clan? Orochimaru's gaze involuntarily narrowed. It turned out to be that clan. Indeed, it is that clan. However, are you certain that he is more suitable than Sasuke? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and remarked, the bloodline of that clan, the Blood Dragon Eyes, is indeed a rarity. In recent days, I have been selecting among the Bloodpool clan, and much like the Sharingan, the Blood Dragon Eyes also vary in quality and nobility. This vessel, however, is the finest I have chosen. Moreover, the Blood Dragon Eye, though slightly inferior, possesses the ability of hypnotic vision akin to the Sharingan. In simpler terms, it is the art of illusion. Similarly, the ocular techniques manifested through Blood Dragon Eyes of varying quality exhibit disparities in their potency. Furthermore, the Blood Dragon Eye possesses the capability to create human bombs. That is certainly far less burdensome than the offensive ocular techniques of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The youth on the ground, Shuai, remained oblivious to his name. He felt no inclination to concern himself with it. After all, as long as the quality of his eyes was exceptional, that was all that mattered. He observed that the illusion conjured by the two youths, who had just awakened their Blood Dragon Eyes, already rivaled that of a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. It is conceivable that with further training in the future, attaining the level of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan will not be an arduous task. In light of this, Orochimaru gazed at the boy on the ground with an increasingly fervent expression. I shall express my gratitude for Lord Sakuya's bestowal. It is only fitting. However, regarding the matters ahead, I shall not tolerate the slightest error. After a brief moment of silence, Orochimaru responded, as you command. Now, let us proceed with our preparations. At Namiantang, upon receiving the notification of significant movements by Sakuya, the newly appointed 5th Hokage, Tsunade, hastened to join. This gathering includes Sakuya from the Four-Wind Pavilion, Orochimaru, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, Kakashi, and Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Let us commence. Orochimaru received the command and stepped forward, gazing at the multitude of masks before him. Ultimately, he selected one and removed it. He donned the ominous visage of the Death God mask, and then began to weave hand seals. My lord, I shall commence. Suddenly, Orochimaru concentrated his chakra in one breath, activating a certain power through the death mask adorning his face. An inexplicable chill surged within the hearts of the onlookers. In the next instant, a colossal phantom materialized before their eyes. Thus, it is the Grim Reaper of the Naruto world. The figure with flowing white hair, a ghastly visage, and a gaunt frame. Draped in a loose robe, the Grim Reaper, clutching a short dagger in its mouth, exudes an even more terrifying presence. Wearing a mask, the summoned Grim Reaper mimics the actions of the conjurer. Suddenly, Orochimaru swiftly retrieves a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and forcefully slashes it across his own abdomen. Esteemed adult, Orochimaru let out a pained howl. Observing this, Sakuya of the Shihouin clan promptly seized a young member of the Bloodpool clan. He captured 2 individuals in total. The one with longer hair possessed the highest potential, while the other exhibited somewhat lesser aptitude. Thus, the one with flowing locks would serve as the vessel for Orochimaru's reincarnation. He seized it tightly, and with a forceful tug, he pried open the boy's mouth. Observing this, Orochimaru immediately unleashed his secret technique, expelling a phosphorescent serpent with a human face from his mouth, which swiftly burrowed into the body of the youth from the Bloodline clan. Reincarnation, success. At this moment, the crowd turned their gaze towards the Reaper with a gaping abdominal wound. The Reaper, with its belly cut open, exuded a peculiar blend of absurdity and disarray. A radiant orb of blue light escaped from the depths of that wound. Upon witnessing this, Sakuya from the Shihouin swiftly executed a roll, pinning down another youth from the Bloodpool clan. With remarkable speed, he formed hand seals and intoned the reanimation technique. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. In the Namiantang, the debris of filth swirled chaotically, enveloping the last remaining youth of the Bloodpool clan. Amidst his anguished cries, he was consumed by the dust, ultimately transforming into the visage of Minato Namikaze. Indeed, the one who has been reincarnated from the filthy earth is none other than Minato Namikaze. Sakuya shift and nodded in satisfaction. Having accomplished a task of great significance during this process, he allowed the Nine Tails to temporarily seize control of Naruto's body, thus restraining this natural master of verbal prowess. Otherwise, the cruel act of this sacrificial reanimation would likely have been thwarted by Naruto's incessant verbal escapades for eternity. 9 Lama. He turned his head and called out to the nine tails that occupied Naruto's body. Upon receiving the command, the nine tails swiftly retreated back to the inner space. Hey, fourth Hokage, come out. Nine tails, my master has liberated your soul and resurrected your true form from the filth of the earth. Now, dissipate this chakra and return to your essence, conveying what must be done next. A strand of water chakra lingered within Naruto's body, casting a final, wistful glance at the dimly lit space before ultimately nodding in acceptance. As the man destined to be Hokage, his resolve was indeed formidable. Until we meet again, Nine Tails. Upon concluding his words, Minato Namikaze formed a seal, vanishing within Naruto's being. In the realm of reality, the recently resurrected Minato, through the reanimation jutsu, suddenly paused, receiving a message conveyed by the chakra emanating from Naruto. So it is thus. The reanimated Minato gazed upon his 12-year-old son, comprehending the events that were about to unfold. This was indeed a fortuitous occurrence, both for the Hidden Leaf Village and for Naruto. Lord Sakuya? Sakuya of the Shifeng Temple replied, If you have no other matters to attend to, let us commence the fusion of the Yin-Yang Nine Tails. Minato Namikaze took a step forward and slowly approached Naruto. He raised his arm and gently tousled Naruto's messy hair. During the days spent developing the solution technique, Naruto had been by his side the entire time because, at that moment, he was still within Naruto's body. At that time, he possessed only a fragment of chakra and required the assistance of the Nine Tails. He was unable to depart from Naruto's form. However, from this moment onward, he would permanently leave Naruto's body. Naruto, you must grow up obediently from now on. Uncle Yin from the 4th generation, I assure you that I will. Rest assured. In recent days, Minato Namikaze has refrained from revealing his relationship with Naruto, claiming that the time is not yet ripe. Only heaven knows whether Naruto has deduced the truth. In any case, he currently addresses him as Uncle Yin, the 4th Hokage. Upon hearing his son's resolute tone, Minato Namikaze narrowed his eyes and smiled. Excellent. It is time to commence. With that, he raised his hands and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Upon his very being, there exists a seal of the corpse demon, binding it in entirety. Many are only aware that Naruto Uzumaki is the host of the Nine Tails, yet, in truth, his entire family lineage comprises hosts of the Nine Tails as well. In chronological order, Kushina Uzumaki served as the 2nd, Minato Namikaze as the 3rd, and Naruto Uzumaki as the 4th. During the tenure of the 2nd, the Nine Tails was in its complete form. Subsequently, the father and son, embodying both Yin and Yang, separated the seal. The technique sealed within Naruto is the 8 trigram seal, while the technique embodied by Minato Namikaze is the Reaper Death seal. Now, Minato Namikaze seeks to unravel the seal that binds him. As the intricate sealing technique was completed, Minato Namikaze swiftly placed his hand upon Naruto Uzumaki's abdomen. In that moment, a vibrant crimson chakra surged forth from Minato's being, flowing seamlessly into Naruto's body. In the realm of the spirit, a slightly darker nine-tailed fox materialized beside the indigenous nine-tailed creature. As the input from the Wave-Wind Watergate surged forth, the dark nine-tailed fox grew increasingly larger, until it ultimately matched the size of the indigenous nine-tailed fox. I truly live up to my reputation. Let us unite as one. For my master does not enjoy waiting for too long. Indeed, the dual-tailed nine-tailed beast gradually liquefied its chakra, with darker hues intertwining with lighter shades. These energies, originating from the same source, experienced no semblance of rejection. Within Naruto's being, the two vast chakras formed a pattern reminiscent of Tai Chi as the fusion reached its zenith. The liquefied chakra slowly took shape, ultimately manifesting as the complete form of the nine-tailed fox. Completed. Your Excellency. The Nine Tails, utilizing Naruto's body, exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Sakuyas from the Shihouin clan nodded at both Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru. The latter promptly dashed out of the hall, returning with an unconscious, dark red abstract creature slung over his shoulder. It was the Four Tails. This creature served as a substitute for the Nine Tails within Naruto, functioning as a safeguard to ensure the survival of the Jinchuriki, a mere instrument. Commence with the technique, Minato. In the Four Maple Courtyard, Sakuya issued commands. Upon receiving the orders, Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze simultaneously formed hand seals. Ninja technique. 4 symbols sealing. Ninja technique. Transmission technique. As the chakra of the two individuals harmonized seamlessly, the four-tails creature on Orochimaru's side was ensnared by the 4-symbol seal and subsequently embedded within the body of Naruto Uzumaki. On the side of Minato Namikaze, the rich chakra of the 9 tails overflowed from Naruto Uzumaki's body, cascading down his arm and onto the ground. The chakra of the fully manifested 9 tails is immensely vast. What dripped onto the earth was merely the commencement. This exchange of seals marks the onset of a protracted battle. The portion of the 9 tails being extracted grew increasingly vast, as a fiery red chakra manifested into a spectral fox that howled with exhilaration. It burst forth from the Namin Hall, trailing a lengthy strand of chakra behind it. That was the body yet to be fully extracted. On Orochimaru's side, it is imperative to maintain a consistent rate, with the standard for this rate being determined by the developed one-time ninjutsu transfer technique. The total chakra of the 4 tails creature is, indeed, incomparable to that of the fully realized 9 tails. However, it is essential to adhere to the same percentage progress for both input and output. Only in this manner can we ensure the perfect safety of Naruto Uzumaki's life. This process lasted for a quarter of an hour. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire venue. As the last trace of chakra was extracted, the 9 tails was completely unleashed into the realm of reality. The 4-tailed beast, however, has been sealed within Naruto's body. After completing the entire process, Naruto Uzumaki briefly succumbed to unconsciousness. However, both Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze had studied this phenomenon and concluded that it was merely a transient state of unconsciousness, posing no significant danger. A restful sleep would suffice for recovery. Meanwhile, a voice resonated within the mind of Sukuna Shikuyo. Ding. Reviving the 9 tails. 1-1. Completed. Ding. Unlocking rewards. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a dungeon ticket. The copy ticket, Shihouin of the Shihouin, is filled with doubt. Last time, I drew a shattered jade. This time, shouldn't I receive something akin to a fruit? The entire dungeon ticket seems rather superficial. Ding. Would you like to scratch the card to see the types of dungeons? Must I really scratch a card? Very well, let us proceed with the scratch. Ding. The scratch card has been completed. And the type of instance ticket is limited instance, celestial beings. Ding. The instance has been successfully created. You are about to enter the instance in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Sakuya Shiki of the Shihouin was utterly bewildered. It was merely a light brush against the card. Yet how did it unexpectedly initiate the creation of a dungeon? Moreover, there were only 30 seconds left before entry was required. How shall we address this current predicament? Everyone, I shall take the 9 tails with me. You may return to your respective homes, he said helplessly. Tsunade hurriedly inquired, Old man, where are you going? Upon meeting Tsunade's worried gaze, Shikuya offered a gentle smile and replied, I shall return to see you, rest assured. Should any urgent matters arise in Konoha, you may have Orochimaru inform me. Orochimaru, slightly bewildered, thought to himself, how am I to notify you? I was unaware that I possessed such an ability. You may attempt to break free from my grasp, and I can perceive it. Orochimaru, smiling in the face of life. JPG having spoken, Sakuya of the Shirogane clan swiftly exited the door. With a graceful leap, he emerged from the Nami Hall, gazing upon the fully manifested 9 tails stretching its form outdoors, and charged forward. Oh, master, I have finally inhaled the fresh air. I must tell you, Suddenly, the 9 tails was left in a state of bewilderment, and before it could complete its sentence, it found itself soaring through the air. I can actually fly? Looking back, I realized that it was Sakuya Shihouin tugging at its tail, dashing away. That long, fluffy tail transformed into a kite string. 9-tailed fox, my apologies. But we must change course for a moment. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Another pressing issue, you say? Indeed, this time. Please refrain from wreaking havoc upon the village. Simply wait quietly for my return. The 9-tailed ears immediately drooped. Having just attained freedom, could it be that the master is about to depart once more? Sensing the mood of the 9 tails, Sakuya from the Shihouin remarked, rest assured. We may only be out for a few days this time. I must tell you, do not cause any more trouble. These years of confinement shall be regarded as a lesson learned from past events. Roar. Very well. It was agreed to be just a few days. A promise once made is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Suddenly, the 9 tails felt a release of pressure, and Sakuya from Shihouin vanished into thin air. Ding. You have entered the instance area. Ding. Kind reminder, you are currently situated in the parallel universe of Naruto, where all beings genuinely exist. Please be mindful of your sin value. Ding. Copy description. This is a world of Naruto characterized by a normal order, flourishing under the governance of the 7th Hokage. Konoha is currently hosting a grand Chunin exam. In order to smoothly conduct the instance, your identity will be concealed. Concealing one's identity, indeed, makes sense. This is an original Naruto without travelers. Sakuya Shihouin gazed at the system prompt and murmured to himself. The concept of parallel universes is no stranger to travelers. After all, the very act of traversing has been validated by him. What is there to marvel at in parallel universes? He lowered his gaze, observing that the chakra garments adorning his body had transformed into a mere ordinary attire. The title of this instance is Celestial Being, and with the 7th Hokage in power, this must herald a new era of the Boruto saga. Among 10 individuals who have watched Boruto, 9 harbor a desire to eliminate him. However, the focal theme of this chapter is evidently not Boruto himself, but rather the celestial beings. In other words, Akatsuki Kinshiki. Hello, you just mentioned Boruto. May I inquire if you have any matters to discuss regarding him? Suddenly, as Sakuya Shifong was sifting through information, a voice emerged from behind him. He turned to look, and what met his gaze was a fair-skinned woman. Despite the modernity of the streets, she was attired in an elegant and antiquated dress. Most striking were her eyes, which shimmered with a faint hue of purple, often referred to as white eyes. It is most fitting to describe this woman as gentle and pure. Nothing much. I just happened to overhear that name. So, may I ask if you are a traveler from another village? I often stroll around this area but have not seen you before, Hinata Hanabi remarked with a faint smile. If a female ninja displays such demeanor and expression, it signifies danger. With the Chunin exams approaching, a significant influx of people from other villages into Konoha necessitates heightened vigilance, especially for a village with special experiences. As a jonin of Konoha, Hinata Hanabi had set her sights on this suddenly appearing unknown individual. Upon hearing her inquiry, Sakuya replied, I am a wanderer. It was a straightforward truth. He indeed was a wanderer. I see. Hinata Hanabi smiled. I am Boruto's sister. If you are looking for him, I can guide you. I am not looking for him, Sakuya succinctly responded. Why would he seek that little brat Boruto when it would be more worthwhile to find Uchiha Sakura or Uzumaki Hinata? Those who understand, understand. So, Mr. Wanderer, this must be your first visit to Konoha? Indeed, it is my first time here, Sakuya remarked with significance. The village will hold the Chunin exams this afternoon, and there are certain areas you cannot access. If you require a guide, I am at your service. You are from the Hyuga clan, aren't you? Sakuya feigned ignorance. Yes, I am Hinata Hanabi, she replied. In that case, I shall explore on my own. What is the matter? Does Mr. Wanderer harbor any prejudice against the Hyuga clan? Upon seeing Sakuya's refusal, Hinata Hanabi became intrigued. In this unusual period, declining a guide equates to evading surveillance, which is highly suspicious. Such a dubious individual absolutely cannot be allowed to roam freely. Any carelessness could lead to a repeat of the calamity that befell Konoha. Therefore, she could not simply let him go. She must keep a close watch. Ah, Mr. Wanderer, I haven't yet asked for your name. Sakuya of the Shikaku clan. Then, Mr. Sakuya, let me take you to the most famous spots in Konoha. Come. With that, Hinata Hanabi eagerly pulled on Sakuya's sleeve and began to walk ahead. Observing this, Sakuya frowned and said, I told you, I wish to explore on my own. Could you please let go of me? Oh, don't be so stiff. Everyone in Konoha is quite amiable, especially us from the Hyuga clan. Since Hinata got married and became a mother of 2, Konoha's beauty has naturally become the sister-in-law. Being pulled along by Hinata Hanabi, Sakuya unknowingly arrived at Senju Park. Senju Park boasts decades of history. After generations of care, it has become a picturesque locale. However, Sakuya frowned. What is it, Mr. Sakuya? Do you not like this place? Hinata Hanabi inquired upon noticing his frown. Why would you bring me to such a dull park? The view is open, and the air is fresh. Ah, I forgot to ask about your preferences. Sakuya candidly stated, I wish to go to the Chunin exam venue. After all, the main storyline of this arc is to crush the incompetent members of the Moku clan, just waiting at the Chunin exam venue. Upon hearing this, Hinata Hanabi pouted and refused. No, that place is currently undergoing a closed examination for ninja qualifications. You cannot enter. While her words were light-hearted, Hinata Hanabi was already prepared to act. She had suspected this mysterious man's motives, and now he was insistent on going to the Shihouin Exam venue. What could he possibly want? Today, I shall not escort any students, but rather observe what tricks this wanderer has up his sleeve. Yet again, a closed venue. Everything is so restricted. Sakuya rolled his eyes and grumbled, "Fine, just tell me which direction the exam venue is in. Waiting here is the same." Konoha is a small village. If he exerted himself, he could reach it in mere breaths. If he sensed the Moku clan's presence, he could rush over from Senju Park without delay. Hinata Hanabi pointed northwest and said, "There, over that way. Many formidable ninjas are stationed there, so it is best not to approach." "All right, I understand." Sakuya glanced over. After all these years, the location of the Shihouin Exam venue had not significantly changed. He then leisurely lay down. The gentle breeze in Senju Park made lying on the grass quite comfortable. Seeing Sakuya reclining, Hinata Hanabi ceased her inquiries. As long as she kept a close watch on him, she could avert a potential disaster. Since it was merely a possibility, there was no need to hastily send him to the interrogation department. If he truly was just a traveler, it would only dampen the spirits of those visiting Konoha. Thus, spending a bit of time observing was the best course of action. Afternoon. An intense youth duel commenced at the Shihouin Exam venue. The boy named Boruto Uzumaki, having defeated his opponent with scientific ninja tools, stood in the arena, brimming with pride. However, what awaited him was his father, who approached with a grave expression. The seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, grasped Boruto's arm and revealed the scientific ninja tools he had worn. These tools are prohibited in the Shihouin exams. As the seventh Hokage lectured, he confiscated Boruto's Konoha ninja headband. "You are unqualified to be a ninja." It seemed the weight of his father's words struck hard, leaving Boruto reeling. Just as Boruto was about to employ his inherited verbal prowess, suddenly, a terrifying chakra pressure emanated from the sky. The seventh Hokage, being the pinnacle of contemporary combat strength, immediately sensed the source of that power and looked up swiftly. There, suspended in midair, was a man with an excessively pale complexion, seated atop the shoulders of a massive figure. What is that? Is someone floating in the air? This spectacle astounded the onlookers in Konoha. Meanwhile, several shadows seated at the special viewing platform marked fire wore increasingly solemn expressions. They all understood that the unexpected had, at last, arrived. Senju Park. Sakuya was still bantering with Hinata Hanabi, relishing the brief moment of leisure. "Tell me, young lady, at 27, do you not plan to find a partner?" "Enough, Sakuya-san. Why do you sound like someone from my grandfather's generation, constantly urging marriage?" After a leisurely afternoon of conversation, their relationship had grown significantly closer. "In fact, I might genuinely be from your grandfather's generation in the outside world." "Well, Mr. Wanderer, your words are beyond my comprehension, but do not take advantage of me. But why do you not seek a partner? You say your brother-in-law is the seventh Hokage, with your family background and conditions. Marrying should not be difficult, right? No more, no more. Please, teacher, no more lectures." Hinata Hanabi clasped her hands in a prayer, smiling wryly. "I beg you, do not say more. I will only marry someone I like. Had I known you would prattle on like an old man, I would have chosen different tasks." "Different tasks? Are you currently on a mission to monitor me?" Hinata Hanabi suddenly froze and hurriedly covered her mouth, realizing she had inadvertently let something slip during their conversation. Oh no, this was a rookie mistake for a ninja. No, please do not. She quickly attempted to clarify. But just then, a wave of pressure surged from the sky. As I gazed across the examination arena for the Shihouin exams, an unknown force tore open a dark void, from which emerged two enigmatic figures. "Who are they?" Hinata Hanabi exclaimed, sensing the long-awaited presence of the dungeon and Appo's boss. With a sudden surge of energy, Shihouin Sakuya sprang upright from the grass. "Hey, here they come." "What do you mean, here they come?" Hinata Hanabi panicked as she witnessed the unfolding scene. "Sure enough, you harbor ill intentions towards Konoha. Are they your accomplices?" With a fierce shout, she adopted the gentle fist stance and charged at Shihouin Sakuya. This was the worst-case scenario for her surveillance mission. She was compelled to take action herself. However, despite her status as a Konoha Jonin, there remained a discernible gap between her abilities and those of Shihouin Sakuya. As her gentle fist strike was unleashed, Shihouin Sakuya had already distanced himself by several meters, sprinting towards the examination arena. Stop! Stop! Damn it! Hinata Hanabi barked orders in vain, unable to halt Shihouin Sakuya's escape, and begrudgingly pursued him instead. His speed was astonishing. Even with all her might, she could barely keep him in her sights. Activating her Byakugan, she closely monitored the developments. As the figures descended from the sky, the 5 Kage began to mobilize, while the man she pursued had already positioned himself at the edge of the circular arena. Have you stopped? Excellent. You shall face me. Hinata Hanabi accelerated towards the arena's wall. 8 trigrams, air palm. Before her presence could be felt, a powerful air palm surged towards Shihouin Sakuya, with her palm thrusting forward. She followed closely behind, vaulting onto the wall. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently at the arena's center. Through her Byakugan, she discerned a towering figure from the Tsutsuki clan launching an assault on the earth. The force of that attack not only caused the arena to crumble, but also sent shockwaves through the perceptions of Konoha's shinobi regarding the very essence of power. What constitutes power? Is it merely a grading of techniques, D, C, B, A, S class? Is it the hierarchical structure of Jinin, CH Nin, Special Jonin, and Jonin? The Tsutsuki Kinshiki had redefined the limits for the gathered Konoha populace with a single blow. As the walls collapsed, many spectators within the stands barely escaped, let alone Hinata Hanabi, who was precariously clinging to the wall. Amidst the falling debris, she gritted her teeth and relinquished her pursuit, leaping down to the ground. Damn it! Selecting a new direction, she noted that the arena walls were thick. The fissure she'd just witnessed was not catastrophic enough to obliterate the entire area. Swiftly, she ascended the wall from another side. However, her current position was separated from Shihouin Sakuya by a vast chasm. Damn it, the crack wasn't this large just now. Young lady, why are you still pursuing me? Shihouin Sakuya remarked with an air of resignation upon noticing Hinata Hanabi. She deactivated her Byakugan, glancing at him before surveying the 2 Tsutsuki in the arena's center. No matter how one looked at it, they were not of the same ilk. Are you not allied with them? Heh, I believe there are 3 of them. The third has yet to appear. Let's wait to avoid a surprise attack from behind. How do you know this? You might not believe me, but I've been tracking them for years, Sakuyan casually lied. Hinata Hanabi came to a realization. No wonder this man, who moved with such swiftness, referred to himself as a Ronin. No wonder he had mentioned something about the outside world. Ronin, I hope you refrain from any reckless actions for now. Even if I trust you, the 5 Kage will remain vigilant. The 5 Kage, you say? Please, stay put. I must aid the civilians. You can go if you wish. Why should I concern myself with you? Hinata Hanabi gritted her teeth, feeling exasperated by his nonchalance. However, faced with the urgent circumstances, she had no time for disputes and immediately dove into rescue efforts. Among the stands were numerous children, the most vulnerable of groups. Activating her Byakugan, she hastened towards the ruins. With a loud crash, a slab of debris was lifted, revealing a boy with blue-white hair beneath. Hey! He forcefully pushed the slab aside, freeing a girl of about 4 or 5 years from his embrace. In the face of danger, even those young shinobi who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy joined the rescue efforts. You're safe now, hurry over there. The little girl responded cheerfully. Her calm demeanor in such dire circumstances indicated solid family upbringing. Once the girl had departed, the boy could not suppress a pained cry as the debris had fallen onto his back, a rather unpleasant predicament. Boruto, the boy, named Mitsuki, was a creation of Orochimaru. Yet he lacked the ambitions that once characterized Orochimaru, now viewing Boruto as his son. In the arena, Naruto Uzumaki was sent flying, while Boruto was employing scientific ninja tools against Tsutsuki Kinshiki. This bravery far surpassed that of a certain Konoha CH Nin who had once been cowed by Kagaya Tsutsuki. Boruto, if I embrace this power, I can no longer remain here, but such considerations are inconsequential now. Boruto, as long as it is for you. As he rushed forward, a vibrant azure chakra ignited around Mitsuki, and soon, a single horn sprouted from his forehead. A surge of natural energy flooded into him, significantly enhancing his speed and strength. However, just as he prepared to leap into action to rescue Boruto, a red hook of light pierced through his chest. SSS. The red light hook contained a peculiar force that siphoned Mitsuki's chakra away. What remarkable power, unlike anything in our arsenal. From behind the red fishing line, the third Tsutsuki emerged. At last, he has appeared. Perched atop the shattered wall, Shihouin Sakuya revealed a predatory grin. His quarry was the 3 Tsutsuki. As his prey came into view, the power he had kept restrained surged forth. It was a might reminiscent of a mountain collapsing or an ocean overturning. In that moment, The entire arena fell into silence, a brief stillness before the storm. The three Tsutsuki, including the perceptive seventh Hokage, turned their gazes towards the crumbling wall. There stood a man with flowing white hair, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Naruto Uzumaki felt a jolt of recognition, as if he had glimpsed a familiar figure from over a decade ago. Who was that? Not far away, Uchiha Sasuke, shielding his daughter, also turned sharply towards the wall, his Sharingan glowing with shock. Cradling his daughter Sarada, he was engaged in combat against Tsutsuki Kinshiki's onslaught. As the chilling and solemn atmosphere enveloped them, both sides ceased their conflict. Who is that man? The remaining 4 of the 5 Kage gathered, initially intending to act separately to confront the third Tsutsuki, while 2 assisted the Hokage. Now, they were compelled to tighten their grips on their weapons, staring in horror at the wall across the arena. Upon that wall, the power unleashed by Shihouin Sakuya had transformed the solid concrete into dust, scattering it in all directions. Such overwhelming pressure. Even from such a distance, it feels as though the air itself is pressing down upon me. What manner of formidable force is this? Who is that man? The Tsuchikage shifted slightly, a power even more despairing than Obito's. Gaara's eyes trembled. In the center of the examination arena, Otsutsuki Momoshiki furrowed his brow. He had momentarily abandoned the fox and the imp, turning his gaze towards the southeastern wall. This nursery contains power even greater than that of the fox. How intriguing. He found himself increasingly baffled by the mysteries of this planet overseen by Kaguya. What further secrets lay hidden? What could compel Kaguya to betray her clan, to give rise to such a man with such power? Just as Momoshiki pondered these mysteries, the man standing atop the wall looked down and made his move. With a whisper, the air around Shikyaku from the Shimon clan intensified. A chilling aura shattered the stones beneath his feet. Merely by gathering strength, he obliterated the wall. Boom! He leaped forth, his figure shooting like an arrow released from its bow, charging straight at Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the center of the arena. A single punch, in defiance of the air's resistance. That fist surged forth, ablaze with fierce flames. Bang! A dull roar echoed as a visible shockwave erupted from the center of the Chunin Exam arena. The ground transformed into a shower of tiny stones. In the midst of it all, the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, and Rock Lee were sent sprawling by the residual force. In that critical moment, the 7th Hokage unleashed a surge of golden chakra, which coalesced into solid forms, manifesting as 2 large hands that caught Naruto and Lee mid-flight. Upon regaining their senses and looking back towards the center, they were astonished. The sheer explosive force of their clash had reduced the rocky floor to a fine powder, and that mysterious, powerful Otsutsuki was sent hurtling away, his body embedded deeply within the wall. Such power exists. The 7th Hokage's expression grew grave, and he clasped his hands together, summoning all his strength. Kurama, protect everyone. Now, golden chakra ignited throughout the arena like a starry blaze. It turned out that the 7th Hokage had, at the moment of retreat, utilized the shadow clone technique. Those clones rushed to shield the villagers who hadn't yet retreated, igniting golden flames of protection around them. Truly, he was a man worthy of the title of Hokage. Within the arena, a sudden thunderous roar erupted as a red glowing axe descended, aiming directly for Shikyaku's head. However, Shikyaku had sensed the danger early on and swiftly dodged. The ambush by Otsutsuki Kinshiki ended there. The axe struck the ground, and due to that brief pause, Shikyaku sustained a grievous injury to his ribs. Shikyaku's kick was as if it carried the weight of 1,000 tons, striking Kinshiki with tremendous force. Boom! The massive Otsutsuki Kinshiki was sent crashing into the smaller Momoshiki. Kinshiki, watching the rapidly approaching figure of Momoshiki, burned with fury. He raised his arm, and a blood-red Rinnegan in his palm erupted with a powerful repulsive force, sending Kinshiki's imminent strike flying away. How bothersome. Even treating his loyal subordinate this way, Momoshiki remained unyielding. Then, with a slight clench of his other hand, 3 dark red pills appeared in his palm. Known as Dan within the Otsutsuki clan, these pills were consumables. Momoshiki swallowed all 3 simultaneously, a surge of immense power coursing through him. This rapid amplification of strength instilled in him an unparalleled confidence. Ha! I never expected such inferior beings could birth a power like yours. State your name. I, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, shall remember you. His words dripped with arrogance, nobility, and disdain for the shinobi world. Yet, The response he awaited was not from Shikyaku, but rather a shadow that lunged at him. In an instant of taijutsu, Shikyaku appeared directly before Momoshiki, delivering a powerful backhand strike that landed squarely on Momoshiki's face. Crack! The force of the hit contorted Momoshiki's pale visage, particularly the lower half of his face, which was left grotesquely exposed, revealing ghastly white bones. The loss of flesh rendered his face skeletal and horrifying. Pathetic. Do you think you are worthy of this level? Shikyaku mocked coldly. How dare you? Momoshiki's head buzzed. Only after a moment did he realize the burning pain on his face. He unleashed the power transformed from the Dan within him. With a mighty roar. The Rinnegan in Momoshiki's palm converted all absorbed chakra into a visible repulsive force. This attack was not akin to Shinra Tensei, but rather a tangible, almost physical shockwave. The powerful wave repelled everything around him, creating a circular clear space centered on Momoshiki, even carving a half circle in the wall he was embedded in. Shikyaku steadied himself, dusting off his clothes, and sneered. So, it seems that you too possess a skill associated with the Rinnegan. It's called Shinra Tensei. However, your version is a tangible shockwave, while mine is an intangible repulsion. This is not a technique. The Akatsuki clan does not possess the concept of technique. It is the result of the combined power from the 3 Dan pills he consumed. Let me show you what resides within the bodies of this world. A hint of disdain flickered across Shikyaku's face. He refrained from using Shinra Tensei. As a martial arts enthusiast, he preferred the refined combat skills he had honed. Moreover, striking with fists and feet against the Akatsuki was far more exhilarating than any ninjutsu. His right hand clenched into a fist, drawing back slightly, gathering a tempestuous force in a single breath. Locking onto Momoshiki, he stood firm and unleashed a powerful punch. Yes, the highly compressed air cannon surged toward Momoshiki. A column of air, compressed to the point of whiteness, trembled at its edges. One could only imagine what such a strike would feel like upon impact. Momoshiki was taken aback. He lacked the defenses of the chakra fruit and hadn't mastered the refined techniques of the shinobi. All he possessed were the so-called skills of the Akatsuki. Having just consumed a Dan pill, he was in a state of fatigue. He had no hope of evading this strike. Within his Byakugan, the impending death was mirrored. Impossible. In that moment of horror, death did not fall upon him. For his loyal subordinate, Akatsuki Kinshiki, stood in his defense. Though Kinshiki's massive frame was imposing, his speed was equally impressive, perhaps even surpassing that of many speed-oriented shinobi. The air cannon engulfed Kinshiki, propelling forth with relentless force. It obliterated the arena behind them, including the spectator stands and the surrounding walls, creating a breach nearly 100 meters wide. The formidable power of Akatsuki had just shattered the Chunin Exam arena, and now, with a single strike, he had carved a gaping hole in it. As the force of the evening sun dissipated, the area where Akatsuki resided had undergone a transformation. Sakuya from the Four Winds Academy focused intently and observed that the larger Akatsuki Kinshiki's back had been reduced to a pulpy mass. Blocked. But it serves you right for your earlier ambush. If you wish to fight, do so openly. Those who resort to underhanded tactics deserve a grim fate. Akatsuki Kinshiki, please grant me the power bestowed upon me by my ancestors. Kinshiki murmured weakly, seemingly wishing to utter his final words. Was there really a need for that? Akatsuki Momoshiki was utterly unmoved by the plight of his subordinate. He found it only natural, even growing somewhat impatient. Akin to a master regarding a slave destined to sacrifice themselves. With a sudden inhale of his Rinnegan, he summoned the severely injured Kinshiki before him. Immediately, a mysterious force enveloped Kinshiki, transforming him into a fruit radiating a crimson glow. Upon witnessing this, the mutilated face of Akatsuki Momoshiki broke into a sinister grin. He cackled, his teeth uneven from Sakuya's earlier assault, yet unfazed as he prepared to consume Kinshiki. Realizing what was about to unfold, Sakuya understood that it was futile to intervene at this stage. Why bother? A berserk boss is often a source of more exquisite loot, after all. Though they had underperformed, they were still of the Akatsuki lineage, and even a mere subordinate like Kinshiki possessed strength rivaling that of Sasuke's Rinnegan. Now, as Kinshiki transformed into a condensed chakra fruit, it resembled concentrated explosives. When Akatsuki Momoshiki took his first bite, the transfer of power was complete. I must say, I have a personal admiration for this technique of the Akatsuki clan. To witness the Akatsuki forced into cannibalism amongst their kin is in itself a most gratifying spectacle. With teeth missing, Akatsuki Momoshiki did not bother chewing. He swallowed the fruit formed from kinshiki in a couple of gulps. In an instant, his power surged to an entirely new level. Dense white energy radiated from the released force. As the thick white mist cleared, Akatsuki Momoshiki had transformed into a completely new being. His once gray hair now flowed like long strands, and the horns atop his head had grown significantly. Most notably, he now bore 3 rinnegan. The blood-red rinnegan in his palms had turned golden, and a third golden rinnegan opened upon his forehead. Akatsuki Momoshiki floated, imbued with an unfathomable strength. Nearby, the 7th Hokage bore a grave expression, astounded that he had dared to consume his comrade. Sasuke, with his rinnegan, instantly appeared beside the 7th Hokage, sneering. What a foul method. Sasuke, we need to relocate the battlefield. I sense an even more terrifying force. If this continues, the village will be obliterated. Understood. The other 4 Kage arrived, their eyes sharpening as they surveyed the battlefield. Even though their powers were far inferior to the current level of combat, as Kage, they sensed an unprecedented crisis that had not been felt in over a decade. This was yet another ultimate adversary, after the man who once sought to overthrow the ninja world. As for the other man, since he had been attacking Akatsuki, he could be considered an ally, albeit one of unknown origin and identity. Hokage, what shall we do? The 7th Hokage did not respond, but directed a resolute gaze towards his old comrade, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke understood and rapidly condensed a powerful force within him, transforming it into formidable ocular power through the Uchiha clan's unique chakra pathways. This ocular power was channeled into the hidden Tomo rinnegan beneath his hair. The chakra aura parted his locks, revealing his 6th Tomo rinnegan exuding a chilling purple aura. Celestial Hand. Celestial Hand was his exclusive rinnegan technique, akin to a highly prioritized substitution jutsu. This time, however, the target was not a wooden stump, but the newly transformed Akatsuki Momoshiki. Whoosh! Sasuke's form exchanged places with that of Akatsuki Momoshiki in an instant. This was a space-time ninjutsu. A seamless transition in the blink of an eye, just as Akatsuki Momoshiki had completed his transformation and gained immense power. Intending to engage in a one-on-one battle with the man from Earth, he found himself unexpectedly swapped into a throng of insignificant beings. No, it was more accurate to say he was amidst a fox and a swarm of insignificant creatures. He disdainfully glanced around, and the golden rinnegan in his hand suddenly flickered with a red light. The same overwhelming force as before was about to erupt. However, at that moment, the fox radiating golden light charged headlong into the waste that had just ensnared him. His position was exactly where Sasuke had just stood, mere steps away from the 7th Hokage. This powerful assault, executed seamlessly by the 2 formidable warriors, left Akatsuki Momoshiki with no means of escape. The 7th Hokage locked onto Akatsuki Momoshiki's waist, and in that critical moment, he had no time to utter any words to anyone. He merely cast a glance at Sasuke, who had shifted positions. Then, he unleashed the full extent of his chakra, along with the chakra of the 9 tails within him. The onlookers saw the phantom of a 9 tails emerge, and a wave of oppressive wind swept over them. When they regained their senses, the 7th Hokage had forcibly carried Akatsuki Momoshiki far away with his own flesh and blood. With a sharp thrust, a black rod pierced upward through the 7th Hokage's body. Yet he did not falter. A powerful elbow strike crashed down upon his back, but he remained undeterred. A shockwave erupted from Akatsuki Momoshiki's rinnegan, and still, he did not relent. As he forcibly transported Akatsuki Momoshiki outside the village, his consciousness began to blur, his body punctured by numerous black rods. Blood flowed incessantly. "Fox, your actions are incomprehensible," Akatsuki Momoshiki murmured, gazing at the dazed 7th Hokage, unable to grasp his behavior. If he could report anyone, he would have considered reporting the fox for sending him to his doom. "I am at a loss." Sakuya from the Four Winds Academy observed the vanishing figure of Akatsuki Momoshiki and the replacement of Sasuke, in his stead, rendered speechless. Their choice implied that one of the 2 great powers was being sacrificed, plunging the 7th Hokage into a life-and-death crisis. Perhaps, this was the essence of being a Hokage. When he turned his gaze to Uchiha Sasuke, he found Sasuke looking back at him. Their eyes met, devoid of any superfluous interaction. After a brief pause, Sasuke disregarded the impending events in the Hidden Leaf Village. He entrusted his daughter to the four Kage and unleashed a surge of purple chakra. In an instant, Susanoo manifested. The winged purple Susanoo soared through the sky, hastening towards the horizon. Awaiting him were old allies and an ultimate foe. Temporarily losing sight of his target, Sakuya from the Four Winds Academy shook his head in disinterest before turning his attention to the third Akatsuki. Well, the order doesn't matter. I can eliminate you first. Akatsuki Urashiki. No one can fathom the emotions swirling within Akatsuki Urashiki at this moment. Not even he can articulate them. The true monster of a man is locked in a fierce battle with Momoshiki, and the sheer terror of their power is something he wishes to avoid at all costs. If devouring Kinshiki's essence could vanquish that man, then all would be well. Yet, the minions of this nursery have inexplicably whisked Momoshiki away. Consequently, the tiger of the arena has naturally set its lethal gaze upon him. Do not look at me like that. I am merely a bystander. Urashiki managed a forced smile as he spoke. Sakuya offered no further words. He understood fully what Akatsuki Urashiki represented. On the surface, he appeared far weaker than Momoshiki, who had absorbed Kinshiki, yet an array of bizarre abilities emerged from him. Moreover, he possessed multiple dojutsu. Had he not been thwarted by Boruto and Jiraiya, Urashiki might have become a villain surpassing Momoshiki. Thus, he sought to deny him any opportunities. Witnessing Momoshiki consume Kinshiki had transformed him into an entirely new entity. However, he must not afford Akatsuki Urashiki any chances. He could savor the known feast of taijutsu, but he could not allow the unknown Akatsuki to seize the moment. Therefore, he began to lower his stance. Jik, hey, human, I told you I am merely a courier. Please do not strike me. You've marred little Momoshiki's face. I certainly do not wish to meet such a fate. You cannot be serious? Akatsuki Urashiki seemed to be afflicted by some mental ailment, addressing Momoshiki with utmost respect, only to refer to him as little Momoshiki once he departed. Regardless of the peculiar affliction he bore today, Sakuya was determined to deliver a swift blow that would ensure Urashiki's removal. From a distance, Akatsuki Urashiki's expression grew grave. Faced with that oppressive force, even his usually whimsical demeanor could not persist. He caught sight of Sakuya's gaze, and merely that glance compelled him to make a swift decision. A flash of strange power coursed through his white eyes, transforming them into an entirely new pair. They morphed into a set of crimson Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke had endured a lifetime of hardship in the shinobi world, ultimately awakening a single Rinnegan through sheer luck bestowed by an elder. Yet, Akatsuki Urashiki, moments ago merely possessing ordinary Byakugan, had instantaneously transitioned into a pair of Rinnegan. Regardless of his personal merits, the mere presence of those eyes was of profound significance. His combat prowess may not rival that of the first dance of the Warring States. Yet in terms of unique abilities, he stood unparalleled among those present. Now, with Sakuya's chilling intent locked onto him, Akatsuki Urashiki's Rinnegan was primed and ready. Without any forewarning or hand seals, a pitch-black portal materialized beside him. This was the Yomi Birakusa. For the Akatsuki clan, it was a technique. For shinobi, it represented a perplexing space-time ninjutsu. Lowly creature, I am no longer inclined to play your games. Akatsuki Urashiki, with Rinnegan aglow, boasted as he activated Yomi Birakusa, bolstered by newfound confidence, believing he could successfully withdraw. However, those who had barked madly before Sakuya had never escaped unscathed. Jik, suddenly, a blood-red aura ignited around him. This was not the self-harm of the Eighth Gate. He had long since mitigated the side effects of the Eight Gates. The sanguine flame now enveloping him was the manifestation of his lethal intent. Not far off, Rockley observed the crimson flames and mistook them for steam. His eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered, "How could this be? This man has mastered Gai-sensei's Eight Gates." Simultaneously, Kakashi Hitaki, hastily aiding the populace, was equally taken aback, with an indelible image surfacing in his mind. Might Gai's Eight Gates, can he also use them? What must we do, predecessor? No. If it is indeed that Eight Gates, it could surely eliminate Akatsuki. But what could that man's true intentions be? To go to such lengths to thwart Akatsuki in Konoha? There was no concern for anyone else. Sakuya was entirely unconcerned. The surging blood flames upon him had reached a critical threshold. They swiftly coalesced, forming the majestic head of an azure dragon. In but a moment, behold, Akatsuki Urashiki. Have you ever heard of Night Guy? Akatsuki Urashiki was suddenly startled. His Rinnegan could perceive the three realms, but could not fathom the apex of this impending strike. This indicated that, should he be struck, death would be his fate. Sensing the Yomi Birakusa opening beside him, he could not afford to linger, hastily attempting to traverse that portal. Yet, it was too late. The moment Night Guy took form, even the fabric of space twisted. His Yomi Birakusa could not transport him. This is disastrous. How could this happen? At that moment, he realized the Akatsuki's techniques were indeed perilous. How dare they malfunction at such a critical juncture? Night Guy, when he looked again, his Rinnegan reflected only the expanding enormity of the strike. The speed of the attack was so overwhelming that he could not muster any response. As the sense of death encroached upon him, Akatsuki Urashiki's eyes widened in terror, gasping for breath. It is impossible. Sakuya's foot crashed forcefully into Akatsuki Urashiki's upper body. The residual blood-red aura trailed behind him like a dragon in flight. 9999999 Akatsuki Urashiki felt as if he had sustained a fatal blow. My life is forfeit. Despite the Akatsuki clan's remarkable regenerative abilities, with half of his body obliterated by Night Guy's strike, the remaining legs could never regenerate. Sakuya suspended in midair as the blood-red essence gradually subsided. He turned to regard Akatsuki Urashiki. The portal, Yomi Birakusa, had swiftly sealed, forcing what remained of Akatsuki Urashiki's body to be cleaved in twain once more. In that moment, he noticed several golden items erupting from the spot where Akatsuki Urashiki had just stood. Oh, is this what they call a reward for a quest? He leaped, drawn by the force of gravity, reaching for those golden treasures. Defeating a boss and acquiring loot is a commonplace occurrence in the realm of online gaming. Yet, in this world of quests, he had never encountered health bars or attribute panels. Defeating Akatsuki yielded only golden items. Perhaps it was tied to the quest's title, Celestial Beings. Upon landing, he examined the golden items he had grasped. Wedge, a unique ability inherent to the Akatsuki clan. Activating it leads to curse mark transformation, greatly enhancing all capabilities. It can also absorb ninjutsu and convert it into chakra. Byakugan, a high-quality Byakugan from the Akatsuki clan, capable of transitioning to Rinnegan. Special digestive organ. Consuming one's own Rinnegan grants even greater power. How peculiar. After scrutinizing the items, Sakuya promptly discarded them. The Byakugan and Rinnegan abilities of Urashiki held no value for him. The power of the Akatsuki clan is hardly impressive. With that statement, he turned his gaze toward the distance, where the final boss of this instance awaited. Yet, one could only wonder if Naruto and Sasuke could withstand the impending challenge. Boom! As he pondered, a towering red light erupted in the distance. Subsequently, a formidable entity approached rapidly within his senses. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the ultimate form of Akatsuki Kaguya. However, he was not alone. In his grasp, he held the heads of the 7th Hokage and Sasuke with the Rinnegan, forcibly bringing them back. At that moment, the 7th Hokage was on the brink of death, his body and limbs riddled with black rods. Sasuke, with his Rinnegan, was severely burned from the earlier explosion, now also gravely injured. Was Akatsuki Kaguya truly this terrifying? SF Sakura remarked nonchalantly that if Naruto and Sasuke teamed up, they should be able to defeat Kaguya, but this time, Naruto was the one heavily wounded, leaving Sasuke to fight alone. Sasuke's determination to save Naruto had led to this predicament. Yet, it was fortunate that they returned. He had a technique he wished to test. Whoosh, whoosh. The Akatsuki clan possessed the ability to float, and Kaguya, hovering in the air, hurled Naruto and Sasuke toward the ground. Given the force from her arm, this fall could potentially cost one of them their life. Fortunately, Gaara of the Sand acted swiftly, raising his hands to transform the shattered stones on the examination ground into fine sand, catching the two individuals. Humph, what an annoyance. Upon seeing this, Akatsuki Kaguya immediately directed her attention toward the caster, Gaara. In an instant, she lunged at him. Although Gaara was one of the 5 Kage, he paled in comparison to Naruto and Sasuke. In less than 3 exchanges, he was sent flying by Kaguya. Finally, the bothersome pest has vanished. Kaguya shook her hand, slowly shifting her murderous intent toward SF Sakura, declaring it was finally time for their battle. Kaguya's arrogance led her to scorn all the ninjas present, referring to Naruto as the fox and Sasuke as the Rinnegan user. Only Shihouin Sakuya, a man without any bloodline limit, was viewed as a worthy opponent. Shihouin Sakuya scoffed, deliberately guiding Kaguya and Appo's gaze toward a nearby half-corpse, stating, "Your Akatsuki clan is quite lacking. I wonder how long you can last." He was as fragile as paper, shattering upon the slightest touch. Gazing at the remains, Kaguya immediately recognized the body as that of Akatsuki Urashiki. Urashiki, how dare you kill an Akatsuki clan member? Kaguya was furious. It was not merely that Shihouin Sakuya had killed Urashiki, but rather that he had the audacity to truly take the life of one of their clan. How could such insignificant beings dare to slay their god? Die! Kaguya roared, a surge of power rushing within her. This power flowed into her golden Rinnegan, transforming into a jet-black orb. Initially, it was merely the size of a raisin gan, but in the blink of an eye, it expanded to a colossal magnitude, blocking out the sky. The enormous black orb must have absorbed the tailed beast bomb from some Jinchuriki, now amplified to such strength by her Rinnegan. The spectators were utterly horrified. They had just witnessed Akatsuki Kinshiki shatter the Chunin Exam arena with a single blow, but they never anticipated that Kaguya had such a technique hidden away. Below, the sixth Hokage Kakashi's eyes widened. At that moment, he longed to log into Obito's maxed-out character. Unfortunately, Obito had changed the password, leaving him unable to access it. If only I still had Kamui. Just as he finished speaking, Kakashi was struck by a lightning attack. Barely evading, he observed that the enormous tailed beast bomb was surrounded by lightning, flames, whirlwinds, and hurricanes. These were the very ninjutsu released by Boruto when he utilized scientific ninja tools against Kaguya. Lightning ravaged the area, and fireballs erupted. Although the massive tailed beast bomb had yet to descend, the Konoha ninjas were already under siege. Despair loomed. As Kakashi dodged, he anxiously glanced toward the crowd who had yet to evacuate. He had once been Hokage, and witnessing those innocent lives being extinguished made his heart bleed. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a ninja fiercely resisting amidst the raging storm. 8 trigrams. Return. A pale blue hemisphere neutralized the lightning and flames. Once the technique dissipated, Hinata Hanabi extended her hand to rescue several children trapped in the crevices of the rocks, leaping towards safety. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, and while Hinata Hanabi was still on the move, she was struck while attempting to protect the child in her arms, tumbling several times and landing amidst the rubble. This time, she had no chance to utilize return. As she was paralyzed by the lightning, the ensuing flames loomed ever closer. In a moment of desperation, she could only brace herself, shielding the child in her embrace. However, prepared for the ultimate sacrifice, she was bewildered when the scorching flames did not arrive. What was happening? With her Byakugan, she saw a figure standing protectively before her. It was the wandering swordsman, Shihouin Sakuya. With a single hand, he unleashed a powerful gust that extinguished the flames. "Little girl, you should take cover." Shihouin Sakuya raised his gaze toward the looming black orb, already formulating a countermeasure in his mind. However, the technique he was considering might indiscriminately obliterate the surrounding area. Thus, he kindly warned the young Hinata, with whom he had shared pleasant conversations. "Yes, I understand." As a ninja, Hinata Hanabi quickly made her decision amidst the urgency. She scooped up the child, enduring the pain coursing through her body, and dashed away from the Chunin Exam arena. Thus, Shihouin Sakuya focused on the meteor descending from the sky, an ocean of power surging within him. Shinra Tensei. It was the first reward he received from the system, a skill that could be unleashed without the Rinnegan. System description: the longer the charge, the greater the power. He began charging this technique from the moment he arrived, accumulating power for approximately 10 seconds. Then, he directed this force in a fan-shaped burst toward the heavens. The invisible repulsive force swept up the surrounding dust and fiercely collided with the colossal black sphere. In midair, Kaguya's eyes narrowed. She could sense that Shihouin Sakuya was utilizing Shinra Tensei. Aware that a clash between the two would likely deflect all attacks, she preemptively detonated the enormous tailed beast bomb. A massive explosion illuminated the sky and earth with a crimson glow. However, within the exam arena, a perfectly formed half-arc created a semi-real void. This was the result of Shihouin Sakuya's 10 seconds of charged Shinra Tensei. The skill granted by the system differed slightly from the ocular techniques of the Akatsuki clan. It required no restraint, only a cool-down period without side effects. This was undoubtedly a tug-of-war between powers. Kagaya's attack inflicted an astonishing amount of damage, but was still held at bay by Shinra Tensei. As Shihouin Sakuya continued to channel his power, the technique's effects persisted. In an instant, Sakuya of the Shihouin let out a low roar. And the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei surged to unprecedented heights, ultimately propelling all the explosive flames into the sky. How dare mere mortals challenge my might? Daikuki Momoshiki gazed upwards, witnessing his own attack ascend into the heavens, even if it was a tribute to the heavens. Meanwhile, Sakuya, with unwavering determination, thrust the explosions upward, not pausing for a moment, instead launching himself directly at Daikuki Momoshiki in midair. He understood that after devouring Kinshiki, Momoshiki could unleash formidable taijutsu. For an enthusiast of physical combat, this was exhilarating. The denizens of the ninja world were no match for him. They shattered upon contact. It had been ages since he had stretched his limbs. Come on, Momoshiki bellowed. The two exchanged blows, engaging in a fierce flurry of dozens of strikes within mere seconds. Momoshiki could soar through the air, while Sakuya could not. Yet, he adeptly utilized the technique of leveraging force, treating Momoshiki as a stepping stone to engage in combat. Too slow. Have you slowed down after consuming your kin, Momoshiki? Sakuya taunted, delivering a powerful punch to Momoshiki's face. Momoshiki, unwilling to accept humiliation, retaliated with fervor. Nonsense. With a furious roar, he unleashed a series of 8 trigrams fist attacks, yet Sakuya effortlessly countered them, leaving Momoshiki momentarily stunned. I mastered that technique decades ago. As his words echoed, Sakuya mirrored Momoshiki's movements, returning the entire sequence of strikes. Lacking Sakuya's combat experience, Momoshiki was caught off guard and fell to the ground. How infuriating! How infuriating! Daikuki Momoshiki climbed back to his feet, pounding his chest in anger. Despite exerting all his strength in battle, he was perpetually suppressed by that earthling. It felt as if a dark cloud perpetually shrouded his sky, obscuring the light of day. The frustration and oppression fueled Momoshiki's rage. At that moment, Sakuya descended from the air. Is this where your dance ends? He flicked his right hand, discarding a broken horn. Daikuki Momoshiki then realized that one of the horns atop his head had been snapped off without his notice. This only added fuel to the fire. Daikuki Momoshiki, humiliated almost to madness, howled. Inuzuka clan's canines. Several canine apparitions surged forth from his hands, coalescing chakra behind him, extending like dragons and serpents. Sakuya stood calmly, observing the oncoming assault, and merely raised a fist. I've grown weary of this. You've truly disappointed me, Momoshiki. I expected to revel in this dance, yet you proved to be so lackluster. With this strike, depart without regret. This exchange between two formidable beings transpired in an instant. Before Momoshiki's canines could reach Sakuya, the latter suddenly vanished from sight. Nani? Momoshiki gasped, his Byakugan flaring, yet he could not locate Sakuya's form. But in the next moment, he felt death looming overhead. Do not underestimate me. The Rinnegan on Momoshiki's forehead trembled violently as he prepared to unleash its power, only to come to a halt. There, directly before him, stood that familiar figure once more. If it was a direct charge, how could his Byakugan not have detected it? Shakugetsu. This was a technique Sakuya had comprehended after surpassing his limits. A mere, unadorned line of charge. His right hand extended, initially palm out, fingers slicing through the air, aimed at Daikuki Momoshiki's abdomen. Only when it was an inch from his body did his palm morph into a divine fist. Buzz. The distance of that punch was minuscule, yet it harnessed the entirety of the charge's momentum. In Sakuya's mind, this technique was on par with the Night Kai he had previously unleashed upon Daikuki Momoshiki. Just how terrifying was the full force of Sakuya's strike? Daikuki Momoshiki would soon find out. As the punch connected, a fleeting flash of moonlight was followed by the distortion of Momoshiki's entire being. How could this be? How could a mere human possess such power over space? Momoshiki's seething anger transformed into sheer astonishment upon realizing the might of that blow. To simply endure the assault ignited his fury, yet this strike was life-threatening. For that punch did not merely project an illusion of the moon, it represented the collapse of space-time itself. If Night Kai could momentarily distort space, then what of this punch that caused a rupture in time and space? Daikuki Momoshiki had no time to escape. Shikiyu's fist struck with such force that it momentarily collapsed the fabric of time and space, and the rebounding force resembled a funnel in a swimming pool, creating an irresistible gravitational pull. Daikuki Mameshiki's body was ensnared by that gravity, forcefully drawn into the swirling vortex of temporal collapse. The true strength of this strike lay not in the manipulation of time and space, for many skilled individuals existed within the ninja realm who could achieve similar feats, such as Uchiha Obito's left eye technique, Kimui, which also distorted space. However, that distortion could be halted or evaded through techniques like the Flying Thunder God. What Shikyu had comprehended with Shakugetsu primarily relied upon gravitational force. The fragmented space served as a blade. As Mameshiki's body began to twist from the abdomen, even his cries were stolen by the gravity, reducing him to naught but a broken horn. Thus, Daikuki Mameshiki met his end. He picked up the remaining horn. Concurrently, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for clearing the Celestial Beings dungeon. Rating SSS. Ding! The dungeon will close in 30 minutes. Please collect your rewards and prepare for departure. As for the dungeon rewards, they naturally lay amidst the golden items that Daikuki Mameshiki had dropped. He reached out to gather them, beginning his inspection. Seal, Daikuki Mameshiki's seal. Golden Rinnegan, Daikuki Mameshiki's Rinnegan. Time-space, phasing, originally a power of Daikuki Kinshiki, allowing free traversal through space and entry into Kagaya Otsutsuki's realm. Levitation, members of the Otsutsuki clan can levitate, fly, and operate in outer space. Red Light Ring, originally a power of Daikuki Kinshiki. This is a ninja tool created through Yin-Yang release, capable of producing various weapons for close and range combat. Otsutsuki clan coordinates, the address of the Otsutsuki clan on another celestial body. Truly, as the final boss, the spoils he dropped far surpassed those of Kinshiki. With that said, Shikuyu's gaze swept around before finally settling on Naruto and Sasuke in the distance. The seventh Hokage remained unconscious due to severe injuries, while Sasuke, with his Rinnegan, had just begun to awaken from his serious burns. Shikuyu approached Sasuke. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. He halted. Sasuke, propped up by his sword, rose cautiously, exuding an air of vigilance. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to borrow a time-space scroll from you. The space-time sealing scroll is quite simple, akin to the scrolls commonly used to store ninja tools. Even moderately affluent ninjas carry them, such as Konoha's treasure girl, Tenten. Sasuke found himself perplexed. This formidable and enigmatic figure had approached him merely to borrow a scroll? What of the Otsutsuki? They are dead. What did you say? They are dead. I killed them. Sasuke trembled at this revelation. He had been tracking the secrets of the Otsutsuki for quite some time and had faced them in battle, fully aware of their capabilities. They were undeniably formidable foes. Yet how long had it been? Not even half an hour, and they were all dead? Utilizing the ability of his Rinnegan, he sensed the area and confirmed that the Otsutsuki had indeed vanished. Not far away lay their remnants. One leg of Otsutsuki Urashiki and the dual horns of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Truly, they had all been annihilated? Sasuke could hardly believe it. His mind went blank as he retrieved a blank scroll from his tool pouch, silently handing it to Shikyu Sakura. Receiving the scroll, Shikyu Sakura departed without a backward glance. He approached the remains of Otsutsuki Urashiki's leg and Otsutsuki Kinshiki's horns, sealing them away with the scroll. The biological material of the Otsutsuki clan holds immense research value. Only then could the dungeon rewards be considered properly managed. Thank you, Rinnegan brat. Oh, I forgot I hadn't left yet. Shikyu Sakura smiled, appearing nothing like a man who had just emerged from battle. He cast one last glance at this dungeon world. Despite his efforts to redirect the Shinra Tensei, it had nonetheless obliterated the entire Chunin Exam venue. Among the rubble were villagers who had yet to escape. But since his evil value had not increased, it indicated they were still alive. Someone must have protected them with a jutsu. Well then, system, exit the dungeon world. Shikyu Sakura silently commanded. Ding. The teleportation array has been activated for you. As the system's prompt echoed, a circular space-time wormhole opened beside him, strikingly similar to the space-time gate created by Sasuke. All right, time to go. With that, he stepped forward, entering the space-time gate. Just then, unexpectedly, a chakra fluctuation emerged behind him. Stop. Wait. Ronin. Who are you? Hinata Hanabi rushed forward, her urgency palpable. At the very least, let me know who you are. Seeing this, Sakuya felt helpless. The space-time gate beside him was no ordinary door. It was a bridge capable of traversing dimensions. Once stepped through, it was likely he would never return. Don't come any closer. He immediately commanded Hinata Hanabi. I just want to know who you are. Hinata Hanabi halted, her expression a mix of grievance and anxiety. In the midst of these events, another unexpected occurrence transpired. From the ruins of the Chunin Exam venue, two researchers clad in white lab coats came sprinting toward them. One bore a camera, while the other sported scientific ninja tools. Where are the enemies? It's time for my scientific ninja tools to shine. Capture everything. Yamanaka Futoshi exclaimed, his glasses shattered, searching frantically. His lenses had been broken by the flying debris moments ago, rendering his vision unclear. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the dark space-time gate at the center of the Chunin Exam venue. That aberrant object must be the enemy. Fire. Yamanaka Futoshi pressed the buttons on his scientific ninja tools, unleashing a barrage of jutsu indiscriminately. Just as quickly, Hinata Hanabi, possessing Jonin-level strength, sensed the impending threat. Turning to see a multitude of combined jutsu, she instinctively leaped backward. This leap brought her crashing into Shihouin Sakuya, propelling them both into the space-time gate. The system, detecting the host's return, promptly shut down the teleportation array. The scenery shifted, hues transforming. The dungeon had been set in daylight, but upon returning to the real world, night had fallen. When she opened her eyes again, they found themselves several kilometers outside of Konoha. However, this Konoha was a village established only 60 years prior. Hey! Hinata Hanabi scrambled to her feet, curiously surveying her surroundings. Huh, where are we? Have we been expelled from Konoha? And it's dark. Shihouin Sakuya sighed, murmuring, yes, indeed. How astonishing. I never imagined scientific ninja tools could possess such power. Roar. Suddenly, an exuberant roar echoed as the loyal Nine Tails dashed forward. Master, you're back so soon. Hinata Hanabi was taken aback. And Nine Tails. Although her sister had married a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she had little familiarity with the creature. The typical response upon encountering a tailed beast was one of caution. The Nine Tails screeched to a halt, uprooting a dozen trees around. Master, you've brought back a woman? It sensed a crisis of favor. Ever since that woman had entered his life, the master had never. Yet now, he returned with another. Hinata Hanabi froze in surprise. Master? Despite the new era where Konoha openly sold plush figures of Kurama, she had never heard the proud Nine Tails refer to anyone as master. Shihouin Sakuya could only sigh and explain, my dear, welcome to the new world. This year, you should be 7. And no, I am 27. Hinata Hanabi protested vehemently. Though she recognized this was hardly the time for trivialities. Haha, I give up. Why did you have to show up at the last moment? Why? You are my assigned target, and I haven't even gathered a single piece of information about your identity. How am I supposed to report back? Hehe. My apologies. In truth, I was sent to monitor you. Your sudden appearance in the village was quite suspicious. But thinking back, it does make sense. After all, you wield space-time ninjutsu. Hinata Hanabi twirled her hair, offering an apologetic smile. Konoha possessed a defensive perception barrier, and its ninjas were no pushovers. Considering these hidden factors clarifies why, upon entering Konoha, Jonin Hinata Hanabi had coincidentally appeared. You wish to know about my information? Well, it is not just about the Ronin. At the very least, I should have a note of your background. Very well, allow me to introduce you to the essence of my being. As the words fell, Shihouin Sakuya seized Hinata Hanabi and leapt atop the Nine Tails. Kurama, let us return to Konoha. All right, hold on tight. As a loyal servant, the Nine Tails knew that only by being obedient could it continue to earn its master's affection. It galloped smoothly, and before long, they could see the gates of Konoha. However, from a distance, Hinata Hanabi's brows began to furrow. Something felt amiss. Ronin, is that your village up ahead? It looks like the Konoha I remember. How nostalgic. Consider it a village I helped establish, named Konoha. Also called Konoha? Hinata Hanabi paused, immediately activating her Byakugan to scrutinize the village's streets, recognizing it as the Konoha of her childhood. Wow, what is happening? This, the Hyuga clan? Nanny, indeed, it is the Hyuga clan. Can you see yourself among them? I am searching for my elder sister and my brother Niji. This is me. Is this truly me? I told you, you are 7 years old this year. Hinata Hanabi's complexion turned pale. Is it possible to have two of me in one world? And one older and one younger at that? A genjutsu? Rest assured, you are not under any illusion. Then what is this all about? You have been brought back 20 years into the past. Moreover, it is a different timeline. What shall we do? You are asking me? Yes. I am merely an enthusiast of taijutsu. How would I know? At this moment, the gatekeeper at the entrance of Konoha sounded the alarm. The fiery red form of the Nine Tails danced before the gates, causing a stir among the ninjas. The alarm plunged the night in Konoha into the panic reminiscent of 12 years ago. However, Shihouin Sakuya remained unfazed. He pointed towards the anxious Konoha and said to Hinata Hanabi, "Behold, this is me." Hinata Hanabi was momentarily at a loss for words. Until a throng of ninjas gathered at the main gates of Konoha, their numbers were not many, just over 100. They were the newly reformed Konoha Police Department since the Uchiha clan's demise. They kept their distance from the Nine Tails, their legs trembling. Why has Konoha been plagued with so many calamities lately? Suddenly, a spirited female ninja, donned in a Hokage hat, rushed from afar. Fifth Hokage. The Nine Tails. It is the Nine Tails. What should we do, Fifth Hokage? Is Lord Sakuya still in the village? Tsunade gritted her teeth, wishing to punch the person who asked that. Are you all blind? Can't you see Lord Sakuya atop the Nine Tails? Only then did the crowd direct their gaze towards the Nine Tails. Under the cloak of night. They scrutinized for quite some time before spotting two figures. Sigh, this current police department truly leaves much to be desired. Tsunade shook her head, deciding to begin augmenting the police department with elite personnel the next day. She then looked up and said, "Old man, let the Nine Tails retreat for a moment. The populace is about to panic." Hinata Hanabi looked incredulously at Tsunade below and then at Shihouin Sakuya beside her. Old man. Tsunade refers to you as. Shihouin Sakuya maintained an impassive expression and replied, "Did you not wish to investigate me? Well, here I am. This. Kurama, please step back a little. The people of Konoha need some time to adjust." Shihouin Sakuya soothed the Nine Tails' ears. "As you command, master." "Well then, young lady, let us jump down." Once Shihouin Sakuya and Hinata Hanabi descended to the ground, the Nine Tails promptly retreated 10 miles. At this moment, Tsunade also approached. She curiously scrutinized the white-eyed girl beside Sakuya. Although the Hyuga clan had the autonomy to train ninjas, every ninja was required to report. "How come I have never seen such a ninja from the Hyuga clan?" she inquired. "I am Hinata Hanabi, Lady Tsunade." Hinata Hanabi instinctively answered. After saying that, she realized some matters could not be articulated clearly. "Hinata Hanabi? Do not jest. The daughter of Hinata Hizashi is merely a child this year." Sakuya, feeling helpless, explained, "Tsunade, this is a member of the Hyuga clan from outside. And I happened to encounter her, so I brought her back. So that is how it is. Well then, the name does not matter. I will register another ninja identity for you," Tsunade assured. After all, she was now the highest authority in Konoha. "Then let us proceed." After the fifth Hokage dismissed the ninjas and reassured the public, she returned to the Hokage office. She picked up the ninja registration form and proficiently filled out most of the details. "By the way, Hinata Hanabi, what is your age this year?" Tsunade rubbed her temples. Although she knew that age was a sensitive topic for women, the registration process in Konoha was quite stringent. Based on the timeline. This individual's age could be calculated as 7, 27, 47, or even, based on bone age, she is nearly the same as us. "Old man, what do you mean? Fill it in as 18. Hinata Hanabi smiled softly. She was uncertain about what to do with two versions of herself in existence. It was unclear now, but what about when she grew up? "All right." Tsunade stretched. "Hinata Hanabi, I have registered you. You are now an official Konoha ninja. As for your abilities, you will need to be evaluated step by step." Yes, Lady Tsunade." "Well then, it's time to return. Finally, the work is done." "Return?" Hinata Hanabi was taken aback. Where was she to return? The Hyuga clan's residence was currently occupied by little Hanabi. Shihouin Sakuya noticed this and said, "Tsunade, you've been busy all day. You should rest. I will stay at an inn with this girl tonight and find a place for tomorrow. Have the wood-release Tenzin construct a house with 4 rooms and 2 halls for me." "Understood. I'll remember that, old man. Then let us go. You look quite haggard after a long day." On the streets of Konoha, beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, Shihouin Sakuya walked slowly, his hands helplessly gesturing. "I say, what? Do you have any money on you?" "I do not." He realized a significant issue. Since his resurrection, he had not worked nor received any wages. To this day, he was completely broke. How was he to afford lodging? Would he have to move back to Orochimaru's laboratory for half a month? With this girl in tow? Hinata Hanabi rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a small wallet. I have money. Very well. Konoha, 60 years on. Although the village's construction was not as advanced as in the new era, many shops were still open at night. It was relatively peaceful and tranquil. The two soon found a suitable inn and entered. 3,000 ryo for a night. All right, here is the money. This is the key. Please keep it safe. Why is there only one key? One room for 3,000 ryo and only one key. Is there a problem? The Hyuga clan wouldn't pull a fast one, would they? Aye. Hinata Hanabi rifled through her wallet. It was impossible to carry so much cash when going out, and she was left with very little. She gritted her teeth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Fine. It will have to do. Hinata Hanabi thought she would manage for just one night. However, she did not anticipate that the room they booked was a couple-S suite. Complete with as night fell in Konoha, an extended daylight persisted in the land of snow. Ever since the renowned copy ninja Kakashi from Konoha was hired to come to the land of snow, monumental changes had swept through the place. A hidden actress had become the queen of the land of snow. Despite her newfound status as queen, she had not abandoned her acting career. Beneath the famous iceberg of the land of snow, the Kingdom's film crew was preparing to start shooting. Suddenly, a man dashed out from a distant cave. His face pale with fright. Not good, not good. Director, what else with the panic? I must remind you, she is now the queen. Mind your image. Panting. Director, I just entered the cave for inspection and found a large amount of ice debris at the very back. Oh, the warming system in the land of snow is operational. What is strange about a little melted ice? In the icy depths, a coffin was unearthed, a pitch-black sarcophagus, adorned with an engraving of a round fan. A black coffin? A round fan? The director's excitement surged, exclaiming, "Ah, my inspiration has arrived. Do you recall our time in the land of fire, at Konoha? Indeed. My memory serves me well. And what about the Uchiha clan within Konoha? Of course. They were all wiped out, weren't they? What I mean to say is, the round fan design on the coffin resembles the emblem worn by the Uchiha clan." What? The director gasped in astonishment. Who buried the Uchiha in the land of snow? Director, what should we do next? Inform the Hokage of Konoha? The composed director restrained his assistant with a shake of his head. No, we cannot disclose this to the Hokage. Otherwise, our project is doomed. Then what shall we do? Do not inform anyone else. Immediately seal this information. I will negotiate with Queen Kazuhana and devise a plan to excavate that coffin. If we can document it, it will surely become a monumental spectacle. Understood. Remember, we must keep this under wraps. It feels as though the divine muse of cinema has bestowed this extraordinary encounter upon me. Splendid. The following day, Sakuya sat upon the windowsill, sifting through his belongings from the previous day. He came across items such as the Rinnegan, Byakugan, and Sharingan, abilities he would never accept. The notion of transplanting another's eyes into his own body was utterly unacceptable to him. Therefore, he selected a few unique skills that could serve him well. Space-time, phasing, originally a power of Akatsuki Kinshiki, allowing free traversal through space and entry into Akatsuki Kagai's realm. Levitation, a talent of the Akatsuki clan, enabling them to float, fly, and operate in outer space. Crimson Halo, a tool created through yin-yang release techniques, capable of producing various weapons for melee or range combat. The first skill, derived from Kinshiki, operates similarly to Uchiha Obito's Kimui, but with the added coordinates of Kagai's space. This means that, equipped with this technique, he could instantaneously transport himself to Kagai's realm. The second ability, levitation, is more of a passive trait. Humans can survive in outer space, while it may seem unremarkable. Sakuya deemed it the most valuable asset. As for the third, the Crimson Halo, it was merely a toy for amusement. Activate, he silently commanded. 3 radiant beams of light flowed into his body. This sensation mirrored that of the Shinra Tensei he had previously acquired, transforming into a skill usable without the need for a bloodline limit. After completing this, his gaze fell upon an item of significant future value. Coordinates of the Akatsuki clan. The address of the Akatsuki clan located on another celestial body. This coordinate. Let us wait and see who will cultivate whom in the future. Sakuya chuckled softly before leaping from the window. There were still matters requiring his attention. Previously, in his quest to resurrect the Nine Tails, he had also revived the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato, as the caster of the technique. He could distinctly sense Minato's location, within Naruto's home. Thus, he strolled forth, leaping through the window. Observing the shards of glass scattered across the floor, the reanimated Minato took a deep breath. Lord Sakuya, your approach is rather violent. Why not use the door? Ignoring Minato, Sakuya turned his attention to the unconscious Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto. Minato, is Naruto still unconscious? I'm concerned about any unforeseen complications. Have you checked the 4-symbol seal? There should be no issues. Yes, his body is perfectly fine, but he remains unresponsive. Allow me. With that, Sakuya placed his hand upon Naruto's forehead. His vast mental energy surging forth, invading the depths of Naruto's psyche. What unfolded was a brand new mental realm, starkly different from the place where the Nine Tails was sealed. There were no walls, only boundless darkness surrounding him. However, the water beneath his feet remained. He ventured further, eventually discovering the body of Uzumaki Naruto. The small form lay motionless in the water. One thing was certain. He had not perished. If he had, Sakuya would not have entered this new mental space. Instinctively, he extended his mental energy to stimulate Naruto's consciousness. As he unleashed his formidable mental force, he suddenly paused, for he discerned that within the fallen spirit of Naruto, there existed another layer of reality, a dream within a dream. Upon deducing this, he meticulously wove his mental energy to dive deeper. At last, he made a discovery. Within Naruto's slumbering spirit, there existed another multiple inner world, one layer of which held the key to Naruto's awakening. The chakra of Akatsuki Ashura reincarnated? It was indeed accurate. For Naruto was the current reincarnation of Akatsuki Ashura's chakra. As he probed further with his mental energy, he found that this generation's Ashura chakra reincarnation was in a state of semi-hibernation. It resembled two pools of water. When one was weak, the other gradually awakened. After swapping a tailed beast, he unexpectedly activated a supplementary ability for Naruto? Intriguing. Sakuya smiled, not content to stop there. The chakra reincarnation of Akatsuki Ashura occupied only one of the spaces within Naruto. Additionally, Kushina held a maternal space, and the Sage of Six Paths possessed a space for imparting wisdom. I would be quite interested in meeting the Sage of Six Paths. With that thought, his mental prowess surged several levels deeper into the spiritual realm. The realm of the Sage of Six Paths lay perilously close to Ashura's chakra reincarnation. At the end of the darkness lay Naruto's memories. Beyond Naruto's memories, yet another expanse of darkness awaited. When he pierced through the layers of darkness, he was finally greeted by a vast expanse. Before him lay the same waterlogged space, but there, suspended, was an ancient, bearded figure. The Sage of Six Paths, who had once entered meditation, opened his eyes. Sakuya, intrigued, addressed the elder, Akatsuki Kagaya. I am but a remnant of my former soul. A remnant can linger for a millennium. Truly, the Sage of Six Paths possesses an immensely powerful spirit. The sage's expression shifted as he regarded Sakuya. It is you. I cannot see through you. You appear unlike any being of this world. What say you? A being who has slain a god cannot revert to mere mortality. Your mother's clan will ultimately find you. Though I foresaw the chaos a millennium hence, I did not anticipate its severity. Sakuya chuckled. Then why do you still seal your mother? She has unleashed the infinite Tsukuyami upon this world. Before the sage could finish his thought, Sakuya interjected. Would you prefer a steady stream of tribute or a singular catastrophic strike? At this, the Sage of Six Paths found himself at a loss for words. He could only reply, you are neither the reincarnation of Indra nor Ashura, yet you have arrived here, indicating you carry a certain mission. The fate of humanity should rest in the hands of humanity itself. I am powerless to intervene. Why do you not promptly bestow upon Naruto the hidden powers within him? After all this chatter, no substantial action has been taken. However, it is not yet the right moment, that azure-eyed youth. Speaking of which, there is a hint of the Nine Tails essence about you. Could it be that my previous prophecy has faltered? The Nine Tails now heeds my command. Shakyakuzai Shoyo stated candidly. Indeed. Is that so? I had not anticipated this. Thus, the Nine Tails has become my pet, and your prophecy has proven erroneous. When do you intend to facilitate the awakening of these two children? The Sage of Six Paths gazed intently at Shakyakuzai Shoyo, his Rinnegan seemingly attempting to pierce through the veil of obscurity that surrounded him. Yet, he remained unable to penetrate that shroud. After a prolonged silence, he could only chuckle wryly. Very well, I shall assess this child ahead of time. For now, let us allow him to awaken. Upon hearing this, Shakyakuzai Shoyo relented. He gradually retracted his immense spiritual force and remarked, "Now this is prudent." With that, he withdrew his power from the deepest recesses of Naruto's consciousness. Upon returning to the first layer of the mental space, Naruto still lay in that pool of stagnant water. However, from beneath the surface, a figure was reflected. This figure was not Naruto, but rather a man adorned with an ancient topknot. Has the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra begun to awaken? Very well. I hope you both grow stronger quickly, so that I may act. Returning to the present, under the concerned gaze of Minato Namikaze, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. What transpired next was of no concern to Shakyakuzai Shoyo. He merely inquired, "Minato, now that you exist as a reincarnation of the impure world, with the quality of my impure reincarnation jutsu, you possess nearly all the strength you had in your prime. So tell me, what do you wish to achieve in this world, or do you intend to ascend to the Pure Land?" In response, Minato gazed gently at the newly awakened Naruto. "Well, I am already a deceased man. To be able to care for Naruto once more is enough for me," Minato whispered. At that moment, the recently awakened Naruto, still somewhat disoriented and parched, reached for the expired milk on the table. Previously, Minato's focus had been solely on his son, leaving no room for other considerations. Yet now, as he sought to offer one last gesture of support to his son, he became acutely aware of Naruto's current circumstances. The perspective from within was utterly different from that from without. Only through personal experience could one truly grasp the reality. Gritting his teeth, Minato stated anew, "Shakyakuzai Shoyo, I beg you for some time. As a father, I wish to seize this opportunity to make amends with Naruto. During this period, I kindly ask that you do not dispel the impure reincarnation." Upon hearing this, Shakyakuzai Shoyo maintained his composure, seemingly unfazed by the other's decisions. "Very well. My impure reincarnation jutsu is already perfected. It requires no exertion on my part. If you need time, then take it. I am deeply grateful," Minato exclaimed. "Humph." Shakyakuzai Shoyo scoffed. "You owe me. Just repay me elsewhere." Notification. Reviving quest issued. Revive Kin and Jin. Kin and Jin once consumed the stomach lining of the Nine Tails. An affront to the host. It is advisable to resurrect them and compel their souls to offer apologies. Quest reward. 1 draw for a self-bestowed concept of a 6 level weapon. Failure penalty. The Nine Tails suffers from a gastric ulcer. In the room, Shakyakuzai Shoyo received this information in his mind. He paused briefly, then glanced at Minato, retrieving a scroll from his pocket. This scroll contained the sealed horns of Kagaya Otsutsuki and the feet of Otsutsuki Urashiki. "Minato, deliver this to Orochimaru later. He will know what to do." Minato carefully accepted it, replying, "Understood. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Shakyakuzai Shoyo leaped from the window. As he descended, a swirling distortion of time and space appeared before him. This was a newly acquired skill, named phasing by the system, though he preferred to call it Shinra Tensei. Utilizing the power of space-time, he vanished from outside Naruto's home and reappeared at the gates of Konoha. The system's task was to resurrect Kin and Jin, but it did not specify how. Thus, employing the impure reincarnation technique would suffice. Consequently, he would require the mediums for Kin and Jin. The two, known as two lights in the clouds, should have been buried within the land of lightning after their demise. Alternatively, it was possible that the Cloud Village, known for conducting human experiments, had retained their bodies for research. He was exceedingly familiar with the direction of the land of lightning. During the Warring States period, it was home to a formidable clan. He often traversed between the land of fire and the land of lightning. Decades had passed, and the once familiar path had transformed beyond recognition, with only the wild grasses and trees at the border offering a faint recollection. Now, traveling from the land of fire to the land of lightning required passing through the land of hot water and the land of the moon. With the skills of Shinra Tensei and Levitate, he need not worry about ocular strain. He could swiftly reach his destination by merely expending his boundless power. Within a day, he had journeyed from Konoha in the land of fire to the peaks of the land of lightning. Utilizing his levitation ability, he soared into the sky for a better view, finally spotting the cloud village beneath the distant thunderclouds. This village was well constructed, a far cry from its former status as a den of bandits. With a faint smile, he darted away. Reikage-sama! Reikage-sama! A ninja from the sensory unit burst into the Reikage's office. The irascible fourth Reikage immediately smashed his desk in frustration, papers scattering like leaves in the wind. What is the meaning of this? Why the urgency? Reikage-sama! An unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching the village. What? You barged in here for that? The Cloud Village, situated at a higher elevation, frequently encountered peculiar avian creatures. To storm into the Raikage's office over such a matter was absurd. The sensory ninja quivered, kneeling in fear of the irritable Raikage. Raikage-sama, this situation is different from before. This time, before the sensory ninja could finish. The fourth Raikage inhaled sharply, rising to his feet. Leave it to me. I shall handle it. Though the fourth Raikage was hot-tempered, his intellect was commensurate with his muscular physique. He was far from foolish. In fact, he possessed a degree of cunning. He stood, leaping through the shattered glass of his office, soaring into the sky. Behind him, the Raikage's astute secretary sighed in resignation, silently tidying the scattered papers. Alas, the Raikage truly has left this matter for me to handle. Shikuyo Saifenjaiwan gradually descended in altitude. Mastering the ability to float was indeed a thrilling experience. Not only did it facilitate swift travel, but the mere act of soaring through the skies was exhilarating in itself. Upon reaching the hidden village of clouds, he landed softly. Instantly, a group of cloud ninjas rushed out to greet him. At the forefront stood a towering figure, a muscular man with dark skin. The cloak of the Raikage draped over his broad shoulders, and the heavy iron ornaments on his arms revealed his identity. The fourth Raikage. Who dares approach? He bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura. These ruffians could hardly fathom that their village might one day be subjected to robbery. Typically, they were the ones who plundered others. The idea of being robbed was foreign to them. Shikuyo Saifenjaiwan did not wish to waste time and spoke directly. I seek the corpses of the Gold and Silver Brothers. What? You came for the esteemed Gold and Silver Brothers? They have been dead for ages. Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? That man beside you is the boss. The Raikage's guards were taken aback, astonished. As expected, those who dared to act arrogantly before the fourth Raikage often faced a swift and brutal response. Kneel before me, you scum of a Wagakure. The Raikage vanished in an instant, moving with unparalleled speed, and aimed a deadly strike at Shikuyo Saifenjaiwan's neck. The misidentification as an IWA ninja stemmed from the fact that a few from a Wagakure could also fly. On a deeper note, the Raikage harbored a long-standing animosity towards a Wagakure. However, to the fourth Raikage's astonishment, despite his explosive speed, the man before him managed to keep pace with his movements. With crackling electricity surrounding him, the Raikage circled to Shikuyo Saifenjaiwan's right, only to find that Shikuyo's gaze followed him unflinchingly, slowly turning to meet his own. So what if your eyes can keep up with my speed? Witness this. He roared, bringing down his hand in a fierce chop. Oh, the hospitality of the hidden cloud village is truly remarkable. What? The fourth Raikage gasped in disbelief. His high-speed assault was effortlessly blocked by the man, who merely raised a hand, showing no signs of strain. He was acutely aware of the weight behind his punch, capable of shattering even boulders. The Raikage quickly leaped back, returning to his guards, his expression now grave. Who are you? He inquired again, this time with a tone of respect. What I am matters not. Does it pertain to my request for the corpses of the Gold and Silver Brothers? Hey, boss. This person doesn't seem like an IWA ninja. He resembles someone from Konoha. Really? Who? The legendary Shikuyo Saifenjaiwan. Upon hearing this name, the fourth Raikage's body trembled. The man who could perfectly block his attack and respond with such grace. Could it truly be Shikuyo Saifenjaiwan? How outrageous. Decades had passed, and that man had not aged. Was the intelligence reliable? The fourth Raikage glanced at his companion, asking, is this true? Yes. Based on the intel from spies in the land of rain and the land of fire, there is over a 90% probability that it is indeed Shikuyo Saifenjaiwan. Hey. The fourth Raikage took a deep breath. The atmosphere before the gates of the hidden cloud village, once calm, suddenly felt as if it had frozen. The tension was palpable, leaving the surrounding cloud ninjas nearly breathless. Only the Raikage and his guards continued to strategize rapidly. Finally, the fourth Raikage fixed his gaze on Shikuyo Saifenjaiwan and stated, you are the god of taijutsu? Shikuyo Saifenjaiwan smiled without answering, merely taking a small step forward. That small movement felt like a colossal weight pressing down on everyone present. This weight was something even the Raikage's wrist could not shatter. Umph. The fourth Raikage exhaled sharply. The shadow of the hidden cloud had never backed down. His exclamation served as a signal, prompting his guards, Kishi and Darui, to disperse rapidly. Do not underestimate us. We, the hidden cloud village, are no mere weaklings like the hidden rain. Lightning release, lightning pillar. The J-nin Kishi initiated a series of hand seals, unleashing a blindingly bright white light. This dazzling radiance not only caused temporary blindness, but also induced hallucinations. Positioned to Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan's left front, he cast this jinjutsu. However, to someone like Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan, who had advanced his mental prowess, such an illusion was negligible. He remained utterly still. The Reikage and his companions believed he had fallen victim to the jinjutsu. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Reikage erupted in a lightning chakra mode, leaping with even greater speed and strength, launching an assault on Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan. Heavy flow burst. The Reikage shouted as he targeted Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan's head. No one could survive having their skull shattered, could they? Besides the Reikage, Darui, with his dark skin, also made his move, wielding a massive cleaver. He aimed a horizontal slice at Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan's midsection. Anyone who was bisected could not hope to survive, right? Taking advantage of the moment, he was thought to be ensnared in jinjutsu. Was this the level of coordination of a Reikage? It was rather laughable. Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan regarded the incoming attacks with a scornful smile, disregarding the need to employ his blocking technique. He merely summoned forth a portion of his power. Shinra Tensei. The instantaneous release of Shinra Tensei may not have possessed overwhelming destructive force, but it was more than sufficient to send the fourth Reikage and his guards flying. The invisible repulsion forced the two attackers backward before they could even land their blows. Even Kishi, who had attacked from a distance, was sent sprawling back several meters. What kind of technique is this? The Reikage quickly regained his footing, encased in the protective aura of the lightning chakra mode, completely unharmed, yet filled with astonishment. Was this the true power of Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan? It seemed he would have to reveal his true strength. The god of taijutsu? Tomorrow, that title would belong to me. With a low growl, the fourth Reikage, having been propelled 30 meters away, unleashed an even more potent surge of lightning chakra. As the violent energy surged, his hair began to whip wildly, and two lightning chakra spikes protruded from his shoulders. This was his ultimate lightning chakra mode. In this state, he could even evade Amaterasu. You two assist me. I will take the lead. He commanded his subordinates before charging toward Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan. Righteous Thunder, Furious Thunder Axe. This was a powerful taijutsu move, delivering a devastating downward kick to the target. A strike like this could shatter not just a person, but even the earth itself. The fourth Reikage activated his full power, employing this signature taijutsu against Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan. Such a blow would surely create an opportunity. However, unbeknownst to him, Shikuyo Saifunjaiwan summoned forth a red light ring on his wrist. As the ring appeared, a spear of crimson light materialized in his hand. With a swift rotation of the spear, he swung it fiercely at the Reikage's leg from the side. Whoosh! The force of his strike made the red spear whistle through the air. It then struck the Reikage's leg with tremendous force, shattering the crimson spear upon impact. Such immense force propelled the Reikage's body through the air, encased in the protective aura of the lightning release chakra mode. The Reikage shot off to the left like a cannonball. Boom! His form collided heavily with the mountainside, creating a deep crater in the rock. Yet, for the fully powered fourth Reikage, this was hardly a significant injury. He was well aware of this fact, as was Shikyaku from the Shikatsu clan. Thus, the moment the Reikage was sent flying, Shikyaku moved swiftly, pursuing the airborne figure. As the Reikage slammed into the wall, Shikyaku closed in. He transformed his right hand into a blade, thrusting it directly toward the Reikage's chakra armor. Astonishingly, the armor, impervious even to rock, was easily pierced. The fourth Reikage's eyes widened in disbelief. Never had anyone dared to physically assault his lightning release armor, let alone penetrate it with a single unenhanced hand. What? You actually? This part is a crucial point. It can be opened and even reversed. Have you ever seen such a thing? This is terrible. Shikyaku's hand transformed into a pointed gesture, with his index and middle fingers aligned, forcefully striking the fourth Reikage's body. As an expert in taijutsu, he understood human anatomy better than even the Hyuga clan. While he possessed some knowledge of their acupuncture techniques, his strike caused the Reikage's robust form to buckle. Crack! A faint sound of ribs fracturing echoed, but that was merely collateral damage. His primary objective was to induce a state of chaos within the Reikage's chakra flow. Each ninja's chakra flows through their meridian system. For a powerhouse like the Reikage, when in full lightning release chakra mode, The flow of chakra within him was so rapid that even the Sharingan could not capture it. In such a state, ordinary Genjutsu would have no effect on him. Yet, what if a violent reverse flow were suddenly introduced into his high-speed circuit? In martial arts novels, this would be akin to having one's meridians reversed, leading to a state of madness or mental instability. While such terminology does not exist in the ninja world, it could be assumed that it would be quite painful, wouldn't it? Crack! His strike found its mark, reversing the rakege's crucial point, and the torrent of lightning released chakra ceased abruptly, just as the rakege was engulfed in shock. A wave of excruciating pain surged from his abdomen, and his meridians began to shatter. Blood surged forth from his mouth. From that moment on, not only the rakege, but even an ordinary ninja would be rendered powerless. At that moment, the rakege's guards finally arrived. It was not due to their sluggishness, but rather because the fourth rakege and Shikyaku's speed was simply overwhelming. Wind release, laser cutter. Darui merged his hands to form a seal, unleashing a laser that shot straight towards Shikyaku's back, but just before impact, it inexplicably curved and targeted the space between the rakege and Shikyaku. He aimed to separate the rakege from Shikyaku to rescue him. Unfortunately, sensing the wind release, Shikyaku freed one hand to intercept it. The laser struck his palm entirely. Darui's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? He actually caught the wind release with his hand. Looking closely, Shikyaku's palm emitted a faint wisp of smoke as he shook his hand. Hey, young man, would you be willing to become my pawn? Your Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu is rather impressive. What? Darui was still astonished by Shikyaku's physical strength when suddenly, a shadow darted toward him. It was Shikyaku, wielding the rakege and preparing to smash him down. He was using the rakege as a mere tool. Darui, not daring to delay, sprang into action, hoping to reclaim their fourth rakege. However, this was precisely Shikyaku's cunning battle strategy. At the moment Darui sought to retrieve the rakege, Shikyaku deliberately loosened his grip, surrendering the rakege to him. Simultaneously, he delivered a swift kick to Darui's abdomen from his blind spot. Both the rakege and Darui were sent flying. When they crashed into a massive boulder, Darui spewed blood. His insides had been obliterated. Such damage was beyond even Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, to remedy. Darui, the fourth rakege, struggled to rise, gazing at his loyal subordinate, who was barely clinging to life, with tears in his eyes. He had been his right-hand man, someone he had even considered for succession. Now, he was on the brink of death. Ea, the fourth rakege roared, attempting to summon his full lightning release chakra mode as usual. Yet, as he moved, his body reacted with nothing but excruciating pain. Where was his chakra? The jutsu? No. Where were his meridians? Nothing remained, only the agonizing torment. It was then that the fourth rakege realized the terrifying enemy he had provoked. Understanding the price for the fortitude of a man from Kumogakure, that was none other than the legendary Shikyaku. Fear, terror surged within him like a tidal wave, as the once unfaltering warrior felt fear for the first time. Step by step, Shikyaku approached, ignoring the incapacitated rakege, instead seizing Darui. With a gentle squeeze of his neck, he dispatched him. Heh, your leadership is lacking. You couldn't even grant your subordinate a swift end. With that, Shikyaku vanished in an instant, reappearing behind another of the rakege's guards, Jonin-shi. Jonin-shi was a versatile ninja, particularly skilled in sensory techniques, though his taijutsu was lacking. Caught off guard by Shikyaku's sudden assault, he had no time to react before being knocked unconscious. Shikyaku discarded the unconscious Jonin-shi to his left and Darui's lifeless body to his right. He quickly formed seals with both hands, summoning impure world reincarnation. Dust swirled as it enveloped Jonin-shi's body. The piercing sensation of his soul awakened him. However, before he could utter a single cry, he was entirely consumed by the impure world reincarnation, ultimately taking on Darui's form. Darui, resurrected through impure world reincarnation. Not far away, the fourth rakege watched this scene. His face devoid of color, devoid of chakra, he was akin to a mere farmer. The resurrected Darui retained his original consciousness. Yet his movements were no longer under his control. He was entirely manipulated by Shikyaku. What is this? Darui, go assist your esteemed rakege. Let us search for the corpses of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, commanded Shikyaku. Wait, what is happening to my body? Despite knowing that Shikyaku was his enemy, Darui found himself unable to attack. Instead, he silently moved to obey Shikyaku's will, seizing the fourth rakege. It was a grasp, not a support. It was not merely a verbal command, but a thought controlling Darui's actions. Reikage-sama, my body is out of control. I apologize. The fourth Reikage's eyes trembled. For not only was he gripped by Darui, but by she as well. This cruel act of one corpse possessing two souls made Shikyaku. He glared at Shikyaku, wishing to curse him, but the words caught in his throat, as if lodged there. From Shikyaku's descent to this point, the dialogue between both sides had transpired in the span of mere 2 minutes. The three individuals could not endure for even 2 minutes. Is it true that the legendary Sakuya Shihouin has become this formidable? Darui, you have been controlled by this fellow, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique. Impure world reincarnation? No wonder. Well then, shall we proceed to locate the corpses of Kinkaku and Jinkaku? Sakuya Shihouin inquired. However, 2 precious minutes have already been squandered. The ninjas of the Cloud Village, upon witnessing the Reikage's misfortune, have sounded the alarm, and all ninjas within the village have gathered. In his perception, a considerable amount of chakra was rapidly approaching, undoubtedly the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. 8 Tails, I have already wasted 2 minutes. I can no longer afford to play with you. With that, he slowly formed hand seals. Summoning technique, 9 Tails. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, the full form of the 9 Tails appeared before everyone. Its fiery body and 9 wildly thrashing tails, inscribing a deep-seated terror in the hearts of the Cloud Ninjas. Master, where are we? The 9 Tails inquired. The Cloud Village. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki is on his way. Assist me in dealing with these minions. Leave it to me. I hardly regard the 8 Tails as a threat, Master. Naturally, with the orders given, he leaped onto a nearby peak. Meanwhile, the impure world reincarnation Darui, uncontrollably grasping the Reikage, swiftly followed. The 3 leapt atop the peak, rapidly vanishing into the depths of the Cloud Village. Indeed, your village is also researching the 9 Tails power residing within Kinkaku and Jinkaku, the Land of Water. It is a small nation adjacent to the Land of Water, composed entirely of small islands. A pitcher plant emerged from the ground of one such island. Are you sure this is the place? White Zetsu inquired. Black Zetsu sensed the surroundings and replied after a moment. This is indeed the place. Years ago, an artificial enhancement summoning beast project was initiated here. I see. So can we find a vessel here? It is not easy to find one that can replace Nagato. Indeed, it is a pity about such a promising specimen like Nagato. However, you still have not answered me. What can we find here? Black Zetsu, leading the way, explained, that project was exceedingly dangerous, while ordinary beasts might suffice. Creating powerful summoning beasts could potentially flatten this island, or even escape to wreak havoc on the world. Thus, the Uzumaki clan was brought here. So, does that mean we might find someone with red hair here? Let us search and see. They may not necessarily be suitable. Black Zetsu mumbled. And if it comes to the worst, we might have to lower our standards. As long as her sealing technique talent is considerable, that would suffice. Wow. Is it true that if we can lower the standards, the little grass ninja girl we encountered would also work? Let us not mention her. That girl is far too weak. Nagato had the Rinnegan implanted at a young age, but if it were to be given to that girl, she would perish immediately. Oh. White Zetsu replied, and then began rambling about trivial matters. Finally, guided by Black Zetsu's formidable sensing ability, they discovered a volcano. Within that volcano lay a hidden cave. Black Zetsu displayed a glimmer of hope and said, "Let us go. The person we seek is inside." As he spoke, the pitcher plant slowly descended, merging into the ground. Before long, the pitcher plant separated from the walls and fell into the cave. This ability is perfectly suited to this environment. Absolute tread lightly as they entered the cave. Soon, they could hear voices arguing inside. We cannot do this. Why not? We must dare to break through. I want to try. This is bad. It's out of control. Anoka, quickly come and seal it. Upon hearing the word seal, a triumphant smile appeared on Black Zetsu's face. The prey was right before them. As they traversed the cave and peered inside, they beheld a grotesque creature extending its tentacles, having already slain several men clad in white coats. Among them, a beautiful girl with fiery red hair was exerting her abilities. Golden chains swiftly ensnared the hideous monster. Waves of sealing power surged forth. As the sealing power melded, the grotesque creature quickly quieted and ultimately fell into a deep slumber. After completing this, the red-haired girl was drenched in sweat, nearly exhausted. Upon witnessing this, both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were overjoyed. Hee hee. Don't imitate unhealthy behaviors. Ah, Is this considered unhealthy? Enough of that. Let us hurry and check if that girl is the one we seek. We cannot afford to waste time. Boom. The entrance of the Cloud Village was under heavy bombardment. The village was strewn with corpses. The ground was littered with lifeless bodies, all pierced by a single lightning technique. Retreat. Everyone, I apologize. Quickly evade. Lightning release. Black spot. Reikage-sama. Darui. With the final scream, the surrounding cloud ninjas laid down for eternity. All I desire is the corpses of Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Must you go to such lengths? Sakuya Shihouin remarked, strolling casually, then turning to the incapacitated fourth Reikage, asked, how do you assess those who rush forth to meet their demise? Sakuya Shihouin, you are the Reikage. Do not shout my name like that. It frightens me. Then, retrieve the corpses of Kinkaku and Jinkaku. As soon as the words left his mouth, without waiting for any action from the fourth Reikage, Darui, under the impure world reincarnation, compelled him forward. Many buildings within the Cloud Village were circular forts, and the central laboratory was no exception. The Reikage's office was situated atop a mountain, and their central laboratory was established directly below. Darui, with his limbs beyond his control, entered the laboratory, making his way toward the innermost metallic container marked with the character for gold. Just as he was about to obtain the corpses of Kinkaku and Jinkaku, Sakuya Shihouin suddenly sensed a sharp chakra, unable to suppress a smile. More have come to deliver themselves? Turning his head, he spotted a woman with chestnut-colored hair, her lithe form resembling that of a cat, unleashing a blue-black fire technique, swiftly following up with a clawed attack. Universal Pull. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakuya Shihouin activated Universal Pull. Although its power was modest, sending a body flying through the air was effortlessly accomplished. Observing the fire technique and the woman being repelled, he smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. Oh, it is the two tails of the Cloud Village. Do you wish to dance as well? The Cloud Village is home to two-tailed beasts, the 8 tails, second only to the 9 tails, and the 2 tails, whose chakra surpasses that of the 1 tails. Regardless of the strength of the tailed beasts, the Cloud Village's treatment of their Jinchuriki is something other ninja villages could learn from for a lifetime. The 8 tails Jinchuriki is capable of skillfully wielding the power of the 8 tails, and it is only reasonable to presume that the 2 tails Jinchuriki from the same village is not far behind. Although unaware of what transpired, the wooden figure that had been sent flying slowly rose, her exquisite features radiating a dangerous aura akin to that of a wildcat. However, all that mattered was tearing you apart, right? Humph. Sakuya Shikazuki of the Shifang Institute shook his head and smiled. Nibi, from the very beginning, I harbored no animosity towards your village. I merely sought the remains of the gold and silver horns. Such a simple matter, yet why has it escalated to this? Enough boasting. How dare you invade one of the 5 great shinobi villages and leave alive? That would bring shame to Kumogakure. Oh, so it is a foolish sense of pride that drives you. Sakuya nodded, contemplating the rationale. Otherwise, this group of cloud shinobi would not be falling one after another. Embrace your demise. Fire Mouse Jewel. The wooden figure unleashed another black-blue fireball from its mouth. While its temperature was not comparable to typical fire techniques, its speed was astonishingly swift. The rapidly flying Fire Mouse Jewel hurtled towards Sakuya. In response, a red circular glow flashed on Sakuya's right wrist, and a broad axe materialized in his hand. With a mighty swing, he shattered the diminutive fireball. However, the broken remnants did not dissipate. Instead, they transformed into a multitude of blue flames that pursued him. Observing the seemingly insignificant fireballs, Sakuya chose not to evade. He allowed them to collide with him, feeling merely a warm sensation. Meanwhile, the agile wooden figure, with elongated claws extending, closed in. Those claw-like appendages, reminiscent of 1,000 blades, were not something anyone wished to be struck by. Sakuya effortlessly raised his red glowing axe to block. Clang. The sound was melodious. What splendid claws. But it was not over yet. The wooden figure, seeing her claws thwarted, revealed a charming yet chilling smile. In the next instant, her entire being was engulfed in a blazing chakra. Undoubtedly, the chakra of Nibi. And she had directly entered her second state. Amplified by the power of the tailed beast, her strength surged, eclipsing that of any muscular adversary. Huh! She exclaimed, exerting force through her arms, aiming to subdue Sakuya. However, her strike yielded no anticipated effect. She had hoped to disarm him and deliver a chilling scratch. Yet even with the power of the second state, She could not budge Sakuya an inch. "Dear lady, your dance lacks elegance, but I would gladly refine it for you." As soon as the words left his lips, a flash of red light flickered before him, and once more, a red circular glow appeared on Sakuya's wrist. With that, his weapon multiplied instantaneously. In his right hand, he wielded the red glowing axe, while his left conjured a red glowing chain from thin air. With a swift motion, he flung the chain, wrapping it around her multiple times before she could react. Even more infuriatingly, a red collar was fastened around her neck. Furious, the wooden figure attempted to muster her strength, but suddenly, immense force surged through the red chain and collar. Her body was yanked into the air. Thud! The second state wooden figure arched gracefully through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, scattering a multitude of corpses nearby. Yet this was not the end. As Sakuya swung again, her body was hurled from one side to the other. Thud! 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 Eventually, even Nibi within the wooden figure could no longer watch, and her colossal chakra erupted. The blue-black flames began to replace the dark red of the second state, morphing the wildcat's form until a gigantic Nibi cat emerged. The chains binding the wooden figure shattered. After all, they were physical weapons, not sealing chains. Detestable human. Both the wooden figure and Nibi roared in unison as the feline opened its gaping maw, rapidly forming a pitch-black bomb. Oh, a beautiful heterochromatic cat. How could I have forgotten after all these years? Nibi's fury caused the surrounding air to swirl, the gust strong enough to scatter the corpses on the ground. The tailed beast bomb contained unfathomable power. Yet, in the face of such an assault, Sakuya's countenance revealed no trace of fear. Divine might. For him, that space-time ninjutsu was merely a skill, not a bloodline technique. Thus, he effortlessly raised his arm, aiming at the imminent tailed beast bomb. The space-time vortex began to distort, and Nibi's freshly formed bomb inexplicably vanished amidst the chaos of temporal distortion. This left both Nibi and the wooden figure in a state of astonishment. That was space-time ninjutsu. Now, Nibi, kindly retreat to the entrance. What? In Nibi's trembling gaze, the space-time before her warped once more. Within that swirling vortex, a pitch-black tailed beast bomb hurtled towards Nibi's head. Most importantly, behind that bomb surged an overwhelming force. That thrust surpassed even Nibi's own propulsion. Boom! Upon contact, the colossal Nibi was propelled into the air before the bomb detonated. The explosion reverberated through the space, sending Nibi soaring toward the gates of Kimogakure. At this moment, Sakuya flicked his wrist, disregarding the insignificant Nibi, and turned his gaze toward the research facility of Kimogakure. Darui, resurrected through Edo Tensei, emerged, one hand restraining the fourth raikage and the other clutching a metallic container. Seeing this, Sakuya smiled with satisfaction. As expected of the raikage. So many have come to rescue you. Shikazuki, how on earth have you survived to this era? Would you like to know? Indeed. Alas, I shall not divulge that to you. Now, I will grant you a moment to leave your final words, raikage. Young one. Final words? Darui was taken aback. He gazed at his esteemed raikage, whose chakra pathways had been damaged, rendering him incapable of using ninjutsu or mounting any resistance. Subjectively, he wished for the raikage survival. But objectively, why would they spare a useless enemy? He realized. Raikage, please escape quickly. Shikazuki intends to use you as a sacrifice for Edo Tensei. Damn it. My body won't obey. The fourth raikage glared at Sakuya, gritting his teeth. Indeed, your malice exceeds all expectations. Oh, it seems your farewell has concluded. The esteemed raikage, I never imagined you would utter such drivel before your demise. With that, Sakuya willed Darui to release the metallic container. From within, he retrieved a lump of experimental flesh. Raikage run. Darui's body was beyond his control, leaving him to anxiously shout. But it was too late. Once he initiated the attack at the entrance, the outcome had been sealed. Sakuya, with swift precision, prepared the ritual, forming hand seals for Edo Tensei. Regardless of whether the raikage still possessed his strength, as long as he was alive, he could serve as a sacrificial offering. Once designated as a sacrifice, he would naturally endure the suffering that befell one. The raikage let out a piercing howl. The protracted duration of this impure world reincarnation technique subjected the fourth raikage to the full extent of worldly suffering. Ultimately, a disfigured, flaxen-haired man materialized. Kinshiki. This sensation. Kinshiki muttered, gazing at his hands. Lord Raikage. Darui's lamentations startled Kinshiki. Who is this child? Kinshiki wondered. Suddenly, he sensed an immensely potent and familiar power. He turned abruptly, aghast. Shiba. Greetings, Kinshiki. Long time no see. Shiba smiled, a crimson halo flashing on his right wrist, conjuring a short spear. He violently thrust the spear into Kinshiki's skull. This is for letting that maggot gnaw on the nine tails. One spear was not enough to assuage his fury. He summoned another crimson spear and impaled Kinshiki's head once more. The system's impure world reincarnation technique was highly refined. Even with a pierced skull, Kinshiki did not lose consciousness. Two crimson spears protruded from Kinshiki's head, making him look comical. Shiba. Ah, this is impure world reincarnation. Kinshiki, initially intimidated by Shiba's power, realized his reincarnated form was virtually invincible and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect to see you so exasperated, Shiba. Shiba paused, his hand hovering over another crimson spear. He relinquished the weapon altogether. Kneel, he commanded softly. At the conjurer's command, Kinshiki's body uncontrollably buckled, his knees slamming to the ground with a thud. What? Me? Kinshiki was horrified to find his body unresponsive and himself kneeling, feeling utterly humiliated. He realized the one who had resurrected him was not the Cloud Village whelp, but the Nine-Tails master. Shiba. Damn it. To make me kneel. Humph. When you were alive, you and your brother were nothing more than mountain bandits, forest dogs. If I command you to kneel, you will kneel. Where is Ginkaku? Shiba placed his foot on Kinshiki's shoulder, yanking out the two crimson spears, then plunging them vertically into his crown. Rest assured, I will resurrect Ginkaku soon, and you brothers will be reunited. The reincarnated Darui, against his will, shuffled back into the laboratory, where a metal canister labeled gin awaited. Kinshiki craned his neck, dust falling from his head, but he could see clearly. The Cloud Village fellows actually put Ginkaku. Don't worry, you came from a canister too. Shiba sneered, urging Darui forward. He cast his gaze into the distance. All right, now all I need is a sacrifice. Kinshiki and Ginkaku were brothers. So who was the fourth Raikage brother? Indubitably, it was the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, the bull octopus monster at the Cloud Village gate. Though not blood brothers, it would suffice. Arise, Kinshiki. I will show you the current Cloud Village and the resurrection of your brother, Ginkaku. Cloud Village, the main gate. Or rather, where the main gate used to be. The Nine-Tails felt immense pressure. If it were just the Eight-Tails, it could easily pummel it. However, the Cloud Village's military strength was even greater than the Leaf Village. Even in peacetime, they could mobilize thousands of ninjas in real time. The Eight-Tails was formidable, but with thousands of Cloud Ninja, it could be a fair fight. The Nine-Tails could have held its own against the Cloud Village forces, but with an unexpected arrival, the situation deteriorated. Nine-Tails versus Eight-Tails, Two-Tails 1,000 Cloud Ninja. Yujito, why are you here? What's happening inside? Lord Raikage might be in danger. Brother, Killer Bee no longer rapped, indicating the severity of the situation. Alas, despite the urgency, he could not disengage from the Nine-Tails assault. Suddenly, the rear ranks were attacked. A violent whirlwind lifted dozens of Cloud Village Chunin. Then came a familiar technique, lightning release. Black Panther. The Black Lightning Panther pounced into the crowd, tackling a Jonin and detonating. The Black Lightning was particularly unforgettable for the Cloud Village. It belonged to the previous Raikage. Now, the ninja who inherited it was the fourth Raikage's right-hand man, Darui. Why was Darui attacking his own Cloud Ninja? Many did not know. Only those present who witnessed it knew that Darui was not betraying them, but was being controlled. Everyone, get out of the way. Storm release is coming. Darui shouted, urging the Cloud Ninja to retreat, while simultaneously releasing ninjutsu to kill them. The impure world reincarnation body did not need to conserve chakra. He could unleash ninjutsu limitlessly. In mere moments, nearly 100 Cloud Ninja had fallen to Darui's hands. A terrifying number. Shiba had no time to waste on these peons. He leaped high, his form draconic, bearing down on the massive Eight-Tails. The master has arrived. Humph, Eight-Tails, you and your Jinchuriki are doomed. The Nine-Tails gloated. That's the man, Killer Bee. That's who kidnapped Lord Raikage. Yujito warned urgently. The Eight-Tails and Killer Bee ceased their assault on the Nine-Tails, turning their attention to Shiba. Blay. The Eight-Tails roared, three tentacles extending and lashing at Shiba in midair. What did you do to my brother? Seeing the tentacles approaching, Shiba sneered. A crimson broadsword materialized in his right hand. He gripped the sword, spinning violently, like a cutting machine, severing the tentacles into dozens of pieces. As he severed the tentacles, his body descended like a crimson cyclone, landing on the eight tails. "You have time to worry about the rakeage?" He sneered. His fist, charged with power, landed mercilessly on the eight tails. A shock wave erupted, even displacing the surrounding air. Thud! With a muffled thud, the eight tails reeled as if struck by lightning, its massive body collapsing. People could not comprehend such power. It was as if an ant had felled an elephant with a single blow. Inconceivable. The eight tails was acutely sensitive to pain. Its Jinchuriki would bear a corresponding proportion of the pain. Killer Bee felt as if his back had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. His entire torso felt shattered. "Ack! Eight tails!" The two tails cried out, rushing to help. It extended its claws, swiping at Shiba on the eight tails' back. Smack! The two tails' claws struck, but did not hit Shiba, as if deflected by an invisible force. This invisible force was the same as before. Almighty push. On the back of the eight tails, Sakanoyo of the Shifenjuin retracted his arm, addressing the two tails, "Do not bother me. I shall deal with you shortly, so be patient." With that, he unleashed another powerful punch, striking the eight tails squarely on its back. The area on the eight tails' back was a prominent protrusion. To anticipate Sakanoyo's attack, one often needed to observe any raised features on the target, such as a rhinoceros horn or the eight tails' back. This blow carried the same force as the previous one, forcibly flattening the hump on the eight tails' back and causing the ground beneath to collapse. The eight tails let out a mournful cry, filled with anguish. At that moment, Sakanoyo's consciousness stirred, and he couldn't help but smirk. In his perception, the repeatedly struck eight tails was contemplating an escape. It is well known that the eight tails' ability to escape is nearly insurmountable, so much so that even Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan cannot penetrate it. However, after Sakanoyo advanced his mental prowess through the use of the crumbling jade, his mastery over the mind had become virtually omnipotent within this ninja realm. "Escape? Were you not just concerned about the rakeage?" He scoffed as he formed Amy seal with his hands. Not considering himself a ninja did not preclude him from forming seals. As the seals were completed, his mental energy manifested as an expansive barrier, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters in an instant. Within this mental barrier, everything became transparent to his heightened perception. He swiftly locked onto the eight tails and its Jinchuriki. His mental energy coalesced into twin shackles, racing towards the eight tails and Killer Bee. The eight tails let out a desperate howl as its escape was forcibly interrupted. Meanwhile, within the eight tails, Killer Bee experienced a sharp pain in his soul and lost consciousness on the spot. "Now, let us part ways." The bond between the eight tails and its Jinchuriki was profound, and their seal had long since been lifted. Without the constraints of the seal, he could easily use his mental power to separate the eight tails from its host. However, for non-Uzumaki Jinchuriki, the extraction would result in immediate death. The deceased could no longer serve as vessels for the impure world reincarnation. Thus, it was imperative to perform the technique precisely at the moment of extraction. As he focused his mind, the figure of the Golden Horn, far behind the crowd, began to transform. Both Golden and Silver Horn possessed the power of the Nine Tails, albeit in different forms. The power they wielded was derived from consuming the flesh of the Nine Tails. This act once led the foolish second Raikage to command his village's ninjas to consume the eight tails octopus limbs in a misguided attempt to create an army of eight tails. However, that endeavor ended in disaster for those foolish ninjas. In the world of Naruto, one cannot simply consume without proper lineage. With Sakanoyo's command, Golden Horn completed its transformation into a tailed beast in an instant. The brutal energy of the Nine Tails erupted, sending a multitude of cloud shinobi flying. Subsequently, the tailed beast Golden Horn, clutching a metallic canister inscribed with the character Silver, charged forward. In its tailed beast form, Golden Horn rampaged through the ranks of cloud shinobi, who hastily tried to dodge. Those unable to evade were struck down without mercy. The separation of the eight tails and its Jinchuriki was nearing completion. The eight tails octopus limbs were stretched to their limits, ultimately transforming into liquefied chakra. It was evident that the eight tails hesitated to depart from its host. Yet, Sakanoyo's will was unyielding. The last remnants of the eight tails chakra were akin to a taut rubber band, on the verge of snapping. Meanwhile, the frenzied tailed beast Golden Horn provided its brother's physical essence just in time. With this, Sakanoyo initiated the ritual, hands clasped, Summoning. Impure world reincarnation. The Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, who had only a faint connection with the Eight Tails, had not yet perished. Just as he landed, a peculiar technique emerged from the ground, enveloping Killer Bee's body in a cloud of dust. Eventually, he transformed into a grotesque figure with gray hair and horns, none other than Silverhorn. Upon witnessing this, Sakuya retracted his mental barrier. The Eight Tails' body relaxed, letting out a painful wail. The Two Tails and the wooden figure were equally devastated. Yet what was this? The real spectacle was only just beginning. A cold smile adorned Sakuya's face. With a mere thought, the recently revived Silverhorn erupted in dark red Nine-Tails chakra. In the blink of an eye, he morphed into a tailed beast form just like Golden Horn. Golden Horn and Silverhorn, assemble. Notification, resurrection of Golden Horn and Silverhorn, complete. Notification, selecting weapon for host. Notification, congratulations, host has acquired a long sword. Notification, host may now imbue the long sword with 6 paths level concepts. Receiving the system's information, Sakuya furrowed his brow, contemplating. Imbuing a concept means assigning characteristics to a weapon. This concept is entirely dictated by human imagination, limitless in potential. One could even designate it as the sword of creation. This is the intriguing aspect of this reward. However, it has a ceiling, 6 paths level. As the name suggests, this is the level of the Sage of 6 paths. The pinnacle, but it cannot exceed the power limit of the Sage. Let me ponder. From this day forth, in dealing with the Raikage, he exerted too much force, shattering the Crimson Long Spear. Against the Two Tails, he was similarly overwhelmed by its enlarged form. Even the DNA spear wielded by a certain Ten Tails Jinchuriki was easily broken. So fragile. They were all too fragile. If that is the case, I shall imbue this weapon with a concept, indestructibility. Notification, concept imbued successfully. Notification, congratulations, host has acquired an indestructible long sword. As the system chimed, a pitch-black long sword descended from above. The sword was massive, even larger than Ichigo Kurosaki's oversized blade. Sakuya grasped the hilt, feeling its perfect balance and weight. He examined the sword closely. It was entirely black but not reflective, resembling the darkest substance known to man, devoid of any metallic sheen. The blade, though not razor-sharp, was undeniably keen. Judging by the length of the hilt, it should be a two-handed sword. However, he could wield it effortlessly with one hand. Most importantly, this 6 paths level weapon seemed to conceal additional convenient abilities. Sword link. Regardless of the distance, a connection exists between the master and the sword, allowing the sword to be summoned back using the heavenly lock. Sword escape. The sword itself is part of the bloodline limit, allowing the master to conceal it within their body. The sword itself being part of the bloodline limit. How fascinating. I am quite satisfied. Whispering to himself, he shifted his gaze back to the battlefield. The two-tailed beast-formed monsters were wreaking havoc among the Cloud Shinobi. Golden Horn and Silverhorn were true abominations, with horns adorning their heads and tailed beast-level chakra coursing within them. Meanwhile, not far away, the remaining 2 powers of the Cloud Village, the 8 Tails and 2 Tails, were being restrained by the 9 Tails. Kurama, obliterate the 8 Tails. I find such an abstract and unsightly creature offensive to my sight. Sakuya Shihouin declared with frigid indifference. Upon receiving this directive, the 9 Tails, invigorated as if by adrenaline, promptly ceased its containment of the 2 Tails and launched a ferocious assault on the 8 Tails. Though the 9-tailed beasts were of the same ilk, millennia had elapsed, rendering familial ties irrelevant. Descent was met with brute force. The 9 Tails began to relentlessly pummel the 8 Tails. Meanwhile, Sakuya Shihouin shifted his attention to the 2 Tails. Feline, I previously mentioned dealing with you, and now I've arrived. As the words faded, he darted forward, wielding a massive black sword, and charged towards the 2 Tails. What? The 2 Tails exclaimed in surprise. With its feline reflexes, it was unable to discern Sakuya Shihouin's trajectory. This singular misstep would prove costly. Huh. Sakuya Shihouin materialized behind the 2 Tails' nape, raising his ebony greatsword and slamming it downward. It was a strike, not a cut. Rumbling. The earth quaked, and dust billowed. The 2 Tails' limbs buckled, and its colossal body collapsed to the ground. Even for a tailed beast, the impact was staggering. Mew. The 2 Tails wailed, rolling on the ground, the noble beast reduced to the desperate scratching of a feral cat. Sakuya Shihouin smiled serenely, employing Kimui to teleport from midair to the Two Tails' back. He lifted his foot and delivered a thunderous kick. The massive-tailed beast was sent hurtling through the air like a kicked ball. The Two Tails, now a dark blue projectile, crashed into the nearest mountain outside the hidden cloud village. Rumbling, the mountain trembled, and boulders cascaded from its summit. The Two Tails' massive form was embedded in the rock by the tremendous force. The hidden cloud ninja, who were being massacred by the transformed gold and silver brothers, were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. This was a level of power beyond their comprehension, akin to agrarian people witnessing advanced technological weaponry. After launching the Two Tails, Sakuya Shihouin, propelled by his levitation ability, quickly pursued it. Thump, thud, thump, thud. After several minutes of relentless torment, the Two Tails was subdued, lying limp on the ground as its chakra gradually receded, attempting to retreat into its Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, the two transformed monsters had slaughtered nearly all of the 1,000 hidden cloud ninja. The majority were residents of the village, and many returning from missions abroad met their demise in their homeland. Sakuya Shihouin ceased his assault, watching as the Two Tails retreated into its Jinchuriki. He approached the unconscious Yujito. A flash of red light emanated from his right wrist, and a set of shackles materialized once more. He fastened the red shackles on Yujito and began to mentally activate her. The tailed beast's power offered some protection to its Jinchuriki, otherwise, Yujito would have perished from the onslaught. Awaken. His mental energy relentlessly stimulated Yujito's consciousness, eventually succeeding in rousing her. However, forcibly awakened, Yujito was disoriented, her vision blurred, and she could barely stand. Two Tails kitten, how amusing, Sakuya Shihouin said, a slight upturn to his lips. Become my pet, or face annihilation today. The Two Tails within Yujito trembled. The once proud Matatabi was now a pitiful stray. Whoa, fear not, the Nine Tails has endured what you have. Behold its current magnificence. The choice is yours, uncoerced. Uncoerced. The words were disingenuous. No one had ever abused a tailed beast to this extent. Even Madara Uchiha merely subjugated them with his ocular powers, and Hashirama Senju suppressed them with his wood techniques, sealing them when necessary. This Sakuya Shihouin was an unmitigated fiend, the epitome of human malevolence. THR. The Two Tails had not yet decided when Sakuya Shihouin began to count down. TW. With only one number remaining, the Two Tails' mind raced. It desperately extracted a wisp of chakra, forcing it out of Yujito's body and along the red chains towards Sakuya Shihouin. It made the chakra as docile as possible, like an obedient kitten submitting to its master. Excellent, a wise choice. Sakuya Shihouin smiled, using his levitation ability to ascend, pulling the Two Tails' Jinchuriki along with the red shackles. Perhaps the Two Tails wondered why this man ordered the Nine Tails to attack the Eight Tails, yet sought to tame it, the inferior Two Tails. Inscrutable. Any fool would choose the Eight Tails over the Two Tails, wouldn't they? But it would never understand that Sakuya Shihouin was no fool. Nor would it ever know that a man with the combat prowess of a Ten Tails Jinchuriki disregarded the tonnage chakra units of the ninja world. In this realm, he indulged his whims. What difference was there between the Two Tails and the Eight Tails to this man? What difference between a Genin and a Kage, a Byakugan and a Rinnegan? If he found the Eight Tails displeasing, he would discard or destroy it. If he found the Two Tails, a blue-flamed feline, pleasing and agreeable, he would tame it. Such was his character. It was that simple. Sakuya Shihouin ascended into the sky as the Nine Tails' summoning jutsu expired, and it vanished from the hidden cloud village entrance. As for the two scourges, the impure world reincarnation belonged to the summoning school, which in turn belonged to space-time ninjutsu. Once he was finished toying with them, he would summon their coffins and retrieve them. Sky was a hidden cloud jonin. At the age of 23, leading a team on missions marked him as one of his generation's elite. The previous week, his team had accepted a B-rank mission requiring them to venture into the sea. After such a long time, they had finally completed it. As he led his 3 eager students back to the village, he was stunned by what he saw. Ruin was everywhere. The towering peaks that guarded the hidden cloud village were truncated, their summits sheared off. Boulders filled the ravines. His first thought was a natural disaster, but his heart was filled with trepidation. As he led his team around a mountain path, they finally caught sight of the hidden cloud village's high walls. He was aghast, his eyes trembling. The corpses that littered the entrance to the hidden cloud village were a horrifying sight. He abandoned his 3 students, bursting into a sprint toward the village. The stench of blood emanating from the mass of thousands of corpses nearly overwhelmed him. His body trembled uncontrollably. Finally, he recognized some familiar faces among the dead. Brother, Rui. He rushed over in a panic, lifting the bodies from the ground, but they were already cold. Who? Who? His eyes bloodshot, he scanned the village. But there was no sign of battle, only deathly silence. Where are the villagers? Is there no one in the village? At that moment, he heard shouts behind him. He turned to see other hidden cloud ninja returning from missions abroad. They gazed at the carnage, their hearts filled with the same anguish. What happened? Who attacked the village? Where is Lord Rakich? And where is Lord Killer Bee? They scanned their surroundings, and aside from the corpses, there were enormous, smoking octopus limbs. The harrowing battlefield continued to assault their hearts. Could it be that even Lord Killer Bee has? Suddenly, with a perceptive ninja's seal, they paused. Was there residual chakra from three-tailed beasts in the air? 3. How could there be 3? There were only 2 with the wood release. At that moment, they were suddenly overshadowed by 2 looming figures. When they turned to look, they saw 2 towering silhouettes outlined by the setting sun. The tailed beasts, Kin and Jin, strode forward with the grimness of death. Days prior, in the Hidden Rain village, under the orders of Lord Angel, the entire village was on high alert, bolstered by threefold their usual military presence. This was merely the Rain Ninjas. The true core strength lay in the remnants of the Akatsuki organization. The Angel had foreseen that such a tumultuous battle within the Land of Rain would undoubtedly attract the attention of neighboring nations. And indeed, on this day, the Hidden Rain village welcomed an unexpected visitor. At last, I have successfully infiltrated. Jiraiya exhaled, crawling out from the mouth of a toad, astonished at the village's stringent security. He wondered whether that old coot, Hanzo, was still alive. Just as he felt a moment of relief, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. Oh no, I forgot that the Land of Rain has cleared up. Jiraiya swiftly darted below the buildings and looked up to see a young man riding a white bird. Thankfully, the youth was brash and lacked ample experience. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Phew, what a relief. Jiraiya sighed again. Conan, Yahiko, are you in this village? Nagato, are you still alive? Cautiously, Jiraiya began his search for the scant trio within this pipe-like village. Unbeknownst to him, within the gaps of the pipes, a woman composed partially of paper was observing him in secret. Upon noticing Jiraiya stealthily making his way into the village, she immediately chose to seal her hands, causing 4 paper butterflies to take flight toward the village above. Before long, in the Rain Village's Rainstorm Square, a place once designated for high-level speeches, not a single shadow of a Rain ninja could be seen today. Instead, several rogue ninjas from outside the village began to arrive from all directions. To the south was the S-rank rogue ninja Itachi Uchiha from Konoha. To the east was Deidara, a rogue ninja from a Wagakure's explosive force, flying low. To the north was Haiden, a rogue ninja from Yugakure. And to the west was Sasori, a genius puppeteer from Sunagakure. Though they hailed from different directions, their gazes were remarkably united. As they approached slowly, a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair helplessly surfaced from the water in the center of the Rainstorm Square. Well, who would have thought that the great sage of toads would be surrounded? When did they discover my presence? Jiraiya remained vigilant of the 4 individuals, all clad in identical black cloaks adorned with red clouds, unmistakably united under a common goal. Yet, no one answered his query. Rather, a cold voice descended from above. Since the moment you infiltrated the Hidden Rain village, we have already detected you. Upon hearing the woman's chilling voice, Jiraiya quickly looked up to see a woman extending a pair of paper wings. Under the sunlight, she resembled an angel. With her unchanged hairstyle over the decades and her signature colors, Jiraiya swiftly identified her in his mind. You are Conan, he exclaimed. But upon seeing the black cloak with red clouds draped over her, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Have you also pledged your allegiance to someone? No. Or rather, did Nagato take over this village? Jiraiya's experiences were considerable. The S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha was one of their own, and his prowess needed no elaboration. Then there was the genius puppeteer from Sunagakure. The one riding the clay bird was likely an elite from a Wagakure's explosive unit. As for the one wielding the scythe, he was temporarily unfamiliar. In any case, to gather such powerful ninjas would require a leader of even greater strength and dominion. The Rinnegan possesses such power. Conan, I do not wish to pry into your affairs for now. I have not come to gather intelligence today. Trust me. Jiraiya gazed at the azure-haired woman in the sky, filled with memories. Conan, I simply want to know, how is Nagato? Upon hearing Nagato's name, Conan's eyes instantly turned cold. The death of Nagato was a wound in her heart. First, it was Yahiko, a comrade akin to an elder brother who perished, and now Nagato, a partner like a younger brother. Her anguish was beyond comprehension. Sensei Jiraiya, how can you still remember Nagato's name? Conan, I encountered you during the war. And as a Konoha ninja, I cared for you for 3 years while you were outside. You were like children to me. Is that so? You must be thinking, if only I had listened to Orochimaru back then. Wrong. I have never entertained such thoughts. I received news of your sacrifices during the war. Yet I did not anticipate that you were still alive. Why? Why did you not inform me? Another war, Sensei Jiraiya. The wars you great nations instigate. The victims are always the small nations caught in between, while you continue to revel in igniting yet another conflict. No one desires war, Conan. Is that so? If you die here, I would like to see if Konoha would incite yet another war. With those words, countless paper shuriken shot forth from Conan's wings, raining down upon Jiraiya like a storm of projectiles. Seeing this, Deidara, who had previously offended Conan, immediately joined the fray. Hey, old man, a woman's wrath is a terrifying thing, huh? He exclaimed, as he hurled several clay bombs into the mix. Observing this, Sasori, ever ruthless and succinct, transformed his hands into flamethrowers, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Jiraiya in the center. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions erupted in the center of the square, causing the accumulated water to evaporate instantly, enveloping Jiraiya in a cloud of steam. In the midst of this chaos, Haiden let out a strange cry, charging forward with his massive scythe. Relying on the steam, he only needed to strike the target once to succeed. However, the legendary Jiraiya was not so easily dispatched. In that steam-filled square, a brilliant chakra sphere soared toward the approaching Haiden. Udama Rasengan. Jiraiya bellowed. He had come to the Hidden Rain village seeking his 3 disciples. He would not hold back against rogue ninjas from other villages. Haiden's speed was lacking, and his combat experience paled in comparison to Jiraiya's. Jiraiya sidestepped effortlessly, evading Haiden's scythe strike and delivering the massive Rasengan directly to Haiden's abdomen. The powerful Rasengan instantly mangled Haiden's midsection, sending him flying several dozen meters away. I bear no malice. I merely wish to ask Conan a question. Do not force my hand. Otherwise, his fate will be yours. Before Jiraiya could finish, he was astonished to see Haiden, the rogue ninja from Yugakure, stand once more after being defeated by his Rasengan. Haiden rubbed his abdomen, which was emitting smoke, and muttered, "That hurts." You bastard. How could this be possible? Jiraiya was incredulous. Hit directly by that massive Rasengan, even if one did not perish, rising to one's feet so swiftly was inconceivable. What extraordinary physical prowess was this? Despite his apparent deficiencies in taijutsu, he possessed such a remarkable physique. Ahahaha, old man. Is Haiden our next opponent? You're killing me. Deidara laughed maniacally. After all, Haiden was immortal. Laughing uncontrollably, he extended his hands once more, the mouths in his palms immediately spewing forth several clay water spiders. The clay spiders danced upon the surface of the water in the plaza before charging towards Jiraiya, resembling a swarm of locusts that had spotted ripe wheat. Understanding that these white clay creations could explode, Jiraiya promptly took action. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Nevertheless, the Akatsuki members were elites among elites, and if they coordinated their attacks, they would be exceedingly formidable. Upon witnessing flames erupting from Jiraiya's mouth, the scorpion of the red sands swiftly altered his arms, transforming his flamethrowers into high-pressure water guns. 2 streams of forceful jets surged towards Jiraiya simultaneously. Concurrently, Conan and Itachi Uchiha seized the opportunity to launch paper shurikens and iron shurikens. Faced with such an all-encompassing assault, Jiraiya found himself at a loss. He immediately halted the chakra flow for his fire technique, biting his finger and swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning jutsu, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, followed by a cacophony of sounds. In the next instant, a purple toad leapt into the air, holding a large white porcelain plate. It utilized the plate to shield against the shuriken assault, charging towards the direction of the incoming shurikens, thereby avoiding the subsequent ninjutsu attacks. This was a masterful display of strategy. Onward, Toad Gama. Jiraiya called out, his spirit ignited for battle. Though I may be slow, he mused. Yet Toad Gama was anything but sluggish. The purple figure had already soared high, pressing toward Conan in midair. Lion's main jutsu. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. and his long white hair instantly extended, actively coiling towards Konan. His target today was solely Konan and her two companions. The rest were of no concern. Caught off guard by Jiraiya's sudden counterattack, Konan flapped her paper wings frantically, but could not gain much altitude, soon becoming ensnared in his lengthy white hair. Just as Jiraiya believed he had successfully captured Konan, a massive shuriken unexpectedly shot forth from the shadows of Amigakure. Another one. Jiraiya was taken aback. The lion's main jutsu was severed in an instant by the enormous shuriken, allowing Konan to escape. With a thud, Toad Gama landed, and Jiraiya turned to gaze into the shadows. Emerging from the darkness was a figure donning a pristine spiral-patterned eye mask, advancing leisurely towards the plaza. Obito? Konan expressed her confusion. She had not invited the masked man to partake in this battle. Obito? Upon hearing Konan's words, Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. Which Obito was this? Could it be the one from the 4th Hokage's era? He hastily inquired. Konan, who is he? What does Obito mean? Upon overhearing Jiraiya's inquiry, the masked man chuckled softly. Ah, Jiraiya of Konoha, do you dare to intrude upon Amigakure alone? His deep voice sent a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. It bore an ominous tone. With the resurrection of the 4th Hokage, could it be that Uchiha Obito had also returned? You, who refused to reveal your identity. Are you truly Uchiha Obito? Both of you are quite perceptive. Having guessed my identity, the masked man scoffed. His one-eyed gaze swiftly scanning the expressions of the Akatsuki members present, committing each face to memory. You guessed correctly. Unfortunately, there is no reward. How could this be? If the 4th Hokage has returned, who resurrected you? You were already. Indeed, I suffered grave injuries during my battle with Hashirama, leaving me unable to recover until this day. Thus, I have joined this organization. Suddenly, Jiraiya realized something, his brow furrowing deeply. You speak of master and disciple? Are you referring to Minato? Could it be that you, scoundrel? The masked man did not deny it, confessing, correct. The 4th Hokage and his wife perished during the Ninetales incident 12 years ago because of my involvement. You fiend. Jiraiya was enraged. Despite being in enemy territory, he struggled to maintain his composure upon learning the truth about his beloved disciple's demise. The masked man reveled in the effect of his revelation. Feeling a surge of pride, he had come today not for anything else but to solidify his name as Obito through the hands of the 3 legendary ninjas. Even the 4th Hokage recognized him as Uchiha Obito. Even the sage Toad believed him to be Uchiha Obito. What could be more convincing than this? Moreover, who else could orchestrate the Ninetales incident 12 years ago? Who could indirectly slay the 4th Hokage and his wife? It was none other than Uchiha Obito. The appearance of the 4th Hokage had cast doubt upon certain members of the Akatsuki. Therefore, today, he would use the 3 legendary ninjas to dispel that doubt. This was the reason the masked man had intruded uninvited. Toad Gama, I shall summon the 2 sages, Jiraiya declared to the purple toad beneath him, his tone brimming with murderous intent. The death of Minato, Naruto's plight, were all at the hands of this man. Today he would take his life. Toad Gama was a straightforward creature, not asking many questions, simply responding, though I may be slow, I will do my best. Onward. The command to onward was not for Toad Gama to charge headlong into battle, but to dart in various directions around Amigakure to buy time. On Toad Gama's head, Jiraiya promptly formed hand seals, an immense surge of chakra erupting forth. With 2 small clouds of smoke, Fukasaku and Shima reappeared. Well, little Jiraiya, you've been summoning us quite frequently lately. No time for explanations. Hop on my shoulder. Are we fleeing, little Jiraiya? How did that man fare last time? Who is pursuing us now? Shima inquired. Jiraiya ignored Shima's excessive chatter, directly stating, I am preparing for sage mode. Sages, lend me your strength. In the midst of their escape, Jiraiya readied sage mode. Drawing upon the might of the 2 sages, Sage Jiraiya came to a standstill. Sages, prepare for a counterattack. Onward. Little Jiraiya, so long as it's not that man from last time. Sages, target, the masked fellow. Toad Gama leaped into action, but Sage Jiraiya leapt down from its back. Toad Gama, I leave the rest to you. Do not push yourself too hard. Though I may be slow, I will do my best. The honest Toad declared as it charged towards the other Akatsuki members, becoming the fiercest Toad of the age. Meanwhile, Sage Jiraiya advanced with fierce determination towards the masked man. Sage Art, Rasengan. Against the unknown entity of Uchiha Obito, Jiraiya dared not be careless, for that was Uchiha Obito. Although he claimed to have sustained injuries during his battle with Hashirama, he was still Uchiha Obito, armed with the experience from his previous encounter with the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya resolved not to attack directly, but first to ascertain the true nature of this masked man. A small Rasengan hurtled toward the masked man's visage. This is an assault from above, targeting the sewage channel below, initiated from the drainage pipe over Amigakure. Ha. The masked man chuckled coldly. He had experienced such scenes before. Unfortunately, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, was not the Yellow Flash and lacked the Flying Thunder God technique. Just like 12 years ago, his hands were bound by shackles, and while he evaded Jiraiya's Rasengan with space-time ninjutsu, he simultaneously ensnared Jiraiya with the shackles. Nanny? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. He had anticipated that this might be a shadow clone, thinking the Rasengan would obliterate it, but to his astonishment, his attack passed right through the masked man's head. Not only that, but his entire body also penetrated through the masked man. This bewildering ability left Jiraiya utterly perplexed. The rapid exchange of blows occurred in an instant. Just as Jiraiya released a Rasengan, the masked man's chain shackles came crashing down onto his abdomen. Cough. Gag. Young Jiraiya. Although he hadn't anticipated this, Jiraiya the Sage possessed 3 heads simultaneously. If one head couldn't react, what about 3? Sage Fukasaku immediately rushed to assist Jiraiya, while Sage Shima extended her long tongue to counterattack the masked man's nape. The masked man, Obito, felt a gust of wind at the back of his head and dared not be careless. He immediately ceased attempting to restrain Jiraiya, maintaining the penetrative effect of his space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya's body, like a ghost, passed through the chains. Even then, Jiraiya could not comprehend what this ability truly was. Sage Shima's tongue extended even longer, wrapping around the pipes scattered throughout Amigakure, swinging Jiraiya to a safe position. Could this person's body be ethereal? Jiraiya murmured. Upon hearing this, Sage Fukasaku closed his eyes in concentration, suddenly startled, and opened them to say, "The perception has passed through." As the masked man exchanged positions with Jiraiya, he occupied the higher ground. Seeing Jiraiya's bewildered expression, he sneered. "Well, Hashirama inflicted such heavy damage on me that I can now disregard your ninjutsu." Hearing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. In terms of experience, he was a seasoned veteran. No, he quickly retorted. The initial touch of the chains was indeed real. But at the moment Sage Shima counterattacked, the chains became penetrable again. Yes, Sage Shima was also taken aback, secretly praising young Jiraiya's cleverness, intending to treat him to a feast tonight. Could it be controllable ethereality? Sage Fukasaku inquired, realizing that his secret was on the verge of being exposed. The masked man, Obito, dared not grant Jiraiya any more time to ponder. Dealing with this man, who bore the title of the legendary 3 ninjas, was not as effortless as imagined. Indeed, like that Orochimaru fellow, he had merely adopted a different, more troublesome approach. While speaking, he began to weave hand signs. It was the signature fire release technique of the Uchiha clan. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya did not hesitate. He was no slouch when it came to fire release. Next, I will decipher his technique. Go for it, young Jiraiya. Sage Art, 5 right gate. The classic, powerful fire release re-emerged. The masked man's small fireball was utterly insignificant. A great fire clashed against a small flame. Jiraiya, utilizing Sage Shima's long tongue, maneuvered into the blind spot, launching an attack from behind the masked man. If I use ninjutsu during this process, it shouldn't be penetrable, right? With that, Jiraiya infused his flowing hair with Sage Chakra. Sage Art, Needle Jutsu. The Needle Jutsu and Appo's minuscule and barely noticeable projectiles flew at incredible speed. At that moment, the masked man, who was engaged in a clash with the great fireball technique, suddenly halted, and by sheer coincidence, the Needle Jutsu struck his artificial body. If it was this half of his body, it would not be fatal. The masked man was struck for the first time and became somewhat flustered, immediately halting the great fireball technique and subsequently using Kimui to vanish into thin air. Vanished? I felt the impact. It must have hit. Young Jiraiya, it seems your conjecture was correct. Jiraiya and the Toads rejoiced in their hearts, regardless of the circumstances. They had finally grasped a fragment of the masked man's unique ability. But just then, calamity struck. Distant shouts echoed, accompanied by a commotion, as Toadkin vanished amidst the smoke. The world's most formidable Toad couldn't withstand the Akatsuki's relentless assault for even a minute. The Akatsuki members who had defeated Toadkin were now charging towards Jiraiya. Damn it. Just as I was beginning to understand Obito's abilities, Jiraiya felt a pang of regret. If only he could continue fighting, perhaps. But alas, there are no ifs. Young Jiraiya, what are you planning to do? The sage-mode Jiraiya gazed at the rapidly approaching Konan, his mind filled with memories of the three young ones in the small cabin. Nagato and Yahiko had yet to emerge. Perhaps they weren't in this village. Damn it. It must be that Obito fellow who has manipulated Nagato. If Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan, falls into Obito and Appo's schemes, the consequences would be dire. Sage Fukasaku observed the resolute expression on Jiraiya and Appo's face. Young Jiraiya, I understand, but this is the closest place to them. If I escape this time, I may not even see Konan again next time. Thus, in Konoha. During the last days of August in the 60th year, Sakihito from the Land of Thunder hurried back to Konoha. He rushed there, and on the way back, he had been accompanied by the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, which delayed him for a few days. However, 3 days were inconsequential. Having successfully completed his system task, he now had an even grander plan. Upon returning to Konoha, he temporarily entrusted the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to the Nine-Tails for safekeeping. He then floated towards the heart of Konoha. Under the rule of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Konoha had undergone a series of reforms, including the research lab of Orochimaru. Only those few individuals who had been in the hospital knew about Orochimaru's resurrection. However, the benefits that Orochimaru's revival would bring to Konoha's ninjas would be widespread and substantial. Wait. Upon arriving in the village, he initially intended to head straight to Orochimaru's lab, but unexpectedly found Tsunade intercepting him first. What's the matter, little Tsunade? The old man, huffing. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, there are 2 matters you must participate in discussing. Witnessing Tsunade's unusually resolute tone for the first time, Sakihito decided to defer his visit to Orochimaru's lab and asked her, what has happened? Follow me. Tsunade led Sakihito into the Hokage's office. Inside sat the aging Hokage Advisory Council. The 2 elders stood up and bowed upon seeing Sakihito. Lord Sakihito. Lord Sakihito. Please sit. Yes. Tsunade returned to the Hokage chair and slowly said, 2 matters. The first is that Jiraiya sent word the day before yesterday, stating that Uchiha Obito, from your era, may still be alive. His current identity is the masked man in a mysterious organization in the Land of Rain. About that, Sakihito smiled, not saying much. And then, because that organization is composed of S-rank rogue ninjas from various villages, Jiraiya could only narrowly escape from Amigakure, returning with this information. He now plans to traverse the Land of Grass towards the Land of Rice to fulfill the task assigned to him by the previous Hokage. Inadvertently, Sakuya from the Shihouin smiled faintly, assuring, it's nothing. Even if Madara truly resurrects, I will handle it. Upon receiving this promise, Tsunade sighed in relief. She then rubbed her temples and, with a troubled expression, remarked, old man, did you stir up trouble in the Land of Lightning? Oh, am I also considered to have caused trouble? It seems so. Tsunade pouted. Just yesterday, the acting 5th Raikage sent word that a summit of the 5 Kage would be convened in the Land of Iron, preparing to take joint action against an exceedingly dangerous individual. A summit of the 5 Kage? How intriguing. Sakuya mused, by the way. You mentioned the acting 5th Raikage? Who might that be? With a hint of exasperation, Tsunade replied. It's the woman who has handled affairs alongside the 4th Raikage for many years, Mabui. Upon hearing this name, a knowledgeable figure quickly formed in Sakuya's mind. Could it be that brown-skinned woman? Those familiar with the past understood all too well. Lord Sakuya, might I inquire if you know this acting Raikage? Asked the timid Hokage advisor, Mito Menka. I do not. Sakuya responded decisively. May I ask, Lord Sakuya, did you? No. Did you have a hand in the 4th Raikage's disappearance? Mito Menka continued hesitantly. Taking away a village's leader is no trivial matter. Despite Mito's reluctance to mention the term, Sakuya was surprisingly candid. Well, I considered him a sacrifice. What? A sacrifice? The notion of sacrifice in the shinobi world held multiple interpretations. It could refer to offerings to a shrine, the power of a Jinchuriki, or a victim required for certain forbidden techniques. Sakuya elaborated. He was used as a sacrifice for the Edo Tensei. The Hokage advisors gasped in unison. Such matters were unfathomable. They dared not even contemplate it. Yet he had already acted and completed the deed. Tsunade, rubbing her temples, lamented, old man, I've barely taken office. And you've already presented me with an epic dilemma. How should I express myself at the 5 Kage Summit? Express yourself? Just avoid drawing attention. Please elaborate. Avoid attention. Someone will inevitably take the spotlight. The 5 great shinobi villages had factions that would be eager to see the Reikage perish suddenly. Realization dawned upon Tsunade. You mean? The Hidden Mist village has rarely engaged in diplomacy for years, and the Hidden Sand village has just formed an alliance with us. That leaves only the Hidden Stone village. You imply that the Hidden Stone village will. Tsunade trailed off. The advisor, Nara Shikamaru, adjusted his glasses and remarked. That old coot Inoki would gladly welcome the demise of a few brash warriors from the Cloud Village. Shikamaru, mind your language. Mito Menko admonished. Oh, my apologies. I meant the old dwarf Inoki would surely applaud. Ding. Resurrection task issued. Revive the former 5 Kage. A new summit of the 5 Kage is forthcoming. Please resurrect the former 5 Kage, 1-5 completed, and participate in the summit. As the Hokage office deliberated on how to respond, a voice echoed in Sakuya's mind. Faced with such a prompt, he felt somewhat helpless. He had intended to quietly retreat to his laboratory, yet he was still required to partake in a high-profile summit. Just a mere ronin. Little Tsunade, will each Kage bring a few guards to the summit? Taken aback by the question, Tsunade hesitated. Theoretically, there was no limit to the number of attendants, yet it was generally understood that numbers should be kept minimal, as any display of hostility could provoke the ire of the other Kage. Only 2 personal guards were typically permitted in the meeting. Didn't I recall that Hashirama only brought 1 guard to that summit? Times have changed, my lord. With a chuckle, Sakuya added, in that case, I shall serve as your guard during your mission. If you feel one is insufficient, you may bring another. What? You would personally serve as my guard? Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. How could she bear such an honor? However, the experienced Hokage advisor quickly considered the implications of the summit. Lord Sakuya, given that this summit is primarily initiated by the Hidden Cloud Village, your presence may not be appropriate. The Land of Iron, an independent nation established by samurai, perpetually blanketed in snow, was the perfect location for the 5 Kage Summit. On September 1st, the agreed-upon opening day, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages were to converge upon this little land of iron. In the vast shinobi world, many harbored thoughts regarding this upcoming summit. Leading only a single guard, Tsunade finally set foot upon the icy terrain. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, she was compelled to don a cloak. Beneath the Hokage hat lay a delicate visage. Ugh, the roads here are truly difficult to traverse. Perhaps the next summit should be held in our Konoha to avoid such trouble. Sakuya maintained his usual demeanor, silently observing Tsunade. Battling against the cold was indeed exhausting. Yet, as Hokage, she ought not to display such impatience. Little Tsunade, have you checked your health? Sakuya suddenly inquired. Startled, Tsunade wondered what for. Are you suggesting we engage in adult matters in this snowy expanse? Sakuya merely stated, based on your aura, I can tell that you have been poisoned. Poisoned? Tsunade was increasingly perplexed. The title Princess Tsunade held significant weight in the shinobi world. Who could have poisoned her without her knowledge? She hastily examined her body, concluding with dismay, damn it, I must have been poisoned for quite some time. When did this happen? We have been relying on our own provisions and water along the way, so that can be ruled out. Could it be? Tsunade quickly covered her mouth and nose, realizing a possibility. It's in the air. There are toxins hidden in this snow. Narrowing her eyes, she continued, the quantity is small, but if accumulated over time. Although she had become the 5th Hokage, Tsunade was still a seasoned medical ninja and always carried antidotes. Without hesitation, she pulled out an orange syringe, preparing to inject herself intravenously. However, Sakuya intervened. Wait, little Tsunade, how long do you think you can endure under this toxin? Why do you ask? Oh, I can hold out until the summit concludes. Tsunade confidently replied. Then let us use this to our advantage. Use it to our advantage? I understand. With that, Sakuya shifted slightly closer to Tsunade, subtly offering her support. His physical prowess rendered the toxins in the freezing air trivial. Though the amount was small, it required gradual accumulation. However, his body was efficiently expelling the minuscule traces before they could build up. Old man, could this be retaliation from the Hidden Cloud Village? Such actions would be too conspicuous for the Hidden Cloud Village. Moreover, when did they cultivate such a skilled poison user? That is indeed curious. Tsunade pondered, falling into silence. As they trudged through the snow, they finally arrived at their destination at noon. To their astonishment, 2 groups were already gathered there. Surprisingly, The representatives from Sunigakure were present, despite the fact that their Kazekage had been slain by Orochimaru prior to the collapse of Konoha's plans. The young Gaara, though possessing formidable strength, was still far too inexperienced to assume the mantle of Kazekage. It would be at least 3 more years before he could be considered for such a role. Consequently, the esteemed Chiyo, a legendary puppeteer, was the one representing Sunigakure at the meeting. Accompanying her were her youthful guards, the young Gaara and his elder sister, Temari. It was rumored that Chiyo had been in retirement for many years, and this endeavor must have required considerable effort on her part. Ah, is that you, Chiyo? How curious that you, in your advanced years, are still representing the Kazekage, Tsunade teased. You too, Tsunade, are no longer the young woman you once were. Merely hiding behind a faade, Chiyo retorted. It then dawned on Shikiku that Tsunade and Chiyo were likely fierce rivals on the battlefield, which left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. But that was not the end of it. While Sunigakure had formed an alliance with Konoha, the other group appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Judging by their conical hats, it was evident they were representatives from Kirigakure. The current Mizukage was undeniably a beauty. Terumi Mei? Shikuyaku mused. Although he had never met her, as a traveler from another time, he was well acquainted with many of the notable figures of this era. Following Terumi, Mei was a jonin from the Mist Village. Yet, the woman's beauty was not Shikuyaku's primary concern. What truly mattered to him was the origin of the poison. As he surveyed the Sunigakure and Kirigakure teams, he noticed that both Chiyo and the Mizukage had peculiar expressions. It was clear they had also been poisoned. However, out of a sense of pride, they were unwilling to reveal their predicament in front of others. So there are already 3 of you here. I was under the impression I would be the first. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see the diminutive figure of Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, floating in midair. Observing Inoki's comical appearance, Shikiyaku lowered the hood of his cloak slightly, thinking, this little fellow is certainly getting shorter. Yet, judging by the aura of his 2 guards, they too are likely poisoned. At this point, it became evident that someone was not merely targeting the Hokage, but had sinister plans for the upcoming 5 Kage summit. Since the Iron Country's Mifune was the host, he could not possibly be involved in such treachery. Likewise, Kumogakure had no notable poison users. Was there someone who had set this trap days in advance? Shikiku paused momentarily, deducing this conclusion. Just then, the sound of crunching snow echoed from the east. The representatives of the 4 great shinobi villages turned their gazes in that direction, and soon enough, a delegation clad in white robes from Kumogakure approached with an imposing presence. Leading them was the acting Reikage, who appeared composed and collected. However, the 2 guards trailing behind her were not of the same disposition. Beneath his cloak, Shikuyaku squinted, extending his mental perception to sense the Kumogakure party. He became increasingly convinced of his earlier hypothesis. Even the acting Reikage had fallen victim to the poison. It was clear that someone intended to sabotage the 5 Kage summit, with ambitions of simultaneously incapacitating the representatives of all 5 great shinobi villages. Who could this person be? A hint of amusement played at the corners of Shikuyaku's mouth beneath his cloak. This affair was becoming increasingly intriguing. In a simple yet elegant interior, Mifune of the Iron Country proclaimed, I hereby declare the 5 Kage summit open. The 5 Kage took their seats at the conference table, while their guards retreated to the background. At that moment, a curious psychological dynamic emerged among the attendees. All 5 Kage were, in fact, poisoned. Yet, they were engaged in a mutual charade of concealment, each intent on outmaneuvering the others. Thus, a chain of suspicion formed, infusing the atmosphere with tension even before the meeting had officially commenced. With Mifune's declaration, the acting Reikage promptly stood, exuding authority as she addressed the Hokage and the assembled representatives. Surely you are all aware of the purpose of this meeting. Upon hearing this, Chiyo from Sunigakure fell silent, appearing as though she had been rendered lifeless in her seat. Meanwhile, Inoki from Iwagakure scoffed. You're the acting Reikage, are you? How quaint. Indeed, replied Mabui. The acting Reikage. Oh, in terms of seniority, you are the youngest here, and in position, you are merely an acting leader. Regardless, it is not your place to initiate proceedings. That is the customary style of Kirigakure, direct and decisive, unlike some places that are mired in indecision. Acting Reikage. I wonder if the missing Reikage was also so decisive? The atmosphere swiftly escalated, revealing the underlying tensions. Once, Kirigakure had been ruled by a singular voice, the Reikages. After the previous Reikage's demise, the village had been left in disarray, leading to the appointment of someone closely associated with him as the acting leader. While Mabui might possess administrative capabilities, she was rather inexperienced for such an international affair like the Five Kage Summit. At that moment, the Mizukage, Terumi Mei, offered a gentle smile and interjected, "Both of you should remain calm. Organizing a summit of this magnitude is no small feat," with a triumphant grin. Inoki reveled in his victory in the preceding exchange. Mabui took a moment to set aside her frustrations, focusing solely on the day's singular objective. Recently, an assailant attacked our fourth Reikage and stole the bodies of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, resurrecting them with the impure world reincarnation technique, resulting in the deaths of 2,000 of our shinobi. Furthermore, the summoned creature was the Nine-Tails from Konoha Gakure. Lastly, our shinobi managed to capture a description of his appearance. As she spoke, Mabui lifted her hat, revealing an oil paper beneath it. Affixed to the paper was a photograph. The gazes of the other four Kage shifted toward it, and two of them suddenly trembled with intensity. Inoki, resembling a gnome, leaped from his seat, muttering in disbelief, "Shikuyaku. Shikuyaku of the Four Winds. What nonsense is this?" At this moment, Chiyo finally spoke up, "Inoki, your Awagakure news truly lives up to its name for being rather slow. Shikuyaku has already been revived as of last month." Nani. Upon hearing the exchange between the two elders, the young Mizukage, Terumi Mei, pressed her lips together and asked cautiously, "Are you both referring to the legendary Shikuyaku of the Four Winds?" "Indeed. How is that possible?" Inoki still could not believe it. Receiving confirmation from the two elders, Terumi Mei's gaze shifted towards the Hokage's position, specifically, the curtain behind the Hokage. Behind that curtain stood the Hokage's soul guard. Earlier, she had seen him cloaked in a loose robe, refusing to reveal himself even during the gathering of the Five Kage. She noticed that he was a man, and beneath the hood, only the lower half of his face was visible. Now, upon comparing that visage with the photograph, she was astonished to find an unexpected resemblance. "Hokage, is it true that the legendary Shikuyaku of the Four Winds was a close friend of the first Hokage and also one of the founders of Konoha Gakure?" Terumi Mei inquired. "Tsunade, is Shikuyu still in Konoha?" Inoki asked anxiously. In response, Tsunade, who had remained silent, spoke as per Shikuyu's instructions. "No. If you all suspect that Konoha instigated Lord Shikuyu's attack on the Hidden Cloud Village, that would be utterly ludicrous. Even my grandfather could not command the immovable. How could I? However, the summoned spirit beast by Shikuyu is indeed your Konoha's Nine-Tails." The acting Reikage, Mabui, countered. "Perhaps you should have Inoki explain that." Tsunade smiled, deftly deflecting the conversation. Inoki, half mocking, replied to the acting Reikage, "Little girl, you might not know that the strongest-tailed beast, the Nine-Tails, is essentially a pet of that man, isn't it?" "A pet?" Mabui exclaimed, astonished that anyone would regard the Nine-Tails as a mere pet. She quickly composed herself and continued seriously, "As far as I know, after his death, the Nine-Tails was captured by your Konoha and cultivated into a Jinchuriki." "Oh. Speaking of Jinchuriki, Konoha has yet to hold you Cloud Village accountable for your attempted abduction of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back in the day," Tsunade scoffed. "That was during a time of war. Surely the Hokage understands what that implies," Mabui stated. "Moreover, this time, Shikuyu has also abducted our Two-Tails Jinchuriki." Upon hearing this, before Tsunade could respond, Inoki scoffed, "You dare to speak out about your own Jinchuriki being taken? Humph. Are you here to seek justice or assistance from us? Please, clarify your stance, little acting Reikage." Ignoring the obstinate old man, Mabui turned directly to Tsunade and said, "Hokage, our Cloud Village ninjas witnessed Shikuyu taking our Two-Tails Jinchuriki into your land of fire. Therefore, we hope Konoha can fulfill its responsibilities as one of the 5 great shinobi villages and return the Two-Tails Jinchuriki along with the criminal, Shikuyu." "I say, little girl, who told you that the legendary Shikuyu is a ninja of Konoha? Why didn't you stop him within the land of lightning instead of allowing him to escape into our land of fire?" Tsunade coldly retorted. "Today, we shall engage in a game of kickball. A fierce contest indeed. The summit of the Five Kage is a war without smoke, and we shall see who emerges victorious." At that moment, a flicker of reminiscence shone in Inoki's eyes, and he patiently explained to the acting Reikage, "Little girl, your intelligence concerning Shikuyu is severely lacking. He did indeed contribute to the construction of Konoha, but after its completion, he departed early." Inside the Five Kage Summit Chamber, an intense game of kickball was underway. Outside the Samurai Tower, amidst the snow-covered ground, several unexpected guests appeared. A group of 4, 3 women and 1 man. The man was completely shrouded in a gray cloak, while the 3 women adorned attire that seemed even more ancient than that of the Warring States period. Among them was a diminutive girl. They were not ninjas, yet they braved the frigid expanse of snow. Oh, the little girl yawned, complaining, "Are we not there yet? I'm about to fall asleep." The man beneath the gray cloak smiled slightly. "Fear not, my lady. Though the cold may tire one, our goal is indeed within reach." He referred to a girl as my lady? Humph. Had it not been for the fact that you were the first ninja in many years to master Sage Mode, we would not be assisting you. Indeed, the affairs of humans are quite troublesome. Tell me, once we have subdued them, what do you intend to do? If it involves killing, I shall not spare you, for I am already disinclined to meddle in human matters. The man in the gray cloak adjusted his glasses, revealing a sinister smile. Rest assured, Lady Ichikishima, I merely wish to demonstrate to the world the formidable power of our Rigakubo Sage Mode. And before he could finish, a fierce snowstorm erupted, unearthing his hood. It revealed a man whose body appeared partially mutated, one half human, while the other bore serpent-like scales. A grotesque fusion of man and beast. After the tempest subsided, a building and a group of armored samurai came into view. What now? Kabuto interjected, "Sages, we have arrived at our destination. Please act swiftly. I am willing to offer everything in return for your assistance." "Humph. Your offerings do not interest me. Consider this an outing." With that, the little girl's face transformed into a grotesque visage, instantly morphing from an adorable child into a hideous serpent demon. Not only that, but her 2 older sisters also transformed into serpent-like creatures. In the world of Hokage, there is no such thing as serpent demons. They should be referred to as the sages of Rigakubo, Ichikishima, Tanegashima, and Taki no Kame, unlike the sages of my Bokuzen, who are represented by various toads. The sages of Rigakubo can take on human forms. These sages have but one task, to primarily oversee the selection of individuals allowed to enter Rigakubo for training. Those who fail the trials, with the permission of the White Serpent Sage, are devoured by them. Kabuto is the first human in years to pass the trials and attain Sage Mode. They found it quite curious and accepted Kabuto's invitation to come here. "Sages, I have already set some measures in place. Please complete this barrier." Sage Art, Sage Serpent Net. The 3 women simultaneously formed hand seals, and from their fearsome mouths spewed forth streams of dark green toxic mist. Upon contact with the air, the trace toxins that had settled on the snowflakes ignited as if set aflame. Like gasoline meeting fire, it rapidly spread across the entire sky. A hemispherical barrier was promptly established, with the toxins illuminating the snowflakes within, casting the barrier in a faint purple starry sky. In the distance, the armored samurai on guard, despite their full armor and masks, collapsed as the pale purple glow erupted. Though the minuscule amount of toxins would not kill these warriors even after days of accumulation, they were rendered unconscious in an instant. Seeing this, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he donned his hood once more. However, this time, something mysterious protruded from beneath it. "Sages, please wait here. I must go to meet the 5 who stand at the pinnacle of this world." In the 5 Kage summit room, a peculiar natural energy began to swirl, ushering in a faint purple aura. Accompanying this phenomenon, the faces of the 5 Kage turned uneasy. After half an hour of disguise, they could no longer endure. "Chio, did you poison us?" Inoki clutched his chest, demanding an answer. This toxin was not lethal, yet it rendered him utterly fatigued, leaving him with only a fraction of his chakra to wield. However, Chio frowned and produced a syringe, injecting herself, yet to no avail. "Inoki, if you are to wrongfully accuse someone, at least do so at the appropriate time." Chio surveyed the 5 Kage and their hidden guards, murmuring, "Everyone is poisoned. Mitsuba, what do you intend to do? This arena belongs to you. I sensed it upon my arrival. Only you could have arranged such traps in advance. Are you intending to ensnare us all?" Without further ado, Kirigikure's maid Terumi formed seals and unleashed a torrent of molten magma, sealing the entrance immediately, rendering escape impossible. "Sir Samurai, this means your forces cannot enter." Meanwhile, the 4 guardians of the shadows swiftly leaped onto the conference table, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Aoi, the elite of the Mist Village, stubbornly endured his dizziness and activated his Byakugan. "Byakugan, what is this, Lord Mizukage? The samurai outside have been subdued." Mei Terumi's eyes widened in alarm. Could it be that the true puppeteer behind this gathering is not the host, Mitsuba? What Lord Mizukichi? Aoi inexplicably called out again, his voice laced with shock. Aoi, gather your composure. Mei Terumi remained seated with an air of authority, questioning what he had observed. Lord Mizukichi Aoi pointed towards the curtain behind the Hokage. May I inquire, Lord Hokage, who are your guards today? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned towards Tsunade. Indeed, an unforeseen anomaly had arisen. All the guardians of the Four Shadows stood ready, yet the Hokage's guards remained unmoved. Although Tsunade exhibited signs of poisoning, what could the mist ninja with Byakugan have seen to cause such panic in an elite ninja qualified to serve as Mizukichi's guard? What secrets lie behind the Hokage? Is it possible that you, Tsunade-heim? The hearts of the Four Shadows simultaneously quickened. After all, to hold the title of Shadow, one must possess remarkable abilities. They had all detected the toxins lingering in the air from the outset, yet those toxins seemed to be of little consequence. Who could have anticipated that, in an instant, the toxins would undergo a transformation? At that moment, amidst the crowd's confusion, the Hokage's guard emerged from the shadows. His movements exuded elegance. Instead of standing on the table, he approached Tsunade from behind, placing a gentle hand on her back. This was natural energy, not poison, and everyone had been deceived. Indeed, since his advancement, Sakayagari had been capable of perceiving natural energy with clarity. The faint toxins hidden in the air did not harm the body directly. Rather, they guided natural energy into the body in a volatile state. The correct and stable method was to enter sage mode. However, the cunning technique employed today was the opposite of that enhancement. It weakened. Sakayagari channeled his chakra into Tsunade, swiftly expelling the natural energy from her body. He then remarked, "Now, using the antidote should yield results." Tsunade nodded obediently, promptly retrieving the antidote for injection. As expected, it took effect immediately. Witnessing this, the other Four Shadows cast hopeful glances. "That is, Tsunade-heim, who is with you?" Inoki inquired, uncertainty lingering in his voice. "Can he assist me as well?" "I have entrusted him, Lord Hokage." Terumi Mei exhibited remarkable composure. Nevertheless, Sakayagari paid them no heed, donning his large hood and retreating into the shadows once more. He awaited the spectacle of the year. What was there to save? The Five Shadows had already been rescued. What role was left to play? What does this mean, Lord Hokage? Terumi Mei's breath became erratic. Inoki gazed at the fleeting figure, his eyes trembling. That silhouette was one he could never forget. Just as he was about to call out that name, an unexpected event transpired. Rumbling. To their astonishment, the ceiling of the chamber began to shift. It twisted like a living being, descending upon them. Sage art, inorganic rebirth. At that moment, a voice reached their ears. As the ceiling threatened to collapse, the now detoxified Tsunade rose and struck upward with a single punch. Boom! The monstrous strength of her punch was sufficient to obliterate the meeting room. "Oh, I overlooked something. I did not anticipate Tsunade-heim's medical ninjutsu to have reached such heights." That voice echoed again, and the crowd turned to see the door, previously sealed by Terumi Mei, now broken open. A figure cloaked in a hood stepped inside. Another hood. The Four Shadows had grown weary of such cloaks today. Upon that hood, there was a serpent motif. "Who are you?" Tsunade bellowed, swinging her monstrous fist toward the figure. Boom! The ground cracked, yet as the dust settled, her strike met only an empty cloak, along with a few slithering snakes. Snakes? The eyes of the Four Shadows narrowed. The mention of snakes involuntarily conjured a notorious name in their minds. Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Chio questioned. "No, not Orochimaru," Tsunade replied. "It is I, Tsunade-dano." As Tsunade beheld the reappearing figure, her brows furrowed. This individual was Kabuto, listed among the rogue ninja. However, compared to the photograph in the ninja archives, Kabuto now resembled a monster. Horns sprouted from his head, his body was covered in scales, and a phosphorescent white snake coiled around his abdomen. Even the seasoned Five Shadows, accustomed to terrifying sights, found their pupils constricting at the sight of Kabuto. Tsunade coldly remarked, "You've become as repulsive as Orochimaru." No, Tsunade-dano. I have now become one with Orochimaru." Kabuto grinned sinisterly, gesturing to the phosphorescent snake around his waist. "And I have surpassed the original Orochimaru. I have mastered the Sage Mode of the Richi Cave." Sage Mode. The Five Shadows were taken aback. In the ninja world, they had only heard of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas. Mastering the secret Sage Mode. How could this unknown young man understand Sage Mode? Unexpectedly, Kabuto had no intention of allowing the five shadows any further time. He planned to demonstrate through action whether he was truly an unknown young man. Summoning, impure world reincarnation. Kabuto's tone was light, almost dismissive of the five shadows present. For coffins broke through the earth, appearing before the five shadows. Bang, 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 bang. The resonating sound of the coffin lids hitting the ground announced the emergence of four figures. Gazing at these figures, the proxy Reikage, Maki, and Water Shadow Terumi may gasped in astonishment. The third, Reikage, the second Water Shadow? From the coffins in the center emerged the strongest spear. The third Reikage and the explosive second Water Shadow. From the coffins on either side emerged Kimimaro of the Kaguya clan and Konoha's Moonlight Night Breeze. As the five shadows trembled at the sight, Kabuto wore an expression filled with unprecedented delight. An unknown young man. Are you referring to me? Although the unexpected Tsunade Dano has appeared, it seems the other four shadows have fallen victim to the toxins, and I. Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a sinister smile. Have prepared a subsequent 20-step plan for this. After all, you are the five shadows and not to be underestimated. Hearing such humiliation, the aged elder could hardly swallow this affront. Inoki erupted in fury, joining his hands together. Beast, you are aware that we are the five shadows. Dust release, the technique of world separation. No way, what? Inoki gasped in shock, as the dust release he had just begun to form suddenly dissipated. Damn it, my chakra is being restricted by the toxins. No, it should be said that it is being restricted by natural energy. Natural energy? The Earth Shadow is aware. How surprising, however. I have prepared for possible contingencies with a 20-step plan. Speaking, Kabuto formed a hand sign, causing the second Water Shadow to awaken from the coffin. Although I could not find the medium for the second Earth Shadow, I did discover the individual who killed the second Earth Shadow. I wonder if you, as the third Earth Shadow, can surpass your predecessor? As the words fell, the second Water Shadow charged toward the third Earth Shadow, Inoki. Having been a spy in various ninja villages since childhood, Kabuto possessed a wealth of information. Infiltration and theft were almost second nature to him, a task he could accomplish with ease. Do not underestimate us. The Earth Shadow's guard shouted, immediately shielding Inoki. Yet, Kabuto merely smiled coldly. An unknown young man. You should still step aside. Another hand sign, and Kimimaro of the Kaguya clan also stirred, with the shadows poisoned. How could these guards fare better? Even elite J-Nin might not possess the strength of a mere Ch-Nin at this moment. Before Kimimaro of the Kaguya clan, all that awaited them was a beating. Tsunade, upon seeing this, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! With just one sign, you can awaken an impure world reincarnation. I must stop him from continuing to form signs." Her monstrous fist was resolute. I will not hold back. However, Kabuto did not even attempt to evade. Sage art, white extreme technique. Tsunade watched as Kabuto's abdomen swelled, then expelled a small dragon glowing with red light, entwined around a black orb. As the radiant red dragon shot forth several meters, it spiraled around the orb at an astonishing speed, unleashing a blinding white light. This was no ordinary illumination. At the moment the brilliance erupted, the air within the conference room trembled violently. Amidst this turmoil, those present felt as though their very bones were grinding against one another. The intense light and the high-frequency vibrations could render one temporarily blind and deaf. Tsunade, positioned nearest to the source of the shockwave, immediately lost her ability to move and was engulfed in excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity, Kabuto materialized a chakra scalpel in his hand and insidiously charged towards Tsunade. This strike was aimed at severing the carotid artery of the fifth Hokage. Alas, just as his chakra scalpel was about to slice through Tsunade's neck, a molten substance surged from the side. It was the melting release, melting monster technique. In Sage Mode, Kabuto possessed remarkable acuity, sensing the impending danger. He instantly abandoned his assault. If that technique were truly magma, he would not fear it. He was well versed in the melting release. However, this was not magma, but rather the melting release. It was a highly corrosive and viscous acid. It merely resembled lava. Its lethality to ninjas far surpassed that of actual lava. Do not underestimate the five Kage. Mei Terumi wiped the remnants from the corner of her mouth and spoke coldly. Her purpose at the five Kage summit was to bring forth the new diplomatic hope of the Mist Village, a mission not to be thwarted. Kabuto evaded the attack, and the white light technique gradually came to an end, Yet he was astonished that the Mizukage could still move. This time, Kabuto's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. He sensed that events had spiraled beyond his control. How could the Mizukage, who was poisoned, still function normally under the white light technique? Although he had prepared 20 countermeasures for unforeseen circumstances, the current situation could not merely be labeled an accident. It was inconceivable. Was it due to my recent mastery of Sage Mode, which remains unrefined? Kabuto pondered within, deciding it best not to confront the 5 Kage head-on for now and to change his strategy. Distancing himself, Kabuto swiftly formed hand seals. Previously, he needed only one seal to awaken a reanimated corpse. In his desperation, he now awakened all remaining ones with a single seal. In an instant, the third Reikage, Kenshiki, and Kurigane sprang into action simultaneously. Moments earlier, within the Byakugan vision of Mist Village's elite Jainin, a space-time vortex appeared behind the Mizukage. From that vortex, a hand extended and gently tapped the Mizukage's back. In that fleeting moment of contact, Mei Terumi's body felt as if it had been cleansed. Not only was she absolved of the poison, but she also resisted the white light technique. When Mei glanced back, the space-time vortex had vanished, leaving nothing behind. Realizing the Hokage was in peril, given her position among the 5 Kage, she sprang into action to assist. Kabuto had resurrected all 4 individuals from their coffins. While Kenshiki and Kurigane posed little threat, the strongest spear, the third Reikage, and the second Mizukage, hailing from the Hozuki clan, were undoubtedly formidable adversaries. Only the Hokage and the Mizukage had returned to normal. The remaining Kage and their guards were all poisoned. Their abilities reduced to less than 30%. Tsunade and Mei exchanged glances, powerful ninjas understanding each other's intentions with a mere gaze. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Mei Terumi's delicate fingers danced, and a water dragon bullet surged directly toward the reanimated second Mizukage. The second Mizukage, caught off guard while entangled with the third Tsuchikage Inoki and others, was suddenly struck by the water dragon bullet. Simultaneously, Tsunade executed a backward leap, delivering a formidable punch that sent the freshly reanimated Kurigane crashing through 3 walls. Indeed, Kurigane was once again eliminated. Having momentarily dealt with Kurigane, Tsunade pressed on, charging toward Kabuto. The ninjas of her village were to be resolved by their respective Kage. This declaration was a challenge to Kabuto, as well as a message to those present. Upon hearing her words, the acting Reikage, Mabui, and her 2 guards silently gulped. Are we to confront the third Reikage? What a jest! The third Reikage is the strongest spear. How could we? Mabui. Before Mabui could finish her sentence, the so-called strongest spear, the third Reikage, had already made his move. The man, radiating with lightning, moved with astonishing speed. In an instant, 2 fists the size of sandbags sent 2 upper ninjas from the Cloud Village hurtling away. He then turned his attention to the acting Reikage, Mabui. Mabui's personal combat prowess was, in fact, inferior to that of her guards. Her presence at the 5 Kage summit was merely to leverage her negotiation skills. In a single encounter, she was struck in the abdomen by the third Reikage, spitting blood as she crashed against the wall. At this point, only Inoki and Chio remained. Due to the poison, Inoki's chakra had significantly diminished, preventing him from utilizing dust release. He could only resort to earth release. Earth release, rock fist technique. Inoki's arm was enveloped in a thick layer of rock as he swung it toward the third Reikage's head. Simultaneously, Chio released chakra threads from her fingers. However, in the eyes of the third Reikage, their speed was simply too slow. Boom! Inoki's rock fist missed, and as he regained his senses, the third Reikage's powerful kick was already upon him. To die so swiftly. Humph! Crack! Inoki's head was shattered, yet his body quickly transformed into a mass of mud. It was merely an earth clone. However, at this moment, the third Reikage paid no heed to Inoki, instead retreating in the opposite direction. Following that path, he discovered that Kabuto, engaged in close combat with Tsunade, was at a disadvantage and had no choice but to summon the third Reikage for support. The third Reikage in Appo's speed was extraordinary, his body exploding with lightning as he raised his fist and hurled it towards Tsunade and Appo's back. Bang! In a moment of shock, the third Reikage's fist was unexpectedly caught by another fist radiating with the same lightning. That individual, too, emanated with lightning, their skin tone mirroring that of the third Reikage. Father, that individual was none other than the fourth Reikage, reanimated through the impure world reincarnation. The sudden appearance of the fourth Reikage astonished everyone present. This 5 Kage summit had been convened due to the disappearance of the 4th Reikage and the Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village, yet now, the 4th Reikage had emerged on his own. As two formidable figures grappled in the center, the acting Reikage, Mabu, appeared quite bewildered. Reikage-sama? Father and son? On the sidelines. Noki inquired, what is happening? Has that fellow Edo Tensei gone awry? Chiyo hurriedly asked, recalling that on that fateful day, a traitor had emerged during Orochimaru's Edo Tensei as the ninjas from Sunagakure participated in the Konoha collapse plan. However, that traitor had been Sakuya from the Four Winds Academy. Specifically, that man had broken free from the control of the Edo Tensei practitioner. Could it be that the 4th Reikage, too, had achieved such a feat? This was simply. In truth, Kabuto also wore a look of astonishment, for it was not that the 4th Reikage had betrayed them, but rather, he had never been resurrected at all. Someone else had brought back the 4th Reikage. Lord Tsunade is indeed a vigorous Hokage, Kabuto remarked with a sneer. Has she begun to actively employ the forbidden technique? Edo Tensei, following Orochimaru's example? Absurd, Tsunade retorted, fully aware that Sakuya had already begun making his move. Immediately, Kabuto swiftly retreated, creating distance, as he swiftly formed hand seals. However, I still have 17 steps prepared. With a clap, he exclaimed, summoning Edo Tensei. Kabuto's Edo Tensei was executed with remarkable speed, far surpassing Orochimaru's version. He first prepared the targets for resurrection, summoning them directly when needed, and ultimately only required a single hand seal to activate them. This technique could be rapidly employed in battle. Suddenly, four coffins rose. As the coffin lids fell away, four figures emerged with haste. Upon seeing these four individuals, the eyes of the 5 Kage involuntarily widened in shock. How could this be? Kabuto, you scoundrel! Tsunade seethed with fury. The four individuals were none other than Konoha's White Fang, Sakumo Hataki, Scorch Release Yakumo, Explosion Release Kiru, and the child of the Mist's ninja, Swords Manager Zuki. The life stories of these four were well known. Konoha's White Fang Sakumo Hataki required no further explanation. One elderly lady present could deeply relate. Scorch Release Yakumo was a war hero from Sunagakure. Explosion Release Kiru was an elite from the Iwagakure Demolition Unit. Ninja Sword Master Manager Zuki was a prodigy adept at wielding the 7 ninja swords of the mist. Seeing his perfect creations, Kabuto's smile grew more audacious. What do you think, 5 Kage? As soon as Kabuto finished speaking, he commanded Konoha's White Fang to charge at Tsunade. Meanwhile, the other three surged towards the ninja of their respective villages. In the blink of an eye, the summit chamber was in ruins. Chiyo summoned her puppets, seeking vengeance against Konoha's White Fang, but was intercepted by Yakumo. The Earth Shadow, Noki, instinctively engaged with Keiru. Meanwhile, the Water Shadow, Meitarumi, was in a precarious position. She had just conspired with Hokage Tsunade to deal with the second Mizukage, only to find herself facing another member of the Zuki clan. And not just any member, but the prodigy, Manager Zuki. Though I possess 2 bloodline limits, it does not imply that I relish facing 2 Zuki simultaneously. Meitarumi remarked, evading an attack while countering with her dissolution technique. Water Shadow, be careful. The J-Nin Aoi shouted anxiously, but alas, he could only offer support. As the guards afflicted by Kabuto's poison were rendered utterly incapable of participating in such high-level combat, receiving a thorough beating from an Edo Tensei Kumagoro. As the second Mizukage, Zuki Jinjetsu possessed formidable power, and Zuki Manager was a celebrated genius of the mist. Under the onslaught of these two immortal beings, Meitarumi quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Water Release, Water Iron Cannon Technique. Just as the stealthy second Mizukage prepared to pierce through Meitarumi, a radiant mirror of light suddenly appeared before her. What technique is this? Meitarumi gasped in surprise at the water mirror shielding her. Indeed, a youthful voice called from behind. Water Release, Water Mirror Technique. The figure was none other than a childlike-looking ninja. Yet, Mei recognized him. The former. This individual was none other than the 4th Mizukage, Keiki Yagura. Water Shadow, it seems you've become my successor. Yagura remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I apologize for that period of turmoil. No, during that time, it was the Sharingan that controlled us. The true source of evil lies with the mastermind behind the Sharingan. Meitarumi replied, glancing towards Tsunade. Is this a result of someone disrupting the 5 Kage summit? It appears both sides have practitioners of Edo Tensei Lord Hokage. When did you pilfer from the graveyard of our mist village? Mei questioned, though recognizing the necessity of using it to alleviate the crisis today. Keiki Yagura smiled brightly. I am delighted to awaken and protect the village once more. As the battle raged on, Yakumo's scorch release set Chiyo's white puppets ablaze, creating multiple gaping holes. Yet, the bodies summoned by Edo Tensei were impervious to death. Chiyo, afflicted by chronic poison, could not exert her full strength and was nearly incinerated by Yakumo's scorch release. At that moment, a golden wall of sand intervened between the two combatants. The scorch release collided with the golden sand, saving Chiyo's life. Is this sand gold? Chiyo's eyes darted towards Gaara, only to find him sprawled on the ground, having been incapacitated by Kumagoro. Clearly, this was not Gaara. A voice echoed from behind. Lady Chiyo, your efforts are commendable. I did not anticipate today as circumstances, Raza? Yes. A red-haired man stepped forth from the shadows, bearing a striking resemblance to the fallen Gaara. Indeed, he was none other than Gaara's father, the fourth Kazekage. The fourth Kazekage cast a worried glance towards the struggling Gaara, murmuring, at this rate, Shikaku will know. Shikaku has been gravely injured by that man and will not emerge for the time being. I have personally overseen Gaara's rest, Chiyo clarified. Is that so? Who is that man? Chiyo paused thoughtfully, glancing at the curtain behind the Hokage's seat. The conference room lay in ruins. The area behind the four Kage had become a wasteland, except for that one section, which remained undisturbed. Let us not dwell on that. We must first address the chaos of today. Indeed, Yakumo, you two have been resurrected fourth. Kazekage. Upon seeing Raza, Yakumo's heart brimmed with seething hatred. The battlefield unfurled. Any shadow with a modicum of sense recognized that fighting within this tower would inevitably lead to its collapse due to their ninjutsu's intensity. Thus, they tacitly agreed to relocate the battlefield outdoors. The water and wind shadows retreated in different directions. Meanwhile, in the center, Konoha's white fang, uncontrolled, swung his blade toward Tsunade. Kabuto seized this opportunity, his sage mode enhancing his combat prowess to levels far beyond the former Kabuto Yakushi. Two powerful adversaries simultaneously targeted a female ninja renowned for her medical ninjutsu. Tsunade gritted her teeth, preparing to unleash her 100 healings technique. Suddenly, a flash of golden light surged forth. Apologies for my tardiness. As Tsunade processed the situation, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had already seized Konoha's white fang and soared into the distance, then darted back. Quickly, to speak of speed, none surpasses this man. Minato? Yes, Lady Tsunade. As fellow users of Edo Tensei, I shall contend with you, Sakujo-senpai. Although Sakujo's body is uncontrollable, his consciousness remains intact. He gazes at the equally resurrected Minato, murmuring, could it be Minato Namikaze? Indeed, Sakujo-senpai. Ah, you have become the fourth Hokage. This wretched body nearly harmed Tsunade. It's all right. I will be your opponent from here on. I entrust this to you, Minato. After all, I am the fourth. Sakujo hesitated for a moment, then could not help but inquire. After you became the fourth, has the ninja world experienced wars? Minato understood immediately, explaining, No, I died sealing the Nine Tails. Remarkable, Minato. What of Kakashi, that child? Kakashi has now become an exceptionally talented ninja. Most of the Kage present have heard of his name. Upon hearing this, Sakujo smiled with relief. That year, burdened by his responsibilities, he chose to liberate himself, unintentionally neglecting the young Kakashi at that time. Now, as a father, he felt both pride and guilt for his son's achievements. Suddenly, explosion release, landmine fist. Boom. The deep brown rocks shattered, forcing the Tsuchikage and his entourage to retreat repeatedly. Damn it, if I could exert even half my power, I could easily eliminate this insolent brat. Inoki fumed. The Tsuchikage and his guards, all Earth Release users, found themselves utterly outmatched by the explosive prowess of the young ninja. Only the assistance of a skilled lightning release user could potentially turn the tide. The diminutive Inoki narrowly evaded another explosive attack, his breath becoming increasingly erratic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He wiped his brow and glanced at the distant acting Reikage, Mabui. Having just humiliated the young woman, it seemed inappropriate to now seek her aid. He felt the weight of his age. He could no longer afford such disgrace. Inoki, you have become quite the pitiful sight. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. Inoki turned in alarm, but found no one present. The emptiness only heightened his fear, for that voice was eerily familiar. It belonged to his master, the second Tsuchikage. Second Tsuchikage. Which side are you on? Do not worry. Although I do not know who summoned me back from the Pure Land, I can assure you, my freedom is not constrained. As he spoke, the second Tsuchikage manifested, raising his hands as a translucent geometric form began to coalesce in his grasp. Dust release, original world separation technique. In an instant, the extended dust release consumed the explosive attacks, reducing them to mere particles. Oh, can this body still be restored? Thus, the former 5 Kage made their entrance. In the shadows behind the Hokage's seat, Sakura sat quietly in the viewing area. He did not require sight. Through his sensory abilities, he could clearly perceive the unfolding battle. This kid, Kabuto, truly possesses some skill. Notification. Resurrection task. Revive the former 5 Kage. 5-5. Completed. Notification. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Infinite Shadow Clone Detonation. Infinite Shadow Clone Detonation, an advanced version of Steam Release Explosion, upon activation. The host creates a clone that undergoes a continuous cycle of expansion, explosion, condensation, and thermal movement until the host cancels the skill. Oh, this skill is intriguing. Sakuya mused, casting a discreet glance at the second Mizukage. The second Mizukage's Steam Release Explosion bore similar effects, utilizing oil and water techniques to trigger steam explosions. In contrast, Sakuya's skill was more formidable, governed by simple yet brutal operational rules set by the system. Furthermore, it bore no adverse effects post-explosion, and the host would not weaken. Thus, if he were to deploy this clone in a certain region, could he effortlessly conquer a territory without further concern? He tentatively employed this newly acquired skill. Whoosh. Unlike the puffing smoke of the shadow clone technique, this skill manifested without warning, conjuring a diminutive clone beside him. This small clone resembled a proportional miniature version of himself, establishing a peculiar connection between them. Commanding it forward with a mere thought, the detonation clone moved without hesitation, stepping forth instantly. Attack! Sakuya commanded, though he soon regretted this order. The moment he issued the command, the small clone transformed into a white streak, darting forward with unerring speed. That singular impact obliterated the venerable Hokage's seat into dust. The straight white figure, after demolishing the Hokage's seat, continued its relentless advance. Despite its diminutive size, merely 60 centimeters tall, the clone maintained the same speed as Sakuya's true form, making its velocity appear astonishingly swift. The ninjutsu users swiftly relocated to avoid collapsing the samurai tower. Meanwhile, the fourth and third Reikage remained locked in an intense physical confrontation. Heavy stream blast. Father. Hell piercing. 4 books convergence. Son. Just as the Reikage duo engaged in their fierce struggle, a white streak suddenly zipped past. Virum. The ferocious velocity sent the third Reikage soaring. Unrelenting, it collided head-on with the fourth Reikage, whose defenses paled in comparison to his father's, resulting in a tremendous breach. The fourth Reikage was just taken out by a clone. Stop. Sakuya hastily commanded his diminutive clone. With a mere thought, the small clone halted, crashing through several walls and leaving 2 long trails on the ground, each extending over 20 meters. When it finally came to a standstill, the distance between Sakuya and his clone had stretched to an astonishing 300 meters. This was merely a momentary dash, yet the clone exhibited such ferocity. Sakuya observed intently, noticing that due to its vigorous exertion, the small clone had swelled into a rotund figure. This is not good. The clone rapidly accumulated thermal energy. An unforeseen development. The next phase of expansion would result in an explosion. The third Reikage, somewhat bewildered, continued his struggle with his son when suddenly, a large white figure emerged from nowhere, sending him flying and severely injuring his son, the fourth Reikage. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a small figure. Yet it swelled continuously without unleashing any jutsu, on the brink of exploding. What on earth is this? Much like the third Reikage, the acting Reikage and his guards from Kumogakure were equally perplexed. As the clouds obscured the sky, Shihouin Sakuya had already made his move. With a swift motion, he dashed towards Tsunade, his white hair billowing behind him, and reached her side in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped her waist firmly and leaned in. The chakra cloak enveloping his body expanded dramatically, forming a perfect tent that encapsulated the two of them. Grandpa Sakuya, what is this? Tsunade's mind raced. Don't ask. I regret it. It's going to explode, she exclaimed in panic. Under the protective chakra cloak, Tsunade could not see the outside world. The tiny clone, having expanded to its limits, finally detonated, just as the third Reikage had anticipated. Blinding beams of white light pierced through the clone's form, and the intense energy surged, causing it to vibrate at a high frequency. Ultimately, the brilliance engulfed an entire level of the Samurai Tower. Boom! The Land of Iron. A small nation perpetually blanketed in snow was ruled by samurai who had established a semblance of peace and stability. Yet on this day, a mushroom cloud rose from their territory. The shockwave from the explosion scattered centuries' worth of accumulated snow across the nation. Nearby hills were flattened in the wake of the blast. The samurai stationed outside, clad in armor, were utterly obliterated as the fiery explosion consumed them. Within the barrier formed by the Sage of the Dragon Cave, the purple haze was forcefully dispersed by the explosion. From a distance, the three snake princesses beheld the fiery eruption at its core, their expressions shifting dramatically. Terrified, they abandoned their efforts to maintain the barrier and fled in panic. Soon, the explosions might shattered even the vast purple barrier. Despite their remarkable speed, the three snake princesses were no match for the explosion, and they too were caught in its devastating embrace. That day would be etched into the annals of history. Prior to this, most ninjas believed that the tailed beast bomb was the most powerful and far-reaching weapon in existence. However, from that day forth, they would come to realize that the tailed beast bomb was merely a minor inconvenience. As the explosive force waned, Shihouin Sakuya retracted the chakra cloak, releasing Tsunade. He gazed out, his vision now unobstructed. The samurai tower was nowhere in sight. The ground beneath him revealed itself to be an expansive, dark basin. "Grandpa, is this your technique?" Tsunade's mind trembled. How could one explain this seemingly endless basin? Years ago, her grandfather had battled Uchiha Madara, leaving behind a valley of the end. Yet now, in this place, a technique had crafted a basin that stretched beyond sight. Where was the snow? Was this still the Land of Iron? The living had vanished without a trace, leaving only the slowly coalescing remnants of the dirt and dust. The reanimated souls would not perish. Even if they were reduced to mere particles, they would eventually reform. Gradually, the third Reikage, the second Mizukage, Konoha's White Fang, and Kimuro, among others, began to reconstitute their forms. They were the forces of Yakushi Kabuto. The fourth Reikage, the fourth Mizukage, the fourth Hokage, the fourth Wind Shadow, and the second Tsuchikage also successfully restored their bodies. This was the work of Shihouin Sakuya. Where are the others? Tsunade's voice trembled with concern. Could it be that, in this cataclysm, all the Kage except her had perished? Sakuya extended his perception and, with a sigh of relief, confirmed that there were still survivors. Who? She pressed. In response to her inquiry, not far away, a layer of black sand and gold began to peel away, revealing a golden core, remarkably thick. Once the sand and gold were fully removed, a layer of iron puppetry was unveiled. The steel puppetry opened, revealing a layer of sand beneath. Within this triple layer of defense, Gaara and his companions from Sunigakure emerged. What was that explosion just now? Fortunate I made it in time. The reanimated fourth Kazekage, Raza, exclaimed. In that instant, he sacrificed himself, exerting all his strength to shield Gaara. Thankfully, Gaara's automatic defenses and Chio's puppetry had preserved their lives. Otherwise, even with the thickness of his sand, it would have been utterly insufficient to withstand such an explosion. Was it only the people from Sunigakure who survived? Tsunade murmured. Sakuya smiled slightly and replied, No, I merely revived a few exceptional individuals. Beside them, Namikaze Minato scratched the back of his head, smiling bashfully. I'm sorry, second Tsuchikage. I arrived just a moment too late to transfer the third Tsuchikage. Upon hearing this, the Tsuchikage realized, so it was the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, in this state, I didn't have to consider chakra while transferring the innocent samurai who were unable to resist. Minato explained, acknowledging their innocence. I anticipated that Lord Sakuya would simultaneously revive so many Kage, which might lead to a great conflict, so I marked the samurai before I arrived. Minato's initial statement about being late was merely a pretext for this purpose. The samurai he referred to were those he could identify, such as Mifune and others on patrol. Unfortunately, he was powerless to assist those who had been rendered unconscious by the snake princesses and buried in the snow. But did the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, the most seasoned of the Kage, truly perish in such a mishap? No. The second Tsuchikage, upon hearing Minato's words, revealed a glimmer of admiration in his exposed eyes. Quite capable, the young Hokage of Konoha. However, Inoki was my disciple. I discovered that my own body was invulnerable to death, so I used it to save him. The third Tsuchikage had not sacrificed himself? Humph, don't underestimate the founder of Dust Release. Came a voice. The group turned their gazes and discovered the third Tsuchikage emerging from the earth. It was a dark, cylindrical well. Had the Tsuchikage Inoki not surfaced from this shadowy pit, the average person would scarcely have noticed the well, which blended seamlessly with the basin. Dust Release. So that is how it is. Inoki declared triumphantly. Lord Mu helped us dig a deep well. Coupled with my earth release, we managed to make it. The Tsuchikage Inoki and his guard, Akatsuki, floated up from the well. Following them was Konan, enveloped in a water sphere. A torrent of water surged from beneath the well, propelling a series of water spheres upwards. With a splash, the water spheres burst open. Konan landed on the ground, exhaling in relief. Phew, I never imagined that my water prison technique would be used in this way. Is everyone all right? With a series of water spheres bursting, the proxy Reikage and the Mizukage guards emerged as well. This timely assistance marked a significant milestone in the diplomatic relations of the village hidden in the mist. Thank you immensely. The proxy Reikage, Mabui, bowed deeply in gratitude. Had it not been for their Cloud Village envoy, they might have been obliterated in the wake of the explosion. Upon witnessing that the Kage were all alive, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Grandpa Sakuya didn't cause any trouble this time. Little Tsunade, what do you mean by that? Are you pleased that my technique caused 0 damage? Shihouin Sakuya scoffed, rolling his eyes. No, my lord. Tsunade's brows furrowed as she surveyed her surroundings, speaking slowly. At the very least, that scoundrel Kabuto Yakushi has been utterly obliterated. The expansive view around them revealed not a trace of Kabuto, nor could his chakra be sensed. This indicated that he had indeed vanished from the realm of the living. Upon hearing this, Sakuya chuckled in denial. Little Tsunade, have you not noticed that Kabuto has become akin to Orochimaru? Just as Orochimaru did not perish that day, Kabuto may not have met his end today either. Tsunade was taken aback by this remark. She had since learned the full details of the Konoha collapse plan, discovering that Orochimaru had been struck down by a single punch from Sakuya. Yet, did he not return afterward? Could it be that Kabuto had also left behind a curse mark for someone else? Before Sakuyama could finish his thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Within the hostile Edo Tensei formation, a figure trembled violently. It was Hozuki Mangetsu. His body shuddered as if resisting something, but soon he regained his composure. His eyes lost all color as he spoke, truly deserving of my esteemed Sakuya. Even after decades, no one surpasses your insight and calmness. This infuriating tone was unmistakably that of the repugnant man. Was this possession? Or something else? My dear Tsunade, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. A wise serpent ensures numerous escape routes. I merely chose one at random. Kabuto, utilizing Hozuki Mangetsu's body, declared. Lord Orochimaru developed curse marks solely through his understanding of sage transformation, while I have transcended Orochimaru's existence. I have mastered the sage mode of the dragon. Dragon? A sudden chill descended from the heavens, amplifying the dread evoked by Kabuto's words. Following this cold wave, hail began to pour from the sky. A diminutive figure emerged amidst the frigid air. The third Reikage recognized it. It was the very creature that had just exploded. Seeing this figure, he felt a pang of retreat. Had Kabuto not been controlling him, he might have fled in utter disarray. Grandfather Sakuyama, why does that little figure resemble you so closely? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Sakuyama's expression shifted uneasily as he silently dispelled the technique, replying, It's nothing, merely a technique in the experimental phase. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. An experimental technique that nearly obliterated the capital of the Land of Iron? Even Kabuto remarked, What a terrifying jutsu. Had I not accounted for your unexpected presence, I might have met my demise here today. By the way, Lord Sakuyama, I did not expect you to willingly lower yourself to serve as a mere guard. Indeed, he was the man from the photograph. Konan furrowed her brows, acknowledging that her previous suspicions had been validated. As 5 Kage, they may have been shocked internally, yet they maintained their composure. They recognized a stark reality. The man cloaked in mystery, who aided Hokage Tsunade in detoxifying her, was indeed the legendary Sakuya. Kabuto, from Tsunade's demeanor. It appears you are a rogue ninja from Konoha, declared Inoki, the Tsuchikage, as the most seasoned of the Kage. What, pray tell? Is your purpose in attacking the Kage summit? Ah, the elderly often ask foolish questions. What did you say? Now, no need to get all worked up. Do take care not to pull a muscle, Kabuto retorted, his tone shifting. And, in the presence of Lord Sakuyama, It would be wise for you, an irritating old man, to hold your tongue. You. Inoki nearly collapsed from rage. Unfortunately, he could not retaliate against Kabuto. Sakuyama maintained a tranquil gaze, his expression as serene as a still pond. So, what is it you wish to convey, amusing young one? Amusing? Does that imply you acknowledge me? Indeed, it does, Kabuto replied with a smirk. I am most grateful. This is the richest reward I have received thus far. Therefore, when we meet next, I shall present you with double the surprises, 2 gifts, to be precise. After receiving your grand present, I shall eliminate you, young one. You have no objections, I trust? In a nameless wilderness, a nondescript purple serpent slithered through the underbrush. Suddenly, the serpent's mouth opened to an astonishing extent. From within, a glistening, sticky hand emerged. Grasping the ground, the hand pulled the entire body from the serpent. It was hard to fathom how such a small serpent could contain an adult's form. Please return and report to the White Snake Sage. A man named Sakuya has slain the 3 guiding sages of the Dragon Cave. A cunning smile spread across Kabuto's face. The purple serpent nodded in a human-like manner and then vanished in a puff of smoke. Surveying the desolate wilderness, he chuckled sinisterly. To incite the wrath of the White Snake Sage, I exerted considerable effort to lure those 3 out of the Dragon Cave. I have truly gone to great lengths to eliminate you, Lord Sakuyama. He spread his hands, revealing a collection of battered game pieces. Discarding the worthless pieces, Kabuto muttered. I didn't expect to be eliminated in an instant. TCH, regardless, the second Mizukage and his ilk are mere pawns. My true trump card remains in my possession. I'm back. A pitcher plant emerged from the ground, and the teasing voice of White Zetsu echoed in the empty room. Curious. He scanned the area but found no one present. Where has everyone gone? Black Zetsu released his senses slightly and pointed out. It appears the village has recently endured a fierce battle. They are injured and heading toward Zone B2. Oh dear, we've come so far. And now we must seek them out. Be quiet. Moments later, the pitcher plant emerged once more. Ding ding. I'm back. White Zetsu exclaimed dramatically. In this relatively small space, Conan's cold gaze fell upon Zetsu. How are things? I was about to ask you the same, sticky tape. Looking around. Apart from Conan, the others bore various injuries. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, attacked the village. If pain were here, Conan stated coldly, what about your mission? Black Zetsu, weary of White Zetsu's chatter, interjected, I found a substitute, but it is nearly impossible to make it comparable to Nagato. As long as it can wield the Rinnegan, that suffices. Our goal is not to instigate war. Black Zetsu chuckled darkly as he replied, that is entirely feasible. In that case, let us proceed with the transplant. Conan, you must be cautious. The power of the Rinnegan is immense. If we do not cultivate the vessel appropriately for a period, it may destroy this hard-won host. Black Zetsu advised. However, having fought fiercely against Jiraiya, she was resolute in her objective. I've made up my mind. Let us begin directly. As soon as Conan's decisive words fell, a swirling vortex of space-time appeared in the room. The familiar masked figure made his entrance. After the authoritative endorsement from one of the 3 sages, Jiraiya, the identity of the masked man, Madara, has been significantly solidified. At the very least, individuals such as Haiden, Deidara, and Sasori of the Red Sand have come to believe that he is indeed Uchiha Madara. Do not act impulsively, Conan. A deep voice emanated from beneath the mask. Conan cast a glance at the masked man and retorted, now I am the leader. Do you dare question my decisions? Indeed, Conan was the overt leader. Although her prowess was lacking, since Nagato's demise, she had undeniably become the backbone of the Akatsuki organization. Noticing Conan's unwavering stance, the masked man discreetly glanced at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Upon realizing Itachi's indifference to his presence, the masked man relented. Very well, Conan. But I must caution you. The power of the Rinnegan is not as simple as you imagine. It would be prudent to implant one first to assess the situation. Otherwise, if the vessel perishes, the Rinnegan will be lost as well, and that is Nagato's legacy. With such a warning, Conan found herself unable to retort. Her expression cold as she silently walked towards the exit. Zetsu followed in her wake. They entered a spacious chamber, a secret room sealed with multiple layers of paper jutsu by Conan. Clearly, without her guidance, even those aware of its general location would struggle to uncover the true, hidden chamber. Oh dear, if I were to wander here alone, I might end up lost in this maze for 3 days. Black Zetsu quipped. Conan coldly snorted in response, asserting, you may try it for yourself. I dare not. Who knows if there are traps within the maze that could kill me? Haha, that would be for the best. Soon, under Konan's lead, Zetsu beheld Nagato's remains, laid alongside the Deva path. Let us begin. Be cautious, do not damage Nagato's corpse. Understood. Zetsu trembled and extracted a comatose girl from within himself. The fiery red hair and youthful visage caused Konan to squint her eyes. A twinge of compassion flickered within her, yet reality compelled her to forsake that sentiment. Zetsu commenced the procedure. In the medical room shortly after Konan's departure, the masked man addressed the persistently aloof Uchiha Itachi, saying, Itachi, it seems a person from Konoha has arrived outside the village. Would you like to accompany me to investigate? A Konoha individual? Who could it be? Itachi mused internally, his face betraying no emotion. Do you require my presence? The masked man scrutinized Itachi with his single eye, remarking, you appear to have sustained only minor injuries. Let us go. I may require your jinjutsu against this individual. If you need me, then let us depart. Itachi remained his usual detached self as he rose, and the masked man activated his space-time ninjutsu, propelling them towards the entrance of Amigakure. 1 kilometer from the gates of Amigakure, they encountered a mysterious visitor. The individual was cloaked in a purple mantle adorned with serpent-like patterns. Orochimaru? Itachi sensed a familiar aura. Incorrect, Uchiha Itachi. The voice belonged to Kabuto, who revealed his face with a sinister grin, stating, to speak plainly, I have come to propose a collaboration. Humph. You dare approach us in the guise of Orochimaru to discuss an alliance? The masked man retorted, his disdain palpable. However, the man he looked down upon clasped his hands together, and with a decisive clap, a coffin emerged from the earth. Without further ado, the coffin lid crashed open. Gazing at the occupant within, both Itachi and the masked man felt a chill run through their Sharingan. The person in the coffin was none other than the leader of the Uchiha clan. More accurately, it was the Uchiha clan leader who had been slaughtered years prior. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi's father. Having personally slain his father in the past, seeing him again in this manner ignited a fierce killing intent within Itachi, now fully directed at Kabuto. Meanwhile, the masked man, upon recognizing Uchiha Fugaku, was not preoccupied with clan leadership. Rather, he fixated on Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan techniques that had never been fully manifested before his death. For this reason alone, he placed Kabuto on his list of targets. Yet, given his current physical state and the internal circumstances of the Akatsuki, a large-scale conflict before Amigakure was no longer feasible. Thus, Jinjutsu. At this moment, Itachi's presence became invaluable. The masked man's Jinjutsu abilities were formidable, yet they paled in comparison to Itachi's. As the masked man directed his gaze towards Itachi, he found Itachi already engaged in action without his prompting. This man, after all, the masked man, Tobi, pondered silently. Itachi's long-activated 3-Tomo Sharingan had now transformed into the Manjiki. Since he had not initiated Amaterasu, it must be Tsukuyami. In that case, under Tsukuyami's influence, it would only take an instant for this pest to. The masked man froze. To his astonishment, Kabuto, with a sly smile, adjusted his glasses, revealing he had not succumbed to the Jinjutsu. After Orochimaru suffered a setback at your hands, we significantly increased our research on the Sharingan. Itachi, while your Jinjutsu is indeed potent, I have come prepared. Kabuto now stood impervious to Itachi's visual Jinjutsu. This was a revelation the masked man had never anticipated. Orochimaru had left behind yet another. The masked man mentally cursed Orochimaru 1,000 times. However, Kabuto was not content with merely unveiling Uchiha Fugaku. In front of Itachi, he addressed the masked man, saying, furthermore, this masked gentleman, I have a personal gift to present to you. If you would, please find a private place to discuss it. Upon hearing this, the masked man Tobi felt his Sharingan grow cold. Facing the treacherous figure before him, he recognized that this scoundrel had struck a nerve. At this moment, the masked man thought of another individual, not that blue man. Kabuto, you scoundrel. Haha. I've heard enough insults today. I care not for one more. Kabuto chuckled, adjusting his glasses. So, will you consider my proposal? What? To join me? Or for me to join you? In any case, an alliance. What do you intend to achieve? This sudden overture, what is your aim? Well, you are not the first to ask me this today. If I say I am here to prove myself, would you believe me? Who would trust the words of such a treacherous individual? Likewise, in the land of snow, some time ago, a film crew excavated a coffin from the snowy mountains. The director promptly went to discuss matters with the Snow Country's queen, Koyuki. Ultimately, the queen, who had always been passionate about filmmaking, astonishingly paused all shooting to order the transport of the black coffin to the royal castle. With geothermal devices, the land of snow had already thawed the winter and welcomed spring. The rising temperatures caused the ice encasing the black coffin to begin melting. The purpose of Queen Koyuki was to melt the ice, open the black coffin, and uncover its secrets. Having grown bolder after her previous ascension adventure, she inquired, "So what news do we have today?" The regal queen's theatrical style was quite fitting for her disguise as a ruler. Though she was but an immature woman, she portrayed the role of a queen with formidable majesty. Her loyal servants promptly responded, "Your Majesty, the icy barrier has finally thawed. If you command, we can open this peculiar coffin today." The confidence in the servant's words was palpable. He clearly possessed the assurance to make such a claim. If it were another noble, they would have insisted on opening it the very first day, driven by insatiable curiosity. Days had passed, and given the temperature here, the coffin could have been opened long ago. Yet, who could possibly have embedded a coffin beneath an iceberg? The very notion was extraordinary. One could only speculate what treasures lay within. With a regal demeanor, the queen commanded, "Open the coffin. I wish to witness the entire process." At once, the servants replied, hastily organizing a team around the ebony coffin. The coffin, crafted from an unknown material, bore only the insignia of a round fan, providing no further information. Measuring 2 meters in length and 90 centimeters in width, a group of craftsmen swung their tools, striking at the seams of the coffin. They had attempted to breach it with sheer force, but to no avail. The only method to unlock it was to pry it open from the seams. Bang! Clink! Bang! Clink! The rhythmic sounds reverberated within the palace, as the queen anxiously paced. "Is it open yet? Hurry, it must be done today, or you know the consequences." The servants wiped the sweat from their brows, fully aware of the repercussions. However, unlike other nobles, this woman might withhold their pay, but she would not resort to murder. Finally, with the collective effort of the craftsmen, a section appeared to yield. Crack! The crisp sound reached the queen's ears, and she could no longer contain herself. Ignoring her status, she lunged into the throng of sweaty men. The craftsman, possessing a keen sense of awareness, quickly stepped aside upon noticing the queen's approach. In her eagerness, the queen disregarded her position once more, placing her hands on the coffin lid and forcefully pushing it open. Observing this, several curious craftsmen attempted to sneak a peek, but the height of the coffin obstructed their view. With a determined shove, the queen managed to open the coffin lid. Peering inside, she was taken aback as no horrifying scene emerged. Instead, the moment the coffin opened, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. Looking down, she discovered a pristine coffin cradling an unblemished woman. The woman possessed striking long purple hair, and the familiar forehead protector of the hidden leaf village rested askew over one eye. In a surreal chamber adorned with pure white flooring, today stained by the girl's blood, an inevitable outcome of eye transplantation, there was no room for wild imaginings. "Did it succeed?" asked Conan. Zetsu remained silent, for the transplantation of the Rinnegan was an uncertain endeavor. Just as Conan contemplated asking again, the unconscious red-haired girl stirred. With a tremor, she curled up, clutching her head and thrashing in panic. "Ah!" The girl's anguished cries echoed throughout the chamber. Hearing such a piercing scream, Conan and Zetsu exchanged glances. It appeared they had succeeded. "Well, as long as she can endure this," Zetsu remarked. "Heh, do not underestimate a woman's resilience." Indeed, after a quarter of an hour, the girl on the ground gradually calmed. Eventually, she braced herself on her arms and rose. "Who are you? And where am I?" "I am Conan, and you are in the Rain Country, in Amigakure. You are safe now, do not worry." "The Rain Country?" the girl exclaimed, astonished. At that moment, Zetsu explained, "I saved you. In the land of water, you were nearly killed by a frenzied summoning beast. I could not leave you there, so I brought you back." The girl finally registered that a creature was standing beside her. Why does the carnivorous plant speak? No, why is there a person inside the plant? This small shock triggered her chakra to flow instinctively to her right eye, awakening the Rinnegan within, unleashing a tremendous power. Boom. It was not the Shinra Tensei, but rather a pure release of power reminiscent of Nagato's awakening. The Rinnegan's power erupted, sending Zetsu flying and reducing Conan to mere paper. As Conan reassembled, she gently spoke, "Calm down, you are safe now. He has merely undergone a transformation. He looks a bit peculiar, but we mean you no harm. The girl, covering her eyes, took several deep breaths before straightening up. She could feel that her right eye was distinctly different. What have you done to my body? Conan lied. When he brought you back, your eyes were already damaged. I donated my relative's eyes to you. It seems they fit quite well. Your relative's eyes? The girl turned to see Nagato's lifeless form. Though his body was emaciated, the marks around his eye sockets were unmistakable. Conan continued, he was my brother. He passed away recently, but his eyes were still healthy. Do not worry. The girl was moved. Not only had they saved her, but they had also transplanted her relative's eyes. I'm so sorry. She deeply bowed in apology. Conan smiled gently, walking over to pat her head, replying, no need for apologies. You are not the first person we have saved. Everyone reacts similarly upon seeing that peculiar fellow. Heh. Heh. The girl chuckled apologetically. What is your name? Anoka. You are Conan, right? Can I call you Sister Conan? Of course. Sister Conan, and you, strange sir. Thank you immensely for saving me. I do not know how to repay you. Conan took Anoka by the hand and began walking out, saying, let us not discuss repayment just yet. Focus on recovering your strength first. Oh, your red hair resembles that of the legendary Uzumaki clan. Hee, Sister Conan. My mother is indeed from the Uzumaki clan. Your mother is from the Uzumaki clan? Just like Nagato. Nagato. He is my relative. Ah, I'm sorry for bringing up your sorrow. It's all right. I have come to terms with it. By the way, Sister Conan, your hair is beautiful. My red hair often attracts ridicule from a bunch of rascals. Conan smiled warmly and replied, thank you. You see, Nagato and I are not true siblings. We are both orphans of war, forming this family together. Sadly, Nagato's frail health prevented him from witnessing the dawn in the Rain Country. War. You are both so remarkable. I was also forced to ascend to the Summoning Island, where I was made to create summoning beasts. They merely coveted my family's sealing techniques. Poor child, if you do not wish to return, you are always welcome here. We share similar experiences. Really? That would be wonderful. Himawari was elated. Conan smiled brightly and remarked, indeed, the land of rain is truly beautiful after the rain clears. It is quite different from the legends, so be prepared. Yes. Behind them, Zetsu looked utterly bewildered, his mouth agape, as if a whole egg could fit inside. Conan is extraordinary, exclaimed White Zetsu. Black Zetsu murmured, perhaps this is the essence of womanhood. She can so easily win someone over with just a few words. White Zetsu grinned and said, no wonder Nagato often sent Conan to deliver speeches to the Rain Shinobi. It seems her talent in this regard is truly remarkable. Remarkable is an understatement. I believe she is even more effective with women than Itachi's Genjutsu. Say, do you think they were truly like this before we found the Akatsuki? After a moment's contemplation, Black Zetsu replied, perhaps, before they emerged from the underground and sought out the Akatsuki, those individuals truly were like that. At that time, the Akatsuki might have indeed been a beacon of hope. Conan, in those days, likely treated each member with kindness. The present day mirrored the past, but alas, it has now become a fade. However, he felt no remorse regarding the current state of the Akatsuki. They are merely useful tools. Let us proceed according to Madara's plan. White Zetsu glanced back at Nagato's corpse and said, that girl probably cannot withstand a second Rinnegan. This is not part of Madara's plan. Moreover, Orochimaru has resurrected Shin, adding too much trouble for us, and now he has the two tails in his possession. The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth curled into a smile reminiscent of a two-dimensional being. Thus, I have prepared an alternative strategy. Toby? Indeed. I have secretly guided him along many shortcuts. Orochimaru has complicated matters for us, but perhaps his subordinates can assist in resolving them.